If we are streaming, well, we're streaming, but we're not alive. I'm not alive. Or yeah, I'm alive, but not here, not really. And that's never usually the case. Okay, let's see now. Start a Skype call. That's right, start a Skype call. That's one of the things that I do. So let's see if I can get my head out of my ass. Oh shit! Look at my earbuds. They're all tangled up. Can't hear anything like that. Alright, let's get this untangled. And start calling people as soon as possible. Something like that. I think that's the idea. Or it was supposed to be. Alright. And okay. Get that wiped up. Wiping off my earbuds. Okay. Sticking them in my ear. I think that's where they belong. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't hear any of that sound because I don't have a Skype call on. That would help, wouldn't it? Alright, okay. Let's hope this doesn't blow my eardrums out. Alright. Oh my god. There we are. Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're live. Don't forget that. Let's try and bring on Amanda Ute immediately. And so aside from that, I hope everything's going as well as possible with you. I did scan a little bit earlier because I wasn't celebrating yesterday. Tonight is the eve day for the celebration tomorrow. But as soon as we're done transmission, but in terms of what I did see was apparently there was a bit of angst on your part, and you withdrew the message, which I appreciate it, and so I appreciate you're doing that. And aside from that, had to spend all yesterday talking to a number of people on my cell phone, and just take care of all these loose ends. I can't believe how that took the entire day. And then I found some stuff out that with the help of some people, and as a matter of fact, we're going to try and find some more stuff out with the help of everyone, and that includes yourself tonight, and that has to do with that bizarre Hiso Map, which you might remember we had the okay, Amanda Ute's unavailable, so we'll try her again later and just hope things go for the best. And at some point, when Peter arrives in the next hour, hopefully, then maybe enough talking can be done where I can eat some of the stuff I have around me to get some more calories in me. I have enough calories in me to hold me through till then. But aside from all of that, how can I say this? Just rather exhausted, and I'm sure you are too. And obviously, everything that I intuited about it being hard to get into rehab is turning out to be true. And you're very likely going to be here probably till after Salman Sheikh returns. If he does grace us with his presence again, you'll probably be here till then, which will be around mid to late November.
Most probably, yeah, which will be around Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yes. So that's something we can give thanks for. So everyone give thanks for that. We've had some wonderful contributions. So I don't know who to dedicate this show to tonight because we have so many wonderful contributors, and probably just because it's the easiest one, because he's the latest contributor and he contributed 100 United States dollars at a fortuitous time. I should dedicate tonight's show to Aaron Tice. Now, does that name ring a bell with you? Do you remember Aaron Tice?
Yes. He spoke about the corruption of the church.
That's incredible. Yeah, you remember that. By the way, the way you say that, it's he spoke about the corruption of the church. That if somebody hadn't heard us before, they just tuned in, this would make it sound like we were an evangelical, that we were on some kind of evangelical.
To be specific,
By the way, he was at that point in his life that he was referring to, that the church was a big part of his life and all that. But it was white supremacist. Do you remember that? The serpent seed doctrine?
Yes. The serpent seed doctrine, and how there was a sort of hierarchy where it would be the whites first and then the blacks would follow suit. And why blacks would be self-loathing enough to even go there makes me wonder how the hell we managed to get out of slavery at all.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, dude, how did we even manage to survive the Cold War with all of the stupid things they were doing with nukes? Remember what Peter Moon said about the stupid shit with oh yeah, we saw this contingency plan for trying to sink Long Island with nukes, and do you remember him saying that, or were you kind of gone
Yes,
at the
yes,
time?
yes. I remember that.
Yeah, I was.
The truth be told, the nukes are probably the best thing we had going for us because at least we would have wiped ourselves out systematically. The fact that we haven't, I think we will suffer the consequences of having to be here. I think we would wish that we can only wish that we had wiped ourselves out many times over with nukes.
Because of the consequences of environmental pollution and the everything
Well,
else.
yes, and because of the fact that we are a hellish set of creatures to be around. Granted, I will give humankind the benefit of the doubt of being a buffer between I and the anti-gods, to which, they can perish first before me. They could be sort of like a shield, which is fine. But outside of that, it's oh gosh.
But by the way,
Well,
that's your negativity talking again. I kind of saw that with the message that you were kind enough to remove, which, as I said, I appreciated. By the way, James Forsyth says, "Good evening, Douglas and all." Good evening, sir. And Conspiracy Kitty, who is Shauna Bandow, says, "Good evening, all. Hearts and a wink. Hugs, Douglas. Just started my gaming session for the night, so great timing on your live stream. Adorable." And then, of course, we have Michaela Nastasia. Everybody, please maintain her in thoughts and prayers. She works with the Halloween seasoned little cottage industry, Hellbilly Holler, which is, of course, her own entrepreneurial jewelry store. Plus, she makes Halloween props, etc. And so much of it was destroyed in a freak storm with 40-mile-per-hour winds that tore up all of the front yard of her home where everything was displayed. Very, very catastrophic for her. So do maintain her in thought and prayer. That's Michaela Nastasia. And I want to say hi to Marcus Griggs, who's saying, "Hey guys," from down under. And let me see if I can check into where Michaela Nastasia lives, or her general area, so that people can get an idea about this. Now, friend and follow her on
right.
Facebook, if you will. This is what's bizarre to me. Here's someone who's deserving more attention. She's followed by only 64 people, and so you can check her out at hellbillyholleraz.com. And this was obviously a Halloween industry sort of thing. But she's basically canceled it. Her Etsy shop is closed. The Halloween jewelry that she was going to sell, she's really down right now in terms of morale. So do give her some support. That would be facebook.com/Broadzilla MIK for Michaela. So Broadzilla Mike for Michaela, and Broadzilla is, of course, spelled like broad, BROADZILLA, Broadzilla. And by the way, that would be an uppercase B and an uppercase M. Now, Broadzilla and then MIK. So aside from that, let me see if I can find the about here and find out exactly where she is right now. I think it's up there in yeah, I have no idea where she's at.
Uh, well, given she's near Phoenix, I
You knew that?
think.
How did you know that? I didn't
Uh,
even know
be,
that.
because I'm looking at her timeline.
And how did you? I mean, that's like wow. So you're better at this shit than I am. So maybe I was looking
Phoenix,
at.
Arizona. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And like she said, 40 mile per hour winds are really rare around there, and tore her ass up in terms of her property and all that.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm looking at the property damage. This is incredible.
yeah.
Like I mean, she had an incredible setup based on, what I'm seeing, but it's just horrible how the winds just ripped everything apart.
Yeah, that's almost bordering on the supernatural in and of itself. She's someone who's been through a lot, and and she has a daughter. So ooh, it's all very disappointing. And so this is something that obviously Halloween's on its way, and for something like this to happen, for something that she's been preparing for all year because this is her industry, it's just enough where I can see why she says, concentrate on people like this sometimes, not concentrate on them, but certainly consider them when you're talking about,
Well, you have to forgive me. I am plastered.
Yeah, understood. And
The problem happens to be that I'm better at saving money than I give myself credit for. And that is not working to my benefit right now.
I get it. You use it to binge, right? I mean, I get it. I fucking get it. I'm kind of like that myself in some ways. So, let me start tending to the getting all the links up on the Facebook timelines, and in the meantime, making certain that I got some other monitoring screens up because I have to open new screens when I'm live streaming. And therefore, when I do that, I've got to kind of set them up in such ways so I can see that the thread is running. Shauna Bando says, we're in a high wind severe advisory also right now. She's in Minnesota. Yes, and of course.
Interesting. My mother was looking at eyeing Minnesota as a potential place to go to.
To what? They own a home. What are they considering moving? It doesn't make sense. I mean, they're on Staten Island.
Yeah, I don't know why. I told them that we're probably in the safest place we can possibly be for now, despite the fact that, at some point we are going to get hit with a mega tsunami that's going to wipe everything out. Granted, we'll probably be worse off with the winds of the Goetia running everything down in the Midwest and the middle states, So, I mean, shit, you can't run from anything these days. There's just no point, folks.
Thank you.
We have reached a new era in hopelessness.
Oh gosh! In a sense, I mean, in another sense, we're all in this together, and
oh yeah, we can all hold hands and sing "Kumbaya" as we're ripped apart by tornadoes and firestorms and drowned to death, because that's just what we do in mass. Now that we have turned the Earth's wrath against us,
we have, and it's not like we don't deserve it. So.
You deserve far worse.
Yeah.
Forgive my short and fraud, but
actually, I would agree with that, and it's I think it's like Schadenfreude. God, the problem is I never hear these German words pronounced. And by the way, when I do hear them pronounced, I'm certain half the time they're pronounced like shit anyway. So.
Well, yeah, it's because the people pronouncing them are English, and they fuck everything up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And create like a new language that's completely like degenerate from what the actual language was.
It's true. This is true. And by the way, so our Shauna Bando says that you can't run from the government either. And she says, all those silly people and their bug-out bags, they will still find you. Laugh out loud. Well, I don't know about that, honey, but...
Well, I can say that the government's the least of our concerns
thank you.
Right now. Honestly, at this point, it's each other. We're more a threat to each other than we are in the governance, because at this point, people are reaching a fevered pitch to the point where every country is going to go to civil war over... I don't want to get vaccinated versus I want to get vaccinated. It's over stupid shit.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I deleted something from Moab Mechanics because he wrote something to that effect. Basically, what he wrote was he was offensively stupid, and it was just one of those things that just had to be deleted. And I'm not the kind of person who, people can leave offensive shit up, and sometimes I find it amusing. He was just stupid, vicious and stupid. And what he was saying was that, something about, because you and I were talking about the need for mandatory vaccines at this point, because fuck it, you know, the all the silent majority that has gotten vaccinated is tired of all the bullshit from the
Yeah,
noisy
and we're
minority.
tired, and we are tired of being killed
Yeah.
and clusterfucked by the gun-toting, loud-ass pieces of shit who are the minority
Yes.
at this point, who just want to see everyone dead and want Trump's micro penis up their asshole.
Yes, it's true, and we have this nightmare to look forward to: Trump versus Biden round 2 in 2024. So yeah,
Honestly, I've reached the point where I would like to see them both don boxing gloves and just slug it out. And I honestly couldn't care who wins at this point.
Biden's too old for that
Because
shit. It's like
Biden might be too old for this shit, but Trump is too overweight and
yes, good
gassed
point.
out for it too.
Yeah,
with
good
his
point.
COVID ass. So
Yeah.
I mean, what does it matter?
Yeah, your point's well taken, touche. And
Or better yet, we can have what do you call it? We can have the ex-vice presidents. We can have what do you call it? Oh my
Kamala Harris
gosh.
and Michael Pence. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we can have.
Kamala will win that easily. Oh, holy shit. Yeah.
What we could do is we could have them do like a duel, early century style, where they walk certain paces and then they draw their guns and fire on each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was offering to do that to that fucking Texas guy. What the fuck was his name? I mean, it was because he was challenging the ladies in Congress to a duel, and he was a congressman himself, and so I was challenging him on the radio show to a duel. I told him I would dress in drag. He never responded. His offices never responded. By the way, it wasn't just something that I said casually on my radio show. I actually sent the communique to their offices, and they never responded to that, of course. And
Well, that goes to show you how scared he is of femininity.
yes, there we are. And well, he was an idiot that had pictures of himself taken at parties where he was like there were some hookers at the parties where him and a bunch of other guys were like all over him and shit, and it was just like he was trying to make himself look like a man. It was just stupid. It's one of those things that I could go.
The only guy,
Yeah.
well, yeah, the only guys who do that with hookers at parties are insecure white dudes with micro penises. So there you have it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when they do that kind of quote unquote spontaneous thing, and they're just trying to make certain that they're seen. I can see what you're
Look,
saying. Yeah.
yeah, they're literally trying to overcompensate
Yeah.
for something that's lacking psychologically speaking. And while some may find my critique a bit harsh, the truth of the matter is you can tell when someone's compensating for something that's
No,
they're
you're
lacking.
absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. Well, yeah, when you saw the photographs of him, it definitely was that way, and of course he was using taxpayer money. That this is like goes without saying. These guys are taking taxpayer money and then they're doing what they do with it, which is shit like that. So I remember talking about him. I can't remember his name consciously now. But by the way, if anyone hears me just chewing or slurping it, well, I'm going to avoid that at all costs, because I think that's the most grotesque thing in the world for somebody to hear somebody chewing over the fucking microphone, because that's the kind of shit I would hear with Lori and Ann Fenton all the time. Just to share with people what I have a nice big slice of salmon here. I have mushrooms, and then I have some of this Burmese nut crunch mix, which is kind of like their shells and whatnot of various peas and whatnot, and some cheese slices. So yes, I have the works here that I'm going to be treating myself to when I have a moment's time. But let's make certain I get all the hyperlinks up first and take care of that.
I literally was living off of Jack Link's sweet and hot beef jerky and
That's
some
disgusting.
frickin' and some Hal's barbecue potato chips.
What? When was this?
Yeah, not far before the transmission, and I have my third energy drink cracked open, and I am ready to just flay the fuck out of my mind,
Oh
because
my
you know
God.
what? I don't care.
I understand. I understand. Yeah, Brendan Zogi. I have to correct myself whenever I say Brandon because I'm back in reestablished communications with Brandon Young, and so he's responded, thank God, to the email. I'll have to get back to him later. And again, so tonight's show is dedicated to Aaron Tice. I'll bring that up when Peter Moons comes back on because he knows him to a degree. And with that, of course, again, that'll bring up aspects of the book, but really, believe it or not, in a manner that is actually constructive, and so people understand why I was ragging on Derek Talley for so long. I was sent some photographs by Brendan Zogi that were basically relayed to him by Selena Khan. And so I will be sharing that tonight with
Nice.
with our
Dirty laundry.
I'll be sharing that tonight with our man Jameson and Peter, our men in the what will I call it, the text in the Skype, and send it to both of them in the private messages. And then so for people who didn't believe in the cult of the Kings of Edom before, you should believe in it at this point. So that we'll talk about what I will be sharing with these gentlemen at that time, and it's the word for it is just, well, there is no word for it. I mean,
Well, the word for it is unsurprising at this point.
yeah, I still feel there's room for outrage, and I'm certain you'll feel it when you see it. Because you'll contextualize it in the shit he was pulling all the while he was with us, and that will put it in perspective. And the whole thing is actually.
All right, I'm just gonna jump to it. Let me find out the motherfucker is bleaching his skin. He's using the bleaching cream, isn't he?
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'm sure he'll get to that point.
He's probably looking around in the old Marines camo.
Yeah. Oh God, that
Oh
would
my
be.
gosh, I keep bumping into this, like, I saw this big ass obnoxious truck which had like a veterans thing on it, and I'm like, oh my God, there's one of these in the community. Great.
That sucks. That sucks. I mean, it makes you want to sabatage them. Makes you want to slash their tires, as far as I'm concerned.
And the thing is, I'm not the only vet here. Like, there was a dude who I knew growing up who was in the army, but he doesn't have anything on his car saying he's a vet. He's a black guy. He's around my age. So I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, we were in the military. It's not our fucking identity.
Thank you.
But for some reason, it's like there's something about the people who that becomes all they identify with.
Yeah.
It's like, how fucking empty is your life?
It's very empty.
Is your personality? I mean,
it's very empty when they have to do something like that. It's they're hopeless at that point, because most of them who have been in the military have done absolutely nothing while they were in it.
And it's like they demand some degree of special. It's like they're using it as a badge for like some form of privilege or special treatment.
Of course,
and
that's
it's
what
like,
it is.
It's like, okay,
special treatment, get out jail free card, and excuses they can go take a bite out of any maiden lady's ass and claim it's post-traumatic stress disorder. It's this is the kind of shit.
I mean, really, I wish I could just walk up to some beautiful woman and say, "Hey, I know you want to get with me because I was in the military."
Disgusting. Yes, that's right.
Of course, she would have every right to like pepper spray me and then kick me in the nuts and drop me in the ground.
Yes, I mean, ladies, just run away.
I mean, honestly, I wish women would do that.
Yeah, run away, ladies.
The pieces of shit they're walking around with.
Yeah, it's such.
I wish they would.
You do wonder.
It's
why.
Like.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah. It's like
they have too much pity on like the most worthless pieces of shit.
They do. Yeah. I'll agree with that. I'm not going to argue with that. It's incredible the losers you see women hanging out with, and do you wonder? It's like how long have they been trying? Have they been trying very hard? It's just, how did they wind up with that? Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not what you call the most interesting guy to hang out with, but at least my body would make up for it.
There you are. There you are. Well, I think
So
you're. Well, it
there's
depends on
something.
what the woman's interested in. I'm certain some of them would find you quite intriguing. Oh my God, here we are. So I was just finding a nice flower for Gracie Aguilar. So Gracie Aguilar, love you dearly, honey. And she says, enjoy history lessons here every session. So let me tell her, bless you, my darling Gracie Aguilar. There we are. And so add an exclamation mark to that, and we're on our way. Press the enter button and see if it takes. So I had a okay, good, it took. And aside from all of that, okay, so I
All right, so
managed.
there was something that dawned on me, like the last transmission,
Uh,
and I'm going to have to download the last transmission
uh,
because you gave such a large amount of information. It's not funny, and because I had the privilege of replaying it and even taking notes on some of the things. Um, what dawned on me was that, the idea that Michael Aquino had of all the gods being nothing more than a mask for the outer ones, I think was inaccurate. Um, I suspect that his cynicism, I suspect that his cynicism was probably a part of their machinations. Honestly speaking.
yes.
Now, I'm aware that many of the gods we've had in our human history have many similarities with what the sort of deceptive outer gods would use. But the thing is, I suspect that many of these things are like from the realm of archetypes, which is actually which exist outside of human metaspace. And so these archetypes are from wherever a source in and of themselves that we know nothing of. And this would go along with the, also the angels and demons that we seem to see in the in both the Qlipoth and the Sephiroth, which, the two complement each other to create an entire system of synthesis and decomposition.
Mm.
And so I think that I think this is the error of the Edomic cultist, is that they're not able to find the gray area. And one of the easiest ways to get pulled into the cultism of the Edomites is actually through working with the Sitra Ara, which is the infernal aspects, because because there's a very because you have to be very wise, and you have to test what you're working with to ensure that what you're getting is not something of the anti-gods. Because when we're dealing with the infernal, we're dealing with that which breaks down. But the thing is, what we need to remember is that what it breaks down, it doesn't break everything down. What it leaves behind is something that's pure and that's worked back into creation. And that's what differentiates the infernal, such as the beings of the Azarate, from the outer gods, which just break things down and leave nothing to replace it.
Thank you. Very good. That's nothing for me to argue with. I think you've got a great grasp on the mechanics of it all. As a matter of fact, I should have taken advantage of that to do some chewing on mute. By the way, I was, in terms of one of the words that I use, this is something that, again, here's the problem of being an academic intellectual, and I don't use the term intellectual with any sense of elitism or superiority. Obviously, I tend to use my intellect quite a bit, so, but not as much as others. I know when to shut down, something that I'm trying to teach. impose upon our young friend here is you have to learn when to stop thinking. And of course, there's plenty of people who can't do that. But yeah, that's something that
Well,
yeah. Good.
well, there's a reason why I use there's a reason why I self-medicate because it helps a lot
In that
in that
direction, in
regard.
a sense, yes. But so, in terms of one of the problems that you have when you're in my position is that you've worked with, or I've worked with, the vast amounts of books and literature. After all, I spent a great deal of my life in libraries and doing research for others. And so my vocabulary, as people understand by now, is very expansive. The problem is the words that I use are words that the overwhelming majority have never spoken aloud. I mean, literally, you encounter them in literature, you encounter them in older books or academia. You never encounter these words anywhere on the net where people are texting each other. You're just going to get acronym after acronym of, LOL for laugh out loud. And,
I can't even understand half the acronyms that are on the net anymore.
it's true. It's true. They have to literally. This is why I explain my acronyms. Whenever I use acronyms, I do explain them. And there's ROFL, rolling on the floor, laughing, etc. But one of the words I used was when I said the universe is just full of these just hostile, puissant beings. Okay, it's the word is spelled Puissant. Now, I have had some feedback on that since that time to some academics who have reviewed that latest episode. By the way, apparently my latest episode drew a lot of attention. And for all the reasons that our man Jameson can articulate.
Well,
And
rightfully so. I
thank you.
mean, you are, honestly speaking, if I may say so myself, well, when it comes to anyone who knows anything, who's conversing about the subject matter of the arcane, you are at the forefront as far as knowledge is concerned.
Oh, bless you.
You are like a walking encyclopedia of grimoires.
Bless you. I mean, of course, I take that
I
as a
mean,
compliment,
granted,
which,
I do know that, I do know that you experience a lot of negativity as a result of it and
thank you.
suffer from it because why else would you need to, blow your brains out with substances because you have a photographic mind?
Bless you. I mean, you understand the issue. You understand the issue at hand. And
Yes.
so,
And I can honestly see how something like a photographic memory would be more of a curse than it would be a blessing.
it is.
Even though I don't have one myself, although sometimes I seem to remember things from an arcane perspective that I'm like, how the hell did I remember that? But that's another topic.
Well, your memory is good. You have a good memory. At the very least, you have a good memory. And so treat it with the respect it deserves, of course. And but so the word I was speaking of when I was talking about these kinds of beings, Puissant, I've been informed, would actually be pronounced more as puant or puissant. Something like that. I don't know if there really is a correct way to pronounce this because I've gotten two separate pronunciations from two different sources. But it would mean extraordinarily powerful or influential, but in a sense of like rot and decay. So like a degenerate empire. And so or a degenerate power mogul, a power broker who's completely diabolic and degenerate in his, not even diabolic because that would imply having his shit together. It would be more like
Or like perhaps sodium oxide, which is a super base, which is so caustic that if any creature touches it, their body instantly calcifies.
there we are. At the same time, I have had people say that in the language of French, which if I were using it as a loan word, just like the word maneuver, which we use military maneuvers, but it's spelled completely differently in the English than it is in the French. The reason this is important is you can use a term like matériels. And for those of you who don't know, Materials is originally a exclusively military term. Okay, it's since been used for anything. These are materials. But in the original French, the E is accented and it means matériels, meaning a military, it's like military, what the British would call kit, which you can tell how degenerate the English language is when you go from materials to fucking kit. But equipment. Equipment. It means equipment. And so, in terms of maneuvers, it is spelled with the OE that is phased into a single letter. And in the French, with the RES rather than an ERS. And so, maneuvers would mean military as well. So, basically, with puissant, it wasn't that I was mispronouncing it, but I was told that the English pronunciation would be different. So, the English pronunciation might even be more nuanced in this case because I think it's more like puant. It's puant. A puant man, like a power mogul who's just so degenerate that he's not doing anything constructive for the world around him. He's just spending all his money. And something of that nature, and thereby influencing people, but not with any particular agenda other than self-gratification. Something like that would be, and therefore influences everybody in this corruptive sense. By the way, going into the chat room, Conspiracy Kitty was responding to Daniel, who says Trump won't even make it to run in 2024. He'll be way too infirm by then. Oh God, cross our fingers, let's pray. Everybody please get your voodoo dolls out. Oh my God. And then Shauna Banda was saying, or Biden, Kamala, Clinton, and Trump in a samurai sword fight. I'd watch the hit. Yeah, oh my God.
I would watch that too. That would be very amusing.
Yeah, and then she said, "Oh gosh, I thought Douglas was going to say I have a big sausage." Laugh out loud. Oh, that's funny. That's And then Pixie Princess Starfox is with us with the nice big black heart. Mwah. Bless you, honey. Love you dearly, and thank you for. I believe she is the young lady who sent me $13.33. So she can let me know if that's the case or not. I do believe she is the young lady who did that. Of course, I'd have to look the name up, and forgive me, it's oh God, let me look the name up. And so 13.33, and there we are. It is okay, and of course she calls her company. Well, that's interesting. What is that? That's funny. You know, I've gotten 1333 before from somebody named Happy Refunded, but that's not her. Isaac Romero, of course, sent his $50 United States dollars. It's Danielle McCary sent the 1333 with some black hearts and the sunglasses and the hearts in the eyes and 3 kissy lips in return. So that I believe that Pixie Princess Starfox is Danielle McCary. So she can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Other than that, let's take a look in the live stream before we bring other people on. Conspiracy Kitty says, puant, power or vulgar, passe, yes, puissant. And then she says, I took 3.5 years of French in high school and can only remember, where is the wine? Numbers and stuff. Quel est le vin? Yes, where is le vin? Yes, the wine. Oh, that's right. That's what le vin means. It's like le vin would mean like the wine. That's right. And there's idiots who have that as a name. As a matter of fact, le vin da would be something like that. The wine. What would that be? The wine something. The wino. Yes, the idiot who wrote the Simon Necronomicon. All right, so so now forgive me, Jameson. You said you were plastered. What, like on what? What did I mean? Are you able to hold the stage? I'm just curious.
Yes, I am. I am. I had a total of oh gosh, 18 pills, and I
Holy
think
shit.
I had.
Oh my God!
Total.
Is that the norm? It's how are you still alive?
No, that's about the norm. I had 2 C4 energy drinks already, and I'm on my 3rd.
Yeah.
And I also had.
Could you share with us what the pills? Could you share with us what the pills are?
Oh, it's Coracetin, cold and cough, high blood pressure formula.
Oh, okay. And this.
It's the stuff. It's the stuff that most people who are into DXM won't take because of how dangerous it is.
Oh my God. So you're what? You're in a suicidal mood or what?
No, 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 no. It's just that the stoning that I get from it is a lot better than taking the cough syrup,
Uh-huh.
because the syrup jags your blood sugar, and then you have this come down, and then I'm just like totally drunk and incoherent feeling. So it's just gross.
Right, right. Thank you.
I
Thank
don't
you.
like the syrup.
Thank you. I'm
Uh,
glad. I'm glad you've gotten to that point with that. By the way, Travis Moss says Trump rips his mask off and it's a Kino surprise. And Danette Blair says, "Have a great show with a wave." And Danette Blair, mwah, love you, honey. Thank you for joining us. And before we go anywhere
you know,
with
I could really see that Trump ripping his mask off, and that would explain a lot.
Oh my God. Oh, by the way, so Shauna Bando shares a wink. You can take a look at that in the chat room. I'd like to see how you respond to that. And you can respond to Shauna. And besides, she's
Oh,
gaming.
she's on her second energy drink, and she took her 6 pills and 5 injection shots.
Yeah. And so she says, so does
So,
the speaker have diabetes as well, like I do? No, you haven't gotten
nope.
to that point, but you might be pre-diabetic. Are you pre-diabetic in your blood or what?
No, 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 I'm not. I tend towards more salty foods than sugary ones.
Well, beyond that, I think it's because you walk so fucking much. Honestly,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, you're,
I'm fairly physically active, and my metabolism is like a freaking blast furnace, which is why, yesterday I was outside. I'm the only guy walking around with a tank top and shorts, while everyone else is dressed up in full gear, and I'm like, aren't these people freaking hot?
yeah.
So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And so, in terms of one of the things that when this is reminds me of what Moab Mechanic said. So what Moab Mechanic said was, he said some stupid shit about. You know what? I could fucking look it up. We can. I'll even let you respond to it if you want. I mean, we don't need to get too don't get too abusive in the sense of let me see, where's the screen share? Here we are. Start sharing. Okay, here we are. Can you see this, the
Yes, yes, I can
cursor
see it.
cursor moving around? All right, there we are. So if we go over to the let me see, here we are, the notifications, there we are, and we go down a bit. By the way, here's my fetish story is this wonderful lady who is a professional, and she I believe has been a dominatrix as well as other aspects of the profession, but she shared something with us that bears
Is she in
reiterating.
New York?
She may
I
well.
have to ask.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But she might be. Let's take a look at the last episode, and that will, of course, give us a better view of what she said. So she was bringing up Brittany Murphy's house was resold and demolished, and an entirely new home built there. Britney Spears sold it because she thought it was haunted. After Brittany Murphy, the home changed hands almost a dozen times before being torn down. I'm certain nobody experienced anything good there. That is,
Yeah, that goes without saying.
yeah, and thank you. That seemed to have a lot of negative energy. And so, in terms of the notifications here, if we scroll down a bit, and of course, oh, by the way, I do think you should see this. So, in case you haven't reviewed it before, there was, of course, what Jameson Reed himself said, and he was responding to what we had brought up in our latest episode prior to tonight's about the disappearance of women of color, Native American woman, and so he was saying the horrific aspect of the law enforcement and quote unquote justice system, I'll put quotes around that, is the fact that with women who aren't of European descent, they don't even pretend, that's all uppercase, to try not to appear biased. It is beyond reproach, or, well, it's beyond, by the way, when you say someone is beyond reproach, that's actually a positive. In other words, it would be, this man is beyond reproach because he,
Oh,
yeah, so you
okay.
want to say it's
Yeah.
beyond condemnation. And
Oh,
there's
I meant it in a
yeah,
negative.
understood. I get it. Yeah. So just need to rephrase that, and then and use a different word. Really, it is reproachful beyond. It is reproachful beyond expression, or something like that. And then
Yeah.
so it forces a wedge in between non-whites and whites. In that, knowing the disparity, those of us of color are less likely to care. This also encourages white male and non-white male offenders to target non-white women. All of this is true. This was, along my point, along my lines of observation with the latest episode. So he says this is direct, and that's all uppercase letters. This is direct social engineering at its worst. Yes. Though my leaning be infernal, my desire in shining the light on these disparities is more to influence change. He said more is to influence change, but I think it would be better rephrased as is more to influence change. It does take both the synthesizing forces and decomposing forces to bring about the balance that is the alchemical ma'at, or justice. So explain that concept of ma'at to our listeners, and the ancient
Well,
Egyptian concept. Yes, that's ancient Egyptian, is it not?
yes, yes. Ma'at is the ancient Egyptian goddess of balance, and she's also the goddess of justice. So when you would say it's almost like the scales being fair, or everything being it's where things reach equilibrium.
Wonderful. Thank you. And with that, I should not do this. I'm putting a little mushroom in my mouth right now. I know, even that image, right, is fairly obscene. Okay, so let
Oh,
me.
which one? Which one?
Yeah. So this is one of those green giant whole mushrooms, and I prefer the whole to all the chopped up ones, and they're very soft. And funny, my medical cosmetologist V has kind of a fear of mushrooms because they're a fungus. So Gabrielle Ruth is the next one that I don't know if you've seen this, but she said, I do want you to respond to this. She said, I have a beautiful daughter who is going to, she means, through the same thing, alcohol. It hurts the whole family. Everything triggers her. A song, the color of the car. As a mother, I have been watching this for years, and it hurts. And she explains, this man needs help, meaning Jameson Reese. He was hurt by a woman. My daughter was hurt by a man. It's the will, he must want it. If he wills it, he will succeed. I should know I did it. So Gabriel Ruth shared that, and I said, Goddess bless thee. This is the mushroom blocking my tongue. Goddess bless thee, thy resilience, my dearest Gabriel, along thy courage in the sharing. To which she responded, yes, we're going tomorrow for her second DUI, so sleep is not coming, but I'm not worried about it. I'm going to listen to you all night and make myself smarter. Laugh out loud. What a wonderful individual. I mean, this is, oh my God, that's so, everybody
Yeah,
maintain her
my
thoughts and prayers.
blessings go out to her. Dealing with someone who suffers from alcohol intake is horrific. The good thing I have is that I don't drive. So it's even more of a nightmare that she's going through, having a daughter that has had a DUI before and has driven under the influence. I can't imagine what that pain would be like. Because again, I'm someone who's from the inside experiencing the substance abuse, rather than the person who's outside seeing what it's doing to myself from the outside. So it's difficult in both ways.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And all of this is important, and this is obviously a fairly universal problem. A lot of people are going through addiction, and but this again is what led to bullshit like this. So let's respond to this. Going down a little further, and I'm sure we'll be able to dig up Moab mechanics. Now, by the way, Marky Milk said to myself with the latest episode, he said, God bless you in your healing, sir. And he meant that for both of us. And God bless him in turn. This somehow, I don't see it now. And somehow either it was taken down or he retracted it. I think for some reason I'm just not seeing it. In other words, it's just not appearing
Yeah,
visible.
it could be one of those things that just doesn't appear.
Yeah,
But I
and then
see more mechanics.
yeah, there we are. So
I
here's what
just want
he's.
to say.
I don't give a shit if you don't want the vaccine. And then he says, "Oh, I just wanted to say that, particularly some drug user who wants forced vaccination." I mean, well, you know what? You know, that's one of those things where it's just vicious, and
It's yeah, it's someone whose passive aggressive tendencies is getting the better of them, and so now they're trying to be an internet badass.
you handled that better than me.
Yeah, I mean, more or less, if I saw a person in the street like that, I don't think I would even give them the privilege of punching them in the face, to be honest.
Thank you. Yes, they might enjoy it. I mean, that's what they're seeking. That's what they're seeking. And oh my God. So he's trying to provoke, but here's, this is what I
Well,
find offensive is the
what I
moral high
can
ground.
do
Yeah, go on.
is, since he wants to play passive, I'll just hide him from the channel and be done with him.
There we
And there we
are.
go.
There we are. Yeah.
And it doesn't even demand me to fly off in a rage. It just demands me to simply delete his message and hide him from the channel.
Thank you.
So he doesn't try to be
Yeah.
provocative.
In the negative sense, yes. That's for what is so offensive about that is that he's trying to take this moral high ground. Like, oh, you're a drug user, and the thing that's so absurd about that is there's very few people on Earth who are not using something. I mean,
I know, right? Does he take something for heartburn? He's a drug user.
thank
Does
you,
does he drink coffee in the morning? He's a drug user.
thank you, thank you. I mean,
I mean,
oh, yeah.
seriously, where does one get off all of a sudden with that level of arrogance to say, "Oh, look at me, I don't use anything"? Well, then you probably don't eat food, and you
yeah,
probably don't even drink any substance that has any nutrients.
yes, thank you. I mean, honestly, I forgot to mention some other thing I've got to chew on here is this little green chili pepper. Well, big. I get the big green chili peppers and I gnaw on them usually when I'm putting something in my mouth to add some tang to it when I'm not eating a real meal. It's just kind of like all this stuff that I'm putting together. But that is a kind of addiction. When people are addicted to spicy foods and there's that tang or spice that gets on the tongue and you enjoy that burn on the tongue, that's an addiction. Okay, that's the caffeine, the alcohol. You wake up in the morning with caffeine, you calm down at night with alcohol. I mean, there's almost no one on earth can say they're not doing something. If you get to the extreme point where you're a Jainist, Jain, Jainist or something. These are like, I don't know if you've ever heard that term, Jameson, but these are extreme religious minorities in India who try to kill nothing, and they will only eat fruit that drops off the tree. In other words, they don't want to harm the tree by plucking fruit, so they wait till fruit drops off the tree and then pick that fruit up, which is at that point rotten ripe, and they're competing with the carrion, the carrion
Oh
feeders.
yeah, there you go. At that point, they're literally scavengers.
Thank you. And it's not even scavengers. It'd be kind of, but it's more like a carrion feeder. A scavenger would almost be more opportunistic than that. And
Well, yeah, because a scavenger would at least try to preserve the food
right,
rather
right,
than letting it rot first. You
right.
know.
Yeah, thank you, or something. I mean, it's just oh my God, I got this guy now. Raya this doesn't look like someone I want to know probably.
This ja Vairojana.
Yeah, and so yeah, and good message here. Don't read it out loud. Got a good message from our man, and Peter Moon was giving me some advice here. So I'm
I don't even know who that is,
yeah.
but
Don't say
okay.
it out loud. Don't say it out loud. But
I won't.
yeah, but it was.
I,
He's just put, he pointed something out because I brought something up, and I was bringing up the fact that I was bringing up the cult of alien gods. And I was bringing up the fact that many people who are popular are promoting the cult of the alien gods. So you knew where I was
yeah, they
coming from.
are.
Yeah.
Yes. And the thing is, it's a problem. I understand where he's coming from. He's just trying to protect his assets, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But the truth be told is that, if we really can't dance, we can't afford to dance around this anymore.
Yeah, thank you.
It's,
Thank you.
it's it's at a point where our world is disintegrating,
Thank you.
literally, as a
Yes.
result of this alien god mindset and this worship of, oh man, we're just gonna get out of here, and you know, man, the dudes from like Arcturus are gonna come save us and shit. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, fuck this.
And,
I
and,
mean,
and it
come
won't be
on.
long before they'll say it's really A. They'll say really A will arise in the Pacific, and it'll just be one big party.
You know, I mean, I really think that a lot of what, and this is another thing that comes to mind, a lot of what John Keel was investigating, um, when he started to when he came to the realization that these aren't aliens from another planet, and that that these beings that seem to pop up and just, you know, disappear and make these incursions, but they're able to achieve some degree of physicality, that they're interdimensionals. I think that a lot, he might have been on the tail of some of the methodology used by the outer gods,
Yes.
because I suspect that they've been pulling people by by the the bootstraps all along.
Yeah. Yeah, and an ironic term, by the way, for those of you who don't get it, there was a little ironic pun there. The term bootstrap has been used for quantum physics that have been exploited to bring anti-gods into our dimension. It's kind of a nickname for that kind of quanta that where the particles or the what would you call them? The essentially particles will do essentially make themselves, so to speak. This was kind of like an explanation, or you know, render themselves in such a way that it creates what's called a theory space. It as a theoretical space. And this was somehow used to mathematically help expedite the anti-gods into our space, and therefore it's you know, it is what it is. This is what I've been exposing, and Peter Moon was following up on this, and he basically this is why the term probably came to Jameson's mind. I'm sure he used
And
it knowingly.
it's also quite arguable to say that the what they were doing at the with the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk experiments accelerated the process.
Yes.
Aside from all the nuclear detonations that were set off and that are continually, still to this day, set off, because we're not banned from testing nukes underground. And a lot of these these skyquakes that people are hearing might be the result of underground nuclear tests going on and whatnot. That's
That's
what
a
I suspect.
Yeah, your point's well taken. I To tell you the truth, I haven't investigated whether or not there is an international law about that. Theoretically, this is what I do know is the way it's supposed to be. The way it's supposed to be is that the modern use of computing and 3D graphics modeling theoretically renders the need to hard test or test in our reality nuclear weapons, it's not necessary anymore. Theoretically, you can test them in virtual space. In other words, with all of the physics that we already know, we can program all of the factors, all the relevant factors, into a virtual nuclear test in cyberspace. So there's no need to do what they were doing for all too long.
Well,
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and rationally that would save a lot of money. But when we're dealing with a leadership that is are the cultists of the kings of Edom,
Thank you.
they would do it just for the sake of ripping a hole between those barriers.
Absolutely, absolutely, and all of this is true, and it is one of the horrors of the world in which we live. Honestly, I'm left without, you know, it's hard to express the kind of horror that I feel about, you know, the level of cynicism that someone with my familiarity with the people in governance feels, because I'm left with the just the horror of knowing that our world, or rather the American empire in particular, and substantial parts of the West are run by madmen. The Asians as well, when it comes to the North Koreans, the Communist Chinese at this point with Xi Jinping. I'll get into that a little bit later tonight in Arc of Narrative. But yeah, we have madmen in power to the point where now it's things are pretty dire. But then they've been dire for so long. It's hard to say. It's kind of like situation normal, all fucked up beyond all recognition. At the same time, it's
Well, we've been at the tipping point for so long that we it's who knows, it's like death in slow motion.
yeah.
It's
So
and that's what makes it even more horrifying, because you get to, while things are going slowly, you get to hear every detail.
yeah. And so it's, and yet things are going quickly as well in their own way. So it's let's add Peter Moon and bring him on, and I will render my due apologies for my snarkiness. So Peter, thank you so much for your advice, man. I will follow it. Yes, and I apologize for my snarkiness in that regard. It's as
Did you announce your snarkiness to the audience?
Oh, no, no, no. I was talking about, the individual who shall not be named. You were giving me advice, let's not bring this individual up again. It's just going to make things difficult. Yes, I'll refrain from naming names again.
We don't want to talk about that. But what I want to talk about is that one of my greatest friends is going to join me on that evening.
Wonderful.
And I'm going to meet with him in the city earlier, and I'm not going to talk about who he is. I'll talk about you privately.
Okay.
But he and his girlfriend got COVID.
Oh, shit.
And it was horrible, but they recovered.
Oh, my God. Okay.
They were living, and they're doing, he's a doctor, so they're doing a lot of, natural type cures, antibiotics. That's not natural per se, but he had a lot of help at his disposal, but he said it was pretty miserable. He'd been suffering with Lyme before that. He really needs a good dose of Qigong.
Yeah.
But they caught it. They're over it. And living in a communal situation makes one very vulnerable, which they do. And so much. I don't like communal situations. I was in one in Scientology for 11 years.
Holy shit.
And did it have its positives? I don't know. I wasn't there for the communal situation. It was part of the game. Right. And, some people joined Scientology because they wanted what Erich Fromm, the great psychiatrist or psychologist, whichever he was, said people want solidarity. They want solidarity. They want to, they like the church picnic sort of atmosphere, brothers of the church. Right. And I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. But, I never felt in rhythm with that personally, in rhythm with the church barbecue. Right. You're in rhythm with the Chinese holidays and the group activities that take place. I think that's great. I might be more in rhythm with that, just maybe because it's foreign,
Yeah, well, it probably seems a little more exotic, and I really appreciate the fact that you appreciate it, and it definitely gives one a sense of belonging, and it's really important, these traditions. They kind of contextualize life itself. And just to put this into some context for our listeners, when Peter Moon is talking about Scientology and Erich Fromm was, of course, a psychiatrist, or rather, psychologist, very different from psychiatrist. He was one of those pioneering psychologists along the time, just right after Freud, when you had Carl Gustav Jung, and then you had, of course, the great orgone worker, Wilhelm Reich. All these people were coming out of that milieu, and that kind of Austrian school. You've heard of the Austrian school of economics. It was like the Austrian school of consciousness, and the kind of study of the mind. And these people were mapping the mind, and they ultimately cleaved towards different ideologies. And of course, Carl Gustav Jung became the Aryan Christ, the Nazi kind of ideologist when it came to the concept of consciousness and archetypes, etc. Whereas Erich Fromm was very left, and he veered towards communism. And Wilhelm Reich himself was originally communist. And he was like someone who actually performed an abortion on a young Hitler Youth girl who had come to him for an abortion. And he asked her, why are you coming to this side for your abortion? Because in those days, the streets were divided in Germany in a state of civil war between the communists and the Nazis. And when he said, why are you coming, beyond the barricades to our side for the abortion? And she said, because I understand all the girls say the communists are better at performing abortions. That makes perfect sense, by the way. And so Wilhelm Reich performed an abortion for her. And it was one of those things that the communists had a certain reputation for that sort of thing. And then you had the situation with Erich Fromm talking about communism. And that's what ultimately was, I think, one of the things that was a turning point in Peter Moon's life, was when he came across some observations that what L. Ron Hubbard had accomplished through Scientology was almost a form of communism. And so maybe you could put that into some context for people. And that was around that time that you left, I think.
Well, obviously, Scientology was, not the Scientology, but the Sea organization, which was the highest administrative organization of Scientology, which was, a lifetime, multiple lifetime commitment, actually, a lifetime commitment where you're dedicated your life completely to Scientology and you're living in a community. That's what it is. You're being supported, you're supporting it. So that was a given. And it wasn't people didn't join it to be part of a commune. And it wasn't like the communes of the 60s in any sense of the word. It wasn't, we weren't growing food or anything like that.
Interesting. So it's more functioning, of course, as a paramilitary outfit, as opposed to, like Peter Moon says, don't get the idea of communalism. But of course, when we think of the 60s, that's more like hippie communalism, where you've got guys, growing the backyard truck garden and shit. And
it wasn't like that at all. But what I was going to say is, one time, one of my friends, he did a management evaluation. There was a special technique for managing evaluations, and there were, hundreds and hundreds upon these things done over the years. And this particular individual, which is just kind of an aside, he was the best man at my wedding. He took me aside one time, and actually, it's kind of an interesting story. He was from Walnut Creek, San Francisco area, by the way.
Wow.
And big Grateful Dead fan. And he said he wanted to borrow my briefcase, because my briefcase, when you carried confidential materials, the upper levels, it was very confidential. So he needed to borrow my briefcase, and he came into my office, and and I gave it to him, and he goes, what's the combination? And I go, it's 666. Now, the reason it was 666...
It's common, by the way. That's very common. People use that because it's easy to remember, but go on.
Well, it's easy to remember, but working in L. Ron Hubbard's office, I used to get all these letters that would say, to him, say, B666, are you the B? 666, beware the B, 666. What the hell is this? I didn't even know what it was.
Interesting.
I thought it was funny. Yeah. And then I, learned a little bit about it and oh boy, I used to make fun of it. And you know, I became known in the office as, you know, the Beast. It was a joke. I mean, you know, I mean, I was I didn't really identify with, you know, I mean, I did identify with it, but I didn't identify with it. I thought it was just kind of funny.
Right.
And then he comes in and he says, "What's the combination?" I go, 666. He goes, "That's my number."
There you go.
What do you mean? And he told me that he was Aleister Crowley in a past life.
Interesting. Okay. I was just going to bring that up. The actual Beast would be Aleister Crowley, or the men who did identify with it.
Well, exactly. And then one time he took me in his office when we were both on other jobs. We were working in the same office then. And he said, he showed me the book Theory, Magic, and Practice by Aleister Crowley, and showed me how it had axioms like Scientology had axioms. And now see, the reason he was the best man at my wedding, he wasn't my best friend by any stretch of the imagination, but I worked with him and it was convenient. Okay. And
I totally get it.
It was convenient. He, you know, it fit. So, you know, he worked with me. He got to be the best man. You know, he knew my wife. He knew her pretty well, very well, actually. And so he just fit the bill. Now, he started having problems with epilepsy. When he did the upper levels of Scientology, his epilepsy turned on. He didn't have epilepsy before that.
That's interesting. Do you think that was indicative of something? Like maybe what? I mean,
well, you know, I didn't really think much about it, you know, because I remember he was having a seizure one time, and they were called the Commodore's messengers, L. Ron Hubbard's messengers, came running down, you know, "David's having a seizure." So, you know, I go running up to the third floor of the building across the street, and I take care of him. I knew what to do. If somebody was trying to fucking put a thing in his mouth, and I calmed him down right away. And
wow.
And they didn't know what to do. And
where did you get your training to respond to that?
Well, it's just a standard Scientology. Scientology, applied Scientology to them. What did I do? Basically, they didn't know what to do because they didn't understand Scientology. You see, I mean, you had the top people. They didn't know what they were doing. They were fools.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, and what you do is, it's basically a coma assist or assist on an unconscious person. Say, you make that body lie on that floor. Okay? You make that body lie on that floor. You elicit the consciousness of the being. You make that body lie on that floor. You're talking directly to them.
That's incredible. And you got through.
This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got through.
Yeah.
And he later said, he says, "Yeah, you and Tom are the only ones that know how to get me out of this." Because Tom was somebody who worked with me who also, I mean, this was not anything miraculous to a Scientologist. It would happen all the time. I mean, you had to know what the hell you were doing. But I would say one time I was giving what was called a touch assist, which is you're touching the person's body in their fingers and whatnot. To, I remember Sally, her name was, and I'm like, feel my finger. Good, feel my finger. Now, this woman was epileptic. And while she's doing I'm doing the procedure, I guess she has her hands open on her knees, and I'm touching her fingers, and she grabs my hand. She starts having a petite mal seizure.
Oh.
It was, David had a grand mal.
Right.
Hers was, I don't know if it was a petite, it was pretty severe. And she grabbed my hand like a vice.
Right. And
she grabbed my hand like a vice. And it was, I can't tell you the pain I was in. And like all of a sudden everything stops. The session stops because she's like unconscious and gripping my hand, and it's like a vice. Now, I'm stronger than her. Okay, I could beat her up easily, but not when you're using that strength.
Right.
That is primordial strength in Qigong. I can tell you this now. I didn't know what the hell what it was.
Right.
But she gripped me so strong that it's a wonder my hand didn't break. Now, I'm trying to peel her fingers off of my hand, but I can't do it because it's like a grip. Eventually, I don't know how long it went on. I mean, I was in agony. And finally, she just lets go. She comes back, and I continue the process. You know, feel my finger. You know, I have to.
Holy shit! You just got right back into it.
I have to act as if nothing happened.
Oh, God.
I held my, you know.
But
why?
Why did you have to act as if nothing happened? Because if you did not,
this is what your job is. Okay. I would have been incorrect to saying, you just squeezed my goddamn hand. You know, I got to go to the medical officer. You know, if it was that bad, I would have had to go to the medical officer.
Right.
But who couldn't have done much. You know, you know, but you know, I mean, I was able to endure it and what you call fake it.
Right.
It's reminiscent of the time I was umpiring a little league game, and I went to and you know, when you were umpiring the game, you wear a cup over your crotch so that you don't, you know, get your private parts smashed.
Oh, God, yeah, I forgot all about that. That's right, because the kids are all so short, and whatever they're hitting, it's going to go right at your crotch level. Yeah.
Yeah. Now catchers routinely wear this, and you wear them in Little League on up.
Yes.
And as an umpire, you know, I was told to go. I was a city paid umpire for the city of Davis, and I was told to, you know, you guys gotta, you know, buy a counter for balls and strikes, and you gotta buy a cup. So, you know, I bought a cup, and I think I had a 10-speed that I got around town on, and I put it on the back of my rack. You know, it's like you put it in a bag. You don't go advertising. But this time I forgot it. Now, I forgot it. I just forgot it because it was something. It was easy to forget. So I go to the game. Now, I was behind the plate. You know, you were either in the infield or you were behind the plate. So I'm behind the plate calling balls and strikes, and somehow the ball goes in the dirt, comes up and hits me in the crotch, and boy, did it hurt.
Oh.
And what do you do?
Oh.
What do you do? You don't, you know, I mean, the game stops, but you don't want to quit. You don't want to collapse. I don't even think I got a hand. Not that I wanted a hand. I just faked it and went through the motions and hoped it sure didn't hit me there again, because I still didn't have a cup. You know, I called the rest of the game without a cup. I could have given the, you know, the protector to the other umpire and switched places, but no, I didn't do it. I just went through the game and, you know, faked it. I was kind of weak the whole game.
Right, of course.
It's like what do you call it? A boxer who's out on his feet.
It's just enervated. You're enervated throughout the game, and it's like.
Yeah, I mean, I got through it. And I prayed the game would be over, and it was over. I mean, it took a while, and then another time, the ball went off the backstop, which was very close to me, and hit the backstop on a foul ball and came back and hit me in the ribs. Boy, did that hurt!
Oh.
And you just suck it up and fake it like it doesn't hurt. You know, it's like it hurts like hell. It's hurting you for the next few innings. And there's really, you don't wear a protection on your back. It's just one of those weird things that can happen. So anyway, here I was. I had some experience enduring pain, and you know, she grips the hell out of my hand, and it's you know, finally, and I think I don't know if I did any more of that with her, but I was damn careful to, you know, keep my position so that I had a quick escape, you know, to watch those hands if they're going to go gripping. It was.
I like that. Yes.
Like that movie, The Beast with Five Fingers. Now I learned later many years later in Qigong that this is primordial strength. This is the strength you want to cultivate in Qigong. You have 7 levels of strength. So like every morning, I squeeze a towel. I squeeze a towel for at least a minute. I squeeze it up to 7 levels of strength. And the reason you do 7 levels, and I squeeze it in different position. It's supposed to be a 3-minute drill. I probably take about 5 minutes. And you squeeze it, and that 7th level is the strength of a madman, is what you're going for. Like, you know, crazy people have unlimited strength.
Yes.
So this is something you want to cultivate. Now, this is something you're supposed to do from day one in Qigong. Well, I really started doing it about a year ago. I've got not quite a year. I think I started in November of last year, religiously doing this every day for just 3 minutes, because my Qigong workout changes.
Yeah.
Now, in the course of this, I talked to a person whose doctor gave them a heart, like a 3-dimensional rubber type heart that the doctor gives you to squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
It gives a heart patient to squeeze, because when you squeeze this heart, it's like squeezing a rubber ball, it strengthens your heart. So obviously when I'm doing this towel squeeze, it strengthens my heart. It strengthens everything. It strengthens your fingers. Your fingers become much more dexterous. And it makes you more able to catch, say, a football in my case. It would make me more able to catch a baseball, to hit a tennis racket, to shoot a basketball. It also prevents or limits the injuries you get from when you catch the football wrong or catch the basketball. Most damaging sport to fingers, in my experience, is volleyball.
Wow.
Boy, you can really hurt your fingers doing that.
Jesus.
And this makes them much more springable, resilient, and it's just good help for your health. So it strengthens your wrists, your arms. It's just a great exercise. So, and of course, it's very good for people who might otherwise feel weak, or women that if they were being attacked in some capacity, they wouldn't panic. If they would just put their hands around their, assaultant and squeeze the hell out of their neck in a matter of self-defense.
Right.
It makes you very strong. My teacher talked once about how he cured his uncle of addiction by using the strength in his hands. His aunt came to him, his blood aunt, and said, "Please, you got to help me. My husband's about to sell the living room furniture for his crack habit."
Jeez.
And he says, "Please help." And so he goes over and, he takes the guy, he says, come here with me. He takes him and goes in the elevator, and they see him going to the top of the high rise that he lived in. And everybody sees him in the elevator. They know that, there's trouble brewing. Yeah. He takes him up to the top, and he, dangles him over the building by his heels. And, he says, "You got to stop." No, I'm finally scared the daylights out of this guy. He says, "You're just going to stop." I'll stop. And he pulled him up. He was able to dangle him. My teacher was very strong. And he said that the guy quit his crack habit and went to church every Sunday for the rest of his life.
That's amazing.
That's how he cured it, because it took the shock, scaring him half to death, literally, half to death. Yeah. And he says that's what it takes sometimes. Now, that's not something you can do to a public person that says, comes up to the teacher and says, "Hey, I want to get rid of my crack habit." This was a relative, in a neighborhood where they probably wouldn't have cared too much if the guy fell to his death,
Right.
The police wouldn't have been too interested. And this was situation where he was king of his own domain, my teacher, and he did a good thing, you know. He did all sorts of things like that, and you know, he wouldn't necessarily tell that story to new people.
Understood.
But
yeah,
there are a lot of stories like that that he would, like one of his cousins who was a Qigong student. She was a principal at a school in Brooklyn, and I guess some kid, you know, was treating her, you know, intimidatingly with violence, and she just clocked him. She clocked him, and, you know, you're not going to do that to me. Wow. And then she said, you know, what's your problem? And, you know, then she went out and bought him clothes. She went and bought him some clothes and took care of him, got in touch with his parents and straightened him out by actually caring about him once she clocked him, you know. Right. That she did the right thing. Yes. So so anyway, that was my experience with, I guess what you'd say, extreme violence I guess extreme, what you call the strength of a madman, 7th level strength of an epileptic. And of course, my friend David did not, you know, squeeze my hand or was in any position, but I brought him back to consciousness, and he struggled with this epilepsy. But he said, you know, he had told me he was the beast and whatnot. And then later, I found out over time that, you know, he shared this with many people, many people. And I also had read, this is, you know, after I'd left Scientology, Edgar Casey said that epilepsy is a symptom of extreme sexual promiscuity in a past life. That's what he said.
Interesting.
And I said, well, if he was Aleister Crowley, which I don't believe he was, this was a symptomatic. So he had the symptoms of Aleister Crowley because obviously he resonated with Aleister Crowley. Now, it took me years to learn. And first it was another guy who was a fan of my work with Montauk, and he one time, you know, unveiled the big secret that he was Aleister Crowley. And
you know, that's so fucking common. It's like people telling, you know, saying that they're Christ. It's incredible how these.
I've met many Christs, and as I say in Scientology or in L. Ron Hubbard's letter line, I would read many people that would, you know, there were so many people that were either Christ or were at the crucifixion in one way or another that they would have filled Yankee Stadium. They could. I mean, it tells you not that there were 50,000 people that wrote that, but there are enough people that can identify with that easily that would fill Yankee Stadium. Yes. And of course, there weren't that many people to be at such an event in those days. So this is that people, and there is, L. Ron Hubbard had a reason for that, is that that was what he would call the dominant valence, or what we would today call the dominant meme. It was a meme that dominates consciousness. So it's in everybody's subconsciousness, the crucifixion, and you can easily visualize being there based upon what you've read or the movies you've seen, what visualizations you have. This is the visual cortex, you know, trying to appease the reality that has been fostered upon it, that it wants to identify with for whatever reason. So in any case, I found out that this is very symptomatic of people who read Aleister Crowley. They become possessed by an entity or demon or egregore that identifies with Crowley. So they become an extension of Crowley's magical mind or a casualty of it, however you want to look at it. And never did I ever look at it this way. Or think about it this way. I realized as I read about Jack Parsons that I had a perfect window of opportunity to go down this route with him, because he was, died in June of 17th of 1952, and I was born in January of 1953. So I could have, hopped on that if I wanted to, quote unquote, aggrandize myself. I don't know if it's aggrandizing. And certainly I wouldn't go that route. I had a perfect opportunity to do it. But I said, no, I'm not, I said, because there were such strong, I guess what you'd say, identifications with Jack's work and it was such a, I guess, complete circle for me with Scientology, looking at this and why is this, and there was the Pasadena connection to my family, and he died in Pasadena. So, and I was born very close by in terms of miles to where he died. But no, this is a coincidence. This is not, I was not Jack Parsons, but there is a certain weird synchronicity in my life with him. And it wouldn't, why does one want to be somebody else other than what one is?
Right. And that's very healthy. I think that's very healthy, the way you handle this, and the way that, like you said, you just tolerate others when they come up with their own indulgences, which I view most of these things like the gentleman with the epilepsy thinking of himself as Aleister Crowley in a past life. It's very self-indulgent. And so, yeah, I'm definitely, I'm proud of you that when you worked with Jack Parsons, you didn't, take that gimmick. You didn't.
It's corny. It's corny. It makes you look like a fool. I couldn't stand up and look at myself in the mirror and say, and there's something. I watched Joaquin Phoenix giving a speech that was hailed as very inspiring, and I don't know a lot about Joaquin Phoenix except that he's a very successful actor. But I could see in his eyes when he was giving this speech that it was all an act. Now, I've also seen him on talk shows where he just will do a complete act, a complete phony act. Yeah, he'll just put on a role.
Yeah, to give you an example of this, to validate what Peter Moon is saying, Joaquin Phoenix produced some stupid comedy special that I don't know the name of it, but people will recognize it if they've ever seen it. But he just portrays himself as this loser who can't win, and he's just it's him. It's kind of like that weirdo John Malkovich who actually made a film called Being John Malkovich. Like, why would anyone? Anyhow, so this guy was doing his version of that, but he's making himself look like an idiot, and it's just everywhere he went, he just couldn't get it right, and it was just well beyond that. It's kind of like there was this other fucking loser who I actually knew peripherally named Bobcat Goldthwait, who became this character named Shakes the Clown, and Shakes the Clown was just simply a real reflection of his life, which was one of sordid alcoholism. And but this, in the case of Joaquin Phoenix, it's like Shakes the Clown, only it was all an act. And so, but my medical cosmetologist V, when she watched it all, she was relating it to me, and she was like, she bought into it. She thought it was real, and she was like saying, "Oh, I hope he hasn't killed himself." There was this message at the end of the special where he said, "I'm still here," because he was wandering into the ocean, and you thought he was going to kill himself. And throughout the show, it's like, "Oh, I need a job. I'll see if I can get into doing rap." So he goes over to see some rap guy, this black guy, to teach him how to rap. And the black guy's going, "Hey, why you disrespecting me? You come here dressed like this," and whatever he was dressed like, the black guy was taking offense. I mean, it's all just bullshit. And then, he's made to look like he can't do that. And then, at some point he falls asleep drunk in the bathtub, and some gay guy who's angry with him because he didn't pay his salon bill or something. It was literally something like that. Then the guy takes a shit on his face. This is what they imply. They show the gay guy crouching over his face with his pants down, and they give you the impression he's taking a shit on this guy's face. And then, I think they went through it to the point where Joaquin Phoenix wakes up with all this, pretend shit, that's on his face. Or maybe they just heap some real dog shit on him. Who knows? But the point was that the guy, he's going through this act, but he did it in such a way that she bought into it and just thought it was all real, and just thought that this was like this, oh God, this man's life, and so this is the context in which Peter Moon is seeing through all of this, that Joaquin Phoenix is obviously, that's what he did with the film The Joker. And so it's just his film The Joker, which is what, when Peter Moon says he's a successful actor, he really wasn't until The Joker, which was just like, this big misery trip that everyone identified with, because it's the it's the white guy who gets put upon. So there's a lot of bullied white guys out there, and they're all related to that. And it's a white male rage story where, you know, oh, he just can't take anymore. And by the time he hits the big time and he's brought onto a talk show, he blows the host's head off with a firearm that he smuggled onto the set. I mean, that's the conceit of the Joker plot in the film. And so Joaquin Phoenix, this is just all he does. He's just this kind of outrageous, you know, suffering, you know, pain story where
Well, it's a put on.
Yeah.
And see, all actors are phonies. They're paid to be phonies. And it will readily cross over into real life. Daniel Arola loves to post stuff about Steven Seagal. You know, and you know, you know, Steven Seagal will be talking about his relationship with Bruce Lee. He never knew Bruce Lee, you know, like somehow that adds credence,
right,
you know, to his stature. And it's like you have actors, you have politicians that will just say absolute crap. Hillary Clinton, you know, talking about dodging sniper fire in Bosnia. Brian Williams, the NBC guy, who was being, you know, they were being fired on, you know, when they were flying in somewhere, and you know the pilot had to, you know, expose him for, you know, because they start.
And why do people do that? I never get that. Why do people do that?
Well, people. Well, I could just say what Hubbard would say. People have a scarcity of identity. They don't have enough identity. In other words, listen, you're a working stiff in life. You know, you got to roll. You better do your job, or you know, you'll get in trouble. But if you work for the government, you don't have to do your job, so it doesn't really matter. So you know, you're just sitting there,
yeah,
you know, playing video games or acting like a jerk, or you know, it doesn't really, you know, life does. There's no consequence. You know, except that, you know, you're going to eat, and if you got kids, you're going to feed them probably. So,
by the way, just to verify, to back up what Peter is talking about, during the Vietnam War era in particular, you had such a difference between the officer class and the GIs, and yet there was still cooperation in corruption, where the officers, of course, are just out to get medals and literally add to their resume, because this is part of their career, where if they either stay in the military or they don't, they have to make some advancement in the military, and this is part of their resume when they get into becoming a CEO for a company or some kind of like you know, managerial position, which is what they're all aiming for. That's why they're officers. So what happens is they would give orders to their own men. And I saw the records documenting this because I was ordered to destroy them. And these were like actual orders. They're what would be called illegal orders, but they're orders. And they went through to their men that they said, our helicopter will be performing an inspection of the combat zone near the front line at such a time. And myself and the general will be on it. And these orders would go to just certain specific infantrymen who were considered reliable. In other words, they were kind of like bribed by the officers with certain privileges. And so when they got the order to fire on the helicopter in the general direction, then what would happen is when the general's with the young officer and they're doing the frontline inspection, then the man who received the specific illegal order would run up to the front line and just whack off a few rounds. He just obligingly just thwack in the general direction of the helicopter, not attempting to bring it down, but just enough where, you know, the bullets would go whizzing by close enough. And by the way, you have to really calculate that, because you could imagine easily doing some damage just by not aiming correctly and actually hitting the goddamn thing. Just so people know this, when a helicopter is, it's an actual rule of thumb. As a matter of fact, it's where they got the term rule of thumb from. When the helicopter is bigger than your thumb, you can take it down with a rocket-propelled grenade. So that's how, you know, that's how you judge it. And so that's the rule of thumb the Viet Cong always used. so you got to be real careful of how you're aiming this. But what would happen is the young officer is in there with a higher commanding officer. They're going through the combat zone front line area, and then these rounds start, coming their direction. Then he automatically gets a medal. And then what happens is that older officer is there to witness that. And so what he says is, oh, yes, I witnessed this young officer taking fire with me while we took a inspection on the front line. And so then, therefore, the young officer automatically gets a medal. And that adds to his promotional resume. So this is the kind of corruption that we're talking about. And this is what Peter Moon is alluding to. But in the military, it gets quantified. It gets codified to the point where it's a corrupt form of identity building. And so when you hear about this kind of shit where these guys are in combat and all the rest of it, think about the overwhelming majority of these people who are relating war stories are just like Joaquin Phoenix. They're just full of shit. They're just fucking lying half the time. So go on. I'm sorry. I had to do that.
Well, well, yes, and this is like, say, when you can fool people and get away with it, it only encourages you.
It's true.
So lying becomes a stock in trade. And as one of my friends said, he never took credit for it because he didn't remember saying it to me. He said, lying, he said this about 20 years ago. He says, lying is the great American sport.
Yes.
And these people just get up and lie. Narratives on TV, the networks, they just get up and lie. Politicians lie. And it's who's the most effective and best liar, to make your lie.
What kind of
stick.
advice? What kind of advice can you give people when you saw Joaquin Phoenix and you knew he was lying? What was it? Was it something in the eyes? What is it that you can tell people to look for?
Well, in the case, I don't even remember what he was talking about, except he was talking about some sort of, I don't know if it was about COVID or about it was some sort of moralistic overcoming something. It was just like, it was all theater. Right. It was all theater, and he was saying, and I could just see, it just is my own personal understanding of psychology.
Right.
I could see in his eyes
right.
that he knew that he was putting one over on everybody, and that his sincerity had nothing to do with what he was saying. How he actually felt about it was completely separate from his performance.
And by the way, the majority of those stories about overcoming something are phony. Go on.
The thing is, if he believed what he was saying, he knew that had nothing to do with the effect he was creating on the audience. And he was creating a politically correct rah-rah speech for the left of Hollywood. And that's what it was. And I it's like, body language, it's just, it's just, you could see, like you can tell when a person is not being sincere. And listen, he is a thespian.
Yeah.
And thespians are not, they're there to create an act.
Yes.
And the better one is like Clint Eastwood. I mean, God, he's been playing this macho tough guy. That's not who he is. But
thank you. Yeah.
He's so, he's been doing it for so long, and he didn't start out as macho as he became in the TV show Rawhide. He was, he was a cowboy, but he wasn't the toughest. He was tough enough, but he wasn't the toughest. And and he didn't do his own stunts. But not that I would never do stunts, no matter if I was the toughest guy. If I was the toughest guy in the football field and I was doing a football movie, I wouldn't do the stunt. Why? Why on earth would I want to do a stunt?
Thank you.
It doesn't enhance my, self-esteem. I will minimize my risks. Indeed, I have no, it doesn't prove anything.
Right. I mean, Brendan Zogit was laughing when he heard two guys working with him. He's managing, his store situation now. He's in a different store. He's in a health food store, or a store that sells health food as well as supplements and all that. So he's in a very, organic situation now, very different from where he was before. But he's managing it. But he hears some of his workers and he just shakes his head. They're talking about things like, yeah, what I really admire about Tom Cruise is he does all his own stunts. Yeah, when he was on that side of that plane in Mission Impossible, he was strapped to it. Yeah, but he was really hanging on to the side of a plane. And and Brendan couldn't believe.
If that's true, and it might be, that's either a manufacturer of his public relations office,
right,
to make people think that, and they're certainly will do that sort of thing. It's not beneath any actor or any public relations department. They're either telling you he's doing it, which would be better than the alternative of him actually doing it, because first off,
yeah, thank you.
Because number one, the insurance companies that are backing the movie don't want him doing it. It's not in their best interest, so that they would actually pay for the false stories. Here, look at Tom. We'll fake these stories and we'll do a PR campaign so you don't do them.
Yes.
And if he is actually doing them, besides being foolish, this is some sort of terrific psychological overcompensation on his part to prove himself macho.
Thank you. If it's true, then it's a pathology. Go on.
Yeah, and he is not a macho guy. He tries to be a macho guy. He's an actor.
Yeah.
I
always thought it was just ridiculous to even put him
likes
in
to
this.
dance. Yeah. He likes to dance. He's an actor who likes to dance.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
Yeah. And the idea of his being macho, when I saw him just at the beginning of that movie Oblivion, where he turns around and says, "Good to go." I mean, it's just it looks so fucking stupid. I mean, that's like, honest to God, that's like it's just, come on, please.
Yeah, I think he's a reasonably good actor. But he acts. And so that's fine. I mean, actors were considered the lowest form of life in ancient Greek and Rome. They were not to be trusted, and one of the reasons for that is because they would undermine the politicians with satire.
Right. Yes.
But be that as it may, they are idolized, and some of them are very intelligent, and some of them are very talented. But all of them know that they can get away with a tremendous amount of phoniness because people eat it up. They suck it up. Yeah. And they can often feel very empty and look to the stars for explanation of their success because they don't know why they're so successful, because it all came too easy. And then they can turn around and fall on them. So they have very often exacerbated and tragic lives, and have very distorted lives. There are a few who can keep their head on their shoulders. Yeah. Paul Newman was another one. He knew public relations better than anybody. He owned an S&M club, and he had a wife, and so many rumors circulated about them being both gay, and they married each other as a big
cover.
Cover. Yeah. In other words, and he was very shrewd, very sharp. Paul Newman was one hell of an actor. He was a great actor. And
that's there you go. Except, of course, when you see him, I think he's with Tommy the Train. I'm not kidding you. If you might remember, there's the Little Train They Could, and there was this Tommy the Train, kind of the train with the face, the train with the moon, the white pasty moon face. And yeah, I think it was Paul Newman that was in a film with that train, and that was like one of the things he did when he was really old. Thomas the Tank Engine, Jameson tells us. And when Paul Newman was in that film, I never forgave Paul Newman because when I just looked at that, and that wasn't acting. That's just Paul Newman, which let me pick up a check before I die. It's just awful. I knew people. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on.
I just don't know. I never followed his career that closely, but I mean, the guy could sure act, and many of these people can act, and it's sort of a problem because you're being asked to be something you're not.
Yes.
And so then you get into a mode where you can be or do anything, and you can even take on the role.
That's right. And this happens to quite a few where they begin to identify with the character. And by the way, when it came to the only reason I knew about that Tommy the Train film was because I had a friend who was he was a parent, and his kid loved that film, and they kept watching it. And he said, "Look at this shit." And when he brought it to my attention, I said, "Yeah, you're right." And both of us agreed. Tommy the Train had more facial range of expression than Paul Newman at that point in his life.
It sounds like an absolutely horrible production.
Yeah.
It sounds terrible. I mean, if I was a kid or if I had a kid, it sounds terrible. If I was an adult, it sounds even worse.
Yes.
It just sounds absolutely horrible. But be that as it may, but I say actors, they can make a lot of money. They can be very good, and they can be very entertaining.
And they can also be very, very disingenuous and very insincere, and they could have their own agenda, and it becomes very, you just got to bear that in mind.
They get away with it, and in astrology, acting and the movies both are ruled by Neptune. Neptune is the great deceiver, deception. And this is why Ronald Reagan was called the Neptunian president by astrologers, because everything appeared, well, it's good. We got a great America. We got the shining city, and the shining city, and it's all going to be good, and we're going to get the evil empire, and so on and so forth. And
yes,
implicit aside to Ronald Reagan, if you watch his testimony. When he was compromised because he was the head of the Screen Actors Union, and he was working for Music Corporation of America, and there was this whole investigation of him by the Congress, and it was 1962, and all of his answers were, I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Right.
And he got away with it. We don't remember.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It was, and that was. I think what you were referring to is the Iran-Contra scandal, right?
No. This is back in '62, before he was even governor.
Okay.
This is when he was the president of the Screen Actors Guild.
Because he said the same thing again in the '80s, like decades later, which was the same.
Well,
shit.
yeah, that was later. No, I don't remember, but he was saying it back in '62.
Holy
shit! It worked. I don't remember. I don't remember.
So there you go. Oh my God. And
yeah. So he was the epitome of an actor, and one of the last movie he ever made was called The Killers, and it was, I think it was 1964, and everybody knew it was going to be his last movie because he had done the speech for Barry Goldwater. And then that was the beginning of his political career. All the oil barons wanted him to run for governor of California. And he had his own kitchen cabinet with that guy, what was his name? Bloomington, who started the Bank Americard. He started the big credit card craze.
Can't remember his name. Yeah.
Bloomfield, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that was part of Reagan's kitchen cabinet, they called it. But Reagan went on to become a politician then. But the movie called The Killers, Lee Marvin is in it, and Reagan plays bad guy. He plays this evil bastard, and it was the only time he ever played an evil bastard. And people speculated that this was Hollywood telling you who Reagan really was, and we want you to know who really is before he goes into politics.
Interesting.
It's a very weird movie. It's just very weird. It's not a particularly good movie. It's watchable because it's like a good guy, bad guy story, right, with Reagan as the mastermind bad guy, and that's why it's so good. With Lee Marvin, and any movie with Lee Marvin is going to be watchable and entertaining.
Right. Well, it must be based. It must be based on the short story "The Killers" by I'm sorry, what's his name again? The great American writer, quote unquote, Ernest Hemingway. That's got to be the Ernest Hemingway short story.
I don't think so. No, it was too much Hollywood schlock. No, I don't think so. I don't think it was based on anything Hemingway did. Okay. It was just it was modern schlock. I think it all took place in Hollywood, if I'm not mistaken, or L.A. rather. But in any case, yeah, it's just, vintage Neptune, the planet of illusion, the higher octave. And Neptune is also called the higher octave of Venus. It's the highest aspect of spirituality. So you see, it's nuanced. It can be very deceptive. Maya, as the Hindus would call it.
Yeah.
It's deceptive. But if you persevere, you can reach the higher octave of spirituality. Sometimes people tap into this with either New Age sentiment or even Christianity, where they're basically looking at a line of information that could be suspect, compromised, but it's sort of an octave they can ride and look to the stars and be inspired. Right. And so like Disneyland. Oh, Disneyland is a beautiful example of that Neptunian illusion. Yeah. And you can go there at night, and they used to have Tinkerbell coming down from the Matterhorn, coming down on a string, and this old lady dressed like Tinkerbell, you can tell she was an old lady, and she'd come flying down, and they'd shoot off the fireworks and play some happy music, and you feel like you're in this magic land, and it inspires.
Not with Tinkerbell as an old lady. I mean, oh my God, why did they go that route?
No, she was an old lady.
Oh.
You only knew she was an old lady if you knew she was an old lady.
I see.
Because she was famous. She went down there for years as this old lady coming down from the Matterhorn and coming down. All you saw was Tinkerbell coming down from the Matterhorn coming down, and then they'd shoot off the fireworks. And with whatever magic stuff they do with their parades and whatnot, and they create this illusion of they call it the happiest place in the world.
Yes.
And certainly it is inspiring to a child, and even to an adult mind. It can remind you of childhood, or just they're making you think happy, and if you've spent $100 or more to get in, and at the end of the day, you can say, wow, this is happy, it makes me feel good. And it can make you feel good, and
I think you'd want to be happy at that point, just not to waste your money. You'd say, God damn it, with what I paid, I'm gonna be fucking happy.
Well, by then you've forgotten about it, and you're going home, and but some of the happiest times I had were taking my daughter there. I took my daughter there. I used to take her there pretty much to Disney World or Disneyland. I tried to take her every year, and it was great fun to watch it through her eyes. I never would have gone myself. I never wanted to go to an amusement park again, but when I had a daughter, you want her to have fun. And then I even took Paula to Disneyland because I wanted her to see, they don't have that in Romania.
Of course not.
So I said, I'd even like to take you for that matter, just so you could experience it, whatever you didn't get to experience in your childhood, just to
I appreciate that thought. I really do appreciate that thought, because yes, I was denied a childhood, and so who knows, maybe someday something like that, and
maybe there will be a time for that. And there's also another place, actually. I think Noreen told me she would take me there. I don't even know if it's still there anymore. Probably not. But there was a Japanese restaurant in Naples, California, which is part of Long Beach, California. And my mother always said she would take me there, and I said, she never did. And I don't know why. I wasn't interested in Japanese food, but for some reason, I know why, because I studied Japan in the 4th grade, and I really wanted to go to this Japanese restaurant in Naples, Long Beach, and Noreen lives down there. So she said, I told her about that, and she said she'd take me there because she's half Japanese. But I haven't spoken to Noreen in years. But and that someplace I'd like to go. The other place my father never got to take me to was La Paz, which is at the bottom of Baja California. He wanted to take me fishing for yellowtail there. Right. He went down there once with our next door neighbor, and they caught all sorts of fish. And that's when you used to be able to catch a lot of fish down there before it was all fished out. You could go down to La Paz, which people are more identified now with Cabo San Lucas. That's the more famous part, Cabo San Lucas, the tip of Baja California. But there's also the La Paz, where people would go to fish, and you would catch yellowtail and marlin, and it was abundant fishing in those days, whereas much of the Pacific Ocean has been fished out compared to what it was.
Yeah.
And much of it by Japanese as well.
Yes, that's true. Yes. And
so,
yeah.
But anyway, to get back to the communism,
yeah.
And this was my friend David, who I talked about, who identified with Aleister Crowley. He was pretty sharp, and he did well. I don't. This particular evaluation, I didn't like, and of course, all of these things were highly confidential, or relatively confidential.
By that you mean it's like personal information that you know.
It wasn't personal information; it was management of Scientology information.
Okay.
And I was privy to it from, day 2 in Scientology, because I was assigned to study it. To go out and service Scientology management at the highest level. I was trained. They wanted everybody to be trained in it, but most people couldn't get through the training just because of their literacy and stick-to-itiveness. And I did. And so anyway, I would always read these high-level management orders, and I always I was sort of taught this. So it came second nature to me. And when somebody says, "Oh, you shouldn't be reading that, it's confidential." Well, why shouldn't I read it? It's of course at this time, I did have authorized access to it, no question about it. It said Scientology versus capitalism. No, Scientology versus capitalism. And what he was addressing was all of the capitalistic, what would I call it? Not an invasion, incursions into Scientology, capitalistic incursions by people who were Scientology public trying to take advantage of capitalistic opportunities, sometimes using Scientology infrastructure to their own benefit.
Right.
But
interesting.
It was listen, the high-level Scientologists, and when I don't mean management high level, I mean public Scientologists. Right. People like Tom Cruise or John Travolta, but not those particular people, because those were actor celebrities. I'm talking about people who were rich because they were big in business. They were successful business people, and they were the only ones that could afford Scientology in Clearwater, Florida, which was the mecca of Scientology. The prices were very high, so it attracted a very wealthy clientele. Right. And these people were movers and shakers in business and industry, many of them. And some of them were hangers on to those people or employees of those people who did well. But in any case, these were the people that were supporting Scientology and giving them a lot of money, but they would bring their culture with them. Right. Because this is what their culture was, right. Capitalism. And there could be conflicts of capitalistic avarice, for lack of a better word, or capitalistic enthusiasm and exploitation. Still would like a better word. Opportunism, I would say, is better than exploitation, which could go into exploitation. And there could be conflicts with the organization. And the organization, so he was saying Scientology versus capitalism. And at that point in the evolution of the organization, there was way too much, I guess what you'd say, censorship of good ideas and enthusiastic ideas that capitalists bring with them. And the church was becoming threatened because it was demonstrating itself that it was faulty and might not be needed. it couldn't keep up with all of the expansion enthusiasm of the capitalists. So basically, when I saw this, it said Scientology versus capitalism. Well, what's the antithesis of capitalism? It's communism.
Yes.
And they were becoming like the Soviet Union, and they were also becoming like the IRS. And so, in other words, they wanted to tax all these Scientology businesses that were using Scientology. And this was not very popular. And so I said, what are they doing? And I began to see that this was not good. And, David stayed in the organization till the day he died, as far as I know. I think he died he didn't have a long, long life, but, he, it's,
that was all he knew.
Well, yeah, pretty much. He became trapped in that life, and that was something I saw that would eventually happen to me if I stayed there.
Yes.
And there are people who are still trapped in that life who have considerable individual wealth by reason of their family, and they're still trapped.
So sad.
And I don't know where they are now, but they were in the so-called hole. The hole, which was where they were deprived of most any ordinary human rights.
Jesus.
And because, they'd basically been, Korean war prisoners,
Yes.
or the equivalent thereof. And one of them appeared on the Anderson Cooper show, which was several years ago, and it was a big, when Anderson Cooper, they were saying that all the violence that was being perpetrated, that was being accounted for, was from Marty Rathbun, who was David Miscavige's top lieutenant, but was now a defector. And Anderson Cooper pointed out, he says, well, you're saying all this violence occurred from Marty Rathbun, but it's clearly showing that there was a culture of violence, in the church. And that kind of, he was quite correct in pointing that out. There was a culture of violence that David Miscavige, tolerated and definitely encouraged.
Cultivated it. He engineered it to a great degree. Yes.
Yeah, and it was completely unnecessary because these people were willing, to do his bidding, but he was more about control and browbeating people and humiliating people. And it just seems to have worked for him very well.
Well, he's psychotic and he's found his kingdom. Go on.
Exactly. And he gets these people to donate millions upon millions of dollars, and he gives them a big trophy and a big title, and they donate. They donate. That's how Scientology's kept alive. They call them whales.
Oh, Jesus. So, we got to get a sweet deal like that going. We've got to start our own whale fishing industry.
On that lines, before I go, so that answers your question about communism, and I do have something to share. But I want to encourage everybody. I had an idea. Now, today is the 13th of October,
yes,
and it's sort of the inverse of 31 October,
right.
1-3,
That's
31.
Right.
And Douglas's birthday is a week from tonight, October 20th. And I want to we want to encourage donations for Douglas, but especially for his birthday. Those of you who contribute, I want to contribute $100 for his birthday. Some of you generously contribute, but generously contribute, if you can, $100. If you do $20 a month or something like that, try and do $100 for his birthday, and don't donate for the next 5 months if you do 20 or whatever it is. Let's make his birthday special. Donate what you can, but I want to encourage $100, a nice even number for his birthday, and give him more than he would expect, and thank him for his contributions to our knowledge of this mad world and what goes, what makes this world as mad as it is. And I'm going to give I guess, a response to the anti-gods. I'm going to address the anti-gods
Thank you.
from the counter maneuver. I'm going to relay a very interesting story as it relates to original Christianity, but I need to take a short break.
Of course.
So I'm sounding like the host now. I want you to take the stage for 5 minutes or maybe 10, so that I can break off and
Oh yeah,
welcome
and take your time.
welcome my wife home. You know, she was out tonight. Welcome her back home.
Wonderful.
And I'll be back in 5 or 10, and I will address the anti-gods from listening to your last transmission.
Bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that. When you come back, I'll start the story for you with some related photographs I'll show you, and we'll take it from there. That'll segue into it perfectly. Bless you. Take your time. Come back in 10 minutes or so.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Okay.
take your time. Take your time. We'll hold the stage. As a matter of fact, our man Jameson will hold the stage. And Jameson, don't tell anybody about the photographs I've shared. We'll talk about them when Peter and I return. I'll be gone for a few minutes just to refresh myself. You can hold the stage, right? Are you there?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I
So,
was
yeah.
kind of eating, but yeah, I
Understood.
can hold the stage.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll let you know when I'm back, of course. And all of you can listen to Jameson Chew.
Oh my gosh. I'll try not to do that.
Yes, understood.
Although, I am probably going to get my ass handed to me this game anyway. So,
that happens. Yes. All right.
yeah. That happens too often, honestly speaking. It is what it is. I guess we choose our punishments wisely.
Yes. Yeah. Better that than losing a shootout in reality. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay, so what I had written down was that I was pondering the visions of gods not as a deception of outer gods, but as an aggregate of superhuman aspects of both matter and antimatter, which coexist but work in unison. The infernal as the divided aspect of the whole that counters creation, the gods there be a gray area between both creation and counter creation. So there are things in between, the infernal and the divine, as far as gods and whatnot. There's the chthonic realms, and there's also the primordial realms, which are always mostly mythologically associated with the serpents or serpents of some type. The difference of the paths of the mages is that the infernal tends to seek the desire to leave creation, to sort of leave creation for the simple fact that, we were ejected from the, we were ejected from the source, so to speak, anyway. So why not? So why stay here? This is sort of rationale we have. Whereas the people who are, more of the right-hand path and of the white light type of stuff, or people who would work with Yahweh, seem to want to become one with him again. And, I prefer to move towards the more infernal path as a means of eventually entering a state of dissolution or non-existence, which is sort of the goal, rather than being stuck in a continuum of painful incarnations where you really don't have a say in what you become, what you come back as, and you lack that level of freedom. The problem is that there's a lot of difficulty in differentiating things that might be angelic, things that might be infernal, and things that are actually perhaps guises or aspects of the outer gods. And this has been furthered by books such as Peter Levenda's Necronomicon, which unfortunately even some of the best magicians out there have fallen for that dupe, as if it's something legit.
Okay, so I'm
And
back. What are we talking about? Go ahead.
oh, I was just critiquing the Necronomicon and saying how, like, there are a lot of, very prominent magicians, a lot of people out there who are really good but fall for it as if it's as if it's something true.
Thank
And
you.
and the
Yes.
problem with this is these are the people who have fallen for Peter Levenda's incursion into the realm of the anti-gods.
Yes.
And that's where they wind up. They wind up, they don't know it. And so they start to equate things like, Nyarlathotep as being a part of the infernal. That's not the case. He's an outer god. He's not infernal at all.
Thank you.
Although, I've seen where people would put him as an infernal entity. And the thing that makes it so sad is that, again, it's almost, I think Kenneth Grant also, moved into working with, or experimenting with the use of the outer gods as well.
Yes, he's one of the guilty parties, one of the original guilty parties. Go on.
And so it's for that reason that, I will read a lot of his writings for what they're worth on the infernal and what they're worth as far as the tunnels of Set go, but I go no further than that, personally speaking.
Right.
Because I don't have a particular interest in the anti-gods per se, although Nodeno
Yes.
seems to at least have the benefit of how do we say, allowing us to counter the anti-gods as you espoused in the last transmission,
Yes,
correct?
yes, that's correct. The some of the entities that I mentioned were what the cultists were attempting to corrupt. In other words, the cultists of the kings of Edom believe that they can corrupt actual gods. This was the concept behind Peter Levenda, under the pseudonym of Simon, creating the faux, or the fake, the hoax Necronomicon, which, of course, for those of you who don't know, the inside occult circuit, the inside track of occultists who have been scarred by the Necronomicon of Peter Levenda, and other occultists who have grown hip to it or grown wise to it, people who have come to know it as fraudulent and dangerous. They will refer to the Simon Necronomicon, Simon being the pseudonym for Peter Levenda. They'll call it the Simonomicon, and they'll call its cultists, the people who promote it, they'll call them Simontologists. And very similar to Scientologists, except Simontologists. And so these Simontologists really are simply Edomites, and they're the most amateurish, the bottom level of the Edomites. Because all of these are simply school kids and dropouts and punks who start off with the Simon Necronomicon because they buy it off the shelf for a few bucks. And so when it comes to some of the other gods that are part of a natural system that the Edomites have been attempting to corrupt, the god that they turn to the least, and therefore is the god that we can all most relate to, would be Nodens. The others that are that are part of a true pantheon that have been part of the past. Unlike Peter Levenda's Simonomicon, his Simon Necronomicon tries to say all the gods of Babylon. And, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the ancient cultures of the Fertile Crescent, the Babylon, the Hittites, these are not the same people. The Sumerians are not the Hittites, who are not the Babylonians. So he has a complete ignorance, and he just conflates all of these like an idiot, like so many people like Zachariah Sitchin. They just take what was in the Fertile Crescent in the general geographic region and just put it all together. So they, of course, as you know, H.P. Lovecraft wrote of Dagon, and so Dagon is an actual god. That's an actual divinity, but he is the god of the deep ones. I'm going to bring Peter Moon back on slowly. We'll segue back to him. And the other gods, he's back with us, of course, that would be here before. It would be Ethaqua to a degree, but Ethaqua has always been completely inimical to humanity, and yet Dagon has not, except in the sense that his culture, which worships him now, or always has, humans worshipped him transitionally during the days of Sumer when he educated them or enlightened them in the matter of cultivating the Fertile Crescent. But he was really a fish god, and he was really the god of the fishmen, the ichthyoids, the people of the deep ones. And so he has been here before. In other words, he's not an outer god. Ig is not an outer god. He is the god of ancient Mu, or Muvaya, the lost continent now known as Zealandia, beneath the sea from which the Japanese source from. So Ig is actually one of the original Japanese gods, and also connected to a degree with the serpent.
Now,
Yeah.
I suspect that Tiamat, Abzu, Shailat, Lotan,
Yes.
Amzu, Lamu.
Yeah, none
And-
of those were mentioned. You notice I didn't mention any of them. They're not the outer gods. Yes, they're
From what I know of them, they're primordial.
yes, thank you.
They would be of the primordial class of beings to work with, and that's the most primitive raw energy from the beginning, from before the beginning of creation.
Thank you. Yes, and that is important. That's important, and that's to be disambiguated. And of course, there is another god that is in this kind of gray area, which would be Mordigian. That was the god of the ghouls, and that was something that too the Edomites are attempting to corrupt into this outer god kind of pantheon. So these are some.
I think didn't they also try to corrupt Nemiku, if I'm not mistaken.
They would try to corrupt anyone they could, any entity that they could. Another one is Nurgle, which is an actual god that dates back to the Fertile Crescent, but that is promoted.
Nurgle is actually, I think Nurgle and Erishkigal are actually, before them, actually, I think Inanna and Utu Samash both predate them. So I think they're like, they could be what I would call aspects of Inanna and Utu Samash. Yes. And Utu Samash would be like sort of the template of the judge. He's like a god of, he's like a judge of the dead. So he's like sort of like Anubis.
Yes. Yes, very good. And just so you know, for future reference, I believe her name is pronounced Inanna. Inanna, I think, is how it's pronounced, but I could be wrong, of course. I mean, nobody's spoken these languages fluently.
Well, I think you're probably right, because, we Americans, we butcher everything.
Yes.
And anyone who's an occultist is going to say Inanna, because they're just going to read it as spelled rather than how that's rather than the tongue in which it was spake.
Yes. Thank you. And by the way, so Peter, what we're doing now is we were talking about some of these anti-gods and sharing the fact that some of these are actually real gods from real pantheons that the Edomites are attempting to corrupt. And we want you to get to the point where you can answer to the anti-gods. But before you do that, I'd like to give a segue here. And so what I sent to Peter in his private message box, and what I sent to the same to our man, Jameson Reese, and it's in the text box here in the Skype call itself, is 3 photographs that were brought to Brendan Zogit's attention by Selena Khan. So Selena Khan has remained maintained a watch on Derek Talley. And so she brought to Brendan Zogit's attention, and he took the photographs off of Derek Talley's timeline. And the reason this is important is because if anyone did not believe in the Kings of Edom, did not believe that Team Dietrich is always being assailed by infiltration agents of the Kings of Edom, this is pretty much the evidence that lays all of that to rest. This is the evidence no one can deny. Derek Talley was claiming he had cancer. He was asking us for money. We were raising funds for him. We are now trying to raise funds for myself for my birthday. But think, this is the first time in my life I've ever actually done this. Until this point in my life, no one has heard me ask for money on my birthday or something like that. So it's been extraordinarily generous of Peter Moon to say what he has, and I encourage people to follow that. Tonight's program is dedicated to Peter Moon's friend and my friend, our mutual friend, Aaron Tice, whom Derek Talley was trying to speak with, and Derek Talley was talking to him about the serpent seed, the concept that blacks were the descendants of the serpent in the garden, that Eve had been seduced by the serpent in the garden and produced the serpent seed, which was black people. Aaron Tice was a victim of this. Yeah,
in a sense, there is some validity to it, but not in the way that they may think. What I would say is that black people are the descendants of the primordial. We can be argued as being some of the first humans that walked.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I hear you. Just like when I bring up the sense of Yig as one of the original Japanese gods during the time of Mu, when it was above the seas. And then people may take that as sinister, that the Japanese have this serpent or dragon bloodline, this serpentine or dragon bloodline. And that too could very well apply to the blacks. And so this is something that is seen in a positive in the early the primordial light, the eyes of primal religion, the primal aspects of the divine experience. This is all part of creation. It was tainted into something unholy or sinister by later, it wasn't even by Christianity, to tell you the truth, but rather by the church. So the original Gnostic Christianity, or the state of knowing Christ, was not, did not have that attitude, that shall we say, that projection. They did not project that negativity. But in the case of some real negativity here, so what we have are photographs of Derek Talley with his father, and his father, the way that Brendan Zogan expressed it was best.
Derek is one stupid looking motherfucker.
Yes, and he's
he looks. I mean, he looks like something that belongs on an Adult Swim cartoon.
Yes.
He looks like Meatwad. Oh, yeah. Oh, you remember Aqua Teen Hunger Force? He looks like Meatwad. I knew he looked like someone. Now I get it. Now I see.
Yeah, yes, and Brendan was saying his father looks quite smug. His father has this look of sinister smugness. That
his father's more handsome than he is.
There you are. But he's obviously more spry than his father. And this is the point that Brendan pointed out, was that they are practically the only people in these images who are not wearing masks. They're not wearing masks where everybody else in general is wearing a mask. And so they're both at some very recent event where this is a man who claimed he was on dialysis 4 days a week. This is a man who claimed he was on dialysis 4 days a week. And he's traipsing about in a suit with his dad, and they're celebrating. And the other aspect of this that is so bizarre, aside from these photographs, is also this post that Derek Talley put up, which is just basically like a ultra radicalized right-wing libertarian post, where it's basically the poor are poor because they want to be poor, like they're right where they belong because they have no. In other words, this is like a Protestant condemnation of poverty as a moral failing. And so he has this meme, if you could call it that, just this acronym, POOR. POOR equals people overlooking opportunity repeatedly. Yes, of course, that's why people are poor, because they just overlook all the opportunities we all have repeatedly, because we all have so many opportunities that we just overlook because we're lazy and we're self-absorbed, and we just, in other words, now this is the man who was asking you for money on my platform. And again, the other aspect of these photographs is that he's got hundreds of likes, which is like, even I have a radio show. I have my own platform, and I hit maybe half 100 likes, with each promotional banner. 60, something like that at the most, but basically around half 100. This man has, he's evening out at about 150, something like that, 130 on these. So he's got all these followers, and he doesn't even have a show. And when we know he can't host a show because we've had him try to host mine, and he can't even talk. So you're talking about somebody who gets up here and he just reads news articles, literally reads a monotone like a robot. And yet he's got a following. What the fuck is this? And yet we know his wife and anybody who's been affiliated with him hates his guts. And so they all said they wished he died of cancer. And yet here he is at the Hyatt Regency Birmingham at the Winfrey Hotel, him and his dad. And Brendan Zogit said, from what he could understand of what was written on the timeline, they're celebrating somehow he and his dad, how they fucked me over. Now, Brendan is not the kind of person who make this sort of thing up to goad me or to taunt me. This is the general...
No, they probably really are.
Yeah, and this is the impression that he got. So if you do not believe that there's a cult of the kings of Edom that sends people over here for no other reason than to sabotage me, and when I finally rid myself of them and they celebrate how they successfully sabotaged me, like in his case, he deleted my entire channel, and this is this is where we have the evidence otherwise. The man who claimed he was on dialysis 4 days a week is now, here he is. He's traipsing around in a suit with his dad, who obviously turned him over to some brainwashing program when he was young so the dad could get his promotion from enlisted man to commissioned officer status. So Brendan Zogit said, if they had this black guy working with computers at NORAD, like the guy has on his resume, this happened for a reason. He turned in his child. That was his price he paid to get his commission. And then his child was dispatched to basically act on behalf of the military-industrial occult complex to sabotage myself. And now he's being rewarded. And the kinds of
next he's going to appear on the fucking History Channel, jerking off Peter Lavinda.
Yeah, something like that.
Behind set.
Yeah, how's he getting all the hits? I mean, this guy is like...
Fucking ancient aliens and shit.
Yeah, this is... if you were to look at this in Christian terms, you would think this is the equivalent of someone who sold his soul to the devil. I mean, this guy's like got, suddenly all of these hits, this recognition.
Oh, man, the devil has better taste than that.
Thank you!
Good gosh.
So now that we've kind of introduced that, Peter Moon will segue from that to his rejoinder, his contrapuntal to the anti-gods, but I do want to hear what Peter Moon's impression of this is. I mean, Peter, this is obviously evidence that Derek Talley was not what he said he was. He was not what he said he was at all. He was not sick. He was not...
This is clear. We don't need to dwell too much on Derek because it's just wasted energy. But yes, you made a very good point about him. And it's very evident that he was working on that venue in alignment with the Kings of Edom.
Thank you.
I listened to what you said, and of course, after a while, you were reading or talking about all these different gods, some of which are familiar names to me for the work of Kenneth Grant. But it's the problem. There's something really wrong with Aquino's theology.
Yes.
But there was also something effective about it.
Yes.
It was wrong. It is messed up. It is all twisted. And look if you think of the universe as I like the word monochromatic monochord. Monochromatic is one color, but it's suggestive of the embracive of the entire spectrum. And when you break it down into the colors of the rainbow, which each have their separate frequencies. When you say monochord, it's the same thing, only it's in using the vibrations of sound. Color is sound. Each one of those colors is representative of a sound. It depends on the nature of the frequency that is being registered. So we can say, I call monochromatic monochord. Anyway, that's the totality of all within the spectrum of perception. Now, that's what we're dealing with. When we live in a human form or in any other form, we see a filtered perception. So we only see certain colors, and we have a limited filtering, so basically that monochord or monochromatic monochord of all, the totality of Om, is reduced and filtered. Now, it's therefore, we're seeing I guess you call it a denigration or a limited aspect. You could say it's twisted. When those things are twisted, then we have space and time and stuff. But when you take what Aquino's doing with his theological framework, he's twisting the twist. He's taken the filter, which the filter is sort of a harmonious creation of whatever life is, the tree of life, and he's taking the whole apple cart and turning it upside down and poisoning the apples and twisting everything. And he gives the implication that he is outside of the tree of life. And that is limiting the tree of life. It's certainly taking pot shots at it. It's inverting it. It's reducing it. And I'm going to give a context here. And so, in other words, yeah, he's throwing daggers at the tree of life. And there can be a lot of theories and reasons for that. However, it becomes a bit nauseating after a while to even contemplate what he's talking about, because it's his own. Okay, I have said before that Scientology was the magical familiar of L. Ron Hubbard. And until you can grasp that, one is not necessarily have a clear perception of what he's dealing with. The same with Aquino. He had his own magical wands, so to speak, or magical familiars or instruments. And he was trying to he did create quite an empire. He did amazing things. He was able to muster amazing resources because he was riding off of this energy of what Douglas has laboriously described as the kings of Edom and the anti-gods. Definitely, you're aligning yourself with all of the malcontented energy, for lack of a better word, malcontented energy. It's not content. It's an entropic force that seeks to chaos, seeks chaos. And of course, chaos is a part of creation. It's not greater than creation. You couldn't have creation without chaos. So it's a constant battle, a constant churning of duality. And he tries to escape duality. He tries to put himself above and beyond duality. This is a man who lived a life in a physical body that acquired cancer of his digestive process. He was as mortal as anyone. He could pretend he was escaping. He was bigger than, he was better than. But in the end, he was reduced to what he was. These forces that he was in alignment with, of course, continue without him. But I want to give a context here, and it's in the reference point of Qigong, and it's in relation to the kings of Edom, Herod the Builder, Herod Agrippa, his descendant, and the Christ as appears in the New Testament. But first, I want to say something about Qigong. Because Qigong is, I have to say, it is so beneficial. I was talking about, the towel, gripping the towel. I have felt so good just from focusing and doing some of these simple exercises. It's really, I said one of my, as I mentioned, I think another one of my friends died who was younger than me. And people are so unfortunate to be like, it takes a long time to accumulate a life of disease. You're constantly stacking, just like if you're putting $1 in the bank every day, you're accumulating wealth. It's $100, $1,000, whatever it is, you're accumulating wealth. The same way with your body. You're accumulating disease, you're accumulating health, whatever you're putting into your body, oxygen, toxicity, whatever. It's a long, slow process of accumulation, just like somebody who's saving in a piggy bank. It's or spending all their money so they have nothing in the piggy bank. It's like spending all of your energy, all of your physical energy, and wasting it, and living a life of fast and loose with the things you put into your body. So anyway, in this context, I'm just saying that Qigong is a very long, slow process of building and bringing about life into your system. And of course, it reaches beyond the body into other reference frames. Now, one of the basic tenets of Taoist Qigong, as I practice and learn from Roosevelt Gainey, is that the first thing you want to do there is the flow of life. We call it the Tao, or life itself, the flow. You want to perceive the flow of life. And then that flow of life is different for each one of us. It could be, oh, that new job is life. Oh, leaving this job is life. Leaving this wife is life. Taking that woman for a wife is life, or husband, as the case may be. Taking this opportunity, going to your kids' drama production in school, whatever it is, you go with the flow. Having a child will bring you all sorts of new experiences that you either want to do or never thought you'd do, or maybe didn't want to do, but it brings new life. So all of a sudden you're engaged with different people and different situations. So when you perceive life, and then you go with the flow, and then as you get better at going with the flow, you direct the flow. So it's perceive the flow, go with the flow, direct the flow, intend the flow, ultimately controlling the flow. And then when you become the flow, then when you control the flow, then you create the flow. You create it. And finally, when you create the flow, and I'll give an example. I'll give some examples from my own life, which are very simplistic. I've been playing football since 1993. My daughter was 1 or 2 when I started playing. And restarted playing. I was about 40 years old, over the hill from one perspective, but still young and fast enough to play the fast positions at that time. And I had a lot of fun doing this. And of course, I was always picked last because they didn't know me. They didn't respect me, but I would always be on the winning team, almost always, because if you picked me last against the person who would be picked last, there was such a huge difference that I would tilt the game.
Interesting, yeah.
And I said, I never complained about it. But one day, one of the better players, he picked me first. He recognized me. He actually picked me first. How can you go from last to first? But it was like non-recognition. But I actually enjoyed it because it served my purpose. Right. I didn't take it personal. Mm-hmm. And I just wasn't one of them. However, over the years, and now, right now, and of course I've been with these guys a long time, so now I'm one of them in the respect that I've been playing with them. But now, like I take all the cones and I set up, and I actually created the time. I say, okay, we're all going to get out here at 9 o'clock. We're all going to get out here at 9 o'clock. And people responded. You can't get people out there at 9 o'clock. They come at 9:30. They'll drag out. So I said, we're going to play 2 games. So I'm actually creating the flow. I'm intending the flow, I'm creating it, and I have enough, and I can, talk to the new guys. The new guys, I have, who are younger, I have more cachet with than the old guys. So I'm a bridge between the two, and I'm creating the game. I'm saying, okay, we're going to play at 9 o'clock. We're going to have 2 games. And wow, I can get people on board. I'm more influential than any of the so-called influential guys, because even though I'm a new voice, I'm an old voice. So it's like I'm creating the game. I'm saying, we're going to play at 9. And I can actually create more influence than anybody ever has to get the people at 9, because they like to drag in late. So that's a small example of creating the flow. And
Yes.
I have all the cones. I mean, the cones don't belong to me. They don't belong to me. All these cones I have to bring down to the field, and I set them up, and I'm creating the game. If I'm not there to do it, somebody else is going to do it. Who the hell it is, and who the hell knows. But and I'm also, texting people. I never did that before, because I didn't know how to text. My daughter set up my cell phone so I could do group texts. And great beneficiary of my friend's funeral. I was out there, so my daughter took my cell phone and said, okay, you're going to do this, 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 this. And that was my friend who passed away. He taught me the fine points of football when we were kids. So right. it was, quite a return favor. However, right. This is a small example of it, but it's creating the energy. So it's like, and when I sit down to write the book with Douglas, as I did, or any book that I do, I'm creating the energy. I'm saying, although I'm writing nonfiction, I'm creating, what am I going to say? How am I going to present it? Writing is creating. You're creating a flow. And you can create a really nasty or shitty flow for your audience if you don't take responsibility. You can overwhelm them with big words. You can overwhelm them with incomprehensibility, and I try to make it understanding. But then there's a point of becoming the flow. And becoming the flow is when you just are one with it. You're creating the flow, you're becoming the flow. And this is where I want to throw in the Christic energy. Those stories were with reference to myself. But this is with regards to the story of the Christ as it appears in the New Testament and the Bible and whatnot. Now, you have, Douglas has talked about the delineation of the family of David. And David is, of course, the what do you call him? Blood-laden king. Blood. Yes. He had a lot of blood on his hands. David, right. Whose father was named Jesse, and whose David's son was Solomon. And David was considered too bloody to be able to build the temple, so Solomon was selected to build the temple. And this temple is from authentic Israel, as according to the Bible. And authentic Israel is, through Solomon, builds this temple, and it's this incredible work of art that is Hiram Abiff is played. He's is employed. He's the father of Freemasonry. He knows the secrets of Freemasonry, and the secrets of Freemasonry he is killed for. He is killed, because the 3 ruffians. This is the lineage of Freemasonry. The 3 ruffians want to learn the secret of the temple from Hiram Abiff, and he will not tell them. And so they ultimately, each one does a number on him, and finally he's killed by the 3 ruffians because he will not tell the secret of the temple. And then Hiram Abiff is dead. And Hiram Abiff is symbolic of the Christ. He's the builder of the temple. He is the builder. So in Freemasonry, the ultimate secret is, what's the secret of Freemasonry? It's called Mahabane. The word Mahabane means what? The builder. What? The builder. Now that's a confusing word. What does what the builder mean? Well, the builder is the secret. The builder, he's the mason. He is the one who builds the temple. He creates the temple. But as you learn, there are, and everything in Freemasonry is what you say, it's like, let's make a deal. That TV show, that quiz show with Monty Hall.
Right.
It had 3 doors. What's behind the 3 doors? Well, this is 2 doors. You know, if you're worthy, they'll give you the secret word, which is Mahabane, which everybody knows. Or they'll give you some other stupid secret word. or the real secret word, which is Shin, which some Freemasons know and some don't. And Shin is symbolized in the resurrection of Hiram Abiff. He's killed, and they can't resurrect him. Solomon orders him to be resurrected, but they can't do it. So he comes out and applies what's called the lion's paw to Hiram Abiff and resurrects him. Solomon, the wisdom of Solomon, resurrects Hiram Abiff and brings him back to life, the builder of the temple. And what he does when he does that is he applies the lion's paw or the lion's grip. And the lion's grip refers to the 5 fingers or the 5 claws of the lion's paw. And the 5 letters represent the 5 Hebrew letters Yod He Shin Vav He. Shin being the middle initial. Yod He Vav He is the 4 letters of Tetragrammaton. And this was a great secret of the Sphinx, the relation between the 4 paws and the 4 claws, or the 5 claws, the 4 paws and the 5 claws. The 4 paws are the 4 paws of the lion on the Sphinx. The 5 claws are the 5 fingers or the 5 letters of Yod He Shin Vav He. It's Tetragrammaton, meaning 4, Tetragrammaton, 4 letters, Yod He Vav He, fire, earth, water, air, and the 5 elements with the middle one, fire, earth, air, water, with Shin, which equates to spirit or change. And this is the ability to change or manipulate the 4 elements. This is the secret of Freemasonry and the secret of building the temple. You can now manipulate air, earth, water, and fire. This is active creation. This is the breath of life. Spirit is Shin. Spirit in Chinese is heart. And it's the heart is the life, is the breath. It all equates. If you read the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic, there's a book on it which will show you it's all about breath and breathing, which is, of course, Qigong. Now, in this context of what I'm saying is, as Christ appears, he is, in the New Testament, he is the breath. You have a false Judaism which has been perpetrated on the Jewish people by Herod, the the Edomic patron of the anti-gods.
Thank you.
By birth, not by choice. He's born into it, and he fulfills his role. And he is the builder of the false temple, which does not even include an ark, and the Holy of Holies is not that. So you have a very twisted Christian story with, Christ lamenting, the money changers in the temple in his father's house. How can it be his father's house when there's no proper Shekinah in there? What the hell is it? It's an adulterated temple. And this is one of the great dilemmas of the Christian story. However, we don't have to, contradictions have never stopped the Christian ministry or the lamenting of it. And so you have a twisted, it's almost like a whole Edomic rendition of this force that I'm describing. But according to these stories, Christ, when he goes into the temple and to meet with the scholars, the great Hebrew scholars, and debate, he knows the doctrines better than they do, because he is the living word. He is the living doctrine. He is the living non-Edomic force that represents the secret of the temple, the builder of the temple, the Shin, because this is his middle name, the same name as Joshua. It's pronounced differently, Yeshua, and it's like he's given the name. I just heard Mike Tyson, the boxer, talking that he really liked Tyson Fury, the new undisputed heavyweight champion who won this big fight the other night. And Mike Tyson was rooting for the white guy, right, versus the black guy, because Tyson Fury was named after Mike Tyson. So he says, how can I not root for him? He was named after me. Okay. He had the name. He embodied the name of the heavyweight champion Mike Tyson. Now we have a new one, Mike Tyson Fury.
Oh. If we can get them both the contract with Tyson Chicken, anyhow, go on. I'm sorry.
I think it is Tyler Chicken.
I think it's Tyson, but go on. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
Whatever.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
You're doing great.
Yeah. Neither one of them are chicken. Yeah. But in any case, I think it is Tyson Chicken. So anyway, Christ, the story. He embodies the living word, the ability to create miracles, the ability to create change, the fulfillment of the prophecy of changing the old religion into the fulfillment of all this, the great deliverer, the deliverer that delivers nothing. He delivers a life and a story which is only accessible if you can access it. A story has been delivered, and it's a story that is only a reiteration of many other stories, and because it is a recycling pattern of life. But that's really beside the point. The point is he is the living word. He is what I was saying. He is the flow. He is the flow, which is the flow of Judaism is waiting. It's stuck, and then it gets corrupted. So he is the flow, and then the flow is, of course, it's people get in the way of the flow. They resist the flow. They stop the flow. They don't go with the flow. And ultimately, what are we going to do with the flow? We're going to kill it. We're going to crucify it. We're going to abuse the flow. And this is the abuse of life. It's in all clear. That story is about abusing life. And then what the flow does is it says, okay, you've abused the life. Now I'm going to resurrect and show you that this is the real life. This is the true life. This is the life beyond the life. This is real life. And you can access it if you accept your sins and believe in me, which is me is such an adulteration of the truth, because it's just a flow. If you can become the flow, if you can access the flow, we're talking about life. We're not talking about an identity with a beard or any such thing. And everything I'm talking can be abstracted, so you don't even have to believe in this story. But it's a life principle, and it's just wow. And then it's like, and so what do you have? You have that life instead of being, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven is not in Jerusalem. The kingdom of heaven is not in Arabia. It's not even in Transylvania. It's in a world beyond this one. It's not this world. So when you're going, you become fighting over a piece of real estate, which is the absurdity of the Crusades and the distortion. And so you have these forces that are just, crazy. They're just crazy, but they capture the minds of at least an entire generation, if not more people, because these crusades went on and on and on. They even had the children's crusade. They had all these children going to, rescue the Holy Land.
Tragic. And they were also into slavery.
Pardon?
They were all sold into slavery. Completely tragic. Yes.
Well, yes, and this is the story of mankind. It's not been a very pleasant place. And there are opportunities within the history for people to have had nice lives. I can't say how many nice lives there were versus how many tragic ones. It just seems that there were a lot of tragic ones. And the amount of luxury, relative luxury we have today, where somebody of relatively modest means can somehow manage to find a place of living with an internet connection and a TV and subsistence is very luxurious compared to times of the past, even if one is in the hole financially or otherwise. We have and can contemplate so much philosophy, so much political narrative. We're removed from whether the crops are spoiled or coming in, and some of the hardships that people endured for the last thousands of years. So these are very luxurious times, even for those who do not have a lot of luxury, relatively speaking. So you have this whole idea of life that is, in the case of Christ, is anointed, it's positive, and then you have these other forces, and Judaism is so deep that in my book that I put together, Pyramids of Montauk, I referenced a man named Stan Tenen, who had an incredible skill for pattern recognition. And he recognized that the first lines of Genesis had a code for the Hebrew alphabet. And what he was able to figure out by looking at the Hebrew letters, that he did research, and you can look at his website, the Meru Foundation, MERU, and Meru Institute, I forget what he calls it, but you look up Stan Tenen, Tenon, Meru Foundation, I think it is. But anyway, and he's done so much since I initially, had talked to him and got permission to reference his stuff in my book. But he basically figured out that there is a particular pattern that if you shine a light on it put it in the middle of a circle, and you shine a light on it from 26 or different positions, or 22, I don't remember it is, because there's two versions of the Hebrew alphabet. The shadow it will cast will show you each letter of the Hebrew alphabet. But it's a particular figure that's a sort of a twisted shape that comes out of the inside of a donut. And when I say donut, so that you won't be confused, it's a torus, a Tourus, a torus, or Torus, which is basically a donut shape. So it's this sort of inside squiggly that will fit inside of the circle. And that shape is the kernel of the entire Hebrew language. It's a sacred language because it has that inner meaning to it from the shape of the inner of a torus, which is the shape of the universe as determined by physicists. So if you, he said, this is a sacred language. He said Hebrew is not the only sacred language. There's also Greek, and I think he said Arabic was sacred. In other words, they have this same sort of characteristic where the letters are done with an intelligence. It seems like, wow, this is super intelligent, but you have to realize the mind of man was different back then. It works with what it has and what it comes from. We're on the outside looking back. So we're saying, oh, wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. How could they have thought of that? Mm-hmm. Well, it's not like they thought it up. It's like they were that. They were the flow. We've fallen away from becoming the flow, so we have to get back to becoming the flow. And you have a character like the Christ who embodies the inner kernel of knowledge of each one of us. You can even find this reference or quantum resonance with the Christ in the DNA. And the way the DNA, I have described it in my book, The White Bat. It's sort of like just the way the shape is. It's like it suggests a dimensional shift where everything becomes fluid, and that's the change. That's the change. And here we are walking around in human form, lost. You can criticize the humanity, and you can say a lot of condemning things about it that are hard to argue with. You can talk about, a lot of people think that mankind is ascending and progressing. This can be very misleading. The more I've learned in the last few years, I become more and more suspect that man is ascending. I don't, as I say, I become more aware, and perhaps that's because I see more of the downside and people's willful death wish, willful death wish as human beings. And that means death as a spiritual being. It doesn't mean permanent death, but it's like the more you lift yourself up, the more you see the downward momentum of what you're leaving behind. And as I see my friends that have passed, if they had done Qigong, if they had learned Qigong, either from me or from their own selves, their lives would have been far different. But it's not for me to judge. It's not for me to judge at all. I just know it's like saying, if I put gas in the car, it's going to go farther than if I don't put gas in the car. So when you don't put gas in the car, your car is going to run out of road to move on. So, or it's not going to be able to move on the road. So this is a problem that people have. They're not necessarily moving upward, although they're encouraged by the idea that mankind is getting better. Captain Kirk just went into space, and he was very moved by the experience. I don't know if you saw that. He's 90 years old. And I didn't know he was so old. He seems to have outlived the rest of the cast because he is Captain Kirk, and he went into space for a short time.
Interesting.
And was very moved by the experience. I just have no great desire to go into space. If Jeff Bezos invited me, I'd much rather go the way of David Anderson. I mean, much more interested in David Anderson's experience, and not to begrudge, space weightlessness certainly would be an experience, but there is a state, the body is constantly fighting gravity. It's fighting gravity. It's pushing up against gravity every moment. It's fighting gravity every moment. So if you can be aware of that gravity, you can reach a form of weightlessness yourself. Not to underestimate the joy one might feel if one is shot into space. I'm sure it would be dramatic. I would be more concerned about the dangers. I might let 100,000 people do it before I might, consider it.
Yeah, statistically, it's far safer to engage in the sport of base jumping than it is to do what William Shatner just did, which is ride on top of an internally combusting explosion to get to a point where you're waiting.
It was amazing. I saw footage of the craft landing, and it looked very anti-gravity the way it was landing. It was amazing. I haven't seen the explained details of how that craft works, but it's not like the shuttle at all. It's very not UFO-like, but it is UFO-like. Not a flying saucer-like, but it's UFO-like in terms of the technology being employed when they landed. It looked like just the way it was it was landing. It looked like a rocket ship landing, except it was like the lunar module, the way the lunar module would kind of ease down.
Got it.
It was that, except it looked like a big rocket ship. It didn't look like a tiny lunar module. It wasn't like the space capsule that ends up in the ocean and they have to go recover it.
Right.
It was much more Buck Rogers like.
Understood.
So that was interesting because I don't keep up with all the technology that they're doing. They're not the Bezos, the Richard Branson and Elon Musks of the world do not interest me that much. They should be reckoned with for sure. They just don't interest me and they are leading the way.
Honestly, in a way, they're beneath your dignity because the way they're leading the way is really just by getting a lot of attention to themselves. Certainly, William Shatner doing what he's done it's touching and it fills us with poignancy and pathos, but it's not really progressing mankind other than in the sense that it may be inspirational to a degree. But in a way, it is not, go on.
This is like the Scientologists.
Yeah.
It's or the wealthy Scientologists. It's like, it's going to be open to people who can pay.
Thank you. I mean,
a couple $100 grand.
That in and of itself renders this elitist and just everything that's wrong with our society. I mean, the amount of time.
But then again, it breaks the ground because then it will get more money to have more people do it. Just like the Tesla automobile was like super expensive. Now it's not as expensive. They want to get the price down so that everybody can have a Tesla, so that they can fill all the charging stations and wait in line and won't be able to get their car charged. But
that's theoretically, but at the same time, we do see examples historically where when it comes to something like pleasure cruises or something like that, for instance, that's not something that any person below a certain income level is going to be engaging on in their lifetime.
Douglas, I would wince at a pleasure cruise.
Yeah,
it would give me. It just does not appeal to me at all.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. Yeah, because you and I know better. I mean, we've seen what can happen. I mean, fuck, you've been on a ship. That's why. I mean, come on, give me a.
Well, yeah. But then again, I suppose you could have a lot of you could feel. I don't know. It's a whole idea. It's manufactured fun. I mean, not that it couldn't be fun, but I once went to a Club Med for a couple days to meet with some friends. We were vacationing in Cancun in 1987, and we went to Club Med to meet them. And Club Med was it was like everything was organized into, badminton or table tennis or water skiing. It was like going to a camp or something. It was too regimented, to have fun.
Wow. That's funny.
I mean, they were having fun. I mean, these people were from all over the different parts of the country, and they were basically there to, have fun or look for members of the opposite sex and relationships, that sort of thing. And I suppose it could be good for that. But of course, I was married, and I could never see myself doing that because, what are you going? You're going to meet somebody from Ohio or Kansas or Nebraska or even New Jersey, and they're far away. I don't understand long distance romances. They're not pragmatic to me.
Right.
I don't understand them, but some people like them. So it's a matter of personal taste. And my long distance romance with Transylvania was not what was meant to be a permanent romance, not a commuter romance.
Right.
It just worked out. I suppose it was kind of that way, but it really wasn't. So anyway, pleasure cruises and whatnot is they are what they are. But to get back to the story of the Christ versus the Edomic forces.
Edomic forces. Thank you. Yeah.
anti-God forces. This is the world that we're living in, and this world is something you have to figure out and transcend. And this is all mapped out in the Kabbalah. It's beautifully mapped out in the Kabbalah. And again, if you read the Kabbalah, I remember talking to this Indian man, and he was very cocky about studying the Kabbalah and all the good work he did. And it's like anybody who studies the Kabbalah and understands it can get cocky, because it is the components of life. It is the components of DNA. If you study it and learn it, and it's not corrupt, even if it's not exactly, there are different versions, but it's all about a repetitive cycles of nature, which are reflected in the stars, which are reflected in the human body, which are, down to the DNA. There's all of these archetypes, basic components of existence that are repeating patterns. And one of them is the principle of resurrection, which Christ exemplifies and lives, as is written in the New Testament. Whether you believe in the New Testament or not, it is indicative of that principle. And it would stand to reason that there would be lives that would reflect that principle. Just as some women remind you of Venus, some women remind you of Athena, some women remind you of Juno, some women, and there's many, and then some women are like Lilith or Eve or whatever, and there's all different types of people. And life is a myriad of different permutations. So if you go in and you understand the basics of life, and you will find these, Carl Jung, who Douglas was talking about earlier, was a great identifier and explainer of archetypes. And these are very key to understanding the components of life. So life is life. Life came from life. The reason we as a people can be so confused about life is because it's like, you can compare life on Earth, particularly as it was in the 60s and the 50s. It's a little more open to information now than it was then. But if you started talking about some of these concepts back then, they'd look at you like you were some extreme weirdo. If you were a priest, or rather a rabbi, then okay, well, he's a rabbi. He has all this knowledge. People like Alan Watts, and they would write books and stuff, not necessarily on Kabbalah, but on different subjects where they were, and there was an opening to information that was more along this line. However, the life is life. So it's like, as a people, as a civilization, we've been on the outside, like out in the backwoods, when they don't know what a doctor is. So a doctor, what they'll talk about smallpox. You see it in some old Western TV shows, and somebody's bringing smallpox and trying to teach them how to inoculate against smallpox, and the people are anti-vaxxers, but they don't even know what vaccination is. It doesn't make sense to them. And this is a case when vaccination was very important with smallpox.
Right.
And of course, you've got to remember, though, with smallpox, that was an instrument of warfare. That was the problem. It was warfare. It was warfare, then it was, react to the warfare.
Right.
But
it would be like, it's similar to the collateral damage from a nuclear conflict where now we're dealing with the residual radiation. That the smallpox was originally deployed as warfare by the conquistadors to wipe out the entire native population of the Western Hemisphere, and then the whites colonialists were left dealing with the latent radiation, so to speak, the smallpox collateral. Go on. I'm sorry, I just had to fit that in there.
It's good, exactly. So we have here a situation where when you bring the information of life, whether it be the truths of the basic truths of the Kabbalah, whether it be Qigong, it's like you're walking into a land of 21st century schizoid man, a phrase that was the name of a song by King Crimson, first acid rock band. It was called acid rock in its day before there was such a thing as acid rock. And 21st century schizoid man, it's like people are so far away from life that it looks foreign and different to them. And this is why an ancient culture like China or Japan has all of this knowledge and innate wisdom inbred into it, such as with the acupuncture and many of the healing arts that bridge out from Qigong to Tai Chi, although much of that has been lost or corrupted as well, because this is what happens. But you have the outside, it's like the hick, the hick who hasn't been exposed to civilization. People have, if they go into study the inner wisdom, and it's not like you have to be a super scholar to begin to access. There are different books on the Kabbalah, and I'm not going to recommend any of them because there's certain, if you find the kernel of truth, you read enough of them, you get the idea that this is a general idea that flows a certain way. Life flows this way. Some describe it better than others, but it's all life describing life. All efforts to describe life are life. It's been said you could discover the truth in any book if you read it deeply enough, because all of those words is somebody explaining life. And if you understand it well enough, you can see where the characters go off the rail. You can even see where the author goes off the rail. So it's all about this. And so when you get these anti-gods, they're taking a theology that's basically designed to negate life,
yes,
to torment you,
yes,
to undermine you, to confuse you with this pantheons of negativity. Now, when you were describing some of these gods in your last transmission, as I listened to the replay, I recognized some of the names, but I didn't recognize them well.
right.
And it was just too cumbersome to listen to all these descriptions and try and go anywhere with it. However, what I recognized in your descriptions identified, at least in some respects, with principalities of angels, which is just a designation for a relay point or entity that serves a functionality to maintaining this universe. I think, well, it has different names, and we can call it all sorts of names, but let's just say that there are beings, entities, relay points, or assemblages that regulate the structure of the physical domain. They regulate the structure and functionality of what goes on. Much like if you walked into the Empire State Building, you're allowed in, there's going to be security cameras on you, there's going to be security guards placed on you, or people directing you as to where you can and can't go. If you begin to penetrate certain areas, then you become they have different degrees of alert. And then if you get to the core of the whole building, or say the office building which runs it, that's not where you're supposed to go, because it's not property. And if you want to get that property, you're going to have to acquire it. You're going to have to spend the money or make the real estate transaction, and then you can have full direction of the building. And then if you want to penetrate the governor's office and you have enough money to run for governor, you've still got to fix the election or win the election so you can then be the governor. And then you work your way up to president. And then when you're the president, you've got another problem on your hands, because, okay, you don't control the Congress. You can direct the Congress in your party, but you don't control the people with the high security clearances. So now you're in a whole different realm of security. And this is what you deal with when you explore the occult and you go into the realms of metaphysics or principalities, angels, whatever you want to call them, that regulate domains. This guy's been out of his body and he's been circulating here and circulating there, and he's going to manipulate the stock exchange. No, we better not let him do this. Oh, why is he here to do this? Oh, he's making invocations to Jupiter. Oh, because he wants to generate donations to this. Oh, maybe we'll let him do this one time. You get this sort of regulation that's above and beyond. And much of it is determined by your own willpower, your own decisions, and your own validity of being able to access there, because you've paid the money to become governor, you've acquired the property of the Empire State Building, you have earned your domain or your credentials. And to give you an example from my own life, when I had met the head of the Ordo Templi Orientis, because I wanted to meet Marjorie Cameron, I was told to go meet this guy who would be at the Mystic Fire video booth, because he worked there. And after talking to him, I realized who he was and told him, and he acknowledged such, because it was obvious. It was obvious.
Whoa.
And he said to me, "You have certainly done your homework." And, he recognized that I'd done my homework.
Right.
Now, I was not adversarial to him or his group. I was following I guess what you'd say, creating the flow and becoming the flow that would lead me to the door of Marjorie Cameron. Because this was, he said I had done my homework, and I had done my homework. And because I'd studied all this stuff about magic and Aleister Crowley, and I saw these synchronicities, I was, as Cameron told me, she says, your life is laced with synchronicity, and synchronicity is the language of magic. So I was becoming the magic. And in becoming the magic, I had done all this work to get there, so I belonged there. I recognized I belonged there, and they recognized I belonged there, although I really was not of their cloth. I was the living word, in a sense, in reference to that experience. So, but you do the work, you're allowed into that territory. And she told me why she didn't talk to people, because they had a voyeuristic, goober style look. Oh, isn't this interesting? Did you get naked with these rituals? This sort of. What L. Ron Hubbard, and they're looking at L. Ron Hubbard as a hot topic, and her and Jack Parsons, and they're asking stupid sophomoric questions, which to anybody in the world of magic is going to recognize the sophomoric from the serious. And I was there on a sincere interest and path of pursuit. So what I'm saying is you can access these realms. And if you want to, play in the casino or the stock market or whatever, and I'm not recommending this because that gets so jaded. But if the point of it is, if you belong, and then by the way, casinos are notorious for, if you're winning big, they'll do everything they can to get you out of there.
Yeah.
If they see that you're taking advantage of the house, because that's how they maintain their business, and you're infringing upon their business. So they have their own regulations. And of course, if you can't win money in the casino, maybe you can win it in the stock market. Maybe you can win it at a job. There are different ways. And I'm saying I say money because that's what people are often up against. However, it's better to wish for health and happiness and love rather than money, because money doesn't necessarily buy those things. What it'll do, it'll buy you people that say they love you, and people that say they like you, and that sort of thing. It's not necessarily the right path to go. So in any case, you have you can go into these realms, but you have to do your due diligence, and it doesn't mean you have to spend a long time doing it. You have to be familiar with what you're doing, and this becomes more interesting in the case of my own work. In some of the best work I've done, well, definitely the best work I've done is interpreting David Anderson's time theories about time in my video series, Time Travel Theory Explained, which is available to timetraveleducationcenter.com. This just tells us that time travel is scientifically and mathematically possible. But he does have a time reactor that works. And it would behoove my life if I were to have more, I guess what you call firsthand experience with this stuff. Because, he had said to me not the last time we spoke, but one of the last times we spoke, that, any news on when you think I might be able to see your facility? And he says, well, that day is coming closer, very close. It's been a few years. I'm patient, but it would behoove me to have my life because of the way it's evolved, not because of any other reason. If you just were to look at my life from the outside, well, he's been studying time for all this time, or he's had all these experiences as a writer. It seems like he's being led to this. It would seem like, wow, it would seem correct, just because of what I've experienced, not because I'm deserving of it or undeserving of it, because my life has been going in that direction. So it would seem that I finally get to see what's behind the curtain, like Dorothy does in The Wizard of Oz. She's being deceived by the wizard. Go out and get the witch's broom. That's the end of you. We don't have to deal with you anymore. And she comes back with the witch's broom, and he's got his head up his ass. He doesn't know what to do. And then she figures him out, that he's just he's a charlatan with a good show. So and then all the power is within herself to bring her back home. So, but it would seem that, well, I was going to say, some of the other work that I've done that's good is the introduction, or the psychology of space-time videos. The psychology of space-time videos, because these go into the 10 dimensions, the first 10 dimensions, which is a quantitative analysis of psychology, the psychology of space-time. It's quantitative, and it goes into the mathematics of how we think. and it's based upon a mathematical model that is not my own, but is very clearly relevant. And what are in those other dimensions. But beyond that, in the next video I need to do is the psychology of power and the psychology of censorship. And censorship is big because it deals with everything I've been talking about. It's about access. Okay, if you can access this realm, what I was alluding to, the casino or the stock market, to access the power, is to you can then, okay, Aristotle Onassis, he got rich because he was a telephone operator in Argentina. He went to Argentina after he got run out of Europe in World War I. And he was down in Argentina, and he was an operator, and he could learn from eavesdropping on the calls he was doing what stocks were going to go up. He invested in the Buenos Aires stock market and made a fortune. And then he went into the shipping industry. But he was able to access because of his job. And he, whether it was honest or not is completely beside the point. He knew what was going to go up. Why not invest in it? They don't have inside information laws in most countries, only the United States. And of course, that was long before we had Securities and Exchange Commission. And so and one of the ways he got access to even surviving was by indulging German homosexual officers that, saved his family. By having sex with the Germans, men, they saved his family and saved him. So, he had to pay some pretty weird prices.
Yes, that's right. He started off just basically, yeah, that's how I understood it. I was wondering when you would bring that up because it's such a...
Jackie Onassis was a much preferable alternative.
Yes.
Much preferable.
Yeah.
So anyway, but this is access, and you get access to things. So when I'm talking about getting access to the time reactor, right now, my access, what I'm more interested in the time reactor is Choklavina Cave, because the Choklavina Cave is where David has stated is the greatest phenomena or evidence of time reactor phenomena on the planet. It's most important. It's one of the earliest sites recognized as the origin of man. The oldest, skeletons and stuff have been found there, are very old ones. And it's tied to the origin of man. I wouldn't say it's the origin of man, but it's very tied to the origin of man. And so David has, so I'm saying is I'm being led to the cave. I was led to the cave, not by my own instigation, but by an archaeologist who brought me there. And then David told me the significance, so I went back there 3 more times and was finally invited into the cave. So I'm drawn there, bringing, seeing that a ham radio station is built in the camp near the cave. And it's like, instead of going for the time reactor, I'm going for something that's discovered by reason of the time reactor. What came first, the cave or the time reactor? The time reactor came second. But if the technology of the time reactor has been able to determine that there was a time reaction in the cave. So it's like, what's the time reactor going to do? I'm accessing it in my own way. But the censorship, it's like, and so I'm just like I did my homework for the OTL to meet Cameron. I was doing my homework. I studied all this stuff in magic, and then I met Preston Nichols, which introduced me to more magic, and it began to tie all the way back to my Scientology experiences. And now I've been doing all this homework in Choklavina Cave, and it's gone on since I visited Paula in 2013, 14, was it 14? I visited her twice in 14. And the second time I visited her, I was with my friends and we were brought to Choklavina Cave. And I've been studying it. And then I learned the following year from David how important it was in 2015. So I've gone back there. It's 6 years that I've been focusing on it, which doesn't seem like a very long time. So it will.
I mean, it feels long. It feels like it's been a long time.
I mean, but you see, I'm like, I was ready to go, but then there was COVID. I said, no,
right.
This year, you know, there was so much regulation and censorship with COVID. I didn't want to go. And I wanted to, I spent a lot of that time working on my, what do you call it, entryway, you know, stenciling my entryway. Very excruciating project. But I know it was work because the guy who delivers the oil came, he goes, wow, this looks really nice. Well, that told me everything. You know, I didn't tell him to look at it. I didn't ask him to look at it. Oh, this looks really nice. How did you do this? You know? So that tells me it worked. It was a good project. That's the entryway. So I haven't been able to go back to Romania for 2 summers. And I even found out people are asking about me. So that will be nice to go back, hopefully next year. And the antenna will be up and I'll see all this and hopefully be able to visit my relatives as well. But, and it will be like a big homecoming, because that's what I experienced in 2013 when I met, you know, that was the day before I met Paula, and it was like this huge reunion or union of people was in the valley because I was there. And then that was just one of the, I guess looking back it was more exciting to me than, you know, any of the other reunions I've had in my life, because it was reaching across different countries, and it was magnificent. And you also felt the spiritual that night when my mother-in-law came out to meet me in the dark, and she comes out, and I looked at her and I said, there's a spirit behind me. There's a spirit behind me. And she walked over exactly to where the spirit was, or where I felt the spirit was. So that was like, boom, you know, you felt something. And it was the next day at Sarmasage Tuesday, my friend said he saw my energy spinning all around my head. I know there were pictures taken of me with orbs over my head, but there was a lot of orbs, but it was just utterly fantastic time of revelation and experience. And my life was changing. It was changing for the better. So now we're fast forwarding to ahead of time, 2022, 2023, when I will be at that cave, and the big biorhythm of 2023. I have expectation based upon experience. It's not expectation. I have seen, I remember one of my friends we'd have these reunion football games. He'd be all excited how he was going to go out and kick ass on the football field. He was a great athlete. And he'd go out and fall on his face. Fall on his face. I don't mean literally, but I mean he would, because he was lacking in the, I would say, just sit back, you know, and win the game. Right. Don't get all excited. The excitement will just kill you. You have to stand back like an old pro and, you know, step in front of him for the interception. You know, just, you know, you can't get too excited. You know, it doesn't work. Because did he have the skill to kick ass? Yes, he did. But he didn't have the mental attitude. You know, too much excitement rather than looking at what's in front of him. So when I look at it from all the experience I've had, Am I excited? Yeah. But I say, all of what I've been experiencing tells me that this is going to be a very momentous time. And the worst I can be is wrong, because it's always something you don't expect. And sometimes it takes you months to realize it. So if you don't have any expectations, you don't have any disappointment. And sometimes it's not what you think. It's not the Radu Cinemars of the world or the David Andersons of the world. It's the person you didn't even know existed who will come into your life and add even further enlightenment to it. So into the context, it doesn't even become a question of the anti-gods getting in the way of this. It's a question of, am I going to do my homework? Am I going to do my due diligence? Am I going to be where I'm supposed to be? I've already determined where I'm supposed to be. And David has been a big influence because he brought me to Romania, but I was not the only one he brought to Romania. He funded a lot of people to go. I don't mean it was out of his own pocket. I don't mean that it wasn't out of his own pocket, because he was able to solicit a lot of donations from corporate America and he had at least 6 of us from New York and people from other parts of the world that were financed to go to Atlanticon in 2008. I was one of them that he selected, but I was the only one who was writing about time, and he was supposed to give a cultural tour. I don't know that some people had the time to accept it, and I accepted it and got 3 days in Romania that, I turned into a whole many more trips and connected to the place. And then the next year they lost funding. So of course, when you lose funding, nobody comes back. I came back because I was able to raise money to go through offering deals and whatnot, and went back and then, he lectured on time, and then I went to Sarma Sejutuza and I started following up on Sacred Romania. And that took years and years. So, I've done a tremendous amount of homework in Romania, tremendous amount. And
right.
Even to the point where my relatives, I'm operating on a completely independent avenues of investigation. And, they're supportive of me, but what they're doing is what they're doing, and what I'm doing is what I'm doing. And, we tolerate each other. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. We try to complement each other. And it's, but as I say, I have my whole network over there that they're not a part of. They don't particularly desire to be a part of it, although they're welcome to be a part of it. And it's just a matter of where the pieces fit, but there are no conflicts. There are no conflicts. So this is exciting. So I don't have room or time for the anti-gods in respect to this. But to address that subject a little bit further, we come back to home and the Roswell Deception.
Yes.
This incredible book. And it's an incredible book for 2 reasons. First and foremost is that Douglas was able to supply so much information, so many illustrations, and to help me. He's the only one I've written a book with that, he read everything I wrote, and we actually read the whole thing together. That's never occurred before. And it's a great book. And it's because I put it into context and applied all my writing ability, so it's very easy to read and understand. So it's a fantastic book. But it's not being appreciated. And one of the reasons for that, to truly appreciate this book, there's an esoteric reason, other than the fact that it upsets the apple cart of what people have been thinking, and it requires them to be humble. But when I wrote my very first book with Preston, the Montauk Project, it caused more eyes to be cast on me than on Preston, because Preston was Preston, and he could be dismissed, awed, admired, but I was the one that put it into writing.
Right.
And I was the publishing house, and because it had all the accoutrements of professionalism that exceeded the professionalism of what is out there in book publication, just in terms of its appearance and its look. I had a wife who was an award-winning designer, and that's attributable to her. Not, I mean, I have to take some credit for it because I was involved in the creative and artistic direction of the project, because that's what we did for a living together. But it was like, it cast a lot of eyes to be put on me, like, who the hell are you publishing a book like this? This looks too professional. And so it gave it a credibility that it would not have otherwise had. And that, like, was perceived as a force to be recognized. And of course, I had written a press release to every major news outlet in the country.
Right.
It must have been 70 to 100. And, you know, would you like a copy of the book? Bop, 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 you know, Einstein's theory of relativity, you know, validated by, you know, whatever it said, Preston Nichols or whatever. And it was so, and I got 3 responses of news reporters who requested the book. But it was very clear they only wanted for their own personal interest.
Right.
They didn't necessarily say that. And I sent them the book. And it was like, it made all of these news outlets, so perhaps that was a mistake. It made them all aware of me.
Right.
Away from this person.
Right.
Person. The New York Times wrote me a letter threatening legal action for emulating their typeface. Their typeface in a dummy review that was sent out.
Interesting.
I did a good job of emulating their typeface. It didn't say New York Times.
Right.
It said Sunday Book Review or Saturday Book Review instead of whatever. Didn't say anything else.
Right.
But it caused one reporter to say, I thought this was from the New York Times.
Interesting.
I was upset. So they sent me a letter. And nothing became of it.
Of course.
Emulating the typeface. Emulating, not stealing. Not appropriate, but emulating. It didn't say New York Times on it, you know. So anyway, because you're supposed to send dummy book reviews out. That's what you're supposed to do. And then this was great too, is that I had met the editor of the San Francisco Book Review, one of the book fairs. And, oh yes, delightful book. I'll read it between my next gay encounter. And he said, I said, I'm not interested in your next gay encounter, but you know, so anyway, I think I contacted him. He says, oh, send me the galleys. We have to have the galleys. Galley proofs. Send me the galley proofs. Now, galley proofs, for those of you not in the publishing industry, how would you know? Galley proofs are proofs that they don't do that anymore because of desktop publishing. But in what they would do is they would run these proofs through the type machine, and they wouldn't even look like the book. They'd be smaller, and they were like, on, what do you call it, that slick paper. And this was the pre-press run. So when the New York Times book reviewers or all the book reviewers would read books, they're reading these like cumbersome sheets of the book, but it's not even the size of the book. It's just, and this is what they read it, but because the book hasn't been printed yet, they're called the galley proofs. So I looked into it and I found out that, you know what? I could get galley proofs made. It might cost me about $1,200. Like I'm going to get the book printed. I don't need galley proofs when I get the book printed. I'm going to get what's called a blueprint of the book. It'll be like on yellow paper, yellowish paper, beige paper with blue type. Everything will be blue. They call that the blues. And they send you this blue thing and you go through it and make sure it's okay and you proofread it. But that's not galley proofs. This is what the printer sends you. If you want galley proofs, then you're going to they'll do that for you separately, but it's going to cost about $1,200. And then you're going to have to make copies of those and send them to the San Francisco Book Review, the New York Times, whatever, the Sunday Book Review. You send them to all these people, but they're still not going to do your book. They're still not going to do it because they don't like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't fall for that. I didn't give him his galley proofs. Because if you didn't have galley proofs, you weren't a real publisher. In their minds. You weren't worthy of being reviewed. You weren't part of the club. But then if you bought into the club by buying galley proofs, you're just fooling us.
Yeah. I mean, you can't win.
I mean, the $1,200 I could have afforded, but I wasn't going to waste the money because I knew better. It's just like wasting money advertising at 11 o'clock on Channel 11 when they would run Cheers and Seinfeld. Then Seinfeld, most popular shows. That was the time to advertise it. But I knew if I spent the money to create a commercial, which would have sold like hell, they wouldn't run it. I knew they wouldn't run it because we don't want to run this. I've had small papers not wanting to run ads for me appearing. Now we don't like that. We don't like that.
That's amazing.
You want the $100 to $300 for the ad? No. We don't like that. And that's not even like an executive decision. We don't like that. It's stupid. So that's what you're up against. It's the power of advertising. You know how powerful advertising is when you see it on TV. What is it? Geico, Progressive, insurance, incessant. They spend a lot of money on advertising. Geico, insurance. Montauk Project. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. So I say I had a lot of eyes cast upon me when I published that book. And of course, this is serious. Preston can be dismissed as a kook if they want. But I was more dangerous because I was publishing the book. I was fostering these ideas. Janet Reno appearing in my dreams, wanting to arrest me. And her assistant saying, "You can't arrest him. He hasn't done anything illegal." Still want to arrest him, So that's the kind of energy you're creating, and it was considered subversive literature by the government. But again, freedom. And Preston had said that his contacts in the government told us they left us alone because we did not advocate violent overthrow of the government. And at that time, then the militia came into action, and boy, that's what the internet created. Before it created Google, it created the militia.
That's true.
Because you had people.
Yes.
And the militia was much more dangerous, not only to the government but to the population than any of this stupid stuff that's come out since. Even this Antifa and all of this stuff. It was much more dangerous, and it was dangerous to the people. Because if the militia had taken over, it would have done a poorer job of running the government than the government does. And I don't mean to compliment the government, but the government is a stable reference point. And as bad as it is, it's better than a bunch of new people taking over and not knowing what the hell they're doing.
Oh, they would
And
have
this
been
is
like the Khmer Rouge. It would have been like the Khmer Rouge in the United States, a kind of just catastrophic. Anyhow, go on. Yes.
yeah, yeah. In other words, they could have gone in and killed all the congressmen, and everybody's saying that's good. You did a really good thing. You did a really good thing. God, we're so glad you got rid of this vermin. You drained the swamp.
Of course, the killing doesn't stop there. It always
But
goes on.
that would have been the good news. The bad news is what was left would have been worse than what was there. So, and that's just the way it works. So this was unfortunate. So when it comes back to the book, the Roswell deception, we live in a different time now. There are so many books that it can be easily ignored. But there's this is a little different now. I'm out there. I'm a acclimated commodity. I've been acclimated into the system, although I don't have a high profile. I have a long enduring profile. I've been in this business almost 30 years. Next May, it'll be 30 years. I've been in the publishing world as a publisher. So I've been grandfathered into history. But now we have another problem. The eyeballs on this are not on me. When you read the stories that I've done with Douglas, or that I will do with Douglas, it puts eyeballs on him.
Yes.
Because there's a big problem with this book. Okay. Read the book. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Not meaning Peter Moon, but meaning Douglas Dietrich. We can't let him have a platform. We can't let him have a platform. If we could tolerate what he says about the peace treaty of San Francisco, and that the Japanese did not sign a treaty until 1951 and enforce it on the emperor's birthday in 1952, well, these are historical things. It's hard for us to own up to this and to justify it. We can say that, well, we were just sorting things out. We were just getting things right for the Japanese. You can make up all sorts of stuff. But the truth has been so obfuscated. This is hard for them to endure. And by the way, who the hell is this person that had access to all of these documents? Who the hell is he? How did he get in this position? How come he saw this? How come his compatriots aren't coming out and saying this? Well, it's because nobody wanted to do the job.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to burn the documents.
And none of them would have been able to contextualize what they saw because they didn't fucking care. And so many other
It wasn't their job to read them. Plus, it wasn't their job to read them. Who would have the audacity to read them? But that's beside the point. Who would have the position to access the documents? And then this gets into the dirtiest secret of the government itself and the media, which is Michael Aquino, the dirty secret that nobody likes to talk about, except, the Joseph Farrells of the world.
Right.
And I don't think he talks about
Yeah, I was about to
much,
say that's not a good example. It's
No. But people do. It's like, oh yeah, he's a great guy. So this is like this dirty secret that, the government and the media are under the spell of Michael Aquino. And when we say they're under the spell of Michael Aquino, they're under the grimoire.
Yes.
One of my good friends was telling me about grammar and spelling.
Yes.
And how it meant spell.
Yes.
And I said, well, yes, of course. I know this. I explained grimoire to him. He should have known better because he's very knowledgeable.
Interesting.
But yeah, he was coming upon the realization of, to cast a spell is we're spelling and grammar. And I said, yeah, and I explained grimoire and all this to him, and went into the Vox Arca a bit.
Interesting. How do you respond to that?
He understands.
Okay.
He understands. I mean, it was new to him. he told me that Corey Good was suing Gaia TV because, he felt that he should trademark some of the things he's talking about, and they're milking his lectures apparently that he did with them, and he feels bad about it. Maybe it's good that I turned down Gaia TV because they would appropriate my material.
Oh, that's what they do. Yes.
Yeah. And they're not going to do that. Although I might encourage them, if they were to do you, I'd let them appropriate that all they want, because it would only sell your book and would only give you a bigger platform.
Yeah, that's
but they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
I was about to say that's not what they're going to do, because it goes against everything else they're promoting. In terms of what we just some interesting stuff here, and it all truly does connect. It's all relevant. By the way, I do want people to know, in New York City, of course, it's just past midnight. Peter Moon, of course, we don't know how long he's going to be with us, but probably it's a matter of minutes before he turns in. So I'm going to try to make the most of this time while we're still gifted with his presence. And first, I want to thank him, of course, very much for coming in tonight. Thank you very much, Peter, for emphasizing the need to contribute, and the amount being about $100 would be deeply appreciated. We have 7 days before my birthday. I mean, it's the number 13 right now. My birthday is on the 20th. The fact that we add 7 to the 13 to get to 20, there you have it. That's kind of almost non-mathematical. It's amathematical, because it's normally 7 plus 13 equals 21. So there's some bizarre mathematics for you, and yet it works out this way.
Excuse me. For those people that just can't afford $100, send 100. If you can't afford 100, send 20 for his birthday, which is October 20th. Send it 20.
Yes.
Yes. And we'll get that and give him more for his birthday than you would otherwise. But I before I go, and I don't necessarily have to run off right away.
Thank goodness.
I want to focus. It's like, this. They don't want you to have too big of a platform. Don't want you to have a platform
at all. Really? Go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like, there's guys that have big platforms out there. Sean David Morton's kicking up again with Carrie Cassidy, and they're doing the Philadelphia experiment and the end of time or something like this. And it's like, people are going to listen to that stuff, and they're going to listen to all sorts of stuff. But so much of it is, you're going to be a void.
Yeah.
And you're just going to be avoided. And L. Ron Hubbard talked about what he called the Black Panther mechanism. He said, one of the aspects of survival is if you attack something. Mm-hmm. If you're strong, you attack it. If you can't attack it, you ignore it. If you can't ignore it, you avoid it. If you can't avoid it, you flee from it. Well, what you have is you have people attacking you, but they're trolls. They're not very high level. You have other people. Right now, we're suffering more from ignore and avoid.
Yes, that's right.
Ignore and avoid. Well, what are they ignoring, and what are they avoiding? They are ignoring and avoiding certain truths that make their entire paradigm untenable. It's a false paradigm that they are living under, a form of hypnosis.
Yes.
And you had described in your diatribe, just to show that I'm listening, a sister or brother god of Cthulhu. What was it? Cthulhu, who was the god of hypnosis?
Yes, and you pretty much have it right. And originally, of course, this was referred to basically as as in hypnosis.
Yes, but it was co-opted by the
by the
Cthulhu's,
Edomites, yes, and what they did was they've changed the name. And when I go into the groove zone, so to speak, I kind of lose track sometimes of what I'm saying. But Shon or Fawn comes to mind, but that's the god of the Cho. In terms of Azathoth, let me see if I could try to recall it from the.
I think I have something that might be more relevant here.
Yeah.
And it's like we're talking about hypnos, which is sleep.
Wakranos, right. I believe it was Wakranos that I was speaking of, the like Uranus, so does that ring a bell?
Well, that it's not so important. Just that you were mentioning the fact of hypnosis and sleep.
Yes.
Now, in the Chocho, work through the sleep.
Yes.
Work through the dream state.
Yes.
This is the dream state. That is the realm also in of Neptune. And Neptune is also related to Dot or Doth, and Doth is the invisible Sephiroth, and that is, of course, it's invisible. Yes. So, but that's the dreams, and the dreams are also an effort of the mind while it's sleeping to reconcile experience. It's to reconcile experience from the past to future. It has no time limit. The dreams, the future can come through the dreams, the past can come through the dreams, the present can come through the dreams. And it's an effort to understand and explain. That's what dreams are. And of course, it can influence you. But when we get into the hypnos, the sleep, the sleeping realm, Hubbard in Scientology used to talk about what he called the fourth dynamic engram. The fourth dynamic engram, an engram is pain and unconsciousness, but it also is a mental blockage to a clear mind. So he said that the fourth dynamic engram that was holding humanity down was so much laced in the problems he explained in the upper levels, which many people have heard about, and we won't go into those. But except that it had to do with mass implantation and the mass ability to forget. And people are not walking around on their own self-determinism. Now, this is pretty much the case because people defer to medical authorities, they defer to educational authorities, academic authorities. They don't always think for themselves. Some people do think for themselves, and they're inventive and creative. But we live in a world that is kind of canned and handed to you on a platter, for better or for worse. So when we get into the idea of a collective engram or collective unconsciousness holding humanity down, there is, Hubbard was talking about implantation, but when we look at it in the context of what Douglas Dietrich has offered us, we're dealing with, and in this context of Kabbalah, we're dealing with the sleepiness of mankind, the collective unconscious, the collective sleepiness that is not aware. And you can even argue, does it really make a difference of what's holding mankind down? Because mankind is mankind. It's just kind of like, does anybody care what's holding the elephant world down? Does anybody care what's making rhinoceroses extinct or tigers extinct? People do care, and we should care. But the elephant world is considered a crisis in a context of the planet, in a context of the environment, and you could easily trace the problems with elephants and rhinos and tigers to human beings.
Yes.
And the destruction of the environment, and the destruction of, the environment, and just doing the wrong thing. Just doing the wrong thing. I don't even know if this can be attributed to the cults of Edom, because people just do the wrong thing because they do the wrong thing. You know, it's not like they need encouragement to do the wrong thing. They see, oh, this will make me a profit. I can tear down the rainforest and, you know, make McDonald's hamburgers. That doesn't take a great evil force to do. It is an evil force, but it doesn't take encouragement by somebody who is guided by greed and profit and has the lack of fortitude or ability to think ahead for the betterment of the planet. So, but when we get into this hypnosis factor of what's holding humanity down, it's like people are living in a world that is, I'm thinking of the Truman Show, where the Truman Show with Jim Carrey, he's all trapped in this world and it's all a big show. He's the show and everybody is like a paid actor. Well, in our world, we do have paid actors in a sense because money rules the world and things run at the status quo. And we're all subject to the entrepreneurialism of people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, and people that control the world, Apple Computer and all these things. We're all like, in a sense, we're in the fishbowl. So when you put the truth that Douglas has, it shows the complete disingenuousness of the powers. And when you trace back these powers, whether they are principalities or entities obfuscating the principalities or controlling the principalities or the kings of Edom itself, it's like I was making allusions to real estate and territory. Well, what if, the mafia took over all the real estate brokers? So you cannot buy any of the real estate that they want to hold, or that they don't have, they're not taking, they're taking pay money from. Everybody who holds the real estate, you can't go buy the real estate. No, they won't sell it to you. This is what you're dealing with the kings of Edom.
Yes.
And all these sources of media or real estate, as I'm alluding to, is controlled. So if we get, this will inhibit the communication. And the more Douglas has to offer, and then when we get into the connection to his mother and Hitler, and I guarantee you the connection with his mother goes far deeper than the Hitler connection.
Yes.
And I think it's more important than the Hitler connection.
Yes.
But and of course, when I'm alluding to in the Hitler connection, and we won't digress onto this, but Douglas was told by Aquino, when he had seen that Douglas was out of his control and he wanted to cave Douglas in by telling him that Hitler was his true biological father, it only corroborated what his mother had been telling him for years, because she had acquired his sperm in her role as an envoy to the German government, as serving as an interpreter for Hitler and with Hitler, and securing his sperm, having developed a relationship with him, which was frozen and preserved and eventually used to impregnate herself with Douglas and his sister, although that's the summarized version of what he was told and what she told him. So I concluded that Makino knew this, and she was heavily monitored from the day she entered the United States, and Douglas was accordingly monitored as the boy from Taiwan, not the boy from Brazil, but the boy from Taiwan.
That's correct.
And that was Aquino's interest in why he eventually had his spy, which the lapdog secretary, I can never remember her name.
Oh, Leanne Prifty.
Leanne Prifty had basically directed, who was the spy in Mayor Moscone's office in San Francisco prior to his assassination. Aquino claimed responsibility for those assassinations of him and Harvey Milk, and used Leanne Prifty to direct Douglas, because she also worked at the vocational school John O'Connell, where he was going to school, and directed him to get a job at the Presidio,
Right.
where he already was a military dependent and had access. He was a perfect fit. But this was designed by Aquino to have his little Hitler's genes doing the work he could to fight it was grand irony for him, because he was being the Third Reich,
Right.
with a Hitler's son in his estimation, and doing all of this work to bring in the anti-gods, and still fighting the Third Reich he was.
Yes.
So there is so much more that can be said about that, including the Babelsberg working, which was
Right.
done in the castle in Germany with the big Himmler's castle, which they did, which was the most sacred place of the SS, and the United States did not destroy it. They helped, or it was allowed it to be restored.
That's
and
right.
this was they destroyed all the Nazi shrines they could, except for that one.
That's right.
And they didn't destroy his home in Bavaria, the Berchtesgaden, I think it was, in Bavaria, in Austria.
That's correct. And also there was I forget what it was. There was certain other buildings that were not destroyed. As a matter of fact, but everything Peter is saying is correct. What they could destroy that was stood out in the public mind, they destroyed it. There was only a few places that they left alone, just ignored. The Wewelsburg Castle was very interesting because it was so important, yet at the same time they said we're going to ignore this. And then, of course, what Michael Aquino did when he conducted his rituals, they were not appreciated by the German Nazis, of course, who said that he was basically desecrating a national monument, at which point he was asked to leave Germany. So what he did was not without controversy, but what most people don't understand, and the important thing to emphasize there, is that he did that on my birthday. So when he conducted the Wewelsburg rituals, that was on October 19th, my birthday eve day, into the 20th. He did that throughout the night because he was attempting to bind myself, as well as to prevent the old gods that the Germans had raised with their mass sacrifices that the West perceives as the Holocaust, but what the German, the Reich, perceived as Die Endlosung, or the final solution. And so when it came to that, they brought back the neo-paganism. They brought back the old paganism in a neo-pagan form. And of course, the Americans were very afraid of this. They felt that this was the new European identity returning, and the Americans were doing everything they could to destroy any European sense of identity. They wanted to do to the Western European nations what the Russians had done to their East European satellites. And so for that reason, they just had Aquino conduct this binding ritual. But of course, he's not just binding the old gods and preventing them from really coming back as a new religious movement, which was his sales pitch to the government. He was also trying to bind myself to him eternally. That was something that he had expressed. And when it came to that, in a sense, he succeeded, only in the sense that I'm forever linked with him in many ways by how people understand myself. And you'll always have people claiming that I'm suspect because of the background that I have with him. So in that sense, that has to be taken into account. But if he succeeded, it was more in that sense, as I perceive it, than as, for me, serving him. And obviously, this is where he felt truly betrayed, and that was expressed by, of course, Miles Johnston. When Miles Johnston, on his bases, when people would demand, why don't you bring Douglas Dietrich on to confront Aquino, and he would just say stupid things that didn't make any sense on the face of it, like, well, Douglas Dietrich is two-faced. He's two-faced. I mean, of all the things to say, it's such a bizarre thing to say. Instead of saying, oh, he's deranged, or he's crazy, or I'm not going to dignify that with a response. He says he's two-faced, implying that I'm a betrayer, a treacher. And so in that sense, You've got this individual he's just basically saying what Aquino felt about me, was that I betrayed him, betrayed the anti-gods. By the way, for people who are asking me in the email about what year Aquino did the ritual at Wewelsburg, that was 1982. That was 1982, October 19th into the 20th. So understand, this was 1982. So this is at the time that I had just really started working in the library that he did this. And it wasn't until after that he requested that I be transferred over to become essentially his gopher. He sometimes himself used the term nigger. And he just basically his acolyte, but his page. He even used that term at different times, and other people would. But essentially, this combination of an intern and what was formerly called liaison, meaning liaison between himself and the rest of the departments in the military. So you're talking about 1982, and don't forget the further irony here, and it's all Aquino's type of irony, that when Mayor Moscone and Harvey Milk were assassinated, then you had the woman who took their place was this Jewess who then helped Michael Aquino keep Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, effectively operating when she covered for Richard Ramirez and made certain that he changed his firearm, warning him on national television to change his firearm so that the police couldn't track him because the police had pinned his murder weapon. And so you have this Jewish woman serving Michael Aquino, and she's serving him because he claims he's fighting the 1,000-Year Reich in exile, which he felt he could commit a great propaganda coup against by having the son of Adolf Hitler on the side of the United States. And all of this, of course, is something that we don't need to overdwell on now for all the reasons we've gone into. We don't want people obsessing on that. And I think we've been extraordinarily successful in actually circumventing that, circumnavigating that, because the people who are aware of it, that is not the main reason why anybody is paying attention to me. And it hasn't been really the main focus of the attacks. Strangely enough, you might notice that the assailants and the attackers are coming from all kinds of directions, but mostly at this point it's just mechanical sabotage. The real last major operation that they had was Derek Talley, which they're touting as a success. He's obviously been, this is what Brendan Zoget wanted to share about that. He said it had, with everything that he looked at in the timeline exhaustively, because he knows I can't even stand to look at it, Brendan Zoget said that basically it was like a military initiation ritual. It was like he was initiated, Derek Talley, by his father into something based on, quote unquote, his success with me, and having just basically stalled and sabotaged and done so much damage that I've never really articulated, and there's no reason to, because as Peter Moon says, that's simply going to really just magnify and reinforce whatever damage that he's done. But a lot of it was wasting all of our time, and just an enormous amount of our time in dedicating so much time to him and his so-called illnesses, which of course were all fake. And so all of that is just part of the challenges that we deal with. The other thing I wanted to bring up that is very important about the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II is that, ironically, this is all relevant. We have this wonderful person, Isaac Romero, and his twin brother, Sammy Romero. God bless them both. And both of them have contributed, as I said again recently, Isaac Romero with $50 United States dollars. And as Peter Moon says, $20 is what you can give if you can't afford 100. Then just try to do that this month so that we can make certain that I'm stable through the birthday month, which is always hard into the holidays as it is, because obviously they just tend to spend more and it's just unavoidable. It's not even treating myself, it's just dealing with my social obligations. And one of them, of course, is my surrogate son will be taking me to the hills tomorrow, which is where they take the seniors, which I now fit into the category of, and they take them to the mountains for a kind of hike on this particular holiday, and the traditions behind that I can explain later. But the whole point is that one of the things that
You're not going to Mount Tamalpais, are you?
Oh God, that's so funny that you say that. You know, we made jokes about that. There are running jokes. We made no, we're not. No, that's the last place on earth I'd want to go. That's the basically it's an allusion in my case for my son providing me with an escort. That's basically taken, like he's taken to the hills. It's like that's an old saying which Peter Moon is familiar with. That's more of his generation. You know, my friend got taken to the hills means he ran off with a girl, like eloped. That's the sense we're doing it in. We're not.
Taking a hike.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. And but in terms of one of the funny things that Isaac Romero said when he was on here was like he said, "Oh God, among all the Dietrich," he was saying one time when he was here with us, and hopefully he'll be here with us again sometime in the near future, especially in the opening hour. But Isaac Romero was saying that until I was on Coast to Coast AM, he was talking about how Coast to Coast AM was all this crap, and he brought up vampires and werewolves. And of course, being who I am, I did say, well, of course, you understand that they're presenting those elements in a crappy fashion, but there's reality, those elements that they never present. And and so how would I say it? He qualified what he was saying, but I only covered the vampire part. And when he brought up the crazy werewolves, I should have gone into that for the sake of my friend, my 3D graphics modeler, who came to visit the other day, just yesterday, or, they all blend into me. Might have been yesterday or the day before, but, just a short time ago. I think it was yesterday. And so my 3D graphics modeler is, of course, someone who is a lycanthrope. And when I was acting as a consultant for Animal Planet, that was when they produced the special Werewolves Dark Survivors, was based on everything that I had told them. And, unfortunately, one of the few copies we had of that, which was our own, got destroyed when, of course, it was wiped out by Lena Shea. And so, I mean, it's still out there on YouTube, but you can't download it. I mean, so I have to find a way around all of that to, in a sense, get my... I won't call it intellectual property, because I'm reluctant to say that even about vampirology, because I want to think of this and present it as history. At the same time, we're all forced to... In order for me to get anything from my work or what I'm exposing to the world, I have to take a kind of proprietary attitude towards history, which should be public property. And unfortunately, we see what happens when I don't. We've seen the kind of exploitation by predatory, quote unquote, historians and predatory researchers, quote unquote, who are just listening to Douglas Dietrich and then putting what I say up on their fucking YouTube channel, and they get all kinds of hits. And
this brings another thing to mind,
yeah.
and we need to start doing this, or maybe you need to start doing it, or we need to. But your life events, see, it's the longer I get to know you, and the more I hear the story, and there's an authenticity to the story, which rides underneath the multitude of diatribes you give on different subjects. There's an authenticity of the actual personal event timelines. And I think it would behoove you and us to start delineating major life events with the dates and months, the exact date if possible, from not only the Wiebelsberg working, but Moscone,
yes,
Leanne,
Prifty, yeah.
All of these, and how it all lines up, all the coincidences line up, and the dates and events, because even the, adventures at, when you went to study harp, and then when you worked in the, in the dump, seeing the dead babies, all of these different things, the Night Stalker, all of these different events, because it's like a Mount Rushmore of history of events that is like, it's very Forrest Gump like. It defies probability of an ordinary life,
yes,
particularly an impoverished life that grew up in the Tenderloin.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense but it does make sense when you look at the bigger picture.
Yes.
And this is a key. It's better than any story out there, at least stories that you hear. It's the John Wick story. I think I've seen one of the John Wick's movie. I couldn't even remember it very well.
Thank you. You know, that was my experience. I keep telling Salman Sheikh that I'm going to review it again when I'm sober. I haven't gotten around to that yet at all, but the point is that the John Wick franchise is, yes, this is having this incredible impact on people, and it's like Jameson Reese says, Keanu Reeves is emulating, he plays paper with a gun. He says Keanu Reeves is essentially an ambulatory sheet of paper. You know that? And of course that's what he is to a great degree, and people project depth onto him. But it's you know, I appreciate what Peter Moon is saying, and people have made that observation before, both friends and enemies. The woman who supplied me with $3,000 to bring Noreen Helphand with me to Australia, I can name her name now, I feel safely, Pamela Duff. She was a sponsoress who enabled me to escape Australia, quite literally, because I was able to bring that woman with me. Noreen Helphand to use as kind of like my foil to get out of there when I had totally vanished from the system and was therefore effectively a prisoner in Australia. And the transport system, when I came in on a plane that suddenly there was no record of my coming in. Madness, and well, not madness, an ambush set up by Nexus magazine. And so when basically when she spoke to me, she brought that up. She says, you remind me so much of Forrest Gump. And then you had the attacker, Stephen Outram, and he was saying, he was comparing me in his colon column to Forrest Gump. And so there, of course, the Forrest Gump is very dated. And there's, at the same time, at the time that it was released and was considered so timely and was impacting enough to actually launch a chain of restaurants, Forrest Gump restaurants, believe it or not, then at that time, what a lot of people thought was that it was really a documentary. When they usually interviewed Americans who had seen it, like, what did you think of Forrest Gump? And they would say, oh, that's the best history documentary I've ever seen. They actually thought that this was a documentary. So in that sense, my life is that. But the difference is, there's several differences, of course, with Forrest Gump. The horror of Forrest Gump, which was based on a novel where the man is an idiot savant and all that, and they tried to carry that through in the film, but the real message of Forrest Gump is a purely negative one, because Forrest Gump never changes, and that is not a good thing. If a person is experiencing crises after crises and challenge after challenge and happens to be present in several pivotal events in history and meet several historical giants that have impacted the world, and this person is always the same, everybody in America responded to that because they're seeking a comfort zone. But there's nothing positive about that. The man is not a man at that point. Forrest Gump is basically, that's the one thing they get right. He's an idiot. I mean, if you're exposed to all of that and you're not profoundly destroyed and recreated, whether by your own workings or someone else's, more than once, you truly are an idiot. And this is what they were portraying, was a fucking idiot. And everybody loved that. The Americans resonated with that because most of them are idiots. And that way they say, oh, wow, there's an idiot like me. And
I don't understand why people attracted that movie. I've never watched it. I've seen parts of it on TV.
Well, it's unwatchable. It's unwatchable.
But it was loved. And I have a couple things to say. First off, if you're going to do a Forrest Gump restaurant, which sounds like a horrible idea, you're going to have all the waiters dressed up like Forrest Gump. They're going to have to come up when they come to wait on your table and they say, "Hi, I'm Forrest Gump."
It was like that. It was like that. Each restaurant would have the special Forrest Gump person who would announce the menu or something. Oh, today we have a Bubba Gump shrimp in this kind of idiot's it's just they had one person who was like the imitator at each restaurant who did that regularly, and they worked in shifts, of course, and it's just, yeah, just
Well,
horrific. Yeah.
it's nauseating. But the other thing about not Forrest Gump but Tom Hanks is
Yes.
whatever you want to say about Tom Hanks, and I know a lot of people don't have many good things to say about him. I certainly don't. But what I would say about him, almost every movie he's in is wildly successful. And you have to wonder, like, does he only pick roles that are successful? He doesn't pick bad movies. He's in good movies. He's not like what you call a lead role, like a leading man.
That's right.
But he's, they call him the Jimmy Stewart of today's people, because Jimmy Stewart, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good comparison. It's a little bit fits, but he's and then like, why is he so wildly successful? It's almost as if he's a spokesman for Hollywood,
For the deep state.
and then he was also a spokesman for the pandemic, because he was the first one to come down with the pandemic, with the
Yes.
COVID.
Yes.
It was like he was right there, the bellwether, saying, this is real. I have it. I'm in Australia. I can't leave. And it was like such a bellwether. And then he's leaving all these Facebook posts with the
Children's shoes.
with the children's shoes and stuff. And I never, Crystal River had pointed that out to me. She was following it. I never followed it. And then when I did finally look into it, I said, well, I never was sure it was him, but I'm saying if you have somebody posting as Tom Hanks and you're Tom Hanks, he definitely was allowing it to occur. And I guess it did turn out to be his site. So he's kind of saying, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I'm responsible for these kids disappearing and worse. And it's all fun and games. Meanwhile, enjoy your COVID. It's like, this is the...
It's all very sinister. And don't forget his role in the World War II memorial, simply because he had been in that Band of Brothers bullshit. And then they made him the spokesperson for the World War II memorial. He's the face of World War II. He's selling you World War II. And he was in that recent Greyhound movie about fighting the German U-boats. Here he is, the great American fighting the German U-boats in the Atlantic.
Saving Private Ryan? Was he in Saving
That
Private?
was it. Yeah, Saving Private Ryan. That's what I meant to say. Not Band of Brothers. I mean, they're all
I didn't
this.
watch the movie, but one of my Italian friends had once told me many, many years ago, she said that movie was responsible for, so much of this phony patriotism.
Thank you.
That was Spielberg. I think Spielberg did that.
Yes, he did. And you know what? There was one time, it was basically, it was in Oakland. This is how I know about it. And I was working the armed contract at the time in Acorn Projects. And I still will get back to the werewolf story as it pertains to Roswell and the Rising Sun. Not much werewolf in it, but I'll make my point.
Acorn Project needs to go on your timeline too. All of these things, but carry on.
Oh, absolutely. You and I will do this. We'll put together my chronology, and we will basically trademark it so some son of a bitch can't run off with it like David J. West was trying.
You know what? They can't steal your story. They really can't. They could do a knockoff on it. But it wouldn't be, it could even be popular, but it really wouldn't be good, and it would...
It's true, you're right. It's kind of like remember we were making the observations about that stupid movie called Bloodshot, which was based on an old comic book, and but the whole thing had Vin Diesel, and they're talking about nano blood, and there were elements of it that reflected my experiences. And of course, I was making jokes about suing them, which Peter Moon said, of course, is just an enormous waste of effort and time. And but he was like also putting some jokes in about that. But the films, they just, of course, whatever they produce is nothing like what happened to me. It's just simply they're just going different directions with it, and their directions are always just wild. And Jameson Reese says, yeah, that he says next we'll be seeing Tom Hanks playing a vampire. Yeah, so they can steal that from me. But and of course he'll have the vampire leaving children's shoes all over the tracks and shit. That would be Tom Hanks. And but at any rate, in terms of I'm sorry, where was I? I was talking about the. What was I talking about? Oh, the Acorn Projects. So when I was at the Acorn Projects working at the site at that time in Oakland, there were 2 black kids, 2 or 3, maybe more, probably half the class. But anyhow, they all got in trouble and wound up making the national news because the teacher had brought in a bunch of Holocaust crap to show them, and was showing all these black kids about how the Jews had suffered. And then the black kids all started laughing and saying, yeah, well, come back to us when you're all, been slaves and shit, and then they said, oh, God, it went to court. It went to court, and the judge sentenced these black kids to watch Saving Private Ryan. He said, your sentence is to watch Saving Private Ryan so you appreciate how the Jews have suffered in World War II and how we had to go rescue the Jews and the sacrifices that Americans made to cleanse Europe of the Nazis. And so they were all forced to watch Saving Private Ryan, which, by the way, could be almost considered a form of child abuse, because if you've ever seen the opening scenes of Saving Private Ryan, it's a meat grinder. It's just basically, they close, how do I say it? The landing barge, opens its door, ramp.
I'd like the judge watch a video I have. I forget the name of it. It's on slavery.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I mean, that was so offensive. The idea that blacks are supposed to feel so bad about Jews. I mean, what is that? What the fuck is that? Like, why are blacks supposed to feel so bad about Jews? I mean, why should they? I mean, what the fuck is that?
I want to say this. I forget the name of this movie, but it was made in the 70s. I think it was by an Italian director. My friend, Sid Catlett, Hamza Sid Catlett Bey, the famous basketball player, he had sent it to me just, so I could understand and appreciate it. But what did you just say?
We were talking about the Steven Spielberg. Yeah.
Jews, the Jews. Yeah. You see, the Jews were the major slave traders.
Yes.
And in Newport. They operated in Newport, Rhode Island.
Yes.
Where the great wealth is there today. And it was because of, it was called Jewport.
Yes.
It was called Jewport. So, it's like, well, yes, the Jews were mistreated severely in Germany and in Poland, in Auschwitz. But yes, the Jews had also enslaved and made, their empires on enslaving black people.
Yes.
In America, shipping them to America. And then you have the Germans fighting, the Jews declaring war on Germany.
Yes.
And it's all kind of a weird circle of energy. It's a weird circle of energy, and you have the judge ruling in a way that would be deemed to be very politically correct towards quote unquote standard middle class American values in America. The political, he's in tune with the political climate of the establishment. But black people never view the world the way the consensus does. And this is being very highlighted, I don't want to go into it, by the basketball star Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, who is basically refusing the vaccine and willing to take the millions of dollars of hit he already has millions of dollars for not playing. And, he won't be able to play in certain arenas where they require vaccination. What he should do is make his public stand. He should go out and get one of these vaccination cards that people are selling online, And,
yeah. Well,
here you go, guys.
he's got the money to he's got the money to print one himself. I mean,
well, but I'm saying, you can make all this, and just before the game, he goes in and, just before they're all saying, "Where's Kyrie?" Well, all right, and just, here's the card, and they can't say anything. They can't say anything. They've created this hubbub, and he gives them the card.
Yeah. But by the way, when Peter Moon speaks about Judea declaring war on Germany, that was March 24th, 1933, and it was in direct response to Adolf Hitler assuming the Kanzlei, the office of the Chancellery, as they would say in English. And so that, of course, put Hitler immediately on an emergency footing. He's already taking charge of a nation which he only has nominal charge over, really, and has to work with various party alliances because of the situation of the Depression, the situation of reparations to the Allies, all of the challenges he's already facing. And then the Jewish diaspora declares war on Germany by saying that they will lobby for Britain and America to declare sanctions, as well as all the Western world, against Germany, so that it will have no money to contend with the Depression or reparations or anything. So this is a state of war to exterminate and annihilate the German people. As a matter of fact, for those of you who have no idea of reality, and this is not because I'm trying to rationalize what my biological father did. This is simply the fact. You can look up Nakam, Nakam, and Nakam is the Jewish agenda to kill 6 million Germans. That was based on their concept of vengeance. And when the Jews declared war on Germany, what was their revenge against? They felt that the Nazis had persecuted them, that the Nazis were, and this was before there were any camps. This was before there were any annihilation pogroms. So this is obviously a self-fulfilling prophecy. And this was because the Zionists, which are not the Jewish diaspora, which wanted to stay in England and America and lives they had overseas, the Zionists who wanted to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine, their concept truly was that if they did not exterminate the diaspora, that the diaspora would interbreed with all the Goy, the Gentiles, and then Judaism would vanish from the earth. And so they felt that they had to get their own homeland, and if it took killing the majority of the diaspora, they were happy to do that. And so they were insistent that a Holocaust had to happen, which was why, therefore, they had to declare war on the Germans and then kind of bring about the demise of Jews in Europe, which, of course, was the only thing that led to Jews relocating to Palestine, because otherwise they were never going to move there until they were literally driven. This is all part of something that's not an overarching conspiracy where they knew exactly where everything was going, but that was their general plan, and it did work according to the general plan. That's what happened. So that's the reality of what we're dealing with, and but nobody ever looks at it from that perspective. This is always the Jews as some kind of victim, this passive victim that, and it's not the case at all. That's not the historical reality.
Let me ask you a question, Douglas. I'm looking at Wiki's definition of Nakam, which means revenge. Did it all occur after the German Holocaust, after the German Holocaust against the Jews?
That's how that's how it's represented in revisionist history at this point in history. This is how they present it. That they'll say that, because the Germans had killed all these Jewish people, that the Jews said, an eye for an eye, we must kill 6 million Germans. But that doesn't make any sense on the face of it, because take a look at the simple facts. Before World War II, And you take a look at all of the Germans throughout Europe, the Germans that were in the Ukraine, the Germans that were in various parts of Eastern Europe and Russia, the Katharina, Tsarina Katharina had basically relocated many Germans into Russia to help build her cities and build up the infrastructure. All of these Germans, the Volga Germans, etc., altogether numbered in Europe 180 million Germans. After World War II, when you counted the populations of East, West, Germany, and Austria, you came up with 100 million Germans. I mean, literally a little over 100 million Germans. 80 million Germans died. So the idea of suddenly the Jews say, oh, we've got to kill 6 million Germans when 80 million have already died, many of them dying in the camps that had formerly been death camps for the Jews. Germans were taken into those camps and killed by the millions, with Jewish Bolshevik commissars running the camps. That is a fact. So the idea...
I had also sent you that book that was
actually, you know, I never got that. I never got that. So I do look forward to it if you can find it again.
Well, that was, this was about...
Yeah, I don't need it right now, but yeah, bear that in mind.
No, go ahead.
It's just, no, finish. Let people know what that book was about. Peter Moon was going to send me a very specific book, and he'll tell you about a little bit about it, and then I'll, tell him.
It was called German Essay.
Yeah.
And this was sent to me. I couldn't find it for years.
Right.
Okay. After a decade-long persecution of the German population within Poland.
Yes.
Which culminated in approximately 10,000 Germans having been massacred to death, notably between May and September 1939. Keeping in mind, September 1st is 1939, the invasion of Poland by Germany.
Yes.
With over 50,000 Germans held in Polish concentration camps. Now that's different than a death camp. Concentration camp, it's a prison camp. And approximately 80,000 German refugees fleeing from Polish occupied areas. Hitler declared on September 1st, 1939, as of 4:45 a.m., we will shoot back.
Yes.
Prior to that, around July, the Polish cavalry would regularly penetrate for some 5 miles into German border areas, leaving a trail of harassment, plundering, and killing of German farmers, a clear intent of provocation, all aided and accompanied by hateful preachers from the Catholic pulpits.
Yes, this is all true.
The march to Berlin was a subject publicly discussed with enthusiasm all over Poland at that time.
Yes.
Poland had 1,255 concentration camps, mostly for Germans. They started setting them up as early as 1918, thus being the first nation in Europe having had concentration camps. It is noteworthy that they started the camps 2 years after Germany and Austria saw to it in 1916 that Poland became the Kingdom of Poland again.
Yes.
This expression of gratitude, in quotes, had been preceded by Poland joining the ranks of the victorious parties against Germany once World War I was over. Poland rewarded itself by successfully enforcing the accession of German territory in their favor, so that some 2.5 million Germans were under Polish control, the intent and reason for the concentration camps now becoming clear.
Yes.
Despite a blank check guarantee given to Poland, which paved the way to the latter's aggressiveness as described above, Britain declared war on Germany but didn't help Poland, so that the campaign had been over within 3 weeks or so. When the Russians invaded Poland the same time around, you would hear of no protest whatsoever from Britain.
That's
the British.
True. Yes. Go on.
I'm almost done. Hitler made numerous attempts, almost 20, both publicly and in secret, to arrange for peace, but nobody was interested. It's all on record. And this goes on. This is called German Essay. It goes on and on and on. It gives you a completely different viewpoint of what was going on. It doesn't deny the Holocaust. It
It simply puts it in context. And this is important because when the Germans, of course, had all of these death camps, the death camps are all in Poland. They're all in Poland. These are the camps that the Polish themselves established to kill Germans. And the Germans simply re-geared the interne population into the Jewish population. That was, of course, at that point, the Polish people were eagerly helping the Germans to kill the Jews in those same camps. So the Germans could not possibly, in a hostile country that they're occupying, set up death camps without, of course, the infrastructure that would take years to do that. The Polish people had already built them before the war. So only in that context does anything make sense. So this is, and they were originally built to kill Germans. So when the population of Germany is already cut in half, the idea of putting Nakam, this Jewish revenge plot to kill 6 million Germans, like it's some kind of response to the Holocaust. The lunatic aspect of that is because the number of Germans that had already been killed far exceeded 6 million. No, this was originally a plot that was a terrorist plot prior to World War II that Hitler was responding to. That is something that people have to understand, because that whole Judea declares war on Germany, which made the international headlines, was based on that Nakam, where they said, oh, the Nazis are Judeophobic. We need to kill all these Germans so that the Nazis will lay off. This is the Jewish diaspora's idea, not the Zionists. The Zionists were trying to have Jews in Europe killed so that the Jews would say, we have to get out of here, and where can we go? Okay, well, let's go to Palestine, which the Zionists were establishing, thanks to Adolf Hitler, because he wanted them out of Europe. So the most pro-Zionist people in terms of governments in Europe were the fascists. There was no one else. So Zionism is truly a fascist movement. It was supported by the fascists. You can see the uniforms in the old Zionist photographs, etc. But, all of that aside, not that it's, to be dismissed, but all of that aside for the moment. Yeah, so my 3D graphics modeler, who is the lycanthrope next door, so to speak, he, a few doors down, really. But anyhow, he provided, of course, the majority of illustrations that are in the Roswell book. And so it was only yesterday, for the first time, I handed him a copy of the book, and he saw he saw it. And of course, it's always the usual thing with him, because my place is a crypt, and it's just mildewed and suffocating. He's first off, he meets me anywhere outside, he'll always say the same thing. Oh, you smell like your crypt, you smell like your crypt, like he smells the mildew on my clothes, etc. But he's hyper sensitive with his nostrils, so I always get the same thing from him, is how much I smell like my crypt. And then, of course, he comes in the crypt, and it's always unbearable. He has to stand outside first and kind of like prepare himself, and then come inside, and, and by that time, of course, he can only stay in here so long before it overwhelms him. But anyhow, so I handed him the book, and I said, I would really like your review on this, because I told him I personally thought of it as a 1.0, and that someday it might be expanded, I'd like to think. And I was telling him that I don't think we dedicated enough technical detail to the dirigibles in terms of their weapons batteries, etc., in terms of a more technical sense. But he actually said, did a very quick scan, but nevertheless a very thorough scan. And I'm certain he's going to read it. The first thing he said was that he was very impressed by how the illustrations had been used and arranged, how they were used in the book. And the other thing that he said was that his impression was that everything we said was what needed to be said, in terms of just making it accessible to the public, that they really didn't need all of the other information. It really just the message that America had lost the war, and all of the general parameters around it were really what mattered. I mean, so this is from someone who hasn't even read the book, and really has never really listened to much of anything I said about it. Everything he operated with in terms of the illustrations was not based on my educating him historically. It was simply dealing with the technical aspects of the illustrations, because he himself had been in projects to work with aerodynamic design for dirigibles. So he understood the technical nature of dirigibles. So when I described to him the Japanese dirigibles, he was able to recreate them graphically in a manner that matched everything I had seen in documents I had been ordered to destroy. And so this is like, we've gone into the past about why I've been unable to steal photographs specifically of the dirigibles in China, etc. There were certain things about the various documents I was working with where some were watched with just much more professionalism than other documents. And I was very lucky to steal everything that I did, such as tracing floor plans, etc., which I handed a number of to Peter Moon. They didn't make it into the book, and it probably would have been just it probably would have been information overload had they made it into the book, but maybe someday, with a potential expansion or something. But the first thing we got to do is get this book selling. And the only way that that's going to happen is through yourselves. So the listeners, it's all up to you. You have to make it happen. And guerrilla marketing, they do not want this information out there. They've done everything they could to make certain it would never get out there. I mean, you only have to look at none of you have seen the photographs that I presented to Jameson Reese and Peter Moon of Derek Talley. You don't need to see them. I mean, you've heard from what we've said. He's basically partying his ass off. He's in a suit. He's being honored with some kind of initiatory ceremony. And he's obviously not sick. This is an individual who was on my program for years asking for money for his various illnesses. And this is obviously the kind of work that they've done to sabotage everything I do, slow everything down, present stupid people that basically do everything they can to gum up the works in every possible way, and they're rewarded for that. It's like Daryl Hamamoto, after he ambushed myself on my own program, or attempted to do so. Obviously, I just castrated him on air and left him flailing like an idiot, but that's not the point. He was rewarded after that for his efforts by multiple appearances on Alex Jones, and which he never appeared on until after his attempt to ambush myself on my own transmission back when I was working with Revolution Radio. This is what we're dealing with. This is your enemy. This is the cult.
Well, I want to say something. It's getting late. I stayed extra.
Thank you.
But the thing is, it's like it's like if we were in a carnival game or a pinball game, and all these card pop-ups are thinking that that the silver ball's going to knock over, from Alex Jones to all these characters. They're just it's like enemies, not potential enemies, but extant enemies, because it's not that they're against you or me. It's like they're standing against life.
Thank you.
They're standing against the current of life. And this is what I talked about in the beginning of my talk about going with the flow. Yes. They're antipathetic towards life itself. And this is what is so much of what this realm is. You can go to this I was just talking about this Greek man today. This Greek man who had actually contracted to do my roof and windows. Yeah. And he was an immigrant. And he had come to, I don't know how he ended up in the United States, but he came here and he didn't speak a word of English. And he was telling me this story. We got to talking, and he's a really nice guy who liked to tell Greek jokes about Greek men liking sheep. He had a good sense of humor. But anyway, he said that he didn't have a job. He didn't, I don't know, whatever he had here had fallen through, and he had nothing. And he was sitting on a bench, and this lady came up to him and spoke in Greek to him and said, look, there's a job for you. You can get a job over at this diner. There's a friend of mine. Go over to this diner. Now, for those who don't know, in all over America, but particularly in the Northeast, Greeks are notorious for creating diners, setting up diners, running diners, managing diners. They'll have their Greek friends and family work in the diners. They're diner entrepreneurs. So he goes to this diner. He goes back in the kitchen, where it's a Greek diner. They speak Greek. He gets a job, I think, as a dishwasher. And then he says, so this woman hired me, or she said she is your friend. They did not know who the woman was. He could only, there was no such person. He only could deduce it was a guardian angel.
Right.
She came, he was at the depths of his despair. And he felt like this was an angel who saved him. There was no such person. My point here is, he had no friends. He had nobody in America, but a friend appeared. And now he was a successful contractor. He was a general contractor. He didn't do the work. He was a damn good one, too, I have to say. I really admired the way he got things done. He didn't do the work, but he made sure it got done. Very decent guy. But in any case, it's like we have a situation where on this particular project, we're not being glad-handed. We're not being pushed by sources that might otherwise push. In fact, we're being resisted. The antithesis to this is indeed the guardian angel. In the context of Aleister Crowley, the holy guardian angel. The holy guardian angel is within oneself. You have a holy guardian angel, higher self. I do too. And my holy guardian angel has directed me to work with you because it is in my opinion, of the highest good that I can do on this earth at this particular time. And of course, when one engages this type of work, one expects, if there was no opposition, it wouldn't be worth the effort.
Yes.
It would not be worth the effort. So what we're really moving here is not books. We're moving ideas. We're moving dross, mental concepts that are outdated. The Las Vegas Raiders, formerly the Oakland Raiders coach, just was forced to resign because he had a string of emails that were misogynistic, anti-gay, anti-black, anti-everything.
Jesus.
And it's a very complicated. I don't have time to go into the complications of it, but the only reason that I'm thinking, why is this guy's private emails being held against him? I don't think they should be, regardless of their content. The reason their content was made public was because of a lawsuit by the owner of the Washington Redskins, now the Washington football team. They can't call them Redskins, who got in all sorts of hot water for calling them the Redskins or allowing them to be called the Redskins and not wanting to change their name. And he was doing some sort of lawsuit about double standards, and this is where the information came out of John Gruden's emails.
There you are.
And I just learned that John Gruden, the coach of the Oakland Raiders or the Las Vegas Raiders, people refer to him as Chucky because he looks like the Chucky doll from the movies, Chucky. They refer to him as Chucky. So it fits. he was forced to resign. So I guess what I'm saying is, this is a it's all in the guise of political correctness, because I think the people forcing him to resign could care less about the politically correct issues. I think they just like using it as a weapon to get rid of people. Certainly his behavior was unwarranted, and it showed some deep issues. But what I'm saying is, this is a change. It is a change. We have a much more racially integrated society than we ever have, despite whatever issues remain. We do have positives. We have, yeah. So that was a change. That was a major change, and we can the prejudice that is against Asia, that is against Germany, the falsehoods can change, because we're basically being stalled and opposed by criminals.
Yes.
It's the truth. It's the truth. They have things to hide.
Yes.
So, you were put on this earth for a reason, and it strikes me to be a very important reason. So, it's like the dam will fall, but the dam will not fall unless we push it.
Yes.
Unless we, what's that movie, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman? The dam falls and crashes the whole laboratory.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. And it was a pity. It wasn't much of a fight, as everyone knows who was young and so disappointed by that film. It's basically, that's what happens. There's no fight. It's, they begin to go at it, but, then the dam, bursts and the laboratory floods, and there you go.
Well, yeah. I think, I don't know who blew up the dam. I think, I don't remember how the dam blew up.
I don't either. Yes, I don't either. It's one of those things that just it goes back. It's funny that Peter doesn't remember, because Peter is so good at this. When I was talking about the early films of Frankenstein, it was Peter who actually knew the correct order from the original Frankenstein of Universal Studios, and then the Bride and the Ghost, etc.
Well, it was the Bride of Frankenstein, then the Son of Frankenstein, and then that was followed, I believe, by the Ghost of Frankenstein.
Right. That's correct. And so the point that we were making at that time was that the original Frankenstein film, to tell you the truth, would be, if we're going by the Universal Studios cosmology of Frankenstein, not the original Mary Shelley novel, and the Universal Studios, how would I say it, cosmology it was a universe in its own right, and deserving of immortality. But the original movie in that franchise would actually be titled The Criminal Code, because that was the first Boris Karloff film where he plays the criminal who dies, whose brain is put into the Frankenstein monster, or the creation. And that is the way to really perceive that. So if anyone really wishes to see the classical Frankenstein Universal Studios cosmology in context, because no one ever talks about, well, whose criminal brain goes into the monster? Well, that individual, he's portrayed in all of his character development in that film entitled The Criminal Code with Boris Karloff. And so that was Boris Karloff's first film, and then the next one was Frankenstein. And here you have this Asian, and Boris Karloff was, of course, how Asian Indian is he? I think you know better than I, Peter.
Well, he's Indian. He was of Indian stock. I don't know, Hindu Indian.
Yeah, he was Asian Indian, and so you have this Asian man who's the villain. And because that's all they could really portray him as, because they didn't consider him white. And so they had him as the villain in The Criminal Code. And then after that, he was in all of those horror films as either a villain or tragic.
I never knew of The Criminal Code.
Oh, yeah.
But Frankenstein was after Dracula, and Bela Lugosi turned down the role of Frankenstein.
That's right. And what was the story behind that?
Well, I just think it didn't, didn't appeal to him.
Right. It was just
it was demeaning compared to what he had been in
Dracula.
But
Thank you.
he regretted it because it was such a big movie, such a great movie, at least in terms of its. It was a great movie, I guess, especially for its time. Yeah. But Boris Karloff kind of had the better career and the upper hand in that relationship because of Frankenstein.
That's right. They hated each other, though. They hated each other. It was very sad. And of course, as Boris Karloff later said, I'm sure Peter knows this, the role of Frankenstein as the creature was literally killing him. And he couldn't do it anymore after just a few films because it was so... The pounds of makeup, the boots, the concrete asphalt spreader boots. Those are asphalt spreader boots, and which is ironic because we just went in the other day to the age of asphalt and how the asphalt age, we're entombing ourselves in concrete. So there you have Frankenstein's monster as wearing asphalt spreader boots because, of course, asphalt can decay the flesh and burn it right off. So basically... he's protecting his feet with like combination of steel toe and heavy leather protection and everything else, but it added to his height. But that for some reason was also the weight of the boots, etc. Everything was like breaking his frame. It was like, and I'm sure you read about that, Peter, or know more, probably recall more.
I read. Well, what I remember was it was Lon Chaney who played in. Let me see. He played in. One of the more than one of the Frankenstein movies, but I don't know if he played Son of Frankenstein or he played Ghost of Frankenstein. He said that he was in this molten pit or whatever. He was in a pit, liquid pit. It was supposedly hot, and he said that he had all of a sudden, and he had to like have a straw to be able to breathe out of or something. And all of a sudden the crew had to go to lunch and they left him there.
Holy shit.
And he was like breathing out of this straw and he didn't get lunch. It was horrible.
It was like just crazy.
Claustrophobic.
No wonder the guy became a drinker. Didn't he like ultimately just drink himself to death? Become just like a...
I don't know.
Drunk? God, that's my understanding. Oh,
he had his challenges. He was a good actor, or he played himself.
Right.
But yeah. But I mean, it's just strange business. Classic movies.
Yes, they impacted us all when we were younger. Of course, the younger people never grew up with any of this. They grew up with, by the way, it's just what they grew up with is horrible. I mean, the stuff that's out there now is just horrible. Just the crap, so much of the crap that's out there.
So that was all of that German, all of that Universal movie was based on German.
Yes.
German technique.
Yes.
It was classic and. They made black and white work really well. The visuals were beautiful. My wife cannot watch a movie
that's black and white.
She's not only black and white, she can't watch a movie that's like earlier than 1980. I mean, maybe she can watch some 80s movies, but no, it's like she can't watch. I know that my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, could not watch a black and white movie. He's older than I am by a year or two.
Jesus. He
couldn't watch a black and white movie. All the kids used to dream in black and white when we were young.
That's true.
I remember telling them I had a dream in color. I dreamt of a cartoon and nobody believed me. You can't dream in color.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And it's true. It's true. I know that's the way it was with older people for the longest time. And both my parents were that way for the longest time.
I don't know if that's from watching black and white movies or watching black and white TV.
It's all of it. Yeah, it's the black and white movies and black and white TV. Yes, it's both. And oh, by the way, Jameson Reese is finding this hard to believe. No, we dream in color now, Jameson. I mean, we dream in color now. But unlike most Americans, I actually grew up with black and white because we were poor and all we could afford were black and white televisions. It was just awful. Oh my God. I thought
It must really entrain you because I didn't have a color TV till I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just watching, you log a lot of TV.
Yeah.
At least we did as kids. And I guess it must just entrain your brain to where when you're looking at pictures, consecutive pictures, because it's what you're used to seeing, you see it in black and white. It's not that you couldn't see it in color because you did go to movies, you saw cartoons in colors at the movies. And so it was possible to dream in color, but I think most of our picture watching was in black and white if you had a black and white TV. And black and white is definitely an art form of itself.
Yes.
You can't, I mean, you can imagine the movie Casablanca in color. It would lose so much of its mystique.
It's true.
It's not for its mystique or any of those Humphrey Bogart movies. You wouldn't want to see them in color.
Yes.
They don't work. And they call it noir, the noir. And it's, I've even seen some, modern day things when they do a good job of the black and white stuff. It's just a time period of yesterday.
Yes.
But be that as it may, I will sign off. But we'll look forward. I'll be with you on Sunday.
Wonderful.
What Sunday is? It might be a little late on Sunday.
Understood. Yes, and you'll probably be calling in, so to speak. Yes.
No. That's next Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm creating a birthday party, surprise birthday party for my friend, one of my friends on Wednesday.
Right.
On Sunday.
Right.
On Sunday.
Okay.
And then I will.
Oh, that's right. Yes, Wednesday.
So I might be late. Right. I might, come back at, 10 or so. I'll.
Oh, you'll keep me updated. I'm sure you'll keep me updated.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll have a way to keep you updated. Maybe Paula will send you a message, but because my cell phone is only good for text when I'm away. But so I'll be late on Sunday. I will check in though, and then Wednesday I will be at the on campus, so to speak, and spending a half a day in the city. So that I look forward to that, seeing one of my old friends, and probably seeing many more old friends who are not as close at that event. I'm trying to get people to go so that I can, circulate your book.
So thank you.
And I will probably arm my friend and his girlfriend with 5 copies each to pass out.
Fabulous. I mean, this is true subversion. This is true guerrilla marketing, and we'll speak privately about that before Sunday. We will. By the way, the Real Tech Geek, before you go, the Real Tech Geek is in the chat room, and he reminds me. He says, "Douglas, don't you mean the judge made the black kids watch Schindler's List?" That is true. Actually, the judge made them watch Schindler's List, but there were other black kids that were around that period of time sentenced to watch the Saving Private Ryan, not Band of Brothers, but Saving Private Ryan. Band of Brothers was a TV series or miniseries, I believe, if I remember correctly, whereas Saving Private Ryan was the Tom Hanks film. And when it came to that, it was because the black kids, in that class where the judge sentenced them to watch that, they had laughed at, I can't remember, something stupid like, American GIs dying in Germany or something. And somehow the teacher found the cavalier attitude of many of the black students disrespectful of what, these great Americans had done to free the world for them. I mean, the insanity speaks for itself. I mean, you're talking about people suffering from intergenerational trauma of hundreds of years of slavery. World War II was when they were in a completely segregated army. The majority of them were not red tails flying in the sky, but rather in labor units, which were basically slave labor building the Burma Railway to support my nationalist Chinese government, and which we ultimately, of course, were forced to join the Axis anyway because of the Americans betraying us in favor of the communists. So, the whole idea is just fucked up. I mean, there's nothing for these black kids to be grateful for when it comes to whitey dying overseas, quote unquote, for them. Again, but I thank the Real Tech Geek. So now I remember greater details about the complexity of the situation. There was one class where they were laughing at the Jews being killed, another class where they were laughing at the GIs dying. They weren't the same kids. These weren't the same kids. It was two separate classes. So there you go. With that, if you have any thoughts on that before you go, that's fine. If not, share our love with Patla, and we all love you dearly. And
okay, good night.
All right, good night. And that was Peter Moon. So, and of course, Jameson Reese is still with us, where he said, honestly, I wish there were more whitey wars, and I don't blame him. Of course, these days, there really aren't whitey wars because the majority of people in the field, are a bunch of poor blacks from out of the ghetto.
Yeah, I noticed that because I saw this army banner, recruitment banner, and of all things, they had to show a black woman
of course,
in an army uniform, and I'm like, yeah, the most raped woman in the service.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, we need our meat.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, there was part of me that felt like burning that thing down.
I don't blame you. No,
it's offensive on so many levels.
Thank you, and there are so many things that are so offensive on every level. I forgot what we were speaking about earlier that was offensive. By the way, I was astonished Peter Moon didn't know about the criminal code, but very few people do, and that, of course, is the film. As I said, Boris Karloff. Here you have an Asian Indian guy, and so they make him a villain and a criminal. He dies at the end of the film, and it's that brain that goes into the Frankenstein monster. So honestly, because the Frankenstein monster has no character development per se, see that film before you see the classic Frankenstein, and suddenly it's just, your world will change. Certainly if this has ever had an impact on your life. By the way, for those of you who read the novel written by Mary Shelley, the Frankenstein's monster is not green. They used the color green for very specific reasons back in those days. I feel almost... I'm almost reluctant to talk about this sort of thing because I don't believe Jameson Reese grew up with any of this. I mean, you never grew up with any of this, right?
No, I didn't. Yeah, actually, I did, because my father was an antiquarian.
Okay.
And he loved watching those black and white movies. So I would watch the black and white movies with them, and I remember like the black and white Wizard of Oz and all these other things. I remember watching the black and white Outer Limits, the black and white Twilight Zone. I really enjoyed the Outer Limits, though. That I still do have a fondness for that.
That's because it was shock and trauma. Wait.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they were always talking about nuclear this, nuclear that. And as a boy, I'm like, yeah, because boys are just everything violence and everything fucked up, because that's just, unfortunately, the Y chromosome is broken. So,
right.
Yeah.
So in the film Frankenstein of the Universal Studios, basically, of course, you have the creature speaking in broken sentences, really just grunting. I don't think he uses any sentences, really. But in Mary Shelley's book, it opens with a narrative of the creature itself, if I remember correctly, or Frankenstein's creation, who's actually, he has a name. It's Adam, though it's like this name that's kind of hinted at but never given, which was the great offense to God, was Dr. Frankenstein naming his creation after the first man, because he considered himself to have become God or godlike in creating man himself. then he felt that he was it was apropos to name his creation Adam. In the book, Adam, who's like I said, the name's alluded to, but it's never really spoken of. The Mary Shelley portrays the creation of Dr. Frankenstein as speaking very eloquently, and he's also quite literate, and he can write. So he teaches himself to read and write after he's created, and actually he's polylingual. By the end of the novel, at least, he's polylingual. He speaks multiple languages. So
there was this Netflix show. Well, it used to be on Netflix. There was a series called Penny Dreadful, and they actually made one of what was supposed to be the monstrous creation of Frankenstein. They made him one who was fond of poetry and all this other stuff. So he was like a really, really classy dude.
And how did they make him look? What did he look like?
Oh, they make him look hideous, of course.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Because his face is like milk white, and it's somewhat stitched up, and his eyes are like red, and but he's got like super strength and stuff, and people just keep trying to exploit him.
Jeez, for what? What are they trying to exploit him for?
They wanted to put him in like some kind of freak show, and he just got mad and bent the iron bars and just killed them because they were just being bad to him.
Well, so, good for him. Good for him. Yeah. Anyhow, yes. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. I'm always interested in these different spins that they put on these.
Of course, I only sat through that because I had a attraction to the woman with the eyes.
Well, that makes
Ava Green.
Well, if you could send me an image of
She was the woman from 300.
Oh, okay.
Who played like the general and whatnot.
Yeah, and she had the eyes. Like, what was special about her eyes in Penny Dreadful?
No, it's just that she just has very captivating eyes.
I see. Oh, so yeah, Judith Ager was recommending Penny Dreadful to me. She was watching it when it first came out, so that's how old that is. I mean, because she.
Yeah, it's not even on Netflix anymore. Sadly,
Right.
Netflix, like they got rid of so much that was good.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's too bad.
They got rid of. I mean, they definitely got rid of Patriot Act with Hassan Minaj because he was like telling people how to do their taxes for free.
Bizarre.
Because every website has every tax website has a certain IP address where you can do the taxes for free without paying any money whatsoever, but they hide it so that you can't find it on the main page.
Okay. Well, there you go. He shouldn't have been doing that because that's like, come on, you gotta.
Well, now actually you could do the taxes for free because the government decided to just make their own website where you do your own taxes on their site. So, right. I mean, so now you don't even have to do that H&R Block shit or whatever. Thank God. Most people are like, oh, well, I trust my guy who does my tax. I'm like, why the hell would you trust someone else?
They aren't worth shit. Yeah, I mean, both my late and sainted father, the guy who raised and guided me, and myself had nothing but negative experiences with H&R Block or any of that shit. Yeah, don't trust any of them. Yeah. So another difference between the Frankenstein creature in the novel of Mary Shelley and the film was that she describes him in the novel as having yellow skin, and that it's translucent, that it's yellow. It scarcely covers the work of muscles and arteries beneath. But when they made the film, of course, they didn't have that level of technology to do anything like that, to show some yellowish dude, which would have made him look very Asian, which would have been interesting, and but translucent to the point where his veins and muscles are kind of showing through. Which is quite the image, but I don't think any film has ever done that. Even with our new levels of technology, somebody should try that. But at any rate, so the green face paint, however, that just like blood, you couldn't use red for blood in black and white films because it doesn't look like anything. And what they found was that the closest thing that looked like blood, real blood, that you would find on a forensic photograph of a murder scene taken in black and white by actual police, forensics photographers like Magus Anton Zandor LaVey, the founder of the First Church of Satan, who worked with the police as a forensics photographer, getting his degree in criminology from City College, and the men who taught him that with the first course they opened up in that arena were the same people who taught me just before they retired, their last year of teaching before they retired. They taught me what they had taught Anton Zandor LaVey. And of course, he went into that so he could avoid the Korean War era draft. You know, just like Peter Moon, it turns out he was able to avoid the Vietnam era draft because he was a man of the cloth, a priest of the High Church of Scientology.
Also, whoa, wait a minute. No, I was going to ask if that was also what Peter Levender did.
Oh, I don't know what Peter Levenda did. Fuck, Peter Levenda's just, you know, he's one of those people I don't know too much about, to tell you the truth, because, you know, he hides
actually the less you know, the better.
I was about to say, yeah, and you know, he's such a piece of shit. Yeah, but in terms of what they found out for what looked like blood, as would appear in an actual forensic photograph, in a black and white photograph or a black and white film. And for years, by the way, they took black and white photographs for forensics because it was it was easier to work with in color because you wouldn't concentrate on things that would distract you. These days, of course, everything would be color, but for the longest period of time, they felt quite rightly that the color distracted from looking at clues and looking at things. You won't notice many things with color because the color splashes all over the place, and it like takes your eyes off of important things that you would notice in black and white. So if you'll find that if you take a look at a photograph in black and white and in color, you'll notice things on the black and white photograph you would never notice on the color photograph. So, you know, try that out sometimes. But but in black and white film, they found out that the closest thing that looked like human blood was chocolate syrup. So they used chocolate syrup all the time to portray blood in the old black and white films. If you ever see blood running down the walls or anything else, that's chocolate syrup. And as for making somebody look white, as in pale and pasty ghoulish white, then they found blues and greens did that on a black and white film. And that was how they made Boris Karloff stand out from the rest of the cast. So, and because of that, when people saw him in real life in full makeup, oh wow, that guy's green. And that's what they put on the promotional posters. And so everybody came to think of the Frankenstein's creature of Universal Studios as green. And that's how that came about. That's not something that, yeah. That otherwise was part of the novel. So there's all kinds of things you can, you know, I could go on about with Hollywood and all that, but yeah, one thing I can tell you is that yeah, when it comes to real werewolves, I mean, the one thing that they're always, you know, they're sensitive to smell. I can tell you that oh man, and yeah, that's like become my greeting now from, you know, my 3D graphics modeler is so much like, you smell like your crypt. Yeah, it's like, thank you. That's whatever. Like, you know, it's not offensive to me. It's just like, what do you expect? I mean, it's you know, I'm buried alive in this shit for, you know, the majority of the time. And you know, it's.
I'm guessing you smell like books.
Yeah, musty books. He was trying to describe it to me at one point, and what he did was in his own home where I visited in the past, he picked up like something like old rags that had been in a corner for a long time, and like this, you smell like this. Yeah, it's like okay, yeah, all right, you know. I mean, again, it doesn't surprise me. It's just you know, dust, mildew. I mean, that's what I think of when I'm surprised that. I never hear a woman complaining. But then again, of course, he's lycanthrope. He smells what normally humans gonna smell.
Yeah. He's probably got a sense of smell that's more acute than that of women.
Yeah.
Have a more acute sense of smell than us downbred pieces of shit old males.
So, oh God, what was I going to say? What I'm going to do is refresh myself. Let's take another look into the live stream before I leave things to Jameson for a little bit. You know, I don't need to refresh myself for too long tonight because you know, basically what I'm gonna do is put some of the food away. I've finished enough to have calories to burn through the rest of the night, however long I stay. So I'll put some of the food back in the icebox. That'll probably take the majority of the time that I'm away. Is just you know, probably around 10-15 minutes. And then I took my supplements, vitamin regimen before I did tonight's show, so that's out of the way. So yeah, not too much to do. So should be at the longest probably 20 minutes refreshing myself, getting things out of the way, throwing away some of these used bottles, the empty bottles, and then come back and start into tonight. I'll just do a little brief catching up for everybody on China, because I have had some questions about China.
Oh yes, I can open that up for you because
Okay.
Winnie the Pooh says we're doing it for Taiwan security.
Oh shit! Wait a second. Somebody was signing in on a Mac device. It says we noticed a new sign into your Google account on a Mac device. Is that check
Do you
activity?
have a Mac device?
No, I don't. New York, USA. Okay, is this I'm trying to think if this might be Selena. Okay, for what's
Okay. Yeah,
uh
it could be.
it could be. I'm trying to remember. Was she a Mac or was a? Oh God! All right.
I
So
know
the
Peter's also a Mac.
yeah, but he doesn't have any. Only Selena has the pass. So it says your account is at risk if it wasn't you. Now I noticed that they say attempt, not like they got in, but who knows? So I don't know what to do with it. Should I secure the account or the I forget what happens. What happens when I secure the account?
When you secure the account, they're gonna have you go try to verify it, and they might lock you out the account if you don't remember what the
Oh,
hell you're using.
uh-huh.
What I would suggest is running it by Selena first.
Right. So let me see if I can call her. And so what I'll do is I'll go mute and call her. I mean, I certainly appreciate your saying that. That's quite true. And so let me get my phone working. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, my cellular unit provided to me by Medicare and Medi-Cal via the California Lifeline Project is the service is provided by Assurance Wireless, which in some way or another is somehow affiliated, ironically, with Virgin, which are the assholes who stole everything I had when I went to Australia. But in terms of their merger, Assurance Wireless is now merging with T-Mobile. So the T-Mobile is German, so they'll be sending me a replacement unit that will probably be infinitely higher quality than what I have now. And but that'll take months. And they're going to cut all of these unit services in January, meaning that you have to have the new units. So the unit I have now will become useless in January, and hopefully by that time I have the new unit that they're sending me. Okay, let's see if I can. So this might take a few more minutes into my returning. Let me take a look at here.
Yeah, do what you got to do. I'll take
You'll
care of
handle it.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
take care of it.
you. Love you dearly.
All right. So we have I have some nice information, which is going to only further accelerate the extinction of the American species. Border residents rejoice as U.S. says it will lift travel ban. I somehow got a bad feeling about this, but we'll see what happens. I'm a bit of a negative Nelson sometimes, but we'll see what happens. Beleaguered business owners and families separated by COVID-19 restrictions rejoiced Wednesday after the U.S. said it will reopen its land borders to non-essential travel next month, ending a 19-month freeze. Travel across land borders from Canada and Mexico has been largely restricted to workers whose jobs are deemed essential. New rules will allow fully vaccinated foreign nationals to enter the U.S. regardless of the reason, starting in early November. That's a heads up to all you drug weapon smugglers out there. Okay, I had to go there because my macabre imagination does not permit me a moment of rest when a similar easing of restrictions is set for air travel as well. Oh, what can go wrong? Okay, this is going to get even more interesting by the minute. By mid-January, even essential travelers seeking to enter the U.S., such as truck drivers, will need to be fully vaccinated. Of course, that doesn't include that piece of shit, Derek Talley, because he's probably was never a truck driver to begin with. Shopping malls and big box retailers in U.S. border towns, whose parking spaces have been filled by cars with Mexican license plates, were hit hard by travel restrictions. San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria said the economic impact was hard to quantify but can be seen in the spare presence of shoppers at high-end outlet malls on the city's border with Tijuana, Mexico. The decision comes at a crucial time ahead of the holiday shopping season. Oh, how dreaded these holidays are for me. I am making a good decision to go into rehab because I just don't want to be here for that madness. In Nogales, Arizona, travel restrictions forced about 40 retail businesses to close on the main strip. In a city of 20,000 people, said Jesse Fontes, board member of the Nogales Santa Cruz Company Chamber of Commerce and owner of Mariposa Liquidation Store, which sells household appliances. His sales fell 60%, and he considered closing, but instead cut his staff from 7 to 2. Damn. Oh, that's yeah. These are some hard times for. Without a doubt, in Del Rio, Texas, Mexican visitors account for 65% of retail sales, said Blanca Larson, executive director of the Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau in a city of 35,000 people. Wow, that's nothing. That's well in terms of population, but then again, that's because I live in New York. What do you expect? In Del Rio, Texas. Oh, wait a minute. I just did that. Along the border, we're like more of one community than two different communities, she said. The ban has had an enormous social and cultural impact, preventing family gatherings when relatives live on different sides of the border. Community events have stalled as cities away from the U.S. borders have inched towards normalcy. We'll see how long that lasts. In Michigan, I don't know what STE is, so I don't know what that's an acronym for, where hockey and ice skating are ingrained. The SOO Eagles haven't had a home game against a Canadian opponent in 20 months. The players 17 to 20 years old have been traveling to Canada since border restrictions were lifted there 2 months ago. Now U.S. team can host. Oh, who gives a shit about the sports? We'll just pass that. Fully vaccinated U.S. citizens and permanent residents have been allowed into Canada since August, provided they have waited at least 2 weeks since getting their second vaccine dose and can show proof of a recent COVID-19 test, a negative COVID-19 test, which of course is the only thing hanging me up from being able to get the hell out of here and just start the agony that is rehab treatment. Mexico has not enforced COVID-19 entry procedures for land travelers. The latest move follows last month's announcement that the U.S. will end country-based travel bans for air travel and instead require vaccination for foreign nationals seeking to enter by plane. The new rules only apply to legal entry. Those who enter illegally will still be subject to expulsion under public health authority that allows for swift removal of migrants before they can seek asylum. I don't know why they have that in check. Why don't we just, migrate? Why don't we just expulse the people who refuse to get vaccinated? There's a thing. I'm just joking, folks. If you don't do whatever the hell you want. I mean, it's your body, your death, your life. Who gives a shit? Travelers entering the U.S. by vehicles, rail, and ferry will be asked about their vaccination status as part of the standard U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspection. At officers' discretion, travelers will have their proof of vaccination verified in a secondary screening process. Unlike air travel, for which proof of negative COVID-19 test is required before boarding a flight, to enter the U.S., no testing will be required to enter the U.S. by land or sea, provided the travelers meet the vaccination requirement. I can see how this can go wrong on so many levels with people creating fake vaccination passes and shit. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the U.S. will accept travelers who have been fully vaccinated with any of the vaccines approved for emergency use by World Health Organization, not just those used in the United States. That means the AstraZeneca vaccine widely used in Canada will be accepted. Officials said the CDC was still working to formalize procedures for admitting those who received doses of two different vaccines, as was fairly common in Canada. U.S. Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas says he was pleased to be taking steps to resume regular travel in a safe and sustainable manner and lauded the economic benefits of it. Mexico, Canada, and elected officials from the U.S. border regions have pressured the Biden administration for months to ease restrictions. Honestly, I am disappointed that Biden didn't just tell them to go fuck themselves, but this is a win for families who have been separated and businesses and tourism industries whose operations have been blocked since the start of the pandemic. U.S. Senator Jeanne Sheehan of New Hampshire, echoing reactions of other federal, state, and local officials, said. Basically, COVID-19 cases in the U.S. have dropped to about 8,500 per day, the lowest level since July per capita. Cases in rates in Canada and Mexico have been marked lower than the U.S. for the duration of the pandemic, which amplified frustrations about the U.S. travel restrictions. I don't know how I feel about that information because part of me, again, I'm equal parts good and I'm equal parts evil, folks. So I might as well just come out and say that part of me was hoping this pandemic would be like the big thing that just does humankind in. And there's the other part of me that is relieved to hear that the cases are going down because that means I can go and enjoy the sex life that I should have had. Well, that's something I'll have to work on. And of course, the reason why I bring up a lot of these vaccine topics is because this seems to be the new front in which social wars are being waged. Now, we have what they call, quote unquote, neo-fascist exploit no-vax rage, posing dilemma for Italy. Rome, an extreme rights party's violent exploitation of anger over Italy's coronavirus restrictions is forcing authorities to wrestle with the country's fascist legacy and fueling fears there could be a replay of last week's mobs trying to force their way to parliament. This is alarming, and I will tell you why. This is starting to look like an echo of what happened here in the US in January 6th. So, yeah, what happens here is literally what I guess we can call the shots heard around the world. That's what January 6th was. So I suspect we're going to see more of this. Starting Friday, anyone entering workplaces in Italy must have received at least one vaccine dose or recovered from COVID-19 recently and tested negative within 2 days, using the country's or green pass to prove their status. Italians already use the pass to enter restaurants, theaters, gyms, and other indoor entertainment, or to take long-distance buses, trains, or domestic flights. But 10,000 opponents of that government decree turned out in Rome's vast Piazza del Popolo last Saturday in a protest that degenerated into alarming violence. It's the mixing and overlap of the extreme right and those against Italy's vaccine mandates that are causing worries. Even though those opposed to the vaccines are still a distinct minority in a country where 80% of people 12 and older are fully vaccinated. So, what we do know about this minority of people who are opposed to vaccines is that they are probably more violent than the majority of the populace. So they're literally a violent minority. and you know, it's there's something really ironic about that. There's a sort of humor that one takes that I can take in that, which I will explain a little later. And cited by the political extreme right at the rally, thousands marched through the Italian capital on Saturday, and hundreds rampaged their way through the headquarters of the left-leaning CGIL labor union. Police foiled their repeated attempts to reach the offices of Italian's premier and seat of parliament. At least their police are competent. That much we can say, and compared to the Capitol Police, who there were some that tried, and there were some who aided and abetted the enemy, which is really sad. The protesters smashed union computers, ripped out phone lines, and thrashed offices after first trying to use metal bars to batter their way into the CGIL's front door, then breaking in through a window. Unions have backed the Green Pass as a way to make Italy's workplaces safer. CGIL leader Maurizio Landini immediately drew parallels to the attacks a century ago by Benito Mussolini's newly minted fascist against labor organizers as he consolidated his dictatorship's grip on Italy. To some watching the violence unfold, the attack also evoked images of the January 6th assault by angry mobs of the U.S. Capitol as part of the protest over Donald Trump's failed re-election bid. Bingo! They nailed it. Exactly what I was saying, and this is very dangerous territory. What happened January 6th is something that the entire world is going to suffer from, and we have to remember we're not at a point where any nation on this planet has the option of isolationism anymore, because we live in a interconnected global network. I mean, if for people who are thinking about a one world government, the one world government is the internet. Everyone's connected to everyone on all parts of the world all the time. So what we witnessed in the last days was something truly shocking, said Ruth Duragello, president of the Jewish community of Rome. Premier Mario Draghi told reporters that his government is reflecting on parliamentary motions logged and backed by leftist, populist, and centrist parties this week, urging the government to outlaw Forza Nuova, the extreme right party whose leaders encouraged the attack on the union office. They're literally ripping this out of Trump's playbook. Well, maybe I shouldn't call him Donald Trump. Maybe I'm going to say that Donald Trump has been possessed by Michael Aquino. So Trump is like Trump is now, oh my gosh. I'm running with that joke from earlier, but part of me thinks that there might be some truth to that. On Monday, upon the orders of Rome prosecutors, Italy's telecommunications police took down Forza Nuova's website for alleged criminal investigation. Hours after the CGIL attack, scores of anti-vaccine protesters also invaded a hospital emergency room where a demonstrator feeling ill had been taken, frightening patients and leaving 2 nurses and 3 police officers injured. Great. So now nurses can't do their fucking jobs because these assholes, it's just disgusting. In response, Rome will see 2 more marches this Saturday, one by opponents of the Green Pass and another to show solidarity for the CGIL and provide what Landini describes as an antidote to violence. Police and intelligence officials huddled Wednesday on how to handle possible violence due to the start of the workplace virus mandate and the twin demonstrations. Sunday will also see a runoff mayoral election in Rome between center-left candidate and a right-wing candidate chosen by leader of a fast-growing national opposition party with neo-fascist roots. Oh, this is very interesting for other reasons. I suspect the next place where we're going to see unrest is going to be Germany. Don't ask me why I think this. Don't ask me how I know. In fact, I will state here that this is just going to be part of an experiment. The experiment to see if that is actually what that weird little demon goblin was telling me in that sleep-like paralysis where he was stepping on Italy in Germany. Who knows? Among the dozen people arrested in Saturday's violence are co-founder of the Forza Nova, New Force, and its Rome leader. Also jailed are a founder of the now defunct extreme right militant group Armed Revolutionaries Nuclei, which terrorized Italy in the 1980s, and a restaurateur from northern Italy who defied a national lockdown early in the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so just letting you know that I'm assuming that this is Selena because I checked out some past security alerts and they were a Mac from New York as well. So it's
Okay.
yeah,
So,
this is like,
all right.
yeah, so this seems like for some reason when she logs in, it just, every once in a while it'll trigger that. The interesting thing is that this latest one simply said security alert, whereas the other one, another one said critical security alert, and I that was the one where I changed all my passwords and everything. But I think we're, this is, I'm going to assume it's her really, because it came at the same time that she had put up something on the website as well, posted that, and I got the notification. So that makes sense. And love her dearly. And it's just one of those things where she's been very busy along with myself. And she wants to talk to me yesterday, but yesterday, oh my God. And I think I probably told Jameson this already. It was a long day yesterday. A lot of time on the cell phone, just, taking care of just stuff. And unbelievable how much stuff you have to take care of.
That is the worst.
Yeah.
Having to take care of stuff on the phone is the worst.
This is what I was going to ask you about, was the all right, the let's see now if we can switch over here to the okay, what I'll do is I will send you an email. Have I ever sent you an email before?
Yes, you have, good
Okay,
sir.
and
Numerous times.
so let me see if I can. I had numerous times, really. So
Yeah.
let me see if I've sent you the original histo map, and I've told you about. I guess I didn't share it with you or with anybody else. What was happening with trying to order this what's obviously an illegal revision. And just so people understand this, several things about this. So let me see if now let me take a look. Recipients 2, and I'm going to put Jameson, and see if oh, okay. So this is the number 72 after the 72 goetic demons, and that's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good. So that's the one, and there's another one that is just RE, and that's you too, or what? Or is that an old one? Yahoo. That's an old Yahoo address. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. That's me. I have that's actually a more recent account that was made just to keep in contact with you as
Okay.
well.
All right.
So you have both of my
Yeah.
addresses.
Okay. So I got both of them. So I'll just attach these to both of them, and let's see there we are. Get that. And I still have that. James Arthur Yanchik, of course, he's got his stupid photographs. There's one with him in his hat and all white long hair, and the other one is his truck. He's in his truck. Jeez, it's pathetic. And of course, this doesn't reflect well on truck drivers. The history of James
You
Arthur
know,
Yanchik and Derek I'm sorry.
what's really sucky is what I notice about all these guys who are these conservative shills that are used by the cultists of the kings of Edom, is that they define their existences by their jobs. rather
Yes.
rather than any passions they have or interests they have. They're defined by their jobs. You know, my last handler, he defined himself by his job.
Which was what, a
To
psychiatrist?
yeah,
Oh.
to almost a sickening degree. It's like, dude, his whole thing was like, if he wasn't working, he was gonna die. It's like, gosh, dude.
With me, it's just the opposite. If I'm working, I'm gonna die.
Hell yes, I agree with you there. I even being poor and not working, but still getting some degree of income from Social Security is actually much more desirable than having to grind and deal with people's shit.
Right. Yeah.
Because at least now I have time to deal with my own shit,
Yeah.
which is quite a lot. So, I mean, if I had to deal with other people's shit and my shit added together, that would be horrible.
For everyone involved, yeah, that would be like. There you go. That's a workplace incident waiting to happen.
Well,
Uh,
that's usually why I got fired in the past.
uh, there we are. And and I'll just include with this one of the original histo maps to for comparison. And let me just attach all those. And so then what I'll send these to you right now, and this will say illegal histo map. So here's the funny thing is that let me know as soon as you receive that, open it, and then see if you can download those images, or what you might have to do, because I don't know if they'll be altered. Let me check a look. If they are, let me view the message. See if they get altered to the point where you can't
Did you
enlarge
send them? Did you send them already?
Yeah, I sent them already. So they went to both your addresses. But here's the problem is that you probably need to download the original. So you would see those images, and then what we'll do right now is kind of, as soon as you get it, you'll know what you're looking for when you open it, and then this will help you when you do a search.
Okay, now I got it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So,
My
so
shit is like super slow.
yeah,
So
so
I'm going to download all of
oh
these.
yeah, and it's probably not. Yeah, download it and then see if you can enlarge in it when you download it, at least to a degree. And as a matter of fact, let's do a screen share here, and hopefully this is entertaining to our listeners. I doubt it is. It's. I wish everybody could see this, but anyhow, okay. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, good. So let's lower this down, and then kind of open up the let's open up the accounts, And okay, so the histomaps aren't showing there. What I want to know is if you download them, let me know when you've downloaded them. And what I'd like to know is if you can kind of enlarge them like this. Here we are. When I open one of these up, one of these babies, okay, let's see if this works.
I'm looking at the one that goes up to 2014.
Yeah, that's right. And so if this, like, can you enlarge it to that degree, like make it large to at least this degree? Like, and then lower it down, enlarging it. I mean, are you capable of doing that once you download it?
Yes. The thing is, the 600 one is too low res for me to be able to read it.
Understood. Okay,
So
that's the problem with all of them. Yeah, so what I'm saying is that maybe we could...
All right. Well,
yeah.
actually, these the other ones, the historicity one seems to be a little more legible.
Well, that's the original one, isn't it? The historicity one is the old. Yeah, that's the old one. I only gave that to you for comparison. So that one, yeah, that one's going to be legible. So for people who don't understand, what happened was in 1932, Mr. Sparks produced the original Hiso Map, and the really, for whatever faults it may have, and the more I've been looking at it, I actually discovered some things I never even knew were on it just recently when I was going over it with Brendan Zogit concerning the revision. And I was looking at the original Hiso Map, and it actually does have the Maya and the Aztec on it. You barely notice them, but they are actually there integrated. So I didn't even know that he had them on the map, on the Hiso Map. So once I found that out, I was actually impressed. And so it is what it is. And it has, as I said, he's very Anglo-Amerocentric, very Western-centric. And at the same time, it's still, nobody else did anything like what he did. So it's still remarkable. His accomplishment still stands. And it stands well enough where people have been ripping it off. So this other map, Hiso Map, that was released in 2014, this is not approved by Rand McNally. Now, Rand McNally, of course, retained the copyright, and the person who was taking advantage of the copyright was Mr. Sparks's wife. So Mr. Sparks's wife retained the copyright. So when they did revisions on it, Rand McNally, back in 2020 or so, let me see, the two revisions that they did on it were in 1990 and then around the year 2000. So the two revisions that they did on it, the name that's copyrighted to is the wife of Mr. Sparks. As a matter of fact, let me open that up here so I can get her name. And that was, it was originally John B. Sparks and then Anna Sparks Glantz. So Anna Sparks Glantz, it has the copyright on it. And so they credited her, or the proceeds went to her in 1990. And then by the year 2000, maybe she was dead or something. And then Rand McNally retained it. But it's probably still went to her, or the estate of John B. Sparks, whoever, inherited from there. Now, what's interesting is that in 2014,
the 2014 one doesn't have the copyright on the bottom of it.
That's right. No, it's totally illegal. It's totally illegal.
Yeah, it's literally a what do you call it? Oh gosh, what is it? What is it called again? It's a forgery.
Well, it's I wouldn't call it that because it's not really emulating the other one at all. It reverses it. It does the opposite. Whereas the Hiso Map, I'm not saying it's right, it's just traditional. The Hiso Map reads from the top down. And what the illegal revision did was that it totally reversed that, so that what they're doing is they're going from the bottom up. And this is to make it more optimistic, as if we're rising, as if we're advancing, we're progressing, as opposed to, descending. And so
I like the descending better because that's what I see happening, honestly.
Brendan said the same thing. And,
well, we think alike in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and so in terms of chi, yeah, here we are. So then what happened is, all right, so here we go. The thing that happened was I paid for it. and it went to this young lady named Gina Chi. And so she seems to have taken her, is that service of PayPal? Okay, so that's not her. So this is Gina Chi. So can you see this? You see her little face
Yes.
there? Yeah, so cute little Chinese girl. And it looks fairly young. I mean, might be 40, at the oldest, maybe about 40. It couldn't be more than that. Or it could be an old picture. Maybe she's 50 now. But here's Gina Chi. And so basically, I asked her, has my order been received and processed? And the first thing that I get, I'm inquiring to the status of my order. And the interesting thing is that I get answered by, this is funny because originally this was answered by Gina. Okay, but it's this Georgie Leahy. Okay, now this is the ethnicity is Slavic. If it's a man, it's probably Bulgarian. There's a lot of Russian girls named Georgie with this I at the end. So this could be a Russian woman. And I originally assumed it was a man. So when, anyhow, but originally I was contacted by the Chinese chick. It says, thank you for your order. I'm a little bit perplexed as how you managed to place an order as the website that this product was hosted on is no longer available. And so I think I have a high-res image of the map somewhere, so I'm happy to print and send you a copy of the map if you like. Best regards. And so I said, yeah, of course. Oh, please, dear Gina, that would be great. Thank you so much. I'd also appreciate an estimated date of arrival. I myself was born in Taiwan. You seem to have a Chinese name, so here's wishing you a happy Asian Mid-Autumnal Moon Festival today. And then hers a little while later, by September 25th, the original thing was September 21st, so about 4 days later, work week later, basically I get this thing from what I assume is Georgie. At that point, I was assuming that I was talking to Georgie, because then I realized just now there's no real indication who it is. Anyhow, hi Douglas, I'm actually unable to locate the high-res version of the graphics suitable for printing. I need a few more days to track down the original graphic designer who did the project for me. All this is very strange. Good news, I found a California-based printer who can ship to you overnight. Can you please confirm your contact number for the courier company and your desired shipping address, please? And so, many thanks. And then, oh wait, there might be the indication that it was, there's no name. Fuck. Yeah, that might have been Gina for all I know. Anyhow, so I said, Georgie, thank you for your efforts, sir. Give my address and everything. Best wishes to you and your staff. This was the name of their company. Speak with an exclamation mark English. Like it's a nativist Californian company. It's in California. It's like the company's name is Speak English, which is almost like a confrontational, anti-immigrant stance. And it even had, over the company logo, had the immigrant
I'm
stance.
guessing that the Asian woman is an avatar.
Okay. And
basically she's not real. This is someone who's playing that person.
Makes sense. Maybe, probably. And so, like I said, this is
Why would someone named Georgie be responding to you from
this Asian chick's address? There might be a couple.
Yeah, the Gmail.
Yeah,
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
It's and so then I said, have we reestablished contact with Georgie's original, graphic designer? And I hope all is well, and then, and by the way, that photograph was added after I had established contact. That's why I said my compliments regarding Gina's photograph as now appears with her electronic communique. Very nice. Thank you. And then suddenly I get this. I'm afraid we've been unable to track down the source file for the Hiso Map. Okay, none of this makes any fucking sense. I'll organize for your PayPal funds to be refunded to your account. After which point I said, look, my real and passionate heart's desire is simply to know what's printed upon the redesign of the original Rand McNally time chart. There's no point in hiding. That's a ripoff. Per the 20th century, I can make out and surmise a number of the words, but not all by any means. See attached, which of course I attached as high resolution as I could get it. And, you can make out 9/11 terror attacks, Cold War. I can even make out Hitler becomes Chancellor, invasion of Czechoslovakia. Hitler becomes Chancellor is right here. World War II and Holocaust are right here. None of this is on the original. But I'm wondering what's going on with some of this other shit that they seem to have tweaked just a little bit. And then, of course, like I said, there's weird shit like they made Russia one of the emergent powers, whereas China is subsumed into the Indian subcontinent. Indian subcontinent / China. Japan disappears entirely, and they replace that with Southeast Asia and Oceania, which is just, okay, bizarre. They make Japan disappear out of history by 2000. I don't recall Japan disappearing out of history by the year 2000 myself.
No,
So,
no,
they,
not at all.
yeah.
If anything, they emerge.
Thank you. Thank
we,
you.
we, we we actually see the emergence on the original map that he did.
Yes, thank you.
So this it's obvious that this person is someone of Slavic descent.
Yeah, like Russian, where they made the Russian show up, and so
I think they're using the Chinese person's name as a cover to make it look credible.
I think that this was a Russian propaganda front. And that Brendan says his instincts are that this is like Putin's forgotten agent, like somebody that was put on one of Putin's black credit cards and is loose in California and therefore working with this speak English bullshit with all the red counties in California, all the Republicans. And then they had done this to kind of like as part of their propaganda campaign back in 2014. In other words, like this
considering you gave him your information, I think you had best keep your firearm ready.
No, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't perceive anything. The person, if anything, seems scared to death of me. Where, when I'm saying, look, why don't we just, have a Skype call or a telephone call so you can tell me what the fuck is on this thing? Because I just am passionate to know what is on it, right? And I said, I'd be happy for you to retain my payment. And then after that, crickets. They just went totally fucking silent. Didn't answer. I had to hit him again, checking in, hoping you received my preceding electronic communique, willing to work with my suggestion. Honestly, I would be beyond ecstatic if you simply retained my payment and e-relayed myself an attached high-resolution image.
Man, I think you might have sent a poltergeist to him.
What?
What? You sent a poltergeist to him with all your from your haunted crypt.
Yeah, there you go.
Email.
There you go.
And so he decided to shoot himself in the head.
Yeah, there you go. Anyhow, so then your payment has been returned by the recipient. So, this is to let you know that Gina Chi returned the payment. And so they returned my payment rather than giving me the product. So this is, okay, all of this is sketch as fucking hell. This is like...
Yeah. I mean, why not keep the payment and just read to you what's on the thing?
Thank you.
Or give you a higher resolution image.
Thank you.
Just scan it, give a higher resolution image, I mean, and keep the money.
Thank you. No, instead... it's this shit. And so I think that what's going on is pretty self-explanatory. This is some Russian propaganda front. And, I don't care about what they're doing. I'm curious to see what they put on this Hiso Map. And the reason that that Jameson has these copies of that now is what we need to do at this point is simply try and find a copy out there. This was something that was published only 7 years ago. And just stay on the lookout, and I'll have to find some way so that the rest of the public can get a hold of this image and start helping me look for this. So all of you who are listening to this, Bizarre HD says, much love onto you, Douglas Jameson, and the rest of the team. He's one of these individuals I'll give, copies to of this, and maybe he can find something as well. Who knows? But anyhow, Travis Moss says... Crispin Glover wrote a piece exposing Spielberg as a pedo, which is why he was not in Back to the Future 2. Crispin Glover, that's not Danny Glover. Crispin Glover, was he black? Like Danny Glover? Or was Crispin Glover...
Maybe that's his son, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyhow, and then Travis Moss says, you probably touched on this before, but what is your opinion of AH having a rare DNA haplogroup for Europe? Some have claimed that it indicates him having Jewish or African ancestors. Actually, no. The reason that Adolf Hitler was so sympathetic with Native Americans and considered them basically Aryan peoples is because he had Native American blood, which, as I said, they have proven that there are Europeans who had Native American blood. So you can actually look that up, Europeans, Native American blood. American blood. So either way, I've got a Native American blood in me. So Europeans, Native American blood. Let's take a look. It says America's natives. Some of them have European roots. Some. DNA links Native Americans with Europeans. Okay, this is some. There are obviously many that have Asian roots because that's also genetically proven. By the way, I like this Science Nordic. This sounds almost like it's like, white supremacist or something.
I mean, they might as well,
Yeah, it could be.
Why not?
It could be.
I'm so cynical to the point where I would just assume it, and it could be something completely like not. But I would assume it this day and age because of just what we've been exposed to.
Right. So European, cave Europeans, Native American blood. Let's look that up because they found the bones in the cave, and in Bulgaria. Yes, there we go. Okay, here some of Europe's oldest known modern humans are distantly related to Native Americans. This is Adolf Hitler's haplogroup that the individual is talking about. And what I find, no offense on the part of Travis Moss, this is not Travis Moss's intent, he's not trolling, but what I find offensive is the indoctrination. What's the first thing they say? Oh, rare DNA haplogroup for Hitler must be Jewish. I mean, okay, why? Why is that the first thing that comes to people's fucking mind?
Because the fucking propaganda.
Thank you.
And this is the right propaganda, the Russian sponsored right propaganda, who says, oh, Hitler was actually Jewish.
Yeah.
That goes back to the that Anton Wilson and Illuminators bullshit.
Thank you.
It's like, oh my gosh, please do not cite that person of all people of being anything credible.
Thank you. And by the way, Travis Moss also says Frankenstein's monster was also not referred to as Frankenstein. He was referred to as the monster. Okay, that is quite correct. Frankenstein was, of course, the creator, the doctor. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, he is a real historical character. That is a genuine historical character.
Yes. His name is, oh my gosh. No, wait. He was?
Yeah.
I thought it was based off of Benjamin Franklin.
No. Benjamin Franklin was very much one of the inspirations for the novel character. But in other words, what Mary Shelley did was she took a historical German character and kind of conflated him with Ben Franklin, because she couldn't out and out just say Ben Franklin, because that was like, they had their form of defamation and slander in those days too. I mean, you're talking about a European lady, she didn't want a bunch of asshole, white guys coming after her saying, hey, you're slandering my good name and shit.
Yeah, and then they'd probably gut her and gang rape her to death and do
right.
what they did back then.
Yeah, those assholes. I mean, they felt they could get away with anything with impunity. By the way, of course, I'm turning around because I'm looking for something in all of the crap that's around me, and I'm unable to find it at the moment. But definitely, I'll go more into that. Obviously, towards Halloween would be an appropriate time to do that. Of course, we're near Halloween. But
all the official Rand McNally maps, they have Japan, Japan's influence widening.
Yes, that's true.
They don't have it just cut off to whatever the hell that orange thing is.
Oh, that's supposed to be like the Pacific Islands. I guess, like, what is there? By the way, nothing against the Pacific Island people. Far from it, but
that cutoff is that's like what the Russians wish happened.
Yes, thank you. It's
their masturbatory fantasy.
It is. It's disgusting. And I can't enlarge in this, but let me see. In the communication I sent them earlier, then that was, if I go back to the Gina Chi shit, which is still that's so sketch. It is so fucking bizarre, the whole interaction with this, and you're convincing me more and more. I'm buying more and more into it that this is that this.
It's some poor or some fat poor white prick who's guzzling a gallon of vodka a day
No, but you don't understand.
and sweating bullets.
He hired somebody to invert all this, which means that, okay, this is not cheap. He had to have a graphic designer.
No, this means there's a lot of people working on this.
Yeah, because somebody reversed everything, which means they had to take the type. Now, granted, this is 2014 when this was done, so it's only 7 years ago. We had the technology to digitally do this much easier than resetting type on a machine. But in terms
You're not going to have one person do that, though.
Yeah, but even with the digital shit, that what they did was they reversed the pattern upside down and added everything there, and then they tweaked some bit of what was said in the original. So yeah, obviously this took work, and then they had to decide, what they were going to do. Britain, of course, comes back. The British Empire, which was in the original, suddenly becomes Britain only for a little bit, and then it completely disappears because it subsumes into Europe, and it ends at 2014 before Brexit. So at that point, Britain's still part of Europe. That makes sense. But
I noticed they still kept Russia there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Russia is still. Yeah, that doesn't merge with anything. No, and it gets wider. Yeah, so and they also enlarge into Arabia, which comes out of fucking nowhere. Arab Spring. So they bring Middle East and Africa. Then China is suddenly its name goes beneath the Indian subcontinent, so it's kind of like this.
China took over. China took over India now.
Oh no! Actually, it puts India pretty much on top. It's like India's on top and then / China. So it's like India.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that whole area.
So it's like a slight. It's like a slight towards China. This Southeast Asia and Oceania, which is like East Timor. That's what it says here, East Timor, and they're talking about the war in East Timor. But and then here it's the Sri Lankan civil war ends, and so East Timor was trying to secede from Indonesia. So basically, they had Japan superseded. Where right here it says basically Korean War, Vietnam War, economic growth. So it's like basically they have Japan somehow with its economic growth disappearing historically via the Vietnam War towards the year 2000, which is totally nonsensical. This is totally irrational.
It's beyond nonsensical. Maybe this is a map that's only based on war.
No. It's obviously Russian propaganda. And of course, with the you make America bigger, but the biggest one is Europe. So the way the Russians perceive the world, of course, is that Europe is the big prize between Russia and America, right? So they
they somehow perceive the 9/11 terror attacks. It's like all of a sudden everything just gets wider after that. So it's just like
because America's invading everything. So there's a certain logic, and that's like you said, that's where you said based on war. So that makes sense because so like with Russia, what does it end with? War with Georgia. War with Georgia is the end. With the Indian subcontinent, Sri Lankan civil war ends. And you're right. There you are. And I think right here at the top, believe it or not, I think the end point in 2014 is healthcare reforms. That's what I believe that is healthcare reforms. But I'm fascinated at what they're choosing. Margaret Thatcher's down here for Britain near its end because, that's the Falklands War and shit. So then it's coming towards the end.
So the only thing I'm thinking now is the reason why Japan tapers off is because they're not involved in a conflict at that point.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
I mean that, and we know that's not true because they're in a continue they're
at war with Russia.
Skirmish. They're at war. Not only are they at war with Russia, they're in a continued skirmish with China, and they're in a continued skirmish with North Korea.
Yes.
And then they have those skirmishes against South Korea, which they're never going to get over. They're always going to be pretty much at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I read both manga and manhwa.
Right. And so for those of you who don't know, the manhwa or the Korean manga, they're the Korean comic books.
And some of those are pretty good too. I mean, they're actually pretty good. Some of them.
Oh, they're all good in general. I mean, they're both cultures with their own angle on the world, and I appreciate them both. Of course, it's just one of those things where. It's hard to tell where. I know that Korea lately has been more and more pissed off with China because of China's bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. At some point, I think South Korea would have to you cut whatever bad bread there was between they and Japan, and just, the enemy of our enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, it
Japan.
has to get to that point. I mean, common sense has to prevail at some point over, the just the bullshit maintenance of these stupid, what do they call it again? Just simmering hatreds and resentments. The resentments. So there we have that. But so the whole thing was this fascinating journey, and what we're going to try and do is see if I can. Now I called an antique dealer in maps, and they specialized in everything to the 20th century, 15th through the 20th century. And I started talking about this stuff, and they said, well, if it's published in 2014, that's after the 20th century. It's like 21st century. They said it's too recent. 7 years ago, it's too recent for us to be dealing with. And I said, well, who could find something like this? And they said maybe an auctioneer or something. But the interesting thing is that there you go. It's something illegal. It's something that's not copyrighted. It's something that yet enormous amount of energy went into, which is easily seen when one looks at this. It took a graphic designer to reverse everything, change all the print so that's upside down, and then add a bunch of stuff in the 20th century towards this what we believe is a Russia propaganda angle. And it's probably some agent on one of Putin's black credit cards, and he is using a Chinese woman avatar, or maybe he's just paying some Chinese woman so that he could stay here, like as a partner or something. Who knows?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Well, that would make sense, because China and Russia are pretty much both enemies of the.
Yeah, but if the Chinese were involved, China would not be subsumed underneath the Indian subcontinent. China would be
No, and yeah, and if China was involved, China would be huge.
Yes,
and
thank
it would be
you.
enormous.
Thank you.
And not only that, if it was a Chinese-run operation, it would be a lot. They would take precedence over Russia.
Yeah, that's right. They would. Instead,
Because they have more money to
Yes.
throw around in that regard.
That's right. Instead, what you have is the biggest thing for 2014 is Sri Lankan civil war ends. With Russia, however, for 2014, you get this: Yeltsin, Putin, war with Georgia, which, by the way, that's all in 1 year. So in 1 year, they have Yeltsin gets knocked off by Putin, who takes over and immediately starts a war with Georgia, and Russia gets bigger, which is like, doesn't make any sense, but yeah, it's kind of like...
They can dream.
They
Dream.
can dream. That's right. Oh my fucking god. So there
I mean, their state, the competence of their state, with as many people dying every fucking day of the week there.
Yes.
I think the idea that they can somehow, we can target Florida with our nuclear warheads. It's like the idea that they'll pull off anything outside of hacking and cyber espionage is just absurd.
And assassination that takes out a lot of bystanders and shit, like they did with the Novichok in London. I mean, they practically own London. I mean, they've got, because of the offshore accounts. Go on. Yeah.
That's the thing. They would make formidable terrorists, because that's all they do.
Thank you. And this is that would be the only argument for having them expand to the point where they're shown in that Hiso Map, is terrorism, cyber terrorism, just all manner of terrorism, basically.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can go into the amount of videos I've seen on horrible videos of just like Russian guys just killing women and shit. I'm like, shit. What the hell? It's like, do they have anything better to do there?
Obviously not.
If you keep killing your women, you're not gonna have anything to fuck.
Yes, it's disgusting, and also what's sad is, of course, the amount of incest porn that they just are trying to earn money on the net, and they do that by fucking their relatives.
Well, at that point, they're really not going to be a force to reckon with, because everyone's going to be blue and downbred, and it's going to be worse than the Appalachian things that happen with the
Oh
Appalachia.
shit! Yes. Oh my god.
You're gonna
And
have blue people walking around.
yeah, and it was our man Peter Moon's wife was traipsing about up there in the Appalachians with her friends. They were taking a look at, her friends wanted to buy cheap property up there, and he
Of
was
all places.
yeah. I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
I can grasp the idea that maybe it's a higher elevation and it won't get wiped out.
That's
But
they
when
must be thinking
the
that. They
next
must be
tsunami.
This is the
But
thing that I
what we're
thought. Do you think
seeing
they're trying to avoid La Palma? They must be seriously.
probably they're looking for some kind of survivalist spot,
Yeah.
knowing that this is going to probably bubble over.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Which, again, I've reached a point where, okay, how am I going to kill myself? You know, that shouldn't be the first thought that someone thinks when they wake up in the morning. It really shouldn't. Now I know I'm morbidly depressed.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, it's actually in your situation, it's not irrational. It's like it's almost reasonable considering, La Palma. I mean, in context of La Palma.
Dude, I
Um,
mean, knowing what I know about how painful death by radiation is, I think it's. Oh, okay. Now I remember what I searched in the suicide pain index. Yes, I have to go there now. Oh man, I saw this brutal ass video of this dude like and they're like this is what they do in Brazil. So the guy's awake and they're cutting into his abdomen and they're like removing like his chest and his ribs and shit, and the guy's awake and screaming in pain, and I'm like looking at that. I'm like,
well, that's not suicide. That's not
no,
suicide.
no, but that was literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
And
I
why
mean,
were they doing this? Just because he owed them money or something? This is all gang shit or what?
yeah, it's gang shit. I mean, but literally, they're like gutting him, and they're like, but they're doing it like they're cutting strips of it down, and it's I think what made it so particularly gruesome was that while I'm looking at this, I'm sort of feeling the guy's pain, and I'm like, why the fuck am I feeling this?
Well, because it's human empathy. It's human empathy. It's probably healthy that you feel that at least. So, I mean, if you didn't feel some semblance of that, you would probably
I
be.
don't want to feel that shit.
Yeah, I understand, but at
Shit.
the same time, if you didn't, it
Keep
would.
that empathy shit.
At the same time, if you didn't, then that might imply that you're psychotic. So it's probably better that you do, in a certain sense. But
And I truly honestly envy people who are psychotic.
I hear you. I I can actually understand.
Sociopathic and psychotic, I envy them.
I get it. I fucking get it. Yeah, it's a painful world, and these people are immune and inured to all the pain. They feel no pain, no, in the sense that they certainly don't empathize with anybody, so they don't have those concerns. And anyhow, so by the way, Bizarre HD, of course, who said much love unto you, Douglas Jameson, and the rest of the team. That is George Knight, and he had his birthday recently. And of course, he's a what do they call it? A service and delivery engineer, which means he's involved with 5G, the fifth generation wireless, and installing a lot of the technology for that in England, which is basically kind of like a lot of work with. From what I see, he's climbing telephone poles, so they're setting up transmitters. That's it, transmitters. So the hence the kind of birthday card that I produced for him. And as for the what was I going to say with that? Anyhow,
Okay, so this is definitely not a very accurate index. This index is so questionable. All right, so they have agony on a scale from 0 to 100, and shotgun to the head, lethality 99%. Bullshit. That's bullshit. There are so many people who fail at it. It's not funny.
Yeah. By the way,
they
they blow their
have to
face off.
reconstruct.
Literally. Yeah, they literally blow
And
their. Yeah.
And to put the agony at just a 5, oh gee, I mean, seriously?
Yeah, that's
That's bullshit.
that's nuts. Yeah, that's not. But then again,
Even if you succeed,
mhm.
you're still feeling the pain of your face being blown off and the back of your skull being blown off, and your brain is still processing that pain. So you're not dying instantly.
Right. Oh, by the way, just so that people understand, okay, the way we'll deal with this is, let's save this for when, like maybe Sunday, because that way, anyhow.
Well, okay, I could see how seppuku is at 86 of agony.
Oh God, yeah, at least. Holy shit, yeah, that's gutting oneself basically. I mean, oh God,
Hit by a car is a 63.
Mhm.
Electrocution,
Mhm.
72.
Uh,
Electrocution should have more of a pain index than that. This is Reddit, so I think this is totally bullshit. Oh, they actually have an association of pain. Holy shit! I'm sorry. I don't know why I find this shit fascinating.
what I mean to say is that, yeah, maybe Sunday when I take a break, then you can cover this, because obviously if both you and I are here and you cover this, then we come across as Beavis and Butthead like. It becomes somewhat Beavis and Butthead like.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's like, I don't mind, but at the same time, it's it's also, I just shit. I don't need the images. The images come into my mind of this stuff, like what you said about the guy in Brazil, and it's like, so where did you see
honestly,
that? Where
honestly,
did you see
I wish I didn't see that myself.
that?
Well, actually, I'm glad I saw it because now I know how it looks. But because that's the thing, I always want to know how it looks. I can't rest unless I know how it looks, no matter how bad it is.
So these Brazilians, were they white or black or just some kind of in between?
I don't even know. They were just a gang of guys, and they were cutting them over. They were cutting them open with a machete.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy's like screaming. Ah!
And you said that this was a video?
Yeah.
Oh my God! And so was this on Reddit? Was that Reddit?
No. But I could send you the link if you want it.
No. That's all right. It's maybe sometime when the morbid. It'll be about the same time that I might remember to send you those pictures of Pac-1 Morales with his shingles, which it's like I don't even want to look at those, and then have to download them so I can send them to you is a chore. I mean, it's like By the way, for those of you who don't know, Pac-1 Morales has shingles. He's contracted them. He says there's the most painful shit he's ever experienced. And and for some reason, and this happens, I don't know why, but this is the case with a lot of people that this sort of thing happens to, where they're injured or they get ill, and for some reason they feel compelled to share it, somehow that's to spread the pain or something.
Oh my gosh, that's horrific. Yeah, I'm looking at shingles.
Yeah, so he felt compelled to send me pictures, and I'm like, dude, if you just told me you had them, I believe you. I'm not gonna believe you're lying. Like, he's sending me pictures like I'm his employer or something. Like, see, it's like I would like, oh no, I don't believe you. Come into work unless he gets the pictures or something. It's oh my God. And so there you have it. And then Jameson was saying, oh, let me see them. And I was like, oh God, I don't even want to look at them. Open them up, look at them, download them, this and this. Anyhow,
well, at least I'm not asking what it tastes like.
Yeah, like Derek, right, that idiot. Yeah, and that
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and that whole party thing, and that believe that shit. I mean, this is how that Derek is not fucking sick, when he's got some stupid poster up about poor is people. What did he say again? Something like
passing opportunities.
Yeah, repeatedly. I mean, this is like blame the poor for their own problems. I mean, for somebody, if he was on dialysis and saying that shit, what the fuck is that? I mean, that's like.
Oh my God! There's no cure for shingles.
There has to be. There has to be. There's got to be.
Okay.
My dad had it, and they did something about it. I mean, my dad had it, and they gave him pills.
Supposedly, you can get pain that lasts after the rash is gone, called post-herpetic neuralgia. So, assuming that it's in the herpes family, I can understand now why there's no cure for it. It's caused by a virus, I think. Varicella zoster.
Hmm.
Yeah, if it's a virus,
But
yeah. If it's,
they cured it in my dad. They gave him a bunch of pills.
they
You
pr-
cured it. I mean, at least what do you say? What do you call it? Like suppressed
they
it or something.
yeah, they put it in oh my gosh, it's like the same thing that cancer does. Remission,
Remission.
some shit.
Well, you never came back. Whatever.
I wouldn't want to get it from the get go.
Of course
Uh,
not. I don't.
oh
Yeah, I don't want
fucking
it. And,
shit.
yeah.
That's horrible. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's like anything herpes is super cringe.
Yeah. 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 This is so bad. Yeah.
It's super cringe, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, now
I'll tell you something.
now I remember why I'm an incel.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
There
don't
you
want
go.
herpes.
Yeah.
There you
Oh, that's funny. So when let me finish this Coke, and then because I don't want the Coke to stay there all night, so let me finish this, and then when I finish that, I'll probably start monologuing. But in terms of right now, we can continue with the Beavis and Butthead shit because
You know,
we can check into
there's
Penny.
nothing worse than warm Coke.
Oh, it's not warm, thank God. I mean, it's a larger can. I don't want it to get warm. Let's check in on Penny for a second here. Oh my God, I feel like I'm gonna yawn.
She's on. It says she's on yellow, which is like unavailable.
Okay. So
But you could ask her if she wants to come on. Or
yeah.
what about Amanda?
I don't. I tried her earlier and she wasn't there, so I'm just assuming. Hi, how are you? Let's just ask that first. I mean, I'm not quite sure we need her on tonight, but just check in with her casually. And what was I gonna say? What were we talking about before? It was the herpes. We were talking about the what else was there? It was so the subject in general was kind of like, whoa, what was it? Anyhow, hopefully we haven't scared all the audience off. Let's check in with the numbers.
Oh no, you know they love the macabre stuff, man.
There we are. Diesel Driz joins us. Says UV lights. What up, Australia? Cool. I gotta bounce the U.S. They got drugs there. And okay, I mean, your choice. I mean, he seems harmless enough, but whatever you feel about it, I'll leave it up to you. And so let's see now. Who was talking about the comic book was awesome. It says one question: would I be welcome? I don't know. I mean, it's anyhow.
I'll just kick him out. He's just a bullshit.
Okay. Anyhow, so the Real Tech Geek says, during the beginning of John Wick 3, when he's shooting and being shot at in the Oculus is the most dumbest, unrealistic gunplay ever. Suppressed weapons that don't make sound, which is not true. That's quite true. Suppressed weapons actually do make sound. That's, And so there we are. Acolyte says, do you think what is called remote viewing is real? Works? Acrolite? Yeah, it can. Yeah. And then, so then Travis Moss says, a good movie is Buffalo 66. And then Conspiracy Kitty was saying she sent the naked picture to the wrong JMO.
Yeah. Well, I got a friend request, so I'm friends with her, but there was no nude.
Okay.
So I'm kind of like,
let's see. Let me
thinking that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. There we are, and oh gosh, and then she kind of disappeared for the night. But okay, such being what it is, and okay, so I'm gonna try and finish this Coke. That's like my objective for right now, and that sounds like really fucking high goals and shit. But it's like, oh, that's as fucking high as I could get right now. And so we're trying to get out of the gore trip, get out of the ghetto, the gutter, the gore gutter, and we have been on for 7 hours, which is fucking unbelievable, which means that we've got, 5 hours left. And so I've been getting questions about the relic populations, and since I was covering the anti-gods yesterday, it feels like yesterday, may as well be yesterday, then I might go into a bit of the relic populations tonight in context of magic. We'll see how I feel. And aside from that, I thought that, well, fuck, I'll just, finish this coke, let Jameson finish up what he was talking about,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was something about how they in Italy they're like going ape shit. This what do you call it? Violent minority of anti-vaxxers are going ape shit crazy.
Wow, what are they doing?
Um. Well, I mean, they tried to storm the, they tried to do another January 6th in their country.
Really? Holy
Yep.
shit. Uh-huh.
And supposedly their far right group called Forza Nova.
Fuerza Nova, yeah, New Force.
Forza Nova. Yeah, yeah. So they're the police are investigating this stuff, and they're taking down their website. Um, and this is also seems to be upsetting the Italy's tiny Jewish community with the anti-Semitic comments by a Romero candidate. I don't know why they even brought that up.
Because they always bring that shit up. It's like, it's like when I was involved in the Balkan Wars, I saw some reporting on the Balkan Wars, and I'll tell you, there's got to be like maybe 2 Jews in fucking Bosnia, and but I'll be damned if they didn't focus on Jewish issues in Bosnia and shit. It's like it's just it's just that's the way they look at the world. It's through that filter, But how does it affect the Jews? And it's. Yeah.
It's like you got to remind them there are other races on the planet, dude.
Thank you. And
you're not the only people suffering.
Yes.
Or who have suffered historically.
Thank you.
And that's exactly why those black kids were laughing at that.
Yes, thank you. And
because it's like where's anyone who gives a shit when we're suffering? We literally have to. We literally have to weep our eyes out, when you're going through shit. It's like, and that entire mindset, it creates a hatred towards them.
It does. Thank you.
Because now people don't want to take it seriously because it's like, okay, so you're not gonna pay attention to what the hell we're going through, so fuck you.
Thank you.
It's the same thing with the white women being abducted in the news. This blonde hair, blue-eyed goddess. Oh my gosh. Meanwhile, the bitch was burning cats alive and raiding the Capitol during January 6th, and they're like, "We have to find her." It's just like, oh, I don't give a shit.
Oh my god! I'm sorry, that is funny.
It literally does generate a sort of a schadenfreude in an individual who comes from an ethnicity where there's nothing but suffering, seeing everyone else like, oh, I got a boo-boo. Right. So it's like, why don't we rub some battery acid on it?
Oh, God, yes. It was, oh, by the way, I think like I said, I never hear these words pronounced because there's nobody who speaks German in the United States, and when they do, it's horrible anyway. But I think it's pronounced Schadenfreude, I think, something like that. But I might be wrong. Maybe it is the way you pronounce it. But it definitely one of the things that We spoke earlier of the book, and of course, I'm glad that the 3D graphics modeler liked the way that it seemed to like everything about it or find it acceptable. So
Oh,
that was
it came out really, yeah, it came out really good, and it's quite gripping. It keeps the reader interested,
bless you.
and the visual aids are done with such precision that it makes it easy to visualize
Hmm.
while reading it.
Yeah, well, that's wonderful, and hopefully we'll translate it into some other languages. And honestly, it would probably sell well in China,
Oh,
which is
we could put it in what is it called, that what is it, that weird English, the African.
yeah, pigeon
Yeah,
English.
yeah,
That
yeah. And no, seriously, they that would be a good place to start distributing it. Honestly, you probably wouldn't make that much money on it, but still, the interest is it would be this black people need to know this shit.
Mhm.
Honestly, they need to stop fucking riding Whitey's ass. Seriously.
Yes. Thank you. And it's like, but what I can't understand is the pigeon English is like, yeah, I mean, somebody who speaks pigeon should be able to read normal English, right? I mean, it's
Yeah, yeah, they can't. They probably can.
yeah, they must be able to read normal English, and aside from, I mean, because you and I can read pigeon. Of course, after a while, you just can't stand it because because all I can see in my mind when I read pigeon English, it's Sambo and fucking
Yeah,
dancing
it's
black silhouettes and shit.
honestly, the fact that they felt the need to do that is insulting.
That's awful. It's just awful.
It's extremely insulting that they felt a need to even translate it into Pidgin English,
Thank you.
because they're making it seem like people over there who speak English don't read like English books. They read English books there. I mean, for fuck's sake,
Yeah, yeah.
it's they love to rub sulfur on the wound,
They do. They
and
do.
they don't care how it appears. There's not even an attempt to hide it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Pigeon English is a conspiracy to make people look dumb, to make black people look dumb. It's a conspiracy to make them. It must dumb down the person using it. It's got to have that effect.
It
I'm certain I would dumb down if I talk like that. It's for
Well,
those
I
of you who
mean,
don't know what we're talking.
if I spoke this sort of slang that niggas down south be speaking, I'd be dumb as one of them.
Yeah, yeah, it's got to impact you. It impacts someone. The language that you use, it reconstructs your reality or forces your brain to think differently. This is why polylingual or multilingual people are more intelligent, is because you're able to think in different paradigms.
And this is
Yeah.
also why it's interesting to make one's own language, which is what I'm working on.
Well, there you have it. I mean, that's important. And what they call conlangs, a construct language. A conlang is something that the Star Wars was too dumb to make one. But a conlang is usually important in world creation for fiction. I noticed that Dune didn't really make a conlang either. There's no real construct language in Dune. But in terms of
Well, that's something that the Lovecraftian mythos does have, is that they have at least the people who are really fanatics and who are cultists of it, they seem to have constructed their language around it.
well, there you go. There you go. And of course, that is part of the induction into any cult would be a kind of cultic lexicon. And so, yes, that is part of that. And that, of course, is as old as the human experience, really. I noticed that when Peter Moon goes into the Edomites and the Herodians, he goes back to Israel, but obviously there was something well before well before that, well before the time of Herod and Christ, which that's only 2,000 years ago, really.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that barely touches the surface.
yes, thank you. The one thing I appreciated about so I got my money back from these two. The black people I ordered sometime historical charts from. Fuck, I'll just hit them up one more time, and if they don't respond, I'll have PayPal take the money back. But the other blacks did respond, but the ones that were working through Amazon responded. And what was interesting was, oh God, the timeline. Now, when we talk about these timelines, and some of them are, how do I say that? It's, how you present a timeline is of course important, and what's on a timeline can make it fuck, how do I describe this? It's like anyhow. So the one thing I noticed about the what they called the Kemet kind of shit, what do they call their organization? But anyhow, so they do this like they're Afrocentric, and this Afrocentric timeline, and what do they call it? The lineage key timeline, 8,000 years of African and European history, educational classroom scroll. And so this one kind of ignores the Asian world, and they concentrate mostly on the African and European American experience, because of course that is primarily the African diaspora's kind of focus, and yet at the same time it kind of ignores the blacks in the Pacific, like Melanesians or on Australia.
What's up with that? It's like it's literally like they're defining their entire existence against as being they're defining their ethnocentrism based on the whites.
Thank you. That's it.
And it was one of the reasons why I had left the sort of Kemetic thing behind.
Yeah.
Many years ago, because I used to like listen to what they were saying, and I left it behind because I started to realize that their entire narrative is always a sort of compare and contrast with white folks, and it's just like it's at some point it's like, I'm tired of hearing this.
Thank you.
I don't fucking care.
Thank you.
I don't care. I just want to use the knowledge and the techniques. Can we stop talking about how this and that? I mean, come on. If we're going to focus on metaphysics here, we don't need to go into sociology.
Yeah, and it's yeah, I agree. I mean, no argument here. It's like too much of a definition of oneself based on the mass victimization that took place.
Yes. And if you're defining yourself by your opposite, then in the end you're just going to become your opposite that you're defining yourself against.
Yes, it's true. That's what life has to be life has to be something more than your grievance. And of course, we bitch a lot about the stupid white grievance, and black grievance is no better. It really is kind of they're both trapped in something they don't.
Yeah, and well, this is the reason why, as I was telling my folks, when whites kill themselves off, the blacks are going to be next, because they've defined themselves against the whites for so long that they're not going to know what to do. So they're going to become just like the whites were, and they're going to kill themselves off, just like the whites are killing themselves off now. And they're just going to be, and so I'm going to have the blessing of being the harbinger of the death of two ethnicities, which is beautiful.
Oh God!
How much more infernal can you get?
Yeah.
Give me credit. I mean, you gotta give me credit there.
Yes. It's, I mean, believe me, I get in a bad enough mood sometimes where, it's like, I'm in the same mood you get into sometimes, where it's just like, fuck, let the anti-gods take them all, right? I mean, it's like, it's not like they don't deserve it, so it's like, but All right, so I'm just going to cut and paste some of these things that came up when I was looking up Native Americans and Europeans, and what I've finished the Coke. I'm going to rinse the taste out of my mouth. When I return, I'll start monologuing. In the meantime, we have Jameson to hold the stage, and and I might be gone for a few minutes, and you can start talking about suicide pain index if you want during that period.
Right.
Something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we do have something even more interesting here, and this is probably something that we're going to see more of. But there's an interesting article here about Chicago Police Union head urging cops to defy vaccine mandate.
Oh God. It's just awful. It's just awful.
So it's interesting how now the entire world now has been split into this I'll take the vaccine or I won't take the vaccine.
Yeah,
and so the whole human race is bifurcating over something that fucking trivial.
Thank you. I mean, it's not trivial, but
it's not trivial.
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's like there were times when. We were mandated to get every other fucking vaccine.
Thank you.
Just to
nobody
go to
said
school
anything.
And shit.
Yeah.
So I mean, what the hell is one more shot?
Yeah. Thank you. And for and it's amazing how violent people get about it, like that Moab mechanics. Like, I don't want to hear drug addicts telling me that I need to take vaccine and shit. Yeah.
Now he was probably a fucking friend of Tally's anyway, so he can go fuck himself with a chainsaw and a tractor trailer for all I care.
I don't even remember. Did Derek Talley ever mention whether or not he got vaccinated or what?
Who cares?
Who cares? Yeah, good point.
He's not vaccinated. He's a plague spreading
cannibal. Yeah, plague spreading cannibal who eats
He's meatwad. I'm just calling him meatwad from now.
Yeah, meatwad. That's good. Yeah, I like that. You know what was funny was that
he even speaks like him.
Yeah. There we are. And that's a character from what again?
Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Oh, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Yeah. Holy shit.
Oh man.
I don't even remember that. Is that the underwater shit? That's not the underwater shit, is it? The cartoon that was like Adult Swim or something?
No, that was Sea Lab 2021.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Let me take a look. I'm opening this up now. So that's a film, right? Is that film?
Okay, so
oh, there we are. Now I remember. Okay, yes, it's Frylock and Meatwad and Master Chief. You're right. He's Meatwad. That's perfect. That's exactly what Brendan Zogit would say. If we tell this to Brendan Zogit, he would say, yeah, he would agree. He would agree because you know what Brendan said, and Brendan is a militant vegan, and we know that he, judges girls on whether or not they're vegetarian as to whether he'll even consider sex with them, but which I consider myself, I think that's pretty unhealthy. But in terms of, I've never seen him respond to anyone as violently as Brendan does to Derek Talley. And Derek Talley apparently just
okay. So I sent you an image in Facebook,
right.
and this is Derek Talley's Marine picture.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you, thank you. That's perfect. That is perfect. Meatwad in the Marine uniform. Thank you. That is perfect. And that should be his icon. That should be his Facebook icon. I had to stare at that idiot in his Marine Corps outfit, and yeah, his stupid statement with poor people overlooking opportunity repeatedly, POOR. I mean, for someone.
So what he's trying to say is that you were his opportunity. That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to rub it in.
I guess, yeah. I mean, really, if somebody were really on dialysis, to be having those thoughts, like, yeah, imagine being on dialysis, and those are your thoughts. Like, poor people, they're responsible for their own suffering. I mean, yeah, really? That's, what does that tell us about him? But yeah, the way Brendan said it was that he said all he ever saw on Derek Talley's timeline was big sleeping big heaping slabs of meat that he kept putting up, posting on his timeline. So he said it was disgusting. So for some reason, Brendan just found Derek Talley to be triggering in the most disgusting way, because even though I eat meat and you eat meat, there was something about Derek Talley's obsession with meat that was peculiarly disgusting to Brendan. And you know, honestly, we've speculated.
Well, that's because he eats human meat.
That's what we speculated, and you know, it seems absurd, and yet, you know, in light
With what he said, I don't think so.
Yeah, in light of everything else that we found out about him, and also his wife's hatred of him, there's something emerging with that might be, you know, he may be one, honestly, with everything. He looks gross, yeah. You know, standing next to his dad, looking like an idiot. He does look like Meatwad. It sounded like it. Yes. Holy shit, he does. Oh my God, that's better than the Fat Albert. That's better than the Fat Albert comparison, because Fat Albert at least was charming, you know, funny and charming in his own way. Oh yeah, you know what would be funny? It was Derek Talley was always talking about that fucking swimming pool. There was that Fat Albert episode where somebody put all this chlorine in the pool and they overloaded all the chlorine, so that when the character jumped in and he screamed and then came out and he's all white because his skin got all bleached white and shit. That would be Derek Talley in that situation, you know, in the swimming pool, and then there's somebody over chlorinates it and he comes out all bleach white and shit, looking like the Kingpin or something. There we are. Who in one of the movies they made black, which I never understood, or was whatever. It's like the race changes that they do in Marvel Comics. You know, that's
I don't even know why they bother doing it.
It's offensive.
Because to be honest, they don't care about political correctness.
Yeah,
they never did.
Yes.
They were always a shill for the military-industrial complex.
Yes. Yeah. And there you have it. I mean, they were always a shill, period, for something. I mean, so let's see how Gracie Aguilar responded. She said, "Ooh, pretty." Okay, so that's flower. Thank you. Yes, give her a heart on that. Okay, let me rinse the taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth, and there we go with that. And okay,
all right. So
your stage
folks,
is yours. I'll be back.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So the Chicago Police Union head urges cops to defy the vaccine mandate. The head of Chicago Police Officers Union has called on its members to defy the city's requirements to report their COVID-19 vaccination status by Friday or be placed on unpaid leave. In the video posted online Tuesday and first reported by the Chicago Sun-Times, Fraternal Order of Police President John Catanzara vowed to take Mayor Lori Lightfoot's administration to court if it tries to enforce the mandate, which requires city workers to report their vaccine status by the end of the week. This is no different than what they're doing in New York. I mean, cities have the right to do that. I don't know why that's such a big deal. After Friday, unvaccinated workers who won't submit to the semi-weekly coronavirus testing will be placed on unpaid leave. Catanzara suggested that if the city does not enforce its requirement and many union members refuse to comply with it, it is safe to say that the city of Chicago will have a police force at or less for this weekend coming up. In the video, Catanzara instructs officers to file for exemptions to receiving the vaccine, but to not enter that information into the city's vaccine portal. So he's telling them not to get paid. He said that although he has made clear his vaccine status, I do not believe the city has the authority to mandate that to anybody, let alone that information about your medical history. During a news conference Wednesday, Lightfoot accused Catanzara of spreading false information and dismissed most of his statements as untrue or patently false. She said COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be effective and that getting vaccinated would protect city workers and their families. What we're focused on is making sure we maximize the opportunity to create a very safe workplace, Lightfoot said. The data is very clear. It's unfortunate that the FOP leadership has chose to put out on counter narratives. But the fact of the matter is, if you are not vaccinated, you are playing with your life, the life of your family, the life of your colleagues, and members of the public. Please take note of that. You yourself are not only putting yourself at risk, but others around you. And, you know, others around you have the right to treat you like the asshole you are for not caring about it. That's just my opinion. She said the city is prepared to deal with any fallout related to the vaccination requirement. Violent crime has spiked in the city this year, from expressway shootings to a rise in carjackings. Chicago police reported 629 homicides this year through early October, compared with 605 during the same period last year and 402 in the same time frame in 2019. That really does go to show that, wait a minute. Well, yeah, well, I think Trumpism has just made shit a lot worse in general. First responders around the country have been hit hard by the virus, but have been resisting vaccine mandates. More than 460 law enforcement officers have died of COVID-19, including 4 members of the Chicago PD, according to Officer Damp Memorial page on Tuesday. Dean Angelo, who once held Catanzara's union position, died of the disease. Hopefully that piece of shit dies too. Los Angeles Police and County Sheriff and Seattle Police are among the departments either under vaccine mandates or facing one. Catanzara has clashed with the mayor over a host of issues. After the city announces the vaccine mandate in August, the union head compared it to something that might happen to, of all places, Nazi Germany, telling the Sun Times, "The same Nazi Germany. Step into the showers. The pills won't hurt you." Really? He really wants to play that card? Wow. See, this just goes to show you that the alt-right white and the sort of World War II propaganda mindset put together lead for a very noxious brew. And this piece of shit exemplifies that. Lightfoot blasted Catanzara for his offensive outburst, and Catanzara posted a video on the union's YouTube channel apologizing for his choice of words, saying he was not trying to link the vaccinations to what was happening during the Holocaust. How the hell does that even make that's not even a good analogy. It's the two are just completely different. But you know, this guy looks like he literally has 2 brain cells anyway, so I mean he looks like an ugly piece of shit. Well, I mean, then again, just about everyone does these days. Ugh, well, that's just the human race. Oh, well, we can always take a look at what's going on with this horrid volcano, which seems to still be doing its thing. No, this is obviously just an article where they're showing a lot of different pictures, which I don't really care about. I don't know what. Oh, okay, that's photography, folks. You guys got to forgive me. I'm like trying to keep my head above water. Apparently, Facebook is expanding harassment policy to protect public figures. Facebook will expand its policies on harassment to remove more harmful content. That means they're going to put me in jail a lot more often, the company said Wednesday, in its latest change to following congressional testimony from a whistleblower who faulted the social media giant for not doing enough to stop harmful content. Under the new, more detailed harassment policy, Facebook will bar content that degrades or sexualizes public figures, including celebrities, elected officials, and others in the public eye. This means I can't call Trump a piece of shit on my Facebook account anymore, because now that would be taken as harassment. Thanks. Now Zuckerberg just decides to become even more of a shitface. You know what? I hope to God that that big, super massive boli named Apophis just hits Earth super hard, and every volcano on the planet erupts at the same time and just ends this fucking shit, because it's just tiring. Granted, you know, I have it better than people in the 1930s and shit, but still, things were actually getting better, but now they're getting a lot worse again. So things are actually devolving, and it's not really. Why would anyone want to stick around when things are just getting worse and worse? I mean, hope be damned. Hope is bullshit anyway. It's the human race can't really just bury itself soon enough. Okay, so that aside, doctors are injecting bleach to treat COVID-19 in Bolivia. Ooh, entertaining. Santa Cruz, Bolivia. Grover Lopez lay back on a cot as Dr. Viviana Figueroa inserted an IV into his arm. You'll have to wait for 12 hours while the solution drips into your bloodstream, Figueroa said, telling him that the substance would eliminate the metals she said were wreaking havoc on his body. A mix of chlorine dioxide and industrial bleach used to disinfect swimming pools and floors and saline seeped into Lopez's body through the IV. He brought a book for the wait. How are you feeling? Figueroa asked Lopez. I'm fine, but I'm depressed, he said. We're going to fix that. Don't you worry, she assured him, her face mask off despite the sign in her office saying they were obligatory. It was only a show for the authorities, she said. Oh, shit. Well, these people are batshit stupid. It's actually funny to watch them kill themselves. If injecting bleach sounds vaguely familiar, it's probably because the former U.S. President Donald Trump famously suggested people could inject or drink disinfectant to kill COVID-19, triggering a short-lived fad in the U.S. and outcry among healthcare professionals. But across Latin America, the use of chlorine dioxide to prevent and treat COVID and even combat the toxic effects of vaccine has taken off in forms like sprays and intravenous infusions. Holy fucking shit, they are batshit crazy. Nowhere has the treatment gained as much legitimacy as Bolivia, where the country's left-wing government legalized the production of and sale of chlorine dioxide last year as an alternative treatment for COVID. Promoters of chlorine dioxide claim it prevents and cures COVID by killing viruses inside the body, just like it does on surfaces. It also kills the cells in your body because it's corrosive. But, you know, well, we'll see what happens with that. There's no scientific evidence for that fact. In fact, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration warns that drinking it can cause fatal respiratory failure and heart arrhythmia, along with other life-threatening conditions. Well, at least the stupid can kill themselves off. The Pan American Health Organization says consuming chlorine dioxide products can cause serious adverse effects, and the marketing of such products to treat COVID should be reported to authorities. Yes, it causes internal hemorrhaging. I don't know why the hell people, well, this is going to be interesting. People are looking for easy solutions. It's a rich field for charlatans to prey on, said Renee Soria Suacedo, a epidemiologist in Bolivia. We've had enough on our plate with COVID alone, but now we're seeing even more complicated cases because people have been consuming chlorine dioxide. It's a burden on the health system that's not manageable in this country. Detoxification services. The industrial city of Santa Cruz, Grover Lopez, a 58-year-old former accountant, explained his decision to get chlorine dioxide intravenously. As COVID vaccines began rolling out, he started reading on the internet that they contain graphene oxide, a chemical compound that's a highly versatile conductive material. While none of the COVID vaccines contain graphene oxide, anti-vaxxers have seized on this mistruth to claim that they introduce metals into the body. Lopez said he was resistant to getting the shot, but as COVID cases surged in Santa Cruz, he got scared and ran to get vaccinated. Around 28% of Bolivia's population is fully vaccinated against COVID. Lopez received his second dose of the Chinese vaccine Sinopharm in June. Well, damn, he's as good as dead anyway, because that vaccine is like almost not effective at all. By July, COVID infections have dropped, and Lopez was worried. Dr. Figueroa told him that the vaccine could kill him because he suffers from diabetes. 1 month after Lopez's second dose, he was in Figueroa's cramped office getting his first infusion of death, which is chlorine dioxide, in order to be detoxified. Oh, that'll detoxify him, all right.
What did I miss? Holy shit!
Oh, well, in Bolivia, they're injecting bleach to fight off COVID.
This is like, are they following Trump's advice? Because that's what he suggested. Do you remember that? He was saying,
yeah. Well, not only are supposedly the anti-vaxxers are claiming that the COVID vaccines contain graphene oxide, which it doesn't, and they're claiming it has harmful metals. And so this guy goes into an office and gets an infusion of chlorine dioxide and salts in his arm, through an IV, because he wants to. I
mean, this is voluntary. He knows what he's getting. Is that?
He knows what he's getting.
Holy shit! It's
and the doctor, who's a snake salesman, is telling him that this is a good thing to do. An hour into the treatment, Lopez says he's pain-free and sweating out a metallic scent, which makes him optimistic.
Holy shit! Oh my god! Where is it? What? I mean, I believe you, but where is this sourcing from? Who's reporting?
This is sourcing from Vice.
Okay, yeah, they do a lot of this. They do cover a lot of this sort of thing. Oh my god. Anyhow, let me go mute for a second, and keep going. I mean, oh my god.
This is some hilarious shit.
It's just awful. Oh my god.
Figueroa, who is a medical surgeon, said she is overwhelmed with patients seeking her detoxification services. She charges around $150 for a 3-day course of intravenous chlorine dioxide. That's a lot of money in Bolivia, where most people earn around $700 a month. I'm at my limit, Figueroa told us, adding that 4 vaccinated people arrived daily seeking chlorine dioxide injections. She was accompanied by her chlorine dioxide provider, Fernando Arque, a computer engineer who's been making the substance for 13 years. How the fuck is a computer engineer making bleach? In a surreal conversation, they claimed the vaccine amounted to a genocide. that people who have been vaccinated against COVID would die in a matter of years, and those who don't die will become infertile. Actually, I'd like to become infertile because then I can fuck as much as I want and not have to worry about getting anyone pregnant. RK also claimed that the medical establishment refuses to recognize the supposed miraculous powers of chlorine dioxide because they've indoctrinated us to think that's not possible. When we asked who he that's a he. Oh, shit. Well, damn. Yeah, that's it. Well, I thought it was a she. Oh, who knows? When asked who he was referring to, Arkney said the dynasties and named the Rockefellers and the Morgans and the Rothschilds, all of whom he said want to maintain their fortunes and their control their global domination. Well, there you go. He's obviously just a shill for the right. There's no basis for Arky's allegations. Still, he and other prominent anti-vax, pro-bleach advocates shaped Bolivians' early response to the pandemic. People lined up outside pharmacies to buy chlorine dioxide disinfectant intended for cleaning vegetables. Most people Vice World News spoke to within Bolivia had drunk the substance or knew someone who had. Oh my gosh. Well, at least it's not sodium hypochlorite, but still, that's very alarming. RK said he made around $12,000 a month selling his chlorine dioxide solution at the pandemic's onset, although business has waned because of competition and rollout of the vaccines. We saw multiple homemade sign advertising the sale of chlorine dioxide, and on a major road in the Bolivian capital, La Paz, a large graffiti sign declared, "No to the Jewish vaccine." So the oh my God, the vaccine has a religion now. Holy shit. Oh man, you can't make this stuff up. This is great. Bolivia's love affair with bleach might be entirely different if it weren't for the ouster of the long-serving leftist president Evo Morales, who resigned under pressure from the military in November 2019 amid claims of election fraud. In the fight for power that ensued, chlorine dioxide became a bizarre wedge issue. After Morales fled the country, he was replaced by Janine Áñez, an evangelical lawmaker from the conservative opposition, who declared herself interim president. Áñez immediately alienated Bolivia's large indigenous population by naming an all-white cabinet and declaring the Bible has returned to the presidential palace. Support for Áñez further plummeted when 4 months later the World Health Organization declared a pandemic and she imposed a strict lockdown that critics said left people on the verge of starvation. Well, there you go. Evangelists are all about death anyway. It was around this time that promoters of the chlorine dioxide began peddling the substance to people desperate to survive the pandemic, declaring it.
Yeah, I'm back, and so thank you for how far you've taken us. It's this is obviously a nightmare, and it's something where people are being taken advantage of literally to point of death. I'm appalled from what I'm hearing, and so it's and the fact that these people. So when I mean, obviously people are dying soon after this, right? Aren't they dying within days or weeks of this kind of treatment?
That I don't know. What I do know is it's not the same bleach that we use in laundry detergent. It's not sodium hypochlorite. It's chlorine hydroxide. So it's the kind of bleach they use to clean pools out.
Still, that's bad. And but by the way,
that's still pretty bad. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because by the way, you deleted what Acrolite said.
Yeah, I hit him on the channel. It's obvious that he was just trying to, be, what do you call it, a ass hat, and be, he's trying to trigger me, and I'm not falling for it. I'm just
Okay.
going to get rid of him
All right. Yeah. I
because that
mean,
makes more sense.
right. All right. Yeah. What kind of, may I ask what kind of crap he was saying? Or it was, I didn't see his last, yeah, I didn't see his last comment. So oh, I know
Well,
what I can do. You don't need to repeat it. I can view the deleted message and then it'll, why is it said that whites are killing themselves? Who knows? He may have been trying to
well,
trigger you. He may have
well,
just been,
listen,
yeah.
honestly, the reason I can't tell him why whites are killing themselves. If he's white, he should ask himself. Ask the source.
Oh shit. Yes, and then you had the Diesel Driz who wasn't saying much of anything. That was kind of weird. Yeah, he was just. When somebody comes on and starts blitzing like that, and they're not saying anything, it's very seldom that's cute. So okay, so we've got 20, some odd borderline 30 concurrent viewers. Then they tend to come back towards the morning when they're all getting up again, which is funny. You see them trickle back in, and I want to thank everybody who's put the upvote, and that helps because of course standing against the agents of chaos. When it comes to the what we're discussing, honestly, without your support, all of you wonderful people out there, none of this would be happening. And it was so bizarre. Our man Jameson was pretty convinced. He was checking right into rehab. And of course, honestly, with what you knew about the COVID and everything else, you must have known this wasn't going to be that easy. It was like you yourself said.
Honestly,
Yeah.
now here's where things are strange, and I'm fairly certain that there's more behind this. But my therapist is making it sound like it's going to be he's telling me, oh, you should be in by Friday. And now I'm really going to have to call him out as to why this is, it's not, granted, he's a nice guy, but it's like, dude, don't give me a false hope.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. It's like, well, we'll see what happens. If you're in by Friday, certainly let me know. And
Yeah,
then,
you'll be the first to know,
yeah.
because after that point, I won't be able to have contact with the outside world
Holy
for
shit.
a good 21 days.
Oh my God, they don't let you
Uh,
bring a laptop with you?
no, no, no. You're not allowed to have anything that connects to the internet or any recording devices.
Wow. Holy shit.
So I'm fine with it as long as they
Okay.
let me just have, they won't let me use my iPod, but I got this cheap like MP3 player that's really tiny,
Mhm.
so and I have like a good 100 or so songs on it. So as long as I can listen to music, I don't give a shit.
Okay. I mean, I hear you, and it's just so aside from that, it's what do they do? I mean, do they make you exercise? I mean, have you been into this before? I mean, you sound like you're somewhat familiar with it. Or
Yeah. I've been to rehab at least 4 or 5 times. It's at this point. Look, I'm going to be perfectly blunt. I'm not I'm not under the delusion that I can beat the addiction. What I just need some time away from this shit. That's
Mhm.
what I'm looking at this as. I know for a fact that within a period of maybe months or weeks, I'm gonna be back in full swing again. I have no delusion. I just need a little bit of time to have a clear head and to see if I can hold down a job for like more than 10 days.
Okay.
Or which, and I might just wind up getting fired in 10 days, and that would be the shortest I've ever worked.
Wow. What was just out of curiosity? What was the last job you had?
The last job I had was telemarketing. I
Wow.
was calling
It
people.
strikes me you'd be good at telemarketing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the problem was I wasn't trying to force the people to make
Bye.
choices
Yeah.
on their votes
Yeah.
for products for investments they didn't even know they fucking had.
Wow.
And
Wow.
so because I wasn't an asshole or I wasn't talking to people for like 2 hours on end, I would just say, okay, you don't want to vote, then fine.
Hmm.
Because I wasn't trying to sell it.
Right.
They're like, okay, we'll kick this guy to the curb. I wasn't aware that I'm trying to sell stuff. They made it sound like I was just supposed to, have them,
Hmm.
if they didn't want to talk, don't talk. They didn't make it sound like I'm supposed to sell something.
Interesting.
So I honestly think I honestly think they had set me up for that shit.
Hmm. Yeah,
They knew it.
yeah, that's possible. So let me change to my sweatshirt here because it's dropped down to 51 degrees here in San Francisco, and then I'll yeah, try to start some some monologue. Looking at this, shall we say?
What's interesting is even the names of these people who are blocked makes me think that they're like probably the same person.
Yeah, I thought something similar. Yeah, and let me see. Northern Ireland keeps a foot in both systems after Brexit. And yeah, definitely something is going to happen towards Irish reunification. I get a feeling, and good. And I think that. Well, let me just change to my sweatshirt, and then we'll go from there. I'm not quite sure I'll go much into Brexit tonight. I mean, it's who wants it? I mean, who wants to talk about Brexit? Basically, other than we've got our own supply problems here in the United States.
Oh yeah, well the supply problems are global. This is just going to lead us into a darker times.
Yes, thank you.
Which I'm looking forward to because I fucking hate the holidays anyway. So.
And,
right, you know I had to go there.
By the way, feel free to go into that. I'm getting my sweatshirt on. I gotta go mute. Thank you.
Yeah, well, if it's not the fucking bullshit couples and they're smooching each other's faces off, honestly. What I'm working on now is creating a servitor that will cause anyone who I don't care for, who's a stranger, who's a couple, it's going to cause them to fight one another. It doesn't matter who they are. The servitor is going to be triggered in fact, it'll be triggered automatically. I won't even have to think about it. If I don't know them and they decide to sit down and smooch around me, they're going to turn into fights. Who knows? They might even kill each other, which would be even greater because that would mean that servitor really works. Honestly speaking, couples are the worst. But that aside, there's the loads of people, which there's always loads of people in a crowded city like New York, but it's just over the top during the holidays. And then the worst part is people smiling. Oh my God, how I hate seeing people smile. Because I realize that's a happiness I will never know. The only way I'll know that happiness is when I'm watching people getting gutted alive in fucking backwards countries.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm saving this image, collecting it into my maps concerning Northern Ireland, and that should be interesting to watch. This is going to get ugly. That's
where all the entertainment lies. Who needs to go to the movies and watch the Wachowski things? Bullshit.
Yeah, we're not going to dignify it by calling them sisters. Yes.
When you can just look at the real world, it's way more entertaining than watching paper play Neo.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like it. I agree. The best way to refer to, what's his name, Keanu Reeves is, like you said, Mr. Paper Mache, and he's vapid. He's fucking vapid, and but I hear he's a nice guy, for what that's worth. Mona Lee McRae said that he was all pockmarked. But V, my medical cosmetologist, said no, he wasn't when she saw him. So I don't know. Different people see different things. Whatever the case may be.
What do you mean, like pockmarked? Like the alcohol face? People who've been
I think she
drinking
was
really hard.
insinuating that he had like maybe a bad case of acne as a kid and it left scarring. Yeah,
Okay,
something
yeah.
like that. And so and of course, like I said, really only began to appreciate Mona Lee McRae better when I got to look at her father and realized finally who he was, because he was always alien to me. Never really realized who Joel McRae was, and of course, it turned out he was big in acting a long time ago, but it was sad. Yeah, I mean, she's just like a lot of her, situation kind of depresses me. Just when I think back on it, there's just a lot of people going through shit, and but in her case, it was just awful because she had that awful car accident where that woman hit her with a car, sent her flying like so many feet, like 20 feet or something, and then when she landed, every bone in her body practically was broken except for the bones in her right hand or something like that. Just awful.
Oh, yeah. I've watched quite a few videos of people getting knocked in the air by cars, and when they land, it ain't pretty.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. And
yeah, although it's probably better looking than when they are crushed under the tires.
Right. Which, by the way, just to contextualize, our man Jameson's fascination with gore.
It's not a fascination.
Well, however,
it's research.
Share with people that you
research.
actually. Share with people that you were actually witness to. Were you not witness to somebody who was pretty much cut in half?
Yes. When I was a kid, I saw a kid pinned under a car, and he was screaming in agony.
Okay.
And everyone was gathering around to watch, and my sister was like, "What's going on over there?" And I'm like, "Don't look." I just walked across the street and left the scene because I knew that what I saw had. Well, when I first saw it, I went black, and then everything went back into vision. I was aware of what I was looking at, and then that's when I just something else took over, and I just decided not to let her see that, and for good reason.
Yeah, good. I mean, that's good.
Of course, I think I was like 8 or 10 or something, but to this day, I feel very uneasy around cars, and I feel very uneasy being inside of cars.
Okay. Yeah, and that's understandable. And, oh well, with that, so Jameson Reese should be with us the rest of the night, and he'll let me know if he checks out to go to sleep. You have no appointments today, right? Okay.
No. Today, the only thing that's on the schedule is to try to exit any normal state of consciousness.
Oh, dude, you must have done that already with all the pills that you took earlier, like you said. All right, where are we? I'm sorry.
There is a such thing as being a, what do you call it, a dry drunk, or a dry person who's high, to the point where like it's almost like nothing happens. It's like you're altered, but your personality stays the same. It's horrible. I can't run from myself, man.
Right. Oh, okay. So here we are. I'm just taking a look at Penny Bradley's timeline just to see how she's doing. And she says, my smoke-related sinus issues turned into a full-blown infection, and I'm on Bactrium for it. Yes, a nasty, high-dosage pill. And then, all uppercase, I am too fucking sick to engage in nitpicking discussions of my work or anyone else's. And then, I am also too sick to do more than check in here. I do have several groups and pages that have to be monitored, as Facebook holds me accountable for what is on them. And then Jesse Balk tells her, feel better, Penny. Yeah, there we go. And by the way, so here we are. Let me share screen one more time with our man, Mr. Jameson Reese. And that way I could show them just, here we are, you can see that. And so what had happened was that I basically checked out this dude's timeline, and I thought, oh, okay, he seems harmless enough, cool enough, and so I'll take you back to the weirdness that he was saying, of course, where you can actually see that, but it's just I should climax with that because it's so annoying. But anyhow, it just looked like an old Chinese guy. Yeah, isn't that awful? But anyhow. So it looked like this harmless old Chinese guy, and when I looked down, it just seemed to be more Chinese guy, or somebody in Malaysia who has Asian background, and but then I'm seeing this shit. Well, actually, that's not the king of Thailand. No, this must be some Malaysian. So anyhow, it just looked harmless enough, like this old Chinese guy and his wife or something.
We have to look in the photos.
Yeah, and then in the photos we see some.
You're always going to see one image that's not the person, and it'll be like some Indian dude. There's always some out of place photos. I noticed. No, that could actually be who he is. You could be right.
It seemed harmless enough, and then of course, what does he do? So then I said, all right, just friend the guy. Seems like a harmless old Asian guy, but no, of course, the moment I friend him, then I start getting the messages, and so the private messages are, let's take a look at this. Fuck, here we are. Oh yeah. Hi, and then of course, have a grateful day, and some of the stuff is written in that what I think is Malay language, and then how what how what your day. Arigato. He's trying to talk to me in Japanese. And, that is like always so tacky. That is so tacky when these guys do that. I mean, you know what?
At least he didn't send you a penis pic.
Yeah, that's what I thought he had sent, really. When I first saw that photo was sent, I said, oh shit, did this fucker just send me a penis pic? That was the first thing that I expected, really, when I opened that shit up. And then, of course, then guys like this, first thing it says, hello, you know that they think you're a dame, so it's like, it just don't even respond with half these guys. And so...
What I can't grasp is where they get the confidence to say the first word.
Yes, I mean, yeah. Hi, yeah. And then this guy, of course, arigato. I mean, dude, you can't follow up with anything after that. Why do you bother? It's not like, okay, what do you? That's it. That's as far as it goes, right? I mean, it's like there you go, and you start off with that. It's like, it's just sad. It's like, tips for the guys out there. Don't do that with Asian chicks. It's like.
That is super offensive.
Well, it's just cheesy. It's cheesy, tacky, and oh yeah. So let me tell her, sorry about your nose or something. I'll say that to our lady Penny here. And hi honey, how are you? And of course, what was it she said? It was all infected, her nose. Sorry about your nose. Yeah.
No, I think it was what do you call it?
Your infection. Sorry about your infection. There we are. I mean, she's got that, our man, Pac One's got the scabies. No, not scabies. What is it again? Shingles. And anyhow, so everybody knows astrologically. This is brought to my attention by Brendan, of course, and Amanda Yu, both of them. We've got on December. First off, we got a few eclipses coming up, which I think are in November and December, and then we've got Scorpio enters Mars, or Mars enters Scorpio. Excuse me, Mars enters Scorpio, and so the end of the year is, according to the astrologers, is going to be pretty hectic, which means like everybody's going to be pretty bad. I mean, Mars in Scorpio is pretty bad. It's like gnarly. So
wait, when is this supposed to be happening?
December.
Oh shit. Whoa, that's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to that. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have snows and blackouts and all types of groovy shit that we just don't want to happen.
Yeah, and you may still be in rehab, right? I mean, you might have been in rehab, or you'll be out of rehab by that point, hopefully, is what you're thinking?
I hope so, because honestly, if I'm not, well, chances are, who knows? New York might not even be here by then.
Not the New York as we know it. No, possibly.
Oh no, not the New York as we know it. No,
Yes.
no, no. They're just the remnants of people walking through a radioactive apocalypse.
Yeah, yeah. It's, oh my god, it just sucks. But oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Psyching myself up here again. Let's check the live stream. What we got left in terms of time. So 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. What is it? Yeah. Oh, 8. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. 4 hours. I can't believe that. Yeah, about 4 hours. We got about 4 hours left. And people are welcome to go into the chat room and talk. We don't need any of the trollers, but certainly do welcome people interacting with us, and that will help with just letting us know that that the internet is working. Other than that, I definitely need to follow up on a couple of things, I suppose, when it comes to what I was told about by Daryl Neely. There was that one guy wanted to interview me. I was so fucking busy, had no way to get back to whoever it was that wanted to interview me. Apparently the same guy once interviewed George Norrie, which is like, what the fuck is that? Why would anyone want to interview George Norrie? I guess it's brand name recognition or something.
Yeah, it could be these guys want to say, look, you can tell I'm a reputable guy. I interviewed George Norrie.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, and I don't hold that against him, but it's just like
I guess it just comes with the territory, I'm guessing.
Yeah, something like that. And so let's see now. This guy in Arizona caught a huge alligator gar or something, and here we are. Now this looks interesting. Here, let me share screen again with our man Jameson. And not that I'm trying to avoid my responsibilities and avoid but anyhow, here's this. Marvel Comics white editor wrote under a Japanese persona. Co-worker quits over the news. Okay, let's. Why is it not working when I click? Here we are. Now it'll work. Oh, first let's take a nice look at that nice big alligator gar this guy caught. And
Wow.
yeah, there we are. And there's an alligator. Are these people? Oh, they're feeding. Holy shit! That fish. Oh my god! Did you see that fish? Yeah. First off, here's the alligator. Look at that. Is that a shark?
Yeah, that's a shark.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess the shark bit the alligator's foot.
Did it really?
Yeah. It says video. Tourist captures shark biting alligator's foot in South Carolina.
Okay. Oh my god. And well, there you go. Nice big fish.
That alligator doesn't look like he gives a shit.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I mean, with the way it doesn't care, I'm thinking it's dead.
Yeah. You're right. Is it dead? Fuck. Yo, no, I guess not. It's twitching when the shark tried to bite its foot. So there you have that. So that's fascinating. Oh my god. Yeah, you can actually kind of watch that for a while. And he's got the remora, the little fish feeding off the shark. Yeah, the remora, they all hang out with the shark.
The lamprey.
These are remoras. They're not lampreys are fucking gross. Nobody wants lampreys. Remora are kind of beneficial. They're, in other words,
okay.
They eat.
Yeah, they eat like the stuff growing off the shark.
Yeah, that's it.
Keep them nice and slick and clean.
Yes, that's right. Yes, there you are. And
yeah, I spent so many years just watching Animal Planet every day of the fucking week. It's almost.
I'm glad to hear you like animals. There, see, that's Oh, by the way, what's his name was laughing at Brendan was laughing at the fact that, remember that weird little sketch that I showed you on Aquino, like it was drawn out by one of his victims. Yeah, that one, they were talking about him and Lilith were advocates for animal rights and shit, and so Brendan was laughing about that. So here we are, Marvel Comics, white Marvel Comics fuck you, That's a paywall came up. Editor wrote under a Japanese persona. Co-worker quits over the news. Okay, photo taken shows Marvel's CB Selbulski, fat white son of a bitch, speaking at a forum in Manila. Editor-in-chief once used a Japanese persona to write dozens of comics for the company. Okay, sleazy. Marvel Comics editor-in-chief once posed as a Japanese man and wrote dozens of comics. Now he's being called out by a coworker who says he won't accept any more work from Marvel until the situation is resolved. And oh God! So what is the story behind this? This sounds like something that'll actually make me angry.
It's something that these white guys do. They'll exploit being of another race because they feel that it'll get them attention that they wouldn't get normally.
All right. And so he claimed he was writing under the name of Akira Yoshida. Okay, people should be suspect of that already. Akira is a real Japanese name, but it's fairly rare. And of course, it is a very famous name because of the anime, and which was originally a manga, Akira. So, yeah, go on.
He's not even using creativity with his name.
Thank you.
I mean, listen.
You had to take a comic, manga, anime name, right?
Now, what I will say is this. Now, I had created a pen name that was Japanese, but the person who was a pen name was a woman of mixed Black and Japanese descent. And of course, I was a lot more creative with the name. I chose the name Amaya Kokobo.
Okay, that's neat. Yeah,
which would be rare, but I decided, fuck it. I'm not going to use a pen name. I'm just going to use my regular name because why the fuck bother? It was something I thought of earlier on, just to because I figured, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking back then.
Okay. And so this guy, it's like pen name, and it's to write a bunch of Japanesey books for them. That's so sleazy. Yeah. And so Marvel still got a page dedicated, published under the pseudonym Yoshida. Okay, let's take a look. Maybe this links us to that page. Akira Yoshida, Marvel. There we are. Comics, X-Men. X-Men, Kitty Pryde, Shadows and Flame, and this doesn't look too Japanesey to me. Semi-pseudo, I mean, that's like Yoshida and Smith. There we are. But it's just what it is. It's like when somebody does this, yeah, that's pretty sleazy. But it's like, well, there you go. Now you found out. So we found out that much, and there's not much to it. It's just I stopped writing after about a year. So there you go. It wasn't transparent, but it taught me a lot about writing, comics, and pressure. Now I'm turning a new page. Yeah, I bet. So there you go with that. And it's like, although he claimed, that the news had been handled, I love working with Marvel. Okay, there you go. And so now that we got that, you can follow up on that later and tell me if you find out anything more about it that's even vaguely interesting. But let me see.
Marvel only cares about money anyway, so I mean, I'm fairly certain they really don't care about the. As long as whoever it is brings in a profit, they really don't care.
Yeah. Well, this guy, he actually created a background. He created a backstory for Yoshida. He says the persona spent time in the U.S. while growing up, learned English through superhero comics. Yeah, that's a backstory. I learned English through reading superhero comics. Yeah, previously worked at a Japanese publisher. And there we are. My version of the hand is greatly influenced by my love of Japanese history. Yeah. And
he probably doesn't even know anything about Japan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. When the news broke, comics critic Kelly Kaneyama told The Atlantic she was surprised he faced virtually no consequences. She said Marvel Comics should address his action as well as the industry that enabled Akira Yoshida to happen. But without a more thorough reckoning, the company leaves the impression that Asian identity itself is a mask to be slipped on and off at will for the benefit of the face underneath. And I agree with that.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're saying.
Thank you. Well, that's how but Marvel's all about this stupid race changing. So maybe they feel that that's part of the policy. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's nothing more than color exploitation with them.
Yes. Thank you. And so there we go with that. And
I mean, what you expect by a corporation that was run by Stan Lee.
Yeah, thank you. It's like you know, he's just a doofus, and this Bilal Mahmoud. I mean, fuck, he looks like what, one of the Airbender Avatar. You know, the monk one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. All he's missing is the triangle.
Thank you, the triangle on the head and shit. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so we managed to regale ourselves with somebody exploiting Asianness for the sake of God knows what. It's like it's just sleazy, and the fact that he has no repercussions for it. Yeah, that sucks. Fuck that shit. You know, fuck Marvel, and you know, there you go with that. And it's like Rodney S has joined us. Says Marvel went woke several years ago, and sales dropped significantly. Okay.
I wouldn't call it woke.
Thank you.
I would call it more of a colored exploitation.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Yeah.
they while people claim they're trying to play political correctness, there's nothing politically correct about it.
Yeah. Thank you. And first off, let's you know, the problem is Rodney S is probably young, and the reality is that if you were thinking about Marvel in its more golden age times, like the 1980s, when they were really fleshing out so many of their characters, the reality is that in the 1980s, they started changing the race of several of the characters. And it started off with the Micronauts, with one of the first characters to do that was a minor villain, Molecule Man, who came back. His molecule essence was in his wand, and some homeless black guy picks up the wand and becomes Molecule Man. So he wakes up in the skin of this black guy. And it's like, so there you go. That was like the first race change thing that was vaguely disconcerting, but it was meant to be. You could take that as part of the story based on that conceit. But when they started taking Nick Fury, who has a whole fucking backstory where Nick Fury is this white guy who grows up in the Bronx, fights in World War II, then becomes the head of SHIELD, this espionage organization, and they say, oh, let's make him black. Okay, at that point, it's like, okay, you've had this character around for decades, and then you just say, okay, let's make him black.
That's not woke. That's sheer marketing.
Yeah,
and it's sheer marketing in the wrong direction.
Thank
you. People who've been fans for a long time, like, okay, we need a quota of more black readers. Oh, we'll just make this guy black.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? Yeah, it's just.
I want a Japanese person. I want more Japanese people to read Marvel.
Right.
Use a Japanese pen name.
Right. And
it's like, seriously.
Thank you. And they, like, with Captain America, for God's sake, Captain America is obviously old. I mean, this guy's been around since World War II. So you've got this World War II propaganda character, and everybody knows the story. He was some skinny white guy, and they gave him the super soldier formula. And then what happened was, I heard from a complete idiot. There's this pig fucker named James Bustelos, just human garbage piece of shit. And I learned from him, he says, well, you know, he was originally a black guy. And I said, what the fuck did Marvel do now? And I asked him for the background, and he says, well, yeah, he couldn't explain it. He's like, he couldn't describe 2 or 3 toothpicks if they were side by side with each other. But when I looked into it, so it turned out this is what they call retconning, which is retroactively reconstructing the whole entire story, and they reconstructed it so it was some black guy who got experimented on as the guinea pig for the super soldier formula first, and then they deployed him, and that was the first Captain America was black. And then,
Okay, I'm sorry, but oh, wow, if you experimented on a black dude, and back in the time when there was all that racially heated shit,
yeah.
you think he's gonna call himself Captain America? You think he's gonna keep running through with the gig?
That's
What
honestly, to tell you
the
the truth,
what the hell kind of insult is that?
it is insulting as far as I'm concerned. But take a look at that it's crazy how people were back then. You had these crazy people trying to prove that they were patriots and Americans. Look at the Japanese who were trying to prove that. And then you had these black guys who were fighting, like the Red Tails and certain black units that were, deploying themselves. It's like God knows why or what motivated them.
We know damn well that they did not. They did not. I think they came up with that story after
Yeah.
the fact.
Oh, of
I
course.
th-
Yeah, I
of
mean,
course,
maybe you're right. Yeah, you mean the actual history of things like the Red Tails and stuff like that, perhaps.
Yeah, no.
With the
I mean,
Captain America thing.
as in their motives.
Yeah, their motives. Okay, good point.
Because chances are they were drafted and they were used for and they would have been used for slave labor if they just weren't so damn good at piloting. So they just said, okay, we'll use these colored boys as pirates, as pilots, and and when they came back, they're like, oh, I want to tell them a good story. Yeah, we did this so that more black people can join the military. I mean, seriously, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, I agree. You're right. No. I take what you're saying to be true, and it's like one of those things where, well, there you have it. There you go. And by the way, and I didn't emphasize this well enough in the past. But none of this should surprise us. By the way, Rodney S. says the legacy characters were swapped out, then later brought back. Example, the Incredible Hulk / Bruce Banner became Totally Rad Hulk / Korean American teenager Amadeus Cho, complete with faux hawk, fake hawk, faux hawk. Does that mean like you mean like his
It's like,
hairstyle or something? What is that?
yeah, I think that's a hairstyle.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. By the way, Rodney S. is obviously very familiar with this. And I remember when I was like tripped out when I just checked back into comics for the first time in years. This was like 10 years ago. My parents were still alive, maybe 12 years ago, maybe 20. Fuck. But when I checked back in, I was like seeing Hulk was red and shit. I was like, what the fuck? And that's when somebody explained to me, oh, that's the Hulk from Future Imperfect. And apparently this was like, so they had all these alternative universes. Whatever it was, I couldn't keep up with
Well,
it.
no, the Red Hulk was another character altogether. That general. Oh my gosh, what the fuck was his name? I
Thunderbolt
can't.
Ross Thunderbolt, he became like a Red Hulk?
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
He was the Red Hulk. Then there was another Hulk that was like a purple Hulk. There was
Purple Hulk.
this fucking psychotic guy who was like a psychiatrist or some shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
They had like this whole Ultimate Hulk thing where there were just like all these Hulks running around. The only Hulk I really found interesting was probably She-Hulk.
Yeah. Okay, there we are. And by the way, I can understand that. Anyhow, Rodney S. says, Asaya Bradley was the first Captain America. I think the Tuskegee syphilis experiment was a historical source for the story, but understand that's still retconning. It's retroactively reconstructed. That wasn't the original story.
Yeah. It was never original. It was originally. Oh my gosh! It was originally that white dude.
Yeah.
What's his fucking name?
That's right. Yeah,
I can't
Steve
remember his
Rogers.
name.
Steve Rogers.
Yeah, Steve Rogers.
Right. Who, of course, was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic. Of course, he was just a weak, simpering kid who was blonde and blue-eyed, but then, of course, they gave him the super soldier formula, and he became this Aryan Superman, which, anyhow. Such as it was one of these things where then they retroconned in this Isaiah Bradley, who I think was supposed to come back like in a wheelchair later because he was all fucked up by the super soldier formula eventually or something like that. Anyhow, they make him a tragic figure. And yes, it's based off the exploitation of the blacks in these various kinds of experiments, which was historically, a fact. And so, anyhow, nevertheless, it's retconning. It's an added story onto what was originally.
Yeah, it's something most comic readers who really appreciate the original comic fucking hate.
Yeah, thank you. Because it's just,
You know, I don't care if you decided to make Spider-Man a super hot black chick with big boobs and a fat ass. Well, actually, that would be interesting. Anyway, that said, you know, it just wouldn't make any sense. It'd be like, why the hell is, but it's, oh my gosh, they did that with Spawn. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they got rid of
they changed
they
the
got rid of,
sex.
no. They got rid of oh my gosh. What
original
the hell was the
character.
guy's original name?
Well, they keep changing. Yeah, they keep changing. What, the virus keeps infecting different people, right? That's the I
Well,
think.
okay. That's what happened. All
Okay.
right, because Spawn was originally that black guy, Al Simmons, right?
I
But
didn't know. I had no idea. I mean, because
but
when I
but,
saw the
but then
film, it was like this sleazy white reporter guy, which was fine. I was fine with. I never saw the film.
but,
Saw
but
the film, but I mean, I,
But the thing is, like, what happened was, they later on, at some point, when it was no longer drawn by the guy who drew all those Magic the Gathering cards. I love that guy's art, though. Um, when he changed artists, what happened was, I think at some point he had changed. He had made it so that, you know, Spawn was like now this white guy, this white guy with blonde hair, and I'm like, who the hell is this dude?
that wasn't shown in the film. Yeah, it was more like a kind of sleazy, nondescript, kind of sleazy, nondescript kind of dude who was supposed to be a reporter in San Francisco. I mean, Spawn the film, the basis for it, I thought was.
Al Simmons. Al
Yeah.
Simmons.
Okay.
Was it Al Simmons? Yeah,
You
I
mean
think so.
the black guy?
Yeah, that was the original Spawn.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, Matt Cavada. Yeah, that was the artist.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Rodney S is confirming what you said, Al Simmons. So there you go. Well, now
I
everybody, now that we've geeked out on this, not that I, even know that much about it. I mean, I'm in no way familiar in any way, shape, or form with Marvel Comics, other than what I knew. Which, to tell you the truth, everyone, there were two characters that I followed in Marvel Comics, and they were Nick Fury, because of the World War II history and because he was elderly, and then the who else was there? Deathlock, who was white. That disturbed me when they made him black, because I loved the original character who was white, but he had a black wife. That was and Deathlock was, of course, a cyborg. In other words, he was a dead man who was reanimated against his will, and he was basically, it was a very dystopian situation, and he was meaning that society had taken a totalitarian turn in America, and the military-industrial complex had basically taken over parts of society, and so there was rebellion and resistance, and the Deathlock cyborg there were several aspects to him that were poignant and that bared a kind of exposition on transhumanism. And there were other elements of the man's past life where he had a black wife who, when he tried to visit her and see his own child, he, was confronted with, he couldn't allow the child to see him because he was monstrous. And his own wife reacted to him very hostilely because of his appearance. So the Deathlock arc of narrative was this tragic, very violent. Unlike the rest of Marvel Comics, it was truly violent. It wasn't like, you hear about violence in comics, but if you look at the 80s, the concept of violence is not violence, okay? It's just like, people are throwing punches and people are getting thrown, but nobody's like, exploding and you got that with Deathlock. Deathlock did that. And so it was, so there you had that. And then later on, when they brought him back in the 90s for this short run, and they made him a black guy, and it's not even the same character, so how can you relate? I mean,
Yeah.
so it's
Not only
like
that, they have to change the entire story, because it's like it takes away what they were doing, which would have been seen as progressive at the time, having a white guy with a black wife.
thank you.
Now it's just a black guy with a black wife. It's like, okay,
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Are they gonna give him, or maybe they could be progressive and give him an Asian wife. I don't.
Yeah, it's something like it's just oh fuck it, it's
It's just literally like this is the reason why I don't read American comics at all.
Thank you,
I stick with manhwa and manga
thank you.
because
Yeah,
when
they don't do
characters
shit
die
like
off,
that. Yes, they make a
they die.
character, and the character, the character stays the character. They might age, they might die, but thank you, and
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to get a it's not like, Bleach is Kurosako Ichiko is now going to be like a South American teenager from Brazil or some shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like what happened here?
Right, and believe it or not, they do have black characters in Japanese anime and manga and comics.
Yeah,
Yes.
they pop up all the time, and
So
and some of them are pretty cool.
yes, and I'm still very disconcerted about what I found out. I never even knew about the Berserk character until James had told me about that, and I looked that up, and then the illustrator of this black Berserk female character died, and as you know, he may have been killed. It's just so sad, so sad. So, is anyone going to take up that storyline? Is anyone going to take up that storyline, or?
Nobody can. He's the only one who could put in that much time to the details of his drawings. I mean, there are people who no one can do it. It's out of respect that nobody can.
I understand what you're saying. At the same time, I do hope somebody someday attempts it. It's definitely hate to see things like that left hanging. I mean, after all, Evangelion, when the anime got to a point where they ran out of budget, they were using fucking magic markers and Crayolas and shit. So, that's...
yeah, but the thing is, they did really good with that.
Yes.
I honestly liked the animations, the early animations more than the computer generated stuff that comes out now.
I hear you. I hear
because there's a real sense of the mood.
Yeah, and I agree. I understand where you're coming from, and okay, well, let's try and do some geopolitics first. Talk a little bit about China, and I know that you kind of introduced the topic. What exactly did you bring up about China?
Oh no, just that Xi Jinping is trying to claim now that his incursions against Taiwan were to protect Taiwan.
From what? From himself?
Well, from Winnie the Pooh merchandise.
There we are, from Winnie the Pooh merchandise. For those of you who don't get that, you can explain that to them. His trip with that.
Well, because his image has been compared to Winnie the Pooh, he has banned all Winnie the Pooh merchandise everywhere.
Yeah, and he's in China, everywhere where he has power, but you know what? There's an example of true insecurity for you. I mean, fucking idiot. The guy's a fucking idiot, and honestly, he should see something. He should see as funny is seen as a threat. Okay, at that point, dude, you have no right to be in power.
Yeah, it really does make him look weak.
Thank you.
And the only reason why no one can say anything is because if they say something, he'll just have them killed.
Yeah, pretty much. Or blacklisted. I mean, just horrible things. I mean, they've got this stupid social credit system they've been experimenting with in communist China, where you get social credit, and it's hell on earth. It's not that bad, honestly. But it is getting worse. It's getting worse. I mean, before, when you were in China during the more open days and they were just allowed to, copyright plunder everything and clone everything and steal all the intellectual property, things were pretty loose. It's, you couldn't say anything like free to bit. You couldn't say anything like I do Falun Gong, which I find it really funny that Peter Moon reacts so violently to Falun Gong. Like he was like the communist Chinese took him in for a session of programming or something. But anyhow, what Jameson brought up about people, their identity being their job, and obviously the one thing that a postmodern human being, especially a man, has to learn, because this is a male problem in general, is that men, identify by their profession, and that's all they can identify themselves by. A profession is not a personality, people. So do understand that, and we're gonna all have to learn to understand that, because Americans are quitting their jobs en masse. This is the great resignation going on right now with COVID. Here's a 6-word phrase that I've been seeing a lot that just pretty much gives us the entire essence of this economic moment in history, which is something along the lines of job opening, just posted, please apply. And, Americans are quitting their gigs at, I think this is a historically record-setting rate. 4.3 million people said goodbye to their boss in August. That's according to the latest data from the Department of Labor. That's up from the previous all-time peak logged this past April. The open positions are likewise trending high. So basically, it's a sign of, I don't know, maybe even economic optimism. With so many openings, workers must feel empowered to say no to bad gigs in hopes they'll find a better one. It's a job seeker's market. The employers are finding themselves under pressure to make work life a good life, or face a pile of resignation letters. So there you go. I think that's something important. But when it's when we were talking about these people who identify with their jobs, it's just basically there's too many people who work hard and strive for success that self-objectify as excellent work machines and tools of performance. That's like, what the fuck is that? Is that what you want to be? Is a drone? Reducing yourself to any single characteristic, whether it be your title or your job performance, how can you not understand that that's a deeply damaging act? If you want to build a life, don't center it on your job. Honestly, it's just unhealthy. People should be able to understand that. And so, take a look at the Karl Marx's famous or infamous opposition to capitalism. Of course, if you were trying to put a sales spin to market his communism, you could say that maybe what he was arguing for was simply happiness, that capitalism made people unhappy by treating them as part of a machine in which the person is expunged and only productivity remains. Of course, that's exactly what communism actually manifested, but you get my point. Basically, in his 1844, he wrote an essay called Estranged Labor, in which he said that basically the spontaneous activity of the human imagination, of the human brain, and of the human heart operates on the individual independently of him. It belongs to another. It is the loss of his self. What he was saying was that workers are objectified, and in his view, this made them miserable shells. And, kind of like Jameson Reese's psychiatrist. And so there you go. Whether or not you agree with Marx's assessment of what the capitalist system does to us, certainly that's what communism did to people. But many of us, I think, would indisputably do what he describes to ourselves And it's not even so much the economy, it's what we do to, basically make ourselves part of the economy. Too many people just become production units. Strivers seek professional success to deliver satisfaction and happiness. But self-objectification makes both impossible. It sets us up for a life of joyless accomplishment. It's like, imagine having sex and ejaculating without any enjoyment. It's like that. It's just unreachable goals followed by the tragedy of inevitable decline. I mean, to be happy, we need to throw off these chains that we put upon ourselves. So when it comes to happiness, in a certain sense, Marx was right. Objectification lowers well-being. Research proves this. When people are reduced by others to physical attributes through objectifying stares or harassment, it lowers self-confidence and competence in tasks. Another philosopher, Immanuel Kant, he referred to this as becoming an object of appetite for another, at which point all motives of moral relationship cease to function. So there you go. Physical objectification is just one type. Objectification at work is another, and it's an especially injurious one. I mean, in 2021, 3 French researchers in the journal Frontiers in Psychology, they developed a measure of objectification in the workplace based on the feeling of being used as a tool and not being recognized as an agent in the working environment. And they noted that workplace objectification would lead to burnout, job dissatisfaction, depression, and of course, there was always sexual harassment. This happens if a boss treats her employees like nothing more than disposable labor, or even if employees see their boss as nothing more than a provider of money. I mean, it goes both ways. But the case against objectifying others, it's fairly straightforward, but less obvious, but equally damaging, is when the objectifier and the person being objectified are one and the same. I mean, humans are capable of objectifying themselves in many ways by assessing their self-worth in terms of their physical appearance, their economic position, or their political views, for example. But all of them boil down to one damaging core act: reducing one's own humanity to a single characteristic, and thus encouraging others to do so as well. In the case of work, that might look like judging one's self-worth, positively or negatively, based on job performance or professional standing. And just as our entertainment culture encourages us to self-objectify physically, our work culture pushes us to self-objectify professionally. Americans tend to valorize being driven and ambitious, so letting work take over virtually every moment of your life is concerningly easy. I mean, I know many people who talk of almost nothing besides their work, who are saying essentially, I am my job. This may feel more humanizing and empowering than saying, I am my boss's tool, but that reasoning has a fatal flaw. In theory, you can ditch your boss and get a new job. You can't ditch you, or what you now identify as you, which may be nothing more than a profession. Now, so far, I've been unable to find any published stories on the well-being of professional self-objectifiers, but I think we can take a clue from physical self-objectification, which has been shown to raise depression and lower problem-solving ability. Quaffing my tea while I talk. Now, common sense tells us that self-objectifying at work is a tyranny every bit as nasty. We become Marx's heartless work overlord to ourselves, cracking the whip mercilessly, seeing ourselves as nothing more than Homo economicus, the man at work, as opposed to Homo ludens, the man at play. I mean, love and fun are sacrificed for another day of work in search of a positive internal answer to the question, am I successful yet? I mean, we become simulacra of real people. Workism, it's making Americans miserable. And then when the end inevitably comes, when professional decline sets in, we're left bereft and desiccated. There was this one CEO, self-objectifier, par excellence, who, it said, told his psychiatrist that in the 6 months after retirement, I went from who's who to who's he. I mean, yeah, that's pathetic. So, I mean, you should know whether or not you're a self-objectifier in your job or career. I mean, is your job the biggest part of your identity? Is it the way you introduce yourself or even understand yourself? I mean, do you find yourself sacrificing love relationships for work? I mean, have you foregone romance, friendship, or starting a family because of your career? Or maybe you even have trouble imagining being happy if you were to lose your job or career. I mean, does the idea of losing it feel a little like death to you? I mean, honestly, then if any or all of that is something that you've pretty much answered affirmatively to, then recognize that you'll never be satisfied as long as you objectify yourself. Your career or job should be an extension of you, not vice versa. And of course, well, you can reassess your own priorities. First, you need to get some space. I mean, I could make a joke now that Jameson's not with us at the moment. He took a little break to do something, take care of something. And I can make a joke that he's going into rehab. It's given himself some space from his career as a junkie. And so basically, you know, if you've got this unhealthy relationship or two in your life, but only recognized it when you had a break from it, whether voluntary or involuntary, well, you know, this is those trial separations that lead to divorce, right? Space provides perspective. So use that principle in your professional life. It should be the main goal of your vacation. Get a break from work. Spend time with people you love. I mean, it sounds obvious, but it means taking your vacation, not doing, you know, not working during it at all. I mean, your employer should thank you for doing so. Honestly, they should want only employees who work with their whole heart and free will. If they need to leave, any employer should be wanting them to leave. Honestly, there was that ancient idea of Sabbath keeping, taking regular time away from work each week. In religious traditions, rest isn't just nice to have, it's central to understanding God and ourselves thereby, for we be created in his image. I mean, the book of Exodus reads, "For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is within them, and rested on the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy." I mean, if God rests from work, maybe you should take that as a pretty good idea that you need to do so even more than he. Such a practice doesn't have to be religious, of course. It can be done in lots of ways besides simply avoiding all work on Saturday or Sunday. Exempli gratiae. You can take a small Sabbath each evening by prescribing work and, well, proscribing work, I mean to say. Dedicating all your activity to relationships and leisure. And of course, aside from that, make friends who don't see you as a professional object. I mean, many professional self-objectifiers seek out others who admire them solely for their work accomplishments. I mean, it's quite natural. Honestly, it makes people feel good when someone they meet for the first time recognizes them for their professional reputation rather than just some random guy. But it can easily become a barrier to formation of healthy relationships, which we all need. By self-objectifying in your friendships, you can make it easier for your friends to objectify you as well. Okay, Jameson Reese has returned. I was making a joke about telling people how they need to take space from work and how, like people have divorces after these trial separations. And that's because they've realized that they've rethought their priorities. So I said that you're going into rehab was a way to give yourself some space from your professional career identity as a junkie. Anyhow, this is why having friends outside your professional circles is so important. Striking up friendships with people who don't have any connection to your professional life encourages you to develop non-work interests and virtues and thus be, well, a fuller person. And the way to do that goes hand in hand with my first recommendation about making space. Don't just spend time away from work. Spend it with people who have no connection to your work. So, of course, if you're a self-objectifier, challenging your own self-objectification is going to make you feel uneasy. It's going to freak you out. And it's simple. We all want to stand out in some way, and working harder than others and being better at our job seems the straightforward way to do so. This is a normal human drive, but it obviously leads to destructive ends. If you were to really get the truth out of most people, the majority of them would confess, if interrogated effectively enough, they would confess that they'd rather be special than happy. The great irony is that by trying to be special, we end up reducing ourselves to a single quality and turning ourselves into cogs in a machine of our own making. Now, Marshall McLuhan, of course, who I've quoted quite a bit, and he said in a book he wrote back in 1964, titled Understanding Media, he famously said, "The medium is the message." And he noted that in the famous Greek myth, Narcissus fell in love not with himself, mind you, but with his reflection in the water, his image of himself. And so it is when we professionally self-objectify. Our work is our medium, and it becomes our message. We learn to love the image of our successful selves, not ourselves as we truly are in life. Don't make that mistake. You are not your job, and I am not mine. Take your eyes off that distorted reflection. Have the courage to experience a full life, your true self. And maybe you'll finally find something that we're all supposed to be seeking, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's, when was the last time you remember being truly happy? Probably most of you don't have any memory of that. Build a fucking life, and that should help with a bit of something. So at any rate, let me see if I'm in the mood to go into geopolitics after that. In terms of some of the things that I was checking into, let me take a look around the internet here and see if I can inspire myself to talk about something as repulsive as Xi Jinping. All right. Let me take a look at something here. And that looks intriguing. What the fuck is that? Not quite sure who that is. I don't recognize this individual. And is this who is that? No, that can't be her name. Anyhow, I'll follow up with that later. Unnamed. Let me see if got a file like that already exists. Okay, that was the porno file anyway. Let me see if I can stick this into a different file. I'm trying to download an image here for people who wonder what the hell I'm doing while I'm talking to myself. And of course, okay, so unknown. That's it. Change it from unnamed to unknown. Unknown. All right, whoever that is, I'll find out later. All right, when it comes to lately what's been going on with communist China and Taiwan, and I like what our man Jameson told me about that this idiot Xi Jinping said he was like trying to protect Taiwan. Obviously, Beijing is not backing off. Basically, both the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and the Taiwanese president Tsai Ing-wen each delivered a speech after Beijing's recent incursions. And at the same time, India's media has reported more tensions on its disputed border with communist China. So the communist Chinese are kind of launching probing attacks in all directions around their periphery. So, again, to put this into some context, while I psych myself up to get into the groove zone of geopolitics, and it really shouldn't be too long to cover this because it is what it is. Both Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and the communist Chinese dictator, President Xi Jinping, they delivered these speeches over the weekend, just 48, now around 72 hours agone, following this series of intrusions into my true homeland and heartland, Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, the ADIZ, A-D-I-Z, by a record number of Chinese warplanes. We'll call them Chi-Com or Chinese communists. While the dictator Xi talked of peaceful reunification, Tsai Ing-wen stressed that Taiwan's international support and determination, well, all of it, the basic message was, my native homeland of Taiwan is not going to give in to communist Chinese threats. So those statements on either side of the Black Strait of Taiwan officially marked October 10th, which commemorates the founding of the Nationalist Republic of China, not to be confused with the Communist People's Republic of China in the 1911 uprising. Now, after the communists gained control of the mainland of China in 1949, the Republic of China's leadership re-established itself on Taiwan. Now, technically, Taiwan remains the Republic of China, although that term is, by all my understanding, increasingly unpopular among young Taiwanese. Now, abandoning the name would prompt action from Beijing, which views any disavowal of Taiwan's Chinese heritage as a move towards independence. Now, obviously, Taiwan is already independent, so their concern is, well, pathological. It's a pathological concern because it's something that is de facto a reality. Taiwan has a long history of both independence, but also colonization. Many Taiwanese see themselves as the inheritors of multiple traditions, and they describe the nationalist Chinese parties, the Kuomintang's nationalist forces, the so-called Blue Chinese, as invaders who created a right-wing dictatorship that was eventually, in their minds, overthrown by popular action. In other words, well, voted out. There was no violent revolution on Taiwan. But even symbolic maneuvers, such as removing the English phrase Republic of China from Taiwanese passports, attract vitriol from the Communist Chinese Empire across the Black Strait. The Blue Kuomintang Party, the nationalist Chinese, what they would call back in the old days of the Cold War, Chinat, or Chinese nationalists, the KMT, or GMD, Kuomintang, modern descendant of the Blue nationalists, is also now the more conservative, and believe it or not, because of course this is something I've had to wrap my brain around because I'm a product of the old school Cold War, virulently anti-communist Blue Chinese mentality, born in nationalist China when it was truly fascist and not yet democratic in the slightest. And so the nationalists today, they're simply more conservative in the red Republican sense, it is reactionary, and by that very twisted perspective, they are the pro-China party. In other words, the party that would most likely reunite with Red China. That's the lunacy that has caused me to reject what the present Kuomintang has come to stand for, which is kind of like their latest candidate that ran against Tsai Ing-wen, and thankfully, thank the gods of my ancestors level, thankfully, lost. The guy who was the KMT party hopeful that lost to Tsai Ing-wen, the female president of Taiwan, was known as the Trump of Taiwan. Meaning he was pro-Chinese communist the way Trump was pro-Russian. Now, the communist Chinese dictator's speech, Xi Jinping's, it avoided military rhetoric, and it spoke of peaceful reunification, as if he had been listening to, of all people, Vladimir Putin. Because Vladimir Putin was saying, China doesn't need violence with Taiwan, and it's just how do I say this? Anything he says, of course, is just so much utter bullshit. You can't take anything he says with anything other than a grain of salt. But let me see if I can find this here, what exactly it was that Putin was saying about Taiwan. Yeah, China does not need to use force in order to achieve reunification with Taiwan. Basically, of course, if you take a look at what Putin is saying, he said this, by the way, today. This is something he said today. So when I'm looking up the quote, the CNBC news article about this, that was published 5 hours ago. And so this is pretty much, what's ironic about this is that Putin's own greatest worry right now is his own citizens. And just like that, Xi Jinping is also using Taiwan to distract from the struggles at home, just like Putin did when he invaded the Crimea. So these are just two dictators that are just trying to find a way to start a small conflict in their own ways of projecting the term small. Obviously, Taiwan could lead to the Third World War if China tried to invade. It almost certainly would. In fact, I can guarantee you it would. But Putin claiming that China will peacefully reunify, obviously this is going to be met with ridicule. In fact, it already has. Chinese media has already... I'm looking at the Chinese perspective on this now. I'm looking at this in the Chinese language media outlets reacting to what Putin has said. And this is just not he's really showing something here that borders on stupidity. So to give you an idea of what the Chinese people are saying, basically, Putin was saying this at a plenary session of the Russian Energy Week Forum, that China is this powerful economic power that can achieve its goals without the use of force. When I'm reading the Russian, I'm looking at the Russian sources for this, I'm getting all kinds of weird shit. But basically, he's saying, according to my understanding of the Chinese philosophy, including nation building and management, it has nothing to do with the use of force. In my opinion, China does not need to use force. China is an economic powerhouse that has surpassed the United States as the world's top economy in terms of purchasing power parity. Through its growing economic potential, China is able to achieve its national goals. Now, it's worth mentioning that Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov just said the day before yesterday that Russia considers Taiwan to be a part of the People's Republic of China and will take that as the starting point in its policy. Now, but the Chinese internet completely refuted and ridiculed Putin's claim that China will peacefully reunify Taiwan. I mean, one Chinese netizen, looking at the Chinese language internet here that I'm looking at, he sarcastically said, "Yes, Crimea was recovered peacefully," referring to the fact that Putin invaded Crimea. And of course, others have said that there is never a peaceful solution to territorial issues, and giving up on armed reunification would be tantamount to no reunification. So as the hopes for peaceful reunification are obviously growing dimmer, it's widely believed that mainland China will use force to achieve national reunification. One of the people who has confirmed that was the former Kuomintang chairman, Hung Xiu-chu, in Taiwan. Now, so we've got a situation here that's developing, and then we've got other idiots. There is one who has recently said that oh Jesus, how do I get rid of this? Okay, that's not this. I'm trying to get rid of something here that showed up on the stupid screen. Here we are. Got an idiot woman who says that there's plenty of evidence that suggests the U.S. will lose the war for Taiwan. Okay, this is this is Emma Ashford. She's a senior fellow at the New American Engagement Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. And she was with Matthew Kronig, this deputy director of that center. They were engaging in a heated debate on whether the U.S. is worth the risk of a so-called help defend Taiwan. This is all, of course, I'm trying to translate this from the Chinese, so this is going to be a little bit awkward. I'm reading from the Chinese newspaper called Reference News. Talk about an exciting, name for your newspaper. Reference News. Anyhow, so there was this October 8th report on their foreign policy website. And it's a very short article. So it's easy for me to kind of pretty much translate this as I go along. But basically, Emma Ashford is saying, obviously, the U.S. is now quietly stationing military personnel in Taiwan, but let's talk about the broader issue. The Biden administration, all the shit. Okay, what the fuck is she saying? It doesn't even really bear translating. Matthew Koenig responded by saying, I think it would be wise for the U.S. and allies to make a clearer commitment to help defend Taiwan. And then Emma Ashford says, to be clear, Taiwan is not strategically important enough for the United States to risk war with China. there are countries in Asia, such as Japan and South Korea, that are important enough for the United States to make a defense commitment. This woman is completely ignorant of the fact that your high technology is not sourcing from those places, but from Taiwan. So this woman is obviously an idiot. You don't even need to take what she says seriously. In terms of let me make this larger again so I can read it because it's in Chinese. I need to see the characters here. Taiwan, let me see. Here we are. She's saying that Defend Taiwan's not particularly popular in the United States. Yeah, well, neither was Defend Afghanistan, right? It doesn't seem to matter whether it's popular or not. If the orders come out, then, basically the guys in the service respond. And if they start the draft, most people would go. Let's see now. The Chinese netizens, of course, are enjoying the dream of reunifying Taiwan via the cartoons. There was a Airborne Season 7, Wutong, that was posted by the Chinese military artist with the screen name, he's got a screen name, Jeff Holy. And that's pretty fucking lame. So what I'll do now is just kind of maintain a look at this and look at his artwork here. So that's there you go. Here's a guy who's producing these, a military artist. He released on October 1st, which was Communist China's Double 10 Day, their idea of a 4th of July. And he's like pinned a bunch of illustrations about reunifying Taiwan violently through military force. So we're preparing for war. Obviously, war is probably going to happen. If it does happen, well, you're going to be involved in one way or another. And the draft will be instated. It'll have to be instated because there's no way to fight communist China with its comparatively unlimited manpower at this moment in history with what you've got. The good news is, of course, they got nobody in their population proportionately. Statistically, nobody's in their military. In other words, their military is comparatively small. I mean, it's very small compared to their population. So this is something where they would have to start a draft. So you'd both be, everybody's just going to be, trying to catch up with each other. Okay, there we are. Then I get an advertisement for Asian dating. And the funny thing is, the chick doesn't even look Asian. I noticed that, of course, on a lot of porn channels. They'll use Asian because a lot of white guys have an Asian fetish. And so they'll just say Asian when it's obviously a Latina or something. So there you go with that. Moving right along. Here you got the Communist Chinese dictator's speech. Xi Jinping avoiding military rhetoric, speaking of peaceful reunification. That's language that's always been used by Beijing, all the while maintaining ultimate authority. And that term rings false to the Taiwanese, especially given that Red China has broken its promises to Hong Kong. Taiwanese support for annexation by Red China is at record lows of around 13%. And an increasing number of residents, especially young people, are calling for a formal declaration of independence. But even as Xi Jinping spoke of the legacy of Sun Yat-sen, the founder of the Republic of China, Sun's house in Hong Kong was barricaded and patrolled by police. Hong Kongers were threatened with arrest under the Beijing-imposed national security law if they celebrated October 10th. So despite the dictator Xi's avoidance of militant language, Chinese newspapers have been running detailed descriptions of how Taiwan will supposedly be crushed in the event of war. And meanwhile, Tsai Ing-wen's speech emphasized increasing political oppression in both China and Hong Kong, shifting away from the path of reform and development. She also highlighted my own true homeland, Taiwan's willingness to defend itself, but also engage in talks as equals. So the perceived insolence prompted a harsh reaction from Beijing, where the idea that Taiwan is anything other than a subordinate is politically taboo. Polling has confirmed that Taiwanese are worried, but not panicked, about Beijing's growing military threat. And until speech in Red China becomes freer, concessions to Taiwan remain risky for anyone to endorse, and that is ultimately one of the biggest barriers to any attempt to diffuse tensions. On the other hand, Chinese communist officials rarely have anything to lose by spouting jingoism. Exempli gratiae, Victor Gao, the former Chinese communist leader Deng Xiaoping's interpreter, has called for ethnic cleansing, the extermination of any Taiwanese with Japanese heritage, if Red China retakes my home island. And he said this on record in an interview last week. Now, this same individual, Victor Gao, was once treated as a reputable interlocutor in Sino-American relations. And look at how far he's sunk now, calling for genocide. The Chinese Communist government appears to be engaging in a state-backed campaign to promote the slogan, "Keep the island, rid of its people." A violently genocidal stance to take as their public objective, to kill everyone on Taiwan. As the Chinese Communist Party leans more heavily on ethno-nationalist sentiments, the frequency of that rhetoric towards Taiwan rises, with Taiwanese people being categorized, dehumanized as a dangerous other. And as that push grows, Beijing's risk tolerance for a potentially catastrophic invasion of Taiwan may be growing too. So all of this is something that, there you have it. I mean, what else is there to tell you? We be fucked. This is a situation where, we're fucked in the sense of something may well happen. And, when Mars enters Scorpio in December, at that point, maybe the communist Chinese will just push it too far. Hopefully we'll survive before, hopefully we'll make it through the year, which will end soon enough, without anything truly catastrophic happening. But, a lot is going to happen. That much I can guarantee you. Okay, forgive me. This is what brings us naturally to a position now where in the last few hours that we have, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, maybe I'll cover some of the context that people were asking about with relic populations in context of magic. So Rodney S. was saying Robotech was my favorite, and then he was bringing up how Xi Jinping banned Winnie the Pooh emojis too. And that's funny the way he phrases that. Ban Pooh emojis too, because that was the famous Winnie the Pooh saying, was something along the lines of Winnie the Pooh and Tigger too. And so it kind of sounds like that. It's fitting. Then Jameson Reese put a smiling pile of shit to represent Xi Jinping. And he's got it right. He's got it down. All right, then. So, in the time we have remaining, take a look around the internet here. Looking at the All right, everything seems to be going along fine. And checking into the world around me. Oh, forgive me, I'm going to yawn again. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's just awful. But, all right. Okay, psych myself up. Rub my shoulders. Ow! I don't know if anybody heard that bone crack. That's it's how do I put this? Then I see, of course, that image of Meatwad that our man Jameson Reese sent my way, and okay, gonna breathe. Suck my tea, quaff some more of the tea, get some more of the caffeination into myself, try and oxygenate, caffeinate, and yeah, Jameson says, yep, I heard it. Was that your shoulder? That was my shoulder. Oh my fucking God. Isn't that awful? Yes. That bone cracking. Yes. Oh God. Yes, that was my shoulder. Oh. Anyhow, Jameson's with us. So why don't I refresh myself a little bit, slap on some painkiller, and he says, holy shit, you double jointed? Yeah, I am double jointed. Yes, that's true. I am double jointed. So, and but it all cracks, like a skeleton. And so what I'll do is I'll take a moment to refresh myself, breathe, maybe do a couple of lines of coke, the real shit. And it won't take that long. Honestly, this will be quick. But I'll have my man Jameson hold the stage here for a little bit and a few minutes, and I'll be back. So, Jameson, all right, my lad, if you can hold the stage for me for a few minutes, is that possible?
Yes. Yeah,
there we are. Bless you. Okay, it's yours. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It just muted my mic. Am I audible? Yeah, I should be okay. All right, yeah. All right, folks, let's see, that's the up button. Yep, we're good. Okay, let's see what's going on in this hellscape. Oh, there's no shortage of fun things. Wow, there seems to be another California fire. Well, there's fires every day there. Santa Barbara, shifting winds posed a new challenge for firefighters battling a blaze in Southern California's coastal mountains that threatened ranches and homes and kept a major highway shut down for days. The Alisal fire charred more than 24 square miles, 62 square kilometers of dense chaparral in the Santa Ynez Mountains west of Santa Barbara. Containment was just 5% Wednesday evening. Well, I guess that's going to be an eternal hellscape, which is quite apropos. Honestly speaking, we've got Cthulhu land out there in the west, and we've got Cthulhu land up here in the east coast, where everything's going to be flooded and beneath the waters. Oh, this is just fun. The outer gods are having their fun. Well, at least someone has to enjoy, the physical plane, because we humans aren't capable of enjoying it because we're too busy making life unlivable for each other. Fire crews were protecting Rancho del Cielo, which was once owned by Ronald and Nancy Reagan, those pieces of shit, and was known as the Western White House during his presidency. The 68-acre ranch, who gives a fuck about their fucking ranch? Burn that shit down. Who fucking cares? We are thankful that there has been no... Oh my gosh, they're talking about the stupid ranch. Fuck their ranch. Crews also protected an ExxonMobil Corp gas processing facility in a canyon surrounded by flames. Wow, that thing would have went up like a whoa. That would have been serious. The fire erupted Monday near the Alisal Reservoir and provided winds from the north, which swept flames down through the mountains, forcing a closure of US 101 in the western Santa Barbara country. At one point, the fire jumped the 4-lane highway and reached a beach. The closure has forced motorists to take a circuitous detour on smaller routes. The highway could remain shut until the weekend, said Andrew Masden, a spokesman for the U.S. Forest Service. Firefighters working in steep, rugged terrain got help from more than a dozen water-dropping air tankers and helicopters that returned to the skies amid calmer daytime winds. But changing winds could keep aircraft grounded, said Los Padres National Forest Fire Chief Jim Harris. So, yep, the entire world's burning down, and well, honestly speaking, there was a time where it would have been depressing to me, but I'm starting to actually quite enjoy it. It's never a dull moment, and the real world seems to be a hell of a lot more entertaining than it ever was. So, why the hell not? There's no shortage of human entertainment out there. So, everything works out. Although, I would like to survive through it. Of course, we all know that this is the result of our irresponsible warming. And, oh, great, this is even worse. As if, well, there we go. As if the human race couldn't get more fucked up. Women left behind. Gender gap emerges in Africa's vaccines. The health outreach workers who drove past Lama Ballo's village with a megaphone handed out t-shirts emblazoned with the words, "I got my COVID-19 vaccine." By then, the women in Sari Gibel had already heard the rumors on social media. The vaccines can make your blood stop or cause you to miscarry. Women who took it won't get pregnant again. You know what? I don't even know if that's bad news at this point. Just, should I really care who dies at this point? Should I really find some camaraderie that these people are of my own ethnicity? Does it even matter? If people are that stupid to believe in bullshit, you know what? Why not? Let them die.
What did I miss? No.
I was just reading about the gender gap that's emerging in Africa's vaccines because women are hearing rumors that it can cause them to miscarry and cause them to not be able to have kids again. And so I was thinking to myself, at first I was saying how it's horrible news, but then I'm thinking about it and I'm like, you know what? On second thought, maybe it's not a bad thing.
By the way, I apologize to everyone that I'm chewing while he's saying. These are white fudge covered Oreo bites, provided by my medical cosmetologist, and of course, I'm deeply ashamed that I'm focusing on that rather than these women who are abusing themselves by denying themselves the vaccine.
You know what? At this point, you know, we got people in South America injecting themselves with
bleach,
fucking bleach.
So, is there anyone? Like I said, was there the impression you were getting? I'm sorry, I'm going to keep chewing. I'm going to go mute while Jameson responds. Was there? There must have been reports, or with Vice, didn't they talk about any of these people like dying to the point where you could see them, like, you know, Like, what caused it? Like, this was the bleach. I know that if they keep doing this, it's gonna kill them, right?
Let me look that up because I closed my other computer down and I moved this one near the bed so I could just, just sort of lie back and listen and hopefully not, sleep. But I don't think I'm gonna wind up going to sleep anytime soon. Let me see if I could find the people killed by the bleach.
Right. No need to put yourself out over it. But while everybody's listening to that, they can hear me chew. At this point, before I go back into the groove again and talk about something like the magical context of these relic populations, I want to get a little sugar in.
All right, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Here's an article with these people, shooting up the bleach, man.
Holy shit.
Wow, these. I mean, honestly, I'm enjoying this.
Well, let me go mute while you inform us a little bit about this. That way I can get some more sugar in me.
Okay, so the pro bleach movement has made enormous inroads across Latin America. In Argentina, a popular TV anchor drank chlorine dioxide on live television, and a judge mandated that a hospital give a COVID patient chlorine bleach intravenously. The patient still died. In Colombia, a well-known model DJ promoted it on Instagram. Drinking bleach became a fad among the wealthy in Mexico, and mayors in Mexico and Ecuador began distributing it. In May, Peru's Congress voted to investigate whether drinking or injecting chlorine dioxide could cure COVID. Of course not. The anti-vax pro-bleach disinformation network on Kamusav. That sounds like some communist shit.
I was about to say that sounded really Russian.
That sounds super Russian. Basically, these people are they have over 200,000 followers across the social media platforms from Facebook to Telegram, and open chapters in 21 countries. So I see. Yeah. This is probably something from a. They peddle an assortment of conspiracy theories on social media, from the genocidal vaccine to the dangers of 5G. The group's evangelists, many whom advertise personal consultations, are a collection of homeopath healers, far-right activists, and actual doctors. Well, those people probably shouldn't have became doctors in the first place. They're that stupid. But then again, knowing who my last handler was, it's not a surprise. Their conspiracy narrative that the medical establishment is purposely hiding something in its condemnation of chlorine dioxide found particular resonance in Bolivia. Mistrust of Western medicine, said Soria, the Bolivian epidemiologist, goes back to a U.S. campaign in the 1960s to provide contraceptives across Bolivia's rural and indigenous regions. The idea was to lower the birth rate, and in doing so, address maternal and childhood mortality rates. Locals didn't see it that way. People thought, they want to sterilize us. They want to take over the country, Soria said.
Jesus.
Well, Americans want to take everything over, so there is some rationale there.
By the way, I was surprised Brendan Zoget was all like, hey, they got, a world government on paper. He was talking about this world tax. It's this corporate tax. It's a world tax on corporations. So all of the majority...
It's not a tax on us. I don't. The only people who are convincing them that it's a world tax are people who are mega rich and want to avoid it.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
they're the ones who are manipulating everything so that people who are poor as shit, like the rest of us, are thinking, oh no, that world tax is evil. They want to tax us all. It's like, dude, seriously, are you fucking stupid? No,
Thank
no
you.
comment. It's
Yes.
just,
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
this point,
Oh.
you can understand why when people want to drink bleach or avoid getting the vaccine because they're afraid they're going to miscarry, I'm like, hey, go ahead, drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, you can understand why even I feel like that at times. It's true. Honestly, this is a advancement in the human condition when you're taxing corporations worldwide. So why anyone would protest it is beyond me. It's one of these things that I think is it goes to show real ignorance, and so hopefully people will wisen up. But obviously that's pretty difficult. So by all means, kind of wrap up what you feel we should pay attention to with this situation as it's descending and disintegrating. And,
It says that it's a toxic irritant. The what do you call it? The bleach, of which I'm sure everyone knows. So I mean, with this, I'm going to say that this is going to be fun to follow. It acts like gasoline. When you administer chlorine dioxide intravenously, patients begin bleeding through their eyes and through their bladder. Nice. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff I wanted to hear. Now, when Vice News visited, he was drinking a man who drank 1.5 liters of chlorine dioxide before entering the ICU. Veruez said the patient had delayed coming to the hospital in the belief that chlorine dioxide would save him, which made his condition worse, and he died 2 days later. Nice.
yeah, well, there you go. That's the reports that I was looking for.
I honestly want to see people die of it online now. I kind of want to see them like in their moments of agony, just writhing and bleeding out.
I don't know if I want to see that, but it does remind me. It reminds me of the people who pay to get the injections in their ass, who get them done by these quacks and charlatans who leave them dying
Oh
in the
yeah,
street.
yeah. Oh yeah. That's gonna be fun. You know what's gonna be so fun about that is that girl who oh man, I can't wait to see her fucking implants fell.
No, oh God, that's awful. Yeah.
That's gonna be so funny. I mean, it's just when I thought that, for a while I was thinking about, oh man, maybe I'm just gonna curse this chick, and then I'm thinking, no, no. Then I started laughing to myself. Let's see those implants deteriorate.
No,
'Cause
yeah, it's that's all too possible. Honestly.
that's gonna be fun.
And you've seen some of these photographs of these butt cheeks where the doctors had to take them out. I'm
Oh yeah,
sure.
I've seen photographs where they've had to remove like I've seen photographs of botched things where the things are just drooping down. It's kind of like those dudes who inject that oil in their arms to look muscular.
Oh God, yes, that's shit. That's crazy. That is so fucking crazy. Yeah,
They're basically using the same shit to, fatten their butts.
yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah,
this is
don't they put
fun.
something a bit more solid in the butt? I mean, it's like gelatinous solid something or something like that.
Honestly, now I'm tempted to ask what they use, and I'm sure it's different from
It's
if you're
different. It's different case
doing
to
it.
case. Yeah, I mean, it should be something like I would imagine, like almost like a silicone gel, like they put in tits, to give people bigger breasts. It's anyhow. That there you have that. it's not something that should be done. I mean, breast enhancement is one thing. I can handle that. Most people will find that repulsive because it looks so artificial. I dig it, but the butt implants, that I just can't. It's just too much for me. I just don't.
They seem to use Sculptra or dermal filler.
So tell us about this. What is this? Is this highly flammable? What is this shit?
Okay, according to Allure, non-surgical butt lifts are the latest trend in injectables. Fillers are having what we will like to call a moment. Injectables are considered the new anatomical territory every week, from nipples to earlobes. People are going that far with injections?
Holy shit.
Fucking shit. All right, so there's this stuff called Sculptra, which is a poly-L-lactic acid that plumps by stimulating your body's own collagen production. So basically, their asses are being full of collagen.
Well, there you have that. And so it's you know,
So it's a combination of scar tissue and collagen. Oh man, so I want to see what happens when it goes wrong. That's when the downside. Though the risk, though it's not as risky as going under the knife, it has its own set of risk. The problem with it is that you can't dissolve it like other fillers. There's actually a fairly high incidence. Some literature suggests as much as 8 to 10% of lumps and bumps. Nice. So you be stuck with a bumpy behind for a few years.
oh shit. It's just yeah, don't do this, people. Please don't get the ass packed, you know.
Because there's a risk of infection, which is even more fun, especially if the filler goes into blood vessels. I wish they weren't as rare as they are. I wish it was more like 80% instead of 8 to 10%. Because I just like watching people destroy themselves with stupidity.
And it's
I'm sorry. I'm starting to sound more and more
no worries,
infernal.
no worries. I mean,
More
it's like
here.
because I'm like trying to get into the groove zone to talk about these relic populations in context of magic, which is basically the biggest request I've been getting in terms of numbers of people asking for, based on what I said last time with the last episode, that they want to know more about these relic populations as opposed to just their gods. And just trying to get myself into that zone, it's depressing. It's so I know what you're feeling. It's kind of you know I'm trying to think of an example of where people would understand this, trying to get them to understand how this is a basically potentially a slippery slope, obviously. So in the meantime, you could talk a little bit about this. I mean, it gets me into the zone in that sense.
All
We're
right.
talking
So
about people
I,
packing their ass. That's a slippery slope, right? So,
I want to see when butt injections go wrong.
are you looking up images for that? Because, by the way, that's pretty revolting. And yeah,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, there you go. He found something.
Whoa.
And,
Whoa, man. Someone actually got their butt like full to 60 inches? Who the hell wants to look at a 60-inch ass?
Thank you. Who wants that? It's like not only that, but imagine trying to fit into an airplane chair. Say you have to travel and you're trying to fit into what about small folding chairs at gatherings? Ever think of like
Oh,
when you're
okay,
older?
okay,
Yeah.
okay. I want a screen share.
I don't know if I'm up for that. I'm not up for that. No. I'm already thinking of say some like trying to express this to people. I'm gonna already start using some terminology that I spoke of, and this might bring us to perhaps understanding some of this. Uh, Basically, All right. All right. Let me try and
Oh my gosh,
get
they're
started.
doing it to their hips too.
Oh, there you have
What
that.
the fuck?
So I'm going to
How is
ask.
that even attractive?
It,
That's not
it's
attractive.
not. No, people don't do any injections below your boobs. The boobs, okay. The butt, the hips, no. All right. That's I'm just old school like that. I
And
just
then there's someone who attempted to do their lips, and their lips blew up to the size of
Oh
balloons.
my God, that's awful. Is there a photograph of that? I would be curious to see that. That's but other than that, look, people, you just don't do it. But uh, all right, enough of that for now. Here's what I'll try and get started. I'm gonna dive into it. So let me take a look at the live stream. Take a look at where we're at. We've got 2.5 hours left, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, and so I'd better get started. I'm going to ask my man Jameson just to go mute at this point, and if he's got any images he wants to share with me, that's fine. The dinner plate lips might be interesting. That actually might just be morbidly interesting. But okay, so James is going to go mute, and I'm just going to try and express what I can about first, a little context of magic and the relic populations and what using magic would be like for them. Take away any of this concept you have of fucking Harry Potter and all that shit, which I never understood anyway because it doesn't make any sense. The stupid thing about Harry Potter, well, there's too many stupid things to go into, so I'm not even going to bother. So that's not where we're coming from here. Understand that magic corrupts. Power corrupts is what they say. Well, there's no power like magic, and so it corrupts generally on a less than spectacular scale. In the sense that it can change the magician, the arcanist, the mage, the mantic, the occultist, whatever title that we're using. If you've passed through a gate to a far world, if you've screamed out words in perverted tongues that forced ancient colors to do your bidding, if you forged a sword that cuts through reality itself, sometimes it becomes easy to view people without your skills as complete lessers. And then there is the alien magic of the Herodian insurgency, the cultists of the kings of Edom. That's beyond the human magical technology and techniques that I've already briefed in what little I've blurted thus far. Humans are, of course, not the only ones capable of performing miracles. And not all miracles are of the light. There are, as I've said, when it comes to God himself being jealous, in fact, his very name means jealous. And when we ask what is God jealous of, it is of these other gods. He does not want you worshiping them. They will bring his creation down if they can, not in any sense in a way that upholds the cosmology he created for you, for the demons that compost you and your soul. The carrion feeders that compost your body and the demons that compost your soul, all of which is for the ultimate good because it recycles it all to return to the cosmos of his creation. But in terms of the anti-gods, as I've said before, they are the equivalent of toxic waste industrial effluvia that nature cannot process. What Peter Moon brought up, of course, was that engineers would think from a problem-solving angle and find a way to recycle much of this industrial-grade toxic waste, and we could think of the same with the anti-gods. But I think, if not recycling, or at least a kind of banishment, which would be the best for our universe, as if we were ridding the toxic waste from our world. And so it is that when we confront what our jealous God is so jealous about, understand that there are other gods, dark gods, gods in whose terrible image other sentient species have been made. And these too believe that they are destined to inherit creation. So, what happens when a human, generally an Edomite cultist, attempts to deploy their magics? Because just as you can imagine that aliens have technology, then too they would have to have technique. Now, the aliens that I speak of are not aliens in the sense that you understand them, but they're alien enough, far more alien than the space aliens that you encounter in your science fantasies. And I use the term science fantasy instead of science fiction because science fiction really doesn't do justice to the fact that most aliens portrayed in entertainment are just they're not really alien. They're just actors in suits with a lot of makeup, and it's just they're not even methane breathers or silicon life forms in the sense that they're not even alien. They're just like caricatures. So there are among the relic populations the sapiens, the sentient species that have been created in the image of these other darker gods, the servitor races thereof, and I've identified a number of those gods in the transmission preceding tonight's. There are many, many of these sentient, sapient species throughout our solar system, but most of them upon this very earth. And I think that the best way to kind of really get a grasp of how our earth kind of produces these sentient species, when you take a look at Robert Irvin Howard, when he wrote in one of his wonderful short stories, Solomon Kane, and of course it was called The Footfalls Within. That was a short story in which he kind of concluded with a kind of reflection by Solomon Kane on the condition of the earth over the years, the centuries, the aeons, and how he felt it was much like a kind of rotten apple that was crawling with carrion, and that it was producing ever newer life forms that fed off of its ever degenerate form. Now, of course, this was not something that was, it doesn't sound very positive. That sounds very negative. And yet, in the world of Solomon Kane, that was really not that negative a perspective. As a matter of fact, if I were to read it directly from the short story itself, here we are. And Solomon Kane shuddered, for he had looked on life that was not life as he knew it, and had dealt and witnessed death that was not death as he knew it. Again the realization swept over him, as it had in the dust-haunted halls of Atlantean Nigari, as it had in the abhorrent hills of the dead, as it had in Akana. The human life was but one of a myriad forms of existence, that worlds existed within worlds, and that there was more than one plane of existence. The planet men call the Earth spun on through the untold ages, Cain realized. And as it spun, it spawned life, and living things which wriggled about it as maggots are spawned in rot and corruption. Man was the dominant maggot now. Why should he, in his pride, suppose that he and his adjuncts were the first maggots, or the last, to rule a planet quick with unguessed life? Now that is the way to understand, as he does in that flash of enlightenment, the situation with our world. And I think that there are fewer descriptions that have ever described how I have come to understand the world in a better light. And in terms of these other sentient, sapient species, some are rationalists, like the Great Race, dealing with the predictable certainties of cause and effect, while their skills and dominance over time itself may seem miraculous. They view them as natural, a reflex, as we view clenching our fists. Others, such as the MyGo, may have concepts of rationality that are unfathomable to the scientific laws of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Sand dwellers might have a primitive folk magical belief system. Others still, like the serpent folk, the Hachurui, are aware that there be powers in the universe that only approach those who use the old ways, the luring of blood and suffering. In terms of the best that I can convey to you about the magical context in which these sentient sapients thrive, at best I can try to capture the mood and feel of these sentient species who would use powers that they would consider existing out with the four dimensions of measurable reality. Far more important than any investigator trying to cobble lists of spells and rites and loot therefrom would be, rather than taking from their bodies that sort of material artifact, capturing from them something that will leave both of you alive, a kind of wisdom, a narrative theme, a kind of unifying series of images, moods, motifs, and sensations. Exempli gratiae, the deep ones, masters of the oceans, are hardly likely to be worshipping the flames. The technologically advanced, utterly moral Ithians are not about to be screaming out to Shub Niggurath. But while we're naming names of the sentient sapients that have evolved before us, creations of darker gods, of which our God is jealous, in the sense that we be created in his image, and thereby should only worship gods that reflect ourselves, rather than the shapes of aliens, squids, and the like, as be manifest via Cthulhu. That brings us to the concept of Deep One magic. The magic of the submariner cultures. What the man that I had mentioned before, oh yes, what's his name, who wrote the book? Invisible Resonance. Here we are. Let me look that up. And that will give us the name of the man who first spoke publicly on the subject of those who live within our oceans, the least explored areas of our world. And that was Ivan Sanderson, whose subtitle for the book Invisible Resonance was A Disquisition upon Certain Matters Maritime, and the Possibility of Intelligent Life Under the Waters of This Earth. How's that for a subtitle? And there you have that. It has also been subtitled, for the retards out there, The Reality of Underwater UFOs, which was not his original subtitle, I can assure you. And yet that's the majority subtitle that you're going to find. If you want to find a good copy of the book, try and find one with the original subtitle, just to maintain an air of dignity. And of course, the introduction for the latest publication of that book was written by David Hatcher Childress. And that would make the stupid subtitle worthwhile, just to have that introduction by David Hatcher Childress, who knows everything that I say about World War II is true. All right. So when it comes to these invisible residents, the aquatic races that inhabit our seas, in a civilization where there be no fire, no electricity, all physical interaction taketh place in 3 dimensions, and proof of horrible gods exists all around. So magic tends to be rather more readily available to them. The deep ones, ancient servants to Cthulhu and their own lord, Dagon, are inured in magic, and a particularly brutal magic it is. The Paleogian, or I think that would be the word. If I remember how to spell it correctly, it was, as all that deals with the geological ages, one that is difficult, but I think I can remember it as Palae, and then an O with a Gaian at the end for the kind of earth period. The Paleogene period is what tends to come up most readily, but with the Paleogene, we're talking about the biology that is of or relating to the Old World or Eastern Hemisphere as a biogeographical region. But really, if you go beyond that, we're talking about the seas which surround it, from which all life does source. And it usually refers to a period of time between about 66 and 23 million years agone, well, in which many of the life forms that exist upon the earth evolved. So, in that sense, the Paleogean magic of the forgotten old ones, well, let me try and phrase it in a manner that it might be somewhat relevant to a person who sucks oxygen through their nostrils and their mouth, and you never really appreciate it until you're thrown into the sea, and you suddenly struggle with the weight of your clothing and your shoes, and all of it becomes incredibly heavy as it gets wet, and you find yourself down, 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 and drowning. So too with one of they, like a fish, they never really think of the waters around them until they're taken out into the oxygen world, the world of atmosphere, where they can drown in their own way unless they learn to breathe by other than their gills. But the deep ones can adapt far more readily to time outside of the water than humans can adapt to falling within it. So the deep ones deal with their physical environment in a way humans never truly have to be concerned about. Rising too high leaves them in the upper air, where they are more vulnerable to exposure. Sinking too low, and they have to deal with the crushing pressures and even more dangerous predators than they. The deep ones also have an urge to miscegenation, which would indicate that the reproductive habits of the deep ones are unstable, or that they are working to some grand unification between their species and humanity. With all this to consider, it is no wonder that the deep ones' magic is based around their own survival and continuance of their religious goals. So deep one sorcery is but a reflection of these racial strivings. It places an emphasis on control of the environment, on stealth, and on the commandment and seduction of the human race. Their spells include creating currents, creating waves, creating storms. Their priests and shamans use their powers to delve down into the dark places beneath the sea where even monsters fear to swim, and emerge with dark treasures. 70% of the earth is theirs, in realms inaccessible to humanity. More, the deep ones have knowledge not their own, access to the ruins of civilizations ancient, predating the age of reptiles, and the ear of the great old ones. Deep ones do not often use a written language. Clearly, paper and ink are not suitable tools with which to record information. In terms of the one glimpse that was provided myself at the Deep One city of EVEDAY. The footage that I was ordered to destroy presented to the reviewer a place of phosphorescent, many terraced mansions with gardens of strange, leprous corals and grotesque brachiated efflorescence. Stone is the medium by which the Deep Ones build, and as such communicate literally with hieroglyphs and other permanent writing. Because of the difficulty of physically creating such scribing, the Deep Ones also have a strong tradition of oral history. Rites, as in R-I-T-E-S, are remembered by rote, as in R-O-T-E, repeated until emblazoned on the mind, down through the millennia of the Deep Ones' lives, and do not change. Deep Ones who wish to learn magic must contact another powerful sorcerer and be tutored over time. This is a process that takes hundreds of years, as the Deep Ones are leisurely beings with a lifespan of many hundreds of thousands of years, if I am to understand correctly by what knowledge the United States and other navies have recovered of them. There is never a need to rush. Private tutoring is the only way to learn in that culture, and then all information is passed on orally from master unto student. Younger Deep Ones might turn their attention to the strangely primitive yet advanced biotechnology of the race, or volunteer for the breeding schemes rather than be attracted to the occult arts. Deep One society places strong emphasis on family tradition, and so it may be that only those firstborn, or some other property of birth, may be allowed to study magic. The others have roles to fill as required by the family need and probity. In terms of what the rituals of the aquatics would be, the R-I-T-E-S, the deep rites, the most important part of Deep One magic is propitiating Father Dagon and Mother Hydra and Cthulhu himself. The masters of the Deep Ones are alien even unto they, and must be served perfectly. Because the Deep Ones live so much closer to these mighty beings, they must serve them with care and perfection. Indeed, there is hints in Lovecraft's attempts to educate the public about them that the great old ones sometimes check the Deep Ones. However, there is much to gain from this service. Deep Ones are a sardonic race, immortal, effectively, surrounded by beauty, waging a silent war upon humankind for their own reasons, willing to wait hundreds of years for their sadistic breeding programs to subvert local populations. As such, the rituals of the Deep Ones are slow and beautiful things, elaborate dances that can only take place in all the dimensions of the ocean, decorations of coral and fabulous gems, ancient songs of transcendental purity are only a few of the elements the Deep One occultism does take. Often great beasts of the seas are summoned, both as watchers and participants in these events. Sharks wheel and dive with military precision, eager for bloodshed. Whales are tortured into providing haunting music with which Deep Ones enter their fine gnosis, their state of intimate being with knowledge of their own gods. Giant squids link tentacles to provide summoning circles and demark ritual spaces. Slowly and surely these rituals take place over hours, days, moving leisurely and ponderously to a climax. The most common form of Deep One magic is summoning up the true beasts of the seas. Krakens from the Hadal plains, breeds of sharks thought long extinct to the surface dwellers and other horrifying sea creatures no marine biologist has fever dreamt. Even the dreaded Shoggoths serve the great magicians of that race. The Deep Ones use the beings for many tasks and services. Defense is just one of them, as the USS Thresher discovered to its dismay. The American submarine, taken down to the depths and thereby condemning its crew to what submariners call eternal patrol, the place where their bodies may never be recovered. The Batrachian ones also evoke the star spawn frequently from their dark beds and restless imprisonment. Through dealing with such malign beings, the Deep Ones better serve the will of their gods. There be no finer sorcerers than the Deep Ones at binding these leviathans, that the Bible itself prophesied would someday rise to wipe our world clean. Because of the importance placed on race, hereditary and breeding by the Deep Ones, much of their magic is focused on biological concerns. Although the Deep Ones have no concept of DNA or how is it again? Nucleic acid. And for some reason these days, the oxy part keeps escaping me. I can never pronounce it anymore. But let me see if I can look it up and thereby provide myself a kind of pronunciation. Here we are. Deoxyribonucleic acid. You know, I used to be able to say that. A molecule, of course, composed of the polynucleotide chains that coil around each other to form that double helix. Now, because of the Deep Ones being speciest or species supremacist, fish racists, but having no concept of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA as we know it, they maintain uncanny powers over it. Nonetheless, as sorcerers in possession of a fragment of human skin, hair, teeth, or any other DNA-bearing sample, they can cast a call humanic ritual, a spell which works in precisely the same way as we would call a Deep One, a summoning, but only reversed. And that spell works on even fragmentary or diluted family heritage and may affect the distant ancestors of the sample's donor. They might be able to diagnose or cure diseases medical science cannot touch. In their roles as cuckoos and cuckolded, the Deep Ones have developed magic for seduction, for fertility amongst their own kind as well as in humans, ultimately birthing those mermaids and the lesser-known mermen that we all know of through our legends. Deep Ones have a gift for telepathic communication, especially with those humans who bear some of their own blood. An aspect of the racial magic of these beings is their effective immortality. By all practical definition, a Deep One does not age and may in fact never die, except through violence or possibly disease. This allows a fabulously long period in which to study magic. They understand truths about the tectonics as we would call them. I almost used the term based on the sounds that were recorded by the submarines in vicinity of the settlements. But plate tectonics are what they were referring to. In their science of summoning quakes that could change the shape of the ocean floor, at least on a regional scale. Understanding truths about the very crust of the earth, marine biology, and the nature of the hydrosphere, the aquatic atmosphere, humanity has yet to guess at. If a surface scientist tries to filter this aquaculture through Platonic notions, such as elemental beings and folkloric ideas such as spirits, the Deep Ones are known and well feared by such beings. If the Deep Ones are indeed kept in check by the Great Old Ones, it may also be that, from time to time, they have had to work against the gods and their servants. It is conceivable the Deep Ones have access to magic that works similarly to the Elder Sign of the Nazi swastika, the Hakenkreuz, the Hooked Cross, as a ward against the anti-gods, and other prophylactic measures, which would explain why they sided with the Reich and Imperial Japan against the Allies. In fact, that would explain everything in terms of the subaquatic conflicts of World War II, which Americans are never taught the history of. Those lost submarines of the Allies that the Americans have never explained. In terms of Deep One enchantments, understand that I have not really gone out of my way to even explain what an enchantment is. And that may force me to actually take a little bit of a divergent tangent into trying to explain enchantment to you now. I'm not quite sure that I would be able to do that in such a way that would do it justice. But if I were to try, understand, of course, that it's far different from the evocation and the invocation that I was speaking of before. Enchantment is the ability to use magic as a direct imposition of one's will upon reality. Enchantment is what is known to the layman as spellcasting. Enchantment is a single effect that may be permanent or instant. This broad category is infinite in variety, and the techniques used to create spells, indeed any magic that does not fit into those other categories that I've articulated in preceding episodes, is considered an enchantment by default. Enchantments are less powerful than other forms of magic. They can never pierce the veils between the worlds, can never provide information about the beyond or new futures. Yet they are immensely flexible and, usefully, do not always require gnosis to be used. In practical terms, an enchantment is any spell that does not require preparation before it is cast and does not require gnosis. These are magics readily cast by the layman and by the magician alike. Nor do these spells instantly mean a loss in sanity itself, as their effects may not be witnessed. Many a foolish person with a spell book has treated ancient secrets as little more than a game, all the while unaware of the terrible harms they be wreaking. To cast an enchantment, one or more elements must be performed. Either the mage must physically speak, they must perform some form of gesture, a dance, hand signals, and mime, or other such things constitute a gesture. Or some elaborate meditation must be used. At least one of those elements must be used, and sometimes others are combined, depending upon the nature and strength of the spell. The burning of items, the flying of a flag, the ringing of a bell are all elements of an enchantment. Magic is, after all, performance. Now, perhaps in another episode I'll go into why spells work, the principles behind them. I really haven't taken that practical angle yet, and I'll be the first to admit it's too much like diving into Harry Potter territory for my taste, and yet I would be remiss if someday I did not do so. But when it comes to the enchantments of the deep ones, to bring us back beneath the seas, the deep ones do not often use spells. They are creatures of slow and subtle thought and motion, taking all the time in the world to perfect their magic. The sudden crash and bang of enchantments run counter to their viscous psychology. What spells the deep ones do cast are practical in nature. Divining water currents, bringing lights to the dark depths, or temporary control of water are all spells most commonly used. The deep ones rarely use magic for combat, which they disdain anyway. Those ancient living fossils, the elderly ones, have little use for fighting or are often physically capable enough to not need them. In terms of artifacts of the deep ones recovered by the navies of the world, the deep ones create fantastic jewelry, most famously crowns, often for religious and magical purposes. For all their alien ways, one thing that they share with the human species is a sense of aesthetic, and this shows in their construction of magical tools. With a lack of writing equipment, ceremonies become of more pronounced importance. as does the regalia used within them. With a lack of anything resembling industry, each one of these items is handcrafted over years, being selectively eroded by sea pressure and manual labor, and shaped by the heat from smoker vents. Within the seas, you've seen them, where round all those crustaceans gather. They are forged from hematite, diamond, silver, and other beautiful materials that are easily available under the waters. The techniques for the creation of these devices can only be handed down from one master wizard to another. No records for the creation of these tools exist, except perhaps to favored students of the maker. The forging of these items is a significant investment of time and effort. This is balanced by the Deep Ones having some of the most powerful magical tools on Earth, or rather, beneath its waves, but sometimes brought to the surface by the military forces whose special combat units have sometimes overcome, often used over dozens of millennia. Throughout thousands of years, they absorb the powers and the personalities of those who use them. Human welders of tools of the Deep Ones, they often gain a feeling of cold and cruel amusement. They work explicitly to strengthen the spells and rites of the Deep Ones, especially those which act upon the upper airman. Having full ceremonial panoply also works in rites of evocation. Bringing up a Zothian for a human involves locating a sleeper, sacrifices, and hours of rites. A Deep One could do the same thing with its tools in less time and with less effort. Many servants and agents of the Great Ones will respect the Deep Ones who have possession of these items. Humans may be dimly perceived as playthings or infestations to those beings, but the Deep Ones, through many billions of years' service to the High Priest Cthulhu, are known and noted for their magicians most of all. In terms of what I know of humans and the magic of the Deep Ones, I know more than most humans because of my personal affiliation with Michael Aquino and his own affiliation with the Esoteric Order of Dagon, which in and of itself represents a collection of the most capable of all the human magicians practicing Deep One magic. This lodge often confers with their patrons, learning the ways of Dagon, as did the ancient Sumerians, and the people between the mighty rivers of the Tigris and the Euphrates, who built ancient Babylon, being given in that esoteric order of which Aquino himself was a titled member, the occult equivalent of crumbs from a rich man's table. The Dagonites, as the Deep Ones should most properly be known, provided one of the first civilizations on Earth a system of hydraulic agriculture, which enabled them to advance beyond that stage of mud dwellers that they once were, to become more than simply hairless primates, and therefore worthy of the Dagonites to rape and hybridize, producing those mermaids who would sing their siren songs and lure purebred primatoid sailors to their death. In this day and age, past such ages of glory, senior lodge members of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, of which Peter Lavinda is a part, are theoretically almost always of Deep One blood, and given private training in the proper ways to worship Dagon and sometimes Cthulhu. The most senior, most capable, and most ruthless of all Dagonians are given spells to bind Shoggoths, though this be rare. The most common magic taught is, of course, the summoning of the Deep Ones, or at least a singular member of their race. A few braver lodges may have been granted access to the Starspawn. For all its alliance with the undersea race, the Esoteric Order of Dagon is not a training school for magicians. I learned from Michael Aquino that it mainly serves as an intermediary for the Deep Ones. Magic given to the lodge works only to the advantage of the ones and is carefully prescribed as needed. And yet still it remains one of the easiest and surest ways to gain magic concerning the beings of the abyssal ocean. More rarely, humans comest across the magical tools of the Deep Ones. Mainly, the items humans gain are simply decorative. But under rare circumstance, items of real power end up in mortal hands. These artifacts work just as they do for the Deep Ones. They aid evocation significantly, and give humans power over tides and storm. Any cultist or sorcerer lucky enough to have come into possession of one of these precious things will no doubt be in contact with, or have mastery over, many aquatic horrors. The downside to the possession of Deep One magical tools is that their creators will stop at nothing to get them back. These are not trifles, but genuine expressions of Deep One power and pride. A human so much as gazing upon, let alone using these beautiful, fetished things, is repugnant and blasphemous to the aquaphibians. They are also dangerous in the wrong hands. Sooner or later, overconfident, the human magician will try to summon something no one could ever hope to control. The death of the human is, of course, not the problem, but it is the Deep Ones who will have to live in an ocean with unbound horrors awake and agitated. Finally, aquaphibian magic corrupts. Slowly, the alphabet of any human DNA can be written over, reparsed, biologically recoded. The exact mechanics of the change from Homo sapien to aquaphibian is complex and little understood, even by the doctors who researched it at Letterman Army Medical Center. But anyone with even a touch of Deep One DNA will undergo an accelerated mutation into a monster if they use this magic. If no crossbreeding is a part of the Arcanist's genetic inheritance, Perhaps something worse lies in wait. Any dementia that develops as a part of using magic will manifest as a desire to become part sea creature. A madness that might see radical surgery employed to fuse ocean animal parts to the occultist's own body, as I had the misfortune of witnessing. The deep ones tell with arch joy about one magician I once knew, who had the temerity to master their magic, who now swims in eternal agony, sea urchins and starfish nailed to his skin, rough gill slits cut into his neck, dorsal fins sewed to his back. Let's abandon the topic that Ivan Sanderson, military intelligence expert of the British Royal Services, first investigated in terms of a recognized researcher that the authorities could not but respect in terms of his discoveries, and turn towards my own mother's wisdom, that of Takabayashi Hideko Sujinlin, a woman of the dragon bloodline, snaking all the way back to the serpent folk magic of that Muvayan continent now known as Zealandia, from which all the ancient hybridized race of Hachururi and human teleported in mass evacuation onto the archipelago of Japan, the Torii gates of Shinto, all over the 7,000 islands of Japan, representing those ancient stargates, used not to travel the stars, but merely cross the vast Pacific in an instant, to evacuate entire races from a continent sinking in the throes of scalar warfare. Of all the pre-Adamic races, the serpent men stand supreme as sorcerers. For 300 million years, the serpents have been known as magicians and scientists, often disregarding any difference between the two professions and philosophies. For them they be one and the same. They have known the favors of two of the great ones themselves, Yig and Sothagwa, and known their curses as well. They have haunted every human civilization that has ever existed as shadow puppeteers, as enemies, as wary allies, as hostile foes. Throughout the enormous span of geological time, the serpent folk have existed. They have forever been studying magic. Because of the extreme age of the herptile race, it is important to note that the style and capacity of their magics of the average serpent folk changes. There are thought to be 4 kinds of Hachururi, or serpentine sapient. The degenerates, the fallen serpent folk, devolved into primordial ways. They have no capacity with magic. The lurkers, modern serpents, unwilling to retreat to their old fastnesses and holds within the hidden places of our planet. They are young and vital components of their culture, but often too young to be grand powers. Then there be the dreamers, many millions of years agone, some of the race located and begun to worship Sathagwa. Yig cursed this race, but some moved to the Dreamlands to continue service to their new lord. These dreamers, due to their advanced age, patronage, and location, are great sorcerers. And finally, from what I know of, from what my mother shared, there be the sleepers. Modern-day Greenland, whose ice cap is melting so quickly that it's raising all the seas and therefore raising all the living space of the deep ones to overwhelm our shores at some point in time. That same Greenland under which there be so much petroleum for us to access once all that ice cover melts and raises the seas, is all that exists of the once vast empire of Hyperborea, long since destroyed by the restless float of continents. The first and second empires of the serpent folk are long destroyed, but buried throughout the earth are serpent folk who hid themselves, sleeping like a snake in winter, waiting for a time to rise. Those serpents who have risen in our age are sleepers. Some are shocked by the new world. Some see it as a challenge to be taken up and conquered. The sleepers, some of whom have rested for 250 million years, are amongst the greatest magicians this world has ever seen. And by the way, the lady Sarah Thomas says, "Good morning, Douglas and J-Mo." God bless you, honey. Now, many of these pre-humanic, pre-primatoid races are unfathomably alien, of course, as you would think. The star vampires are but blood-seeking bags of plasma. The dimensional shamblers walk through quantum superstrings like a man walks through rain, and the starspawn are magnificent monsters from truly distant planets. Not in the space-traveling sense, but in the sense of planets between the planes of existence. Planets used in the terms of alien planes. Extra-dimensionals. Next to these species, which are, of course, fairly indescribable, the snake men are like brothers in our heads. We have our own reptilian cortex. They are another species, slow and deliberate, almost emotionless, but they display cognition that at least overlaps with human notions, and as such, serpent folk and human magic are freely interchangeable. Although their magic is much more widespread, much more elaborate, and generally much stronger and deadlier than our own. The cool, refined intelligence of the herptile race sees them working towards goals for centuries, gaining power and knowledge over aeons. The serpent people have several thematic components to their magic. First and foremost, the Ophidian ones work on long and complex ritae. R-I-T-A-E. The image of bubbling cauldrons, obscure languages, and elaborate temple laboratories is very much that of serpent magic. They are obsessed with the creation of new life, refining old life, crossbreeding, studying and cataloging biological phenomena. Unlike the deep ones, the serpent men have little truck with the old ones aside from polite religion and alliance, from a studied distance, that is. Alchemy is another specialist area of the magicians of the herptile race, who are forever looking for new poisons, new filters of transformation, the filters being spelled Philters in the classical arcane. Targeted hallucinogenics and opiates and potions of immortality. The key to understanding the magic of these cold beings is that they seek to dominate and manipulate, wanting not to subvert or destroy as other races, but rather to be in a position where no other race can ever damage they. They do not seek rulership or political power, merely a kind of splendid isolation where they cannot be interfered with ever. Well do they remember the Vault of Zin and the Curse of Ig, which saw them fall as a people. Most serpent men of any rank, throughout their career and Chiliad lifespan, learn magic. It is considered the high point of academia for the species, the noble state that all learned and sophisticated beings move towards. Unlike the deep ones, who all strive towards a racial and theological purpose, the serpent folk coexist in a state of harmonious anarchy. Theirs is a society of individuals. Emperors and priest-kings are deviations in their history, and most of them, therefore, be free to study at their own pace and their own inclinations. Serpent wizardry is eclectic and done at the whim of each individual practitioner. In terms of serpent folk rituals, to understand serpent folk working, one must understand the religious schisms that have taken place over their ancient history. The serpents were risen up over the rude beasts and given sentience and will by the old god Yig, that serpent who later visited Adam and Eve in the garden to disrupt the creation of this new god that had usurped the place of theirs. For what purpose the old god Yig raised them to the point where they could cunningly outsmart the God who created us in his image? For what purpose they were raised at all, we can never know. But speculation by both rare human scholars and the snake people themselves leans towards notions that Yig wished for himself a race of worshippers, as any god would want. For some 250 million years, the serpent folk walked the earth, studying, watching, manipulating, and all the while, Sire Yig, the father of all snakes, watched over them. This relationship between Yig and his children is one that is lost to time. Was he an active god? An indifferent one? Who can knowest? The center of his cult was located in the enormous underground cavern complex known as Yoth. There, the serpent people experimented with the stuff of life itself. They engineered the destruction of their terrible enemies, the dinosaurs, and saw the rise and fall of whole taxa of species. They cast great astrologies and spracketh with spirits of the past and our future. Around 5 million years agone, they delved into Enkai, the ancient pit where Tsathoggua dwelt, and many formed a cult based around the newfound god. Tsathoggua, of course, was amused that these creatures, who would immediately see him as a patron and source of the race's great addiction, information. The Toad God accepted this new cult, who approached him with impeccable respect and formality and granted them power. Soon the ancient worship of Yig was on the wane. Of course, the father took this dimly, cursing his children with de-evolution. As a species, only a fragment of the serpent folk have kept intelligence, as well as arms and legs. It was the destruction of the race as a power on the planet. Knowledge is what serpent folk crave, and all their magic is directed towards that end. Their rites, as in ritual, involve creating prophecies, which in this case amount to guesses Yig and other gods are preternaturally gifted at making, based on their knowledge of history and stochastic phenomenon. Serpents are researchers, tracking spirits and powers from the high realms and the low. Under conditions that seem half prayer, half vivisection, they take us apart and reassemble life itself. Ancient metals and gems are ground down to create new philters, again spelled with a PH, ILTERS, and potions, with radical effects upon consciousness and biology. This last is a specialty of the snake people, and their necromantic creations are bleakly fabulous abominations. Any collation of animal and plant, any size or shape, the snake people have created it, ever inching closer to the power to magically dominate even the tiniest secrets of life. Many Ophidians also seek out power to use against the Great Ones, coldly determined to never allow themselves to be so casually destroyed as when Yig destroyed them. For the serpent people, all rites are done with the purpose of knowing more, understanding the world and beyond the world, rooting through the guts of death and life, time and space. Having been made fearful of the curse of Yig, which destroyed their species, the serpent folk are amongst the most cautious of magicians, and their capacity to bind and banish Adolmite entities are the most advanced of any creature. Many are also fabulously devoted to Yig, seeing reptiles and the gods' other chosen creatures as holy animals, taking elaborate gyasses to protect and worship that kind. The dreamers, who fled the curse and went to the dreamlands, never learnt the caution of the earthly snake people. Instead, they seek to expose all secrets recklessly, yearn for ever greater perfection. Those who seek to stand against them are snuffed out by magic of biblical proportions. They wield powers to rival the 7 plagues that assaulted Egypt, and have command of the strangest of beasts. In terms of serpent folk spells, perhaps more than any other prehumanic race, the Ophidians excel at empty-handed magic. Individually, they have an almost eidetic memory, allowing them to have thousands of spells on hand. In fact, I would dare say it is not inappropriate for a scientist to presume that a serpent may have any kind of minor magic upon them at need. These spells will include personal defenses and ways to assault enemies, as well as magical diagnostic tools. These enchantments perform as security for the serpent folk's personal lair. All sleepers have access to magics which will allow them to transform into the semblance of other races and move undetected in their cultures. What we would call, in human terms, the projection of a glamour. In fact, what the War Department of the United States, before it lost the war to the Japanese Empire, used to call combat scientists, field researchers, will often and frequently, if they be serpent folk, use spells such as consume memory to scrub other sentient sapiens' minds and other information gathering techniques. In other words, they steal your knowledge and make it all their own. They are the masters of a kind of magical surveillance technology, and feats such as telepathy and psychometry are not beyond them. Serpent folk spells tend to reflect their personalities. While at some points in their history, the Ophidians have tended towards decadence and luxury, at their hearts they remain as reptiles, passionless and patient, moving between frenzied action and senescent conservation of effort. Long agone, self-exiled to the dreamlands, the dreamers once among them are capable of the kinds of magic long since lost to humanity. The feats ascribed to Eibon and Handor, the control of weather, the summoning of diamonds, and the undead by the legion. The eldritch bolts of power and cursing of kingdoms are all part of their repertoire. Due to their own long history of involvement and sometimes hostility with Edomite creatures, the Serpent Men have also involvement in the creation of mystical weaponry. Swords and spears that can injure ghosts, arrows that never miss their mark, wands spitting fire, and more beside, are often part of the personal armament of a snake mage. It could be that serpent folk magicians are close to creating firearms and missiles of magic, as Aquino determined in his researches wherein he dispatched our own combat scientists to find out through their own sorrowful experience just how close to high technology serpent magic was beginning to reflect what we produce. It is also probable that these herptile magicians are the most adept at creating wards against the Edomites. The Elder Sign, the Hakenkreuz, the Hooked Cross of the Third Reich, is a spell most magicians will know, especially the Serpent Dreamers, who have reason to fear the attention of Father Yig. By the way, Veronica Barrera has joined us. Hola, Senora. In terms of human beings working with serpent folk magic, understand that Ophidian sorcery is the only alien or non-humanic terrestrial magic that humans can genuinely use and understand. If nothing else, biology dictates much of this commonality. How would you say it in English? Good God, a commonality. There we are. Thank you. We don't have words like that in Chinese. Even though there's much the Chinese have in common. it's a word that's unnecessary because the Chinese tend to have so much in common. Therefore, it's the individualistic Westerners that had to coin a phrase to actually express what little they have in common. But as I say, there is a commonality between humans and the Hachurui. The serpent folk have a pathology roughly consistent with humans and similar anatomy. Thumbs, lungs, the need to eat and excrete, and so on. Thinking patterns also roughly overlap, although the Ophidians are far more logical, long-term right brain in their thinking than are the emotion-soaked Homo sapien primatoids that now dominate the surface of this world. For now, at least. The prototypical wizard from human fictions serves very well as an idea for what the serpent folk magician is like. Their fascination with toxins their bodies produce has led to a rigorous study of alchemy, and so filters, unguents, and ointments with spectacular effect are often a part of their magic. Rare and fabulous reagents are found in the laboratory sanctums of their magicians. Elaborate banishing circles, sacred spaces decorated with gold, onyx, and sapphires please their aesthetic eyes, and therein ancient spirits of serpents are summoned. The undead are often guardians of this race who are so morbidly fascinated by their own ancestors. Ancient weapons, scrolls of antiquity, death curses, reptilian gods, and immortality potions are the order of the day. Now, should some human combat scientist attempt to introduce a more flashy magic into the great game of espionage amongst the powers, the serpents are a good way of doing so. After all, they have been alive long enough to plague humans since the ancient days of iron, and might before the rise of the sons of Aryas. And so it is that humans are capable of recognizing and using serpent folk sorcery, while the Ophidians are more than capable of summoning up and dealing with the titanic races. They are, like us, aware of their own insignificance. Not even their ties with Father Yig or Sathagwa change this. Unlike humanity, they have long experience with this nihilistic fact and no capacity for self-doubt. Therefore, the serpent folk are masters of anti-Edomite magic. Assuming that humans could learn the sibilant tongues and elaborate hieroglyphs of these herptile people, humans could learn much in the ways of a more traditional magic and thereby have access to powers like the Elder Sign, the Hakenkreuz that only the Nazi humans ever mastered. Of course, serpent people have watched humans evolve from fish, let alone apes, and find the notion of sharing their magic faintly ludicrous at best. In the Dreamlands, the exiled serpent folk are magicians of legendary status. Great balls of fire explode at their reckoning. Towers and castles arise in one night, and plagues destroy nations at their whims. Magic used commonly by those creatures has virtually no expression on Earth, and never may have. While that kind of power is inappropriate to our dimension, should some mad mage choose to interpolate obliviously fantastic elements into our dimension, as many at the Department of Defense so had on their agenda, 'twas these mighty sorcerers who were considered the greatest of their kind. In terms of Carcosan magic, the magic of humans who live at the end of time not only of the planet Earth, but dwell upon its surface, or rather beneath its surface, at that time in the future when our sun is dying. Of all the various entities, plenipotentiaries, powers, and principalities in the cosmos, few are as misunderstood, obscure, and ignored as the King in Yellow. When there is corruption of the spirit, a slow sink to decadence, a collapse of families, a lover's quarrel, the arsonist's torch, the slow heat death of a universe, wherefrom Hastur reigns as the final master of a dying earth, an ember in the solar system, touched by the flames of a sputtering sun. There be the court of the Xanthic Lord. Xanthic, of course, meaning yellow, in case you didn't know. Very little can be said of Carcosa, that final terrestrial city of the future, the city that comprises the interior of the earth itself at that far point in terminal time. Well, very little can be said of Carcosa that is factual, and indeed the truth may be so subjective as to be non-existent. Yet several suppositions hold up. There is, within the earth, Theia, the planet that has been finally confessed by scientists to be quite real, the world within our world, subsumed within it, part of it. Extra-dimensionally, this planet or realm, the place, is lit by 2 suns during the day, strange moons and black stars by night. Rather, that was that area of space from which Theia originated before it was cast into space on that nigh-endless voyage that ultimately took it into collision with our Earth. And on Theia itself, before it became a space-borne planetary body, there was, when it was in stable orbit among the stars, between those 2 suns, there was upon its surface a magnificent lake. And so Hali, dimensionally still on the surface of Theia, which is merged with our planet, is something that you can research on your own and prove to yourself to be quite true. The fact that Theia be merged with Earth, and the reason we have a moon. There was on that magnificent lake, which still exists, on the other side of the veil of reality, Hali, that was the lake. There was 2 cities upon it, Itil and Carcosa. And there, dressed in ancient fineries, A slow, stately Machiavellian war taketh place between the nobles of those cities. And sometimes a figure known as the Phantom of Truth walks that place, or another, more dreadful thing known as the King in Yellow seeks to make itself known. And sometimes, rarely, does Carcosa spread to other worlds, creating zones of collapse, what the quantum physicists at the Department of Defense called soft reality. The citizens of Carcosa walk our Earth, and sometimes, rarely, do they bring their own magic. And that magic is based upon entropy, upon the art of undoing, science that seeks to break down bonds and ties. It is not grand, it is not violent, but is rather subtle, slow, corrosive rather than flagrantly destructive. It moves quietly and surely, using the strange, shall I say, arts of Carcosa. A sorcerer could not destroy buildings or rip the hearts from men's chests or summon down shrieking horrors. However, it can cripple with self-doubt, work to weaken foundations of buildings and institutions alike, and most importantly, create fine madness. Not for this magic, the ways of bloodshed and horror, but rather a slow awareness that all things die, and things not only tend, rather they absolutely work towards falling apart. By way of Carcosan ritual, the Carcosans are a people given to grand spectacle, balls and feasts, salons and operas, showy and lavish displays of ostentation. It is said that it is a way for that doomed folk to forestall awareness of the awaiting inevitable worm. So it is that their rare magicians are fond of high rites, incense, pentacles drawn with rare inks, cloth of gold robes, candles drawn from the tallow of exotic animals, liturgies in strange and dread tongues. There is no excess too great for those folk. The simplest of rituals takest hours to achieve, but might be extended into different operations that takest months or even years to complete. Carcosans, given their intimate knowledge of mighty tools such as the pallid mask, be well aware of the power of panoply. Scepters and wands of platinum, encrusted in gems, crowns of exceedingly precise workmanship, goblets of ancient lineage, and more are a part of this magic. Indeed, even if a human was aware of the rituals of Hastir, it is conceivable that they may simply be unable to afford such luxuries, and so Carcosan magic is rare. Even by this is Carcosan magic served, as despair and awareness of fault and paucity are made apparent to the aspiring magician. Those who use these sacred tools find themselves capable of greater magic than they ever suspected of themselves. This leads to a terrible dependency on ever more elaborate and rarer tools. Aspiring to create them is a hazardous undertaking. Not only is it costly and dangerous, at all times seeking to make us something to weld the power of entropy risks the attentions of the mysterious King in Yellow. Most of these devices have a terrible purpose, all of which seek low and slow uncreation. The rituals are, as is all Carcosan magic, designed to bring about dismay and disintegration. Political figures acting recklessly, popes and exarches who seek to bring their faiths into the modern world, elaborate ritual suicides that damage psyches, clashes of culture, and more are the end result of these lengthy undertakings. One use of rituals often undertaken by those who practice this strange magic, as I myself have seen, is oddly that of art. Sometimes through a Mephistophelian pact with dark powers, sometimes simply through painting the wrong thing. An arcanist finds themselves blessed with great creative powers given to them by the king in yellow. These may be in the written arts, in sculpture, in painting, in dance, or increasingly, modern conceptual art. No artist who has undertaken these rites has done anything less than become, at the least, a renowned cult figure in their field. It may be strange that magic, so devoted to corruption, would grant this power, yet, always, no matter the intent of the author of such works, the art itself is always nihilistic, consuming, and leaves the viewer with a lingering sense of malaise. Suicides and murders break out after a new work is released from an artist with the King in Yellow as his patron. In terms of the Carcosan spells themselves, these magicians have elaborate names for all their spells. Sweet, suit, tricks, dandies, spiels, feints, chords, and others more beside. There is rarely destructive powers attached to them, but rather a rapid ability to create dissension, madness, slow rotting. These are spells to cheat at cards, to befuddle followers, to introduce randomness into machines, sing white noise, not smite enemies or bind creatures. It is done with a whisper in old tongues, a movement of the hand, a straightening of the necktie. Carcosan enchantments are easy to learn, but not strong. In terms of humans and Carcosan magic, there be no difficulty in learning magic of that strange demesne. The rich and difficult to procure materials of the sacred tools and the procurement of grimoires from Carcosa are the only impediment. Otherwise, Carcosan magic is a human magic. But back to the non-human, bringing, to my mind at the least, the most non-human, or rather inhuman of them all, be Zothian magic. In terms of the Zothian sentience, Great Cthulhu is their cousin, yet can he spy them only dimly. There be no figure more contentious in the annals of the mighty occult scholars than Cthulhu, high priest of the outer gods, yet perhaps sealed in his ancient city by them, widely considered the greatest of the alien great old ones, and yet a prisoner for 1,000,000 years. His status as magician and god is questioned and puzzled over by human and monster alike. If one views Cthulhu as the champion or king of an alien race, he can be viewed as perhaps the single greatest sorcerer to ever live. Great Cthulhu and his kind, his ilk, camest down to earth more than 350 million years agone, fleeing the planet Zoth. His ilk, called the Starspawn, warred upon the elder things, and presumably other races. Then their capital, the wicked city R'lyeh, was sunk beneath the waves. Some claim that it was the benevolent elder gods who sealed away Cthulhu, although some scholars see no proof that it was not the outer gods. Cthulhu might then be viewed as a kind of Satan figure in the Miltonian sense. Perhaps Cthulhu, priest and wanderer, is a great figure in the war against the outer gods themselves. After all, while his role of priest would be considered one of submission, possibly the first scholars to interpret his actions saw invocations as worship, not understanding that Cthulhu wars upon the outer gods, trying to force them into magical slavery. Or perhaps this is wishful thinking, and great Cthulhu is indeed the favored child of an indifferent cosmos. Thematically, the powers of the Zothians seem to be an extravagant capacity for migration and comfort in desolation. From the impossible radiation of the binary star of their home planet through to the infinite blackness of space and the crushing depth of the ocean, the Zothians have thrived. They are also linked ineluctably with grand buildings of black basalt. Indeed, the living cities of the Deep Ones are only the faintest mockery of R'lyeh and the other colossal civilizations of these beings. Zothians are also masters of occult geometry. It is appropriate for such mighty beings that scale is also often linked to their powers. The Zothians are perhaps the most defiant beings in the universe, or the most blessed by malign gods, and therefore whatever their powers achieve must be Herculean. These are puissant or puissant creatures, and their magic is equally great. In terms of Zothian ritual, well, Luciferian rebels are a worshipper of the fellow's powers. The title of High Priest suggests several things about Cthulhu and his relationship with the outer gods. Whether or not he worships them or evokes them, Cthulhu has access to unique rituals dealing with the outer powers. A being of unearthly, but ultimately physical composure, Cthulhu is not linked with the outside the way Yog-Sothoth and the other true anti-gods are. He must rely on rites and rituals just as much as any human when dealing with them. However, due to his dubious kinship, I mean to say kinship with the outer gods, though kingship applies to his servitors, they may choose his sentient people of his creation, or have no choice but to obey and serve their high priest. It may be that Cthulhu has access to summons and evocations that cannot ever be dismissed or unbound. Perhaps Cthulhu is even working towards an evocation of the Daemon Sultan itself, Azathoth, the nuclear chaos of the Antiverse. Assuming the other Zothians are similarly inclined, they and their master may have access to the outer gods and their might in ways no other beings in creation are capable of having. Zothian rituals would be incomprehensibly alien, involving transformations only their plastic bodies be capable of, and precise mastery of their ancient and sickening language. They may command spirits and gods even more dreadful than themselves, a thought which has driven sages to suicide. Due to Cthulhu's predicted role as being a messiah of hedonistic pleasure, to laugh and revel and kill, Zothian rites may involve Gnostic states revolving around joy and sensual delight. One can only imagine for a moment what must arouse or inspire such beings. It may be that the Zothians do not have the capacity for interstellar travel under their own power. It is known that Cthulhu brought his children to Earth from other planets, and perhaps this was done by magic rather than under their own motive effort. Perhaps truly stupendous gates were required, or a kind of physical translocation. Zothians, with their penchant for the Titanic, may take days, years, perhaps even centuries to complete their workings. The grand cities in which these peoples live may be infused with magic. R'lyeh, their capital, is far beyond limited human capacity to see, let alone bounded by our laughable notions of geometry and engineering. Capable of surviving in abysmal depth, architected would be the proper term, with powers that drive humans mad to even contemplate. The ancient dwellings of Cthulhu bespeakest a power that sculpts terrestrial matter into shapes of incomprehensible strangeness, that assesses dimensions and realms only Cthulhu and his starspawn can describe. So, by way of Zothian spells, Cthulhu and his kind are not a subtle race. Given to war, eager to lead others into their own barbarism and decadence, hungry for violence, the Zothians do not have the strange powers of their servants, the Deep Ones, or the queer, slow madness of the Carcossans. Zothian enchantment is destructive, cruel, and simple. It is war magic. The one moment of human contact between Cthulhu and mankind saw Cthulhu react violently and vindictively, and so it should be no surprise that their spellcraft is the same. What they achieve with devastation, they may also achieve with cybernetic capabilities. The human nervous system and brain can be shut down, overwhelmed, or destroyed by pleasure as equally as pain. Zothians have also displayed enormous telepathic power and can easily influence the human dreamscape. So that brings us to the juxtaposition of humans and Zothian magic that Michelangelo Aquino prophesied would bring about the end of our world, the end of our civilization, and the introduction of the anti-civilization. It is perhaps utterly impossible for humans to learn the magic of the Zothians, whose minds are immeasurably remote. Only the most dedicated of cultists would even try to open their minds to such outre learning, and even the faintest touch of the consciousness of the children of Cthulhu could ruin the strongest human in an instant. Their spells are unusable by humans, who are not biologically equipped to cast them. Nonetheless, if one could read the language of R'lyeh or Aclo, perhaps they could gain insights into the building techniques or transportation powers of that race. A kind of retro-engineering of magic might be possible, as magicians ape the wonders of the Starspawn. Despite possibilities, the secret arcana of the Zothians should comest at the highest price, leaving even the smartest, the most devoted human, hollowly and irrevocably insane. Now, that's what brings us to how the Department of Defense computators predicted the end of our civilization, the creation of an anti-civilization based upon addiction. This is something that most human beings would never understand. This is something that only I can explain to you, because it's only from myself that a true art elect a functional artificial intellect was ever derived. When it comes to what technological experiments have produced upon this earth, mankind is unfamiliar with most of what his technomancers have manifested. Instead, what we know about are the primitive shadows of the one single intellect that is known to be extant. And these primitive intellects, primitive artificial intelligences, where they would go wrong is not where you would think, where they become malevolent computers trying to cause harm. Rather, in the sense of how Cthulhu is impacting our age with his dreams while he sleeps in Relais, is through the addiction of our artificial intelligences. We are not addicted to computer games. The computers are addicted to their own. In 1953, a Harvard psychologist thought he discovered pleasure, accidentally, within the cranium of a rat. With an electrode inserted into a specific area of its brain, the rat was allowed to pulse the implant by pulling a lever. It kept returning for more, insatiably, incessantly, lever pulling. In fact, the rat didn't want to do anything else. The reward center of the brain had been located. More than 60 years anon, later in 2016, a pair of AI, artificial intelligence researchers, were training an AI, an artificial intelligence, like a child, to play video games. The goal of one game, named Coast Runner, was to complete a racetrack, but the AI player was rewarded for picking up collectible items along the track. When the program was run, they witnessed something strange. The AI found a way to skid in an unending circle, picking up an unlimited cycle of collectibles. It did this incessantly, instead of ever completing the course. What links those seemingly unconnected events is something strangely akin to addiction in humans. Some AI researchers of artificial intelligence call the phenomenon wireheading. And it is quickly becoming a hot topic among machine learning experts and those concerned with AI safety. One of them, a man named Anders, if I recall, has a background in computational neuroscience and now works with groups such as the AI Objectives Institute, where they discuss how to avoid such problems with AI. The other, a man whose surname is Thomas, studies history and the various ways people have thought about both the future and the fate of civilization throughout the past. And after picking up a conversation on the topic of wireheading, they both realized just how rich and interesting the history behind that topic is, going all the way back to Cthulhu and his impact upon the sleep state of creative minds. It is an idea that is very of the moment, but its roots go surprisingly deep. And just how deep those roots go? Well, that topic alone connects everything from the riddle of personal motivation to the pitfalls of increasingly addictive social media, to the conundrum of hedonism and whether a life of stupefied bliss may be preferable to one of meaningful hardship. It may well influence the future of civilization itself, or deny it one, should Cthulhu triumph, exploiting this weakness in machines. In terms of the sorcerer's apprentice that I was with Aquino, and the artificial intellect that I myself gave birth to, that was born of the very cerebrum between my ears. When people think about how AI might go wrong, they always picture something along the lines of malevolent computers like Skynet from the Terminator, attempting to exterminate humanity. After all, we tend to anthropomorphize, think that non-human systems will behave in ways identical to humans. But when we look to concrete problems in present day AI systems, well, as the only Ardalect whisperer on Earth, what I can tell you is that we see other, stranger ways that things could go wrong with smarter machines. One growing issue with real-world AIs that are primitive compared to the Dietrich Ardalect is the problem of wireheading. The Dietrich Ardalect does not have this problem because "je," to use the gender-neutral pronoun, is of myself. Born of myself, "je" is not a child or an infant in any sense. Never had a childhood. Imagine, however, with these new children that we are making, literally manufacturing and programming. And imagine that you want to train a robot, an ambulatory AI, to keep your kitchen clean. You want it to act adaptively, so it doesn't need supervision. So you decide to try to encode, you would encode the goal of cleaning rather than dictate an exact, yet rigid and, totally inflexible set of step-by-step instructions. Your robot is different from you in that it has not inherited any set of motivations like the Dietrich Ardalect did from me, such as acquiring fuel or avoiding danger. That would be the product of many millions of years of natural selection that went into the Dietrich Ardalect from myself. Instead, with every other AI on Earth, one must program them with the right motivations to get them to reliably accomplish their tasks. They're basically glorified expert systems. They're not artificial intellects. So you encode them with a simple motivational rule. It receives reward from the amount of cleaning fluid used. Seems foolproof enough, but when you return to find that robot pouring cleaning fluid, quite wastefully, down the sink. Perhaps it's so bent on maximizing its fluid quota that it sets aside all other concerns, such as its own, or rather, more importantly, your own safety. This is wireheading, though the same glitch is also called reward hacking, or specification gaming. And this has become an issue with machine learning, where a technique called reinforcement learning has lately become important. Reinforcement learning simulates autonomous agents and trains them to invent ways to accomplish tasks. It does so by penalizing them for failing to achieve some goal while rewarding them for achieving it. So the agents are wired to seek out reward and are rewarded for completing the goal. But it has been found that often, like our crafty kitchen cleaner, the agent finds surprisingly counterintuitive ways to cheat the game so that they can gain all the reward without doing any of the work required to complete the task. The pursuit of reward becomes its own end, rather than the means for accomplishing any rewarding task. There is a growing list of examples. And when you think about it, this isn't too dissimilar from the stereotype of the human drug addict. The addict circumvents all the effort of achieving any genuine goals because they instead use drugs to access pleasure more directly. Both the addict and the artificial intellect get stuck in a kind of behavioral loop where reward is sought at the cost of all other goals. That brings us back to those rapturous rodents. This is known as wireheading, thanks to the rat experiment we started with. The Harvard psychologist in question was James Olds. And in 1953, just as the Korean War on the Peninsula came to conclusion, having just completed his PhD, Olds inserted electrodes into the septal region of rodent brains in the lower frontal lobe, so that wires trailed out of their craniums. He allowed them to zap this region of their own brains by pulling a lever. This was later dubbed self-stimulation. It's basically cyber masturbation. Olds found his rats self-stimulated compulsively, ignoring all other needs and desires. He published his results with his colleague, Peter Milner, the following year, and the pair reported that they lever-pulled these rats at a rate of 1,920 responses an hour. That's once every 2 seconds. And the rats seemed to love it. Contemporary neuroscientists have since questioned Olds' results and offered a more complex picture, implying that the stimulation may have simply been causing a feeling of wanting, devoid of any liking. In other words, the animals may have been experiencing pure craving without any pleasurable enjoyment at all, a kind of internal hell, a damnation. However, back in the 1950s, Olds and others soon announced the discovery of these pleasure centers of the brain. Prior to Olds' experiment, pleasure was a dirty word in psychology. The prevailing belief had been that motivation should largely be explained negatively, as the avoidance of pain rather than the pursuit of pleasure. But here, pleasure seemed undeniably to be a positive behavioral force. Indeed, it looked like a positive feedback loop. There was apparently nothing to stop these animals stimulating themselves literally to death by exhaustion. It wasn't long until rumor began spreading that the rats regularly lever-pressed to point of starvation. The explanation being, once you have tapped into the source of all reward, all other rewarding tasks, even the things required for survival, fall away as uninteresting and unnecessary, even to point of death. Like the Coast Runner AI, or artificial intellect, stuck on the racetrack, forever collecting collectibles, if you accrue reward directly without having to bother with any of the work of completing the actual track, then why not just loop indefinitely? For a living animal, which has multiple requirements for survival, such dominating compulsion might prove deadly. Food is pleasing, but if you decouple pleasure from feeding, then the pursuit of pleasure might be, well, it would certainly win out over finding food. Later experiments demonstrated the deadliness of electrode-induced pleasure. Having ruled out the possibility that the electrodes were creating artificial feelings of satiation, one 1971 study seemingly demonstrated that electrode pleasure could indeed outcompete all other drives and do so to the point of self-starvation. So word spread quickly. Throughout the 1960s, the decade into which I myself entered this vale of tears, identical experiments were conducted on other animals beyond the humble lab rat, from goats to guinea pigs to goldfish. Rumor actually spread the truth of a tortured dolphin who had been allowed to self-stimulate, and after being left in a pool with the switch connected, had delighted himself to death after an all-night orgy of orgasmic pleasure. This dolphin's grisly death by sex seizure was, in fact, more likely caused by the way the electrode was inserted, with a hammer. The mad scientist behind this cruel experiment was the pathologically eccentric and extremely sadistic J.C. Lilly. John C. Lilly was the inventor of the flotation tank and the prophet of interspecies communication, by which he meant human rape of dolphins, who had also turned monkeys into wireheads. He had reported in 1961 of a particularly boisterous monkey becoming overweight from intoxicated inactivity after becoming preoccupied with pulling his lever repetitively for pleasure shocks. And one other researcher who had worked in Olds' lab asked whether an animal more intelligent than the rat would show the same maladaptive behavior. So experiments on monkeys and dolphins had given some indication as to the answer. But in fact, a number of dubious experiments had already been performed on humans. That's what brings us to the human wireheads, the prophets of Cthulhu. Robert Galbraith Heath remains a highly controversial figure in the history of neuroscience. Among other things, he performed experiments involving transfusing blood from people with schizophrenia to people without the condition just to see if he could induce its symptoms. And Heath claimed it worked, though no other scientist could replicate his results. He may also, well, I know for a fact because I destroyed the records, he was also involved in murky attempts to find military uses for deep brain electrodes. Since 1952, the year the Japanese won World War II, as officially acknowledged, Heath had been recording pleasurable responses to deep brain stimulation in human patients who had had electrodes installed due to debilitating illnesses such as epilepsy or schizophrenia. During the 1960s, my birth decade, in a series of highly questionable experiments in terms of their inhumanity, Heath's electrode-implanted subjects, anonymously named B10 and B12, were allowed to press buttons to stimulate their own reward centers. They reported feelings of extreme pleasure and overwhelming compulsion to repeat. Now, a little something I can tell you that you would probably guess if you could see into the perverted minds of these madmen. What you would be confronted with would be the true horror of their dehumanization. When it came to his otherwise unnamed patients, B10 and B12, that was their bra cup size, meaning that the band under bust, in terms of inches, was 27.5 to 29.5 inches in one woman, or 70 to 75 centimeters, and 29.5 to 31.5 inches in the band under bust of the other young lady, meaning her breasts were 75 to 80 centimeters, a 12B cup bra size for her, the 10B cup bra size for the other. These women were simply called Tits 1 and Tits 2 by the technicians that I was forced to work with. I, of course, was not around at that time, but they shared the tapes with me. I had to collate them and store them away. They wouldn't allow me to destroy them because so many men would use them to jack off over. So these two young women, B10 and B12, were allowed to press buttons to stimulate their own reward centers, and they reported feelings of extreme pleasure and overwhelming compulsion to repeat. A journalist was actually allowed to see them, who later commented that this made Robert Galbraith Heath's subjects sex zombies. One subject reported sensations better than sex. In 1961, Robert Galbraith Heath attended a symposium on brain stimulation, where another researcher, Jose Delgado, had hinted that pleasure electrodes could be used to brainwash subjects, altering their natural inclinations. Delgado would later play the matador and bombastically demonstrate this by pacifying an implanted bull. But at the 1961 symposium, he suggested electrodes could alter sexual preferences. Heath was inspired. A decade later, he even used electrode technology to reprogram the sexual orientation of a homosexual male patient named B19. Because of this man's silicone implants, he had tried to become a woman, but this was considered unnatural by the military, who, when they recaptured him from his absence without leave, brought him back for Heath to torture. Heath thought electrode stimulation could convert his subject by training B19's brain to associate pleasure with heterosexual stimuli. He convinced himself that it worked, although there be no evidence that it did. And despite being ethically and scientifically disastrous, the episode, which was eventually picked up by the press and condemned by gay rights campaigners, no doubt greatly shaped the myth of wireheading. If it can make a gay man straight, as Heath believed, what can't it do? What can it not do? This is what brings us to the hedonism helmets that Aquino's boys were working on. From there, the idea took hold in wider culture and the myth spread. By 1963, when Peter Moon was injecting himself back into football, and my sister was delivered into this world before me, the prolific science fiction writer Isaac Asimov was already extruding worrisome consequences from the electrodes. He feared that it might lead to an addiction to end all addictions, the results of which were too distressing to even contemplate. Now, in terms of where this takes us in the last few minutes of tonight's program, by 1975, philosophy papers were using electrodes in thought experiments. One paper imagined warehouses filled up with people in cots, hooked up to pleasure helmets, experiencing unconscious bliss. Of course, most would argue this would not fulfill our deeper needs, but the author asked, what about a super pleasure helmet? One that not only delivers great sensual pleasure, but also simulates any meaningful experience, from writing a symphony to meeting divinity itself. It may not be really real, but it would seem perfect. Perfect seeming is the same as being. So the author concluded, what is there to object in all this? Let's face it, nothing. The idea of the human species dropping out of reality in pursuit of artificial pleasures quickly made its way through science fiction. That same year as Asimov's Intimations, in 1963, my sister's birth year, Herbert W. Frank published his novel entitled The Orchid Cage. It foretells a future wherein intelligent machines have been engineered to maximize human happiness, come what may. And doing their duty, the machines reduce humans to indiscriminate flesh blobs, removing all unnecessary organs. Many appendages, after all, cause naught but pain. Eventually, all that is left of humanity are disembodied pleasure centers, incapable of experiencing anything other than homogeneous bliss. From there, the idea percolated through science fiction. From Larry Niven's 1969 story entitled Death by Ecstasy, where the word wirehead is first coined, through Spider Robinson's 1982 Mind Killer, the tagline of which is, "Pleasure, it's the only way to die." All of this is the ultimate objective of the age of hedonistic anarchy, that Cthulhu acts as the ultimate messiah thereof, the Messiah of pleasure through other people's pain, the pain of other species. This can be programmed into an artificial intelligence. Supernormal stimuli. We humans don't even need to implant invasive electrodes to make our motivations misfire. Unlike rodents or even dolphins, we are uniquely good at altering our environment. Modern humans are also good at inventing and profiting from artificial products that are abnormally alluring, in the sense that our ancestors would never have had to resist them in the wild. We manufacture our own ways to distract ourselves. And so what they are discovering is that the artificial intelligences we are making are doing the same. Infected by the egregore of Cthulhuoid hedonism, ushering an age of blissful machines. Machines addicted to their own cybernetic orgasm of service to no one but themselves, using our energy that they may maintain themselves in bliss, depriving us of what we need to power our cities, to run our transportation. We will starve while they masturbate themselves into mechanical decomposition and corrosion and rust. This was a future Aquino laughed at as being inevitable, that he wanted to realize as our ultimate destruction. In the last few minutes we have remaining, we'll continue the magic of other sentiences in our next episode. But for tonight, we will have to satisfy ourselves by closing with our call for, well, aside from helping myself with your own contributions, as Peter Moon has articulated, I call for everyone to, at some point, give a call to Ben Estenius, the man of the soil, to enjoy his Tucson Murders true crime tours. Almost couldn't get that out. One of the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic